Chapter 1. A gentle breeze swept across the land of the Death Valley, causing the leaves to sway and gradually descend to the ground. Between two towering mountains lay a profound and eerie gorge. As one gazed into the distance, the mountains appeared as ferocious beasts lurking on either side of the canyon, which resembled a demon with its gaping maw, eagerly awaiting the entrance of its prey. On this night, the Death Valley seemed unusually silent. It was about to welcome a group of visitors. Outside the canyon, 5 or 6 tents were erected, housing a small group of individuals who had spontaneously formed a travel team online. During the summer vacation, these individuals gathered in search of thrills. They had come to the Death Valley, a place notorious for being a gateway to the underworld. Many had perished here, and while rumors would eventually fade, there would always be a few audacious souls daring enough to challenge the unknown. Little did they anticipate that recently, one person had ventured in and mysteriously vanished, and despite several days of searching, no trace had been found. Following the tragedy, an older individual recalled the ancient legends, firmly believing that the missing person had undoubtedly ventured into hell. Chunyu, something terrible has happened. A breathless figure rushed over, gripping Chun Ye's arm with urgency. This person was Wang Ming, who appeared plump and jolly as he ran. The flesh on his body quivered, and although he was not tall, he had a sturdy build. Chunyu, a young man in his 20s, donned a travel outfit and stood tall at 8 feet, exuding a sense of composure and maturity that belied his age. With a calm tone, he inquired, "Wang Ming, what is it that has you so flustered?" As more people gathered, drawn by Wang Ming's exclamations, their faces were etched with confusion, unable to grasp the source of his distress. Wang Ming, in a fervor, continued, "2 people, a man and a woman, have dashed into the Death Valley. I tried repeatedly to dissuade them, but they refused to listen and insisted on entering. What shall we do? It's already dark, and what if they encounter danger?" "What?" The others gasped in shock. Who were these individuals? Were they truly so bold as to venture into the infamous Death Valley at night? Did they have no fear of death? This was a place where many had gone missing in absolute realm of horror. Perhaps we should search for them if they encounter misfortune. How shall we explain it to their families? Suggested a man named Xiang Tianheng, dressed casually in a white shirt and blue jeans. He was of average appearance, a head shorter than Chunyu, yet his spirit was commendable. A freshman in college, he had joined this travel group alongside the portly Wang Ming to alleviate his worries and explore whether ghosts truly existed. "No, it is too dark now, and the Death Valley harbors many uncertainties. I cannot allow more people to be put at risk," Chunyu replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianheng felt displeased and retorted, "Are those 2 not human? They could be in peril. Shall we simply sit here and do nothing?" Chunyu cast a glance at him, sneering, "They brought this upon themselves." Xiang Tianheng, incensed, raised his fist to strike Chunyu, but was hastily restrained by Wang Ming. He refrained from further confrontation with Chunyu and hurried towards the Death Valley. Unwilling to waste any more time, the longer they delayed, the greater the danger to the missing individuals. Wang Ming stood there, watching Xiang Tianheng's departing figure, then glanced at the brooding Chunyu. Without a word, he sprinted toward the canyon in pursuit of Xiang Tianheng. Tianheng, wait for me." Turning back, Wang Ming realized the plump figure was following him. A warmth spread in his heart, and a smile crept onto his lips as he said, "Fatty, you're a true brother, a good mate." Wang Ming chuckled, but as he surveyed the surroundings, a shiver ran down his spine. "I wonder where those 2 have run off to. This cursed place is truly eerie. Who knows if there are really ghosts inside?" On either side, cold stone walls loomed, and an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. Looking upward revealed an abyss of darkness, as if they were ensnared in an endless chasm. A gentle wind whispered through, producing a haunting sound, reminiscent of a demon weeping. Ahead lay a long, dimly lit path, stretching straight into the unknown, perhaps the very entrance to hell. The canyon was barren, devoid of any flora, with only scattered stones littering the ground as its sole decoration. Where could they have gone? This is not a place to linger. We should hasten to find them and leave this place, Xiang Tianheng urged. Wang Ming nodded vigorously in agreement, eager to depart. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the canyon, shattering the previous stillness and amplifying the horror of the surroundings. The sound, chilling and sorrowful, resonated from deeper within the gorge, prompting Xiang Tianheng to quicken his pace. "Wait for me! Wait for me!" Wang Ming called out as he dashed after Xiang Tianheng. Upon arrival, they discovered a woman crouched against the wall, her complexion pale, lips tinged with purple, and her body trembling uncontrollably. Her tattered clothing barely concealed her snow-white skin, revealing a quivering patch of white on her chest, a pitiful sight as she clutched her disheveled hair. She muttered repeatedly, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Approaching her, Xiang Tianheng crouched down, his voice urgent. "What happened? Where are the people you were with?" The woman remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to his words. Confusion clouded Xiang Tianheng's mind, what had transpired to frighten her so profoundly, leaving her in such a state. Wang Ming, growing anxious, stepped forward and lightly tapped the woman. "I'm asking you a question." Startled, the woman let out another shriek and bolted, colliding headlong into the stone wall. Xiang Tianheng, closest to her, failed to catch her in time. Blood gushed from her head, streaming down her face as she collapsed heavily to the ground. Stunned, Xiang Tianheng stood frozen, unable to comprehend the horror of a woman dying before him from a wall collision. His mind struggled to process the scene, and he quickly rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms, shouting, "Quick, call an ambulance." Where in this cursed place would we find an ambulance? Even if there were one, they would never dare venture into the Death Valley. Wang Ming exclaimed in haste. Overwhelmed with guilt, Xiang Tianheng felt remorse for the woman, cursing himself for his lack of ability. The woman attempted to speak, but her life force was rapidly fading. Her head lolled weakly, her eyes fluttered closed, and in Xiang Tianheng's embrace, she became a lifeless corpse. "Alas, she's gone. It's all my fault. I should have been able to save her." Xiang Tianheng lamented in a hoarse voice filled with self-reproach. Witnessing Xiang Tianheng's sorrow was akin to witnessing the loss of a loved one, though in truth he had known the deceased for merely a few days. This highlighted Xiang Tianheng's deep sense of loyalty and emotion, a trait that often proved to be both his strength and his weakness, leading him to considerable misfortune in the future. Nearby, Wang Ming attempted to console him, saying, "This is neither your fault nor mine." The woman was in despair. Who could have predicted she would crash into a wall in that moment? "Don't blame yourself." This shameless Wang Ming, at this moment, was still defending himself. The woman had already been in a state of shock, her mind clouded, and with Wang Ming's unexpected touch, it had undoubtedly triggered her further distress. It was a wonder she hadn't taken her own life sooner. Rather than feel remorse, he shifted the blame onto the victim. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged, rushing towards them with hurried footsteps, growing ever closer. Now, somewhat calmed, Xiang Tianheng also noticed the unexpected visitor. He whispered to Wang Ming, "Let's hide." Surveying the area, he spotted a large rock nearby that could provide cover. They hastily took refuge behind it, holding their breath as their hearts raced. The two of them trembled with fear, fists clenched, palms slick with cold sweat. Neither dared to peek out, clutching the corpse of the woman while uncertain of the identity of the shadow lurking outside. In this eerie scenario, even their bravado faltered. As the ominous footsteps faded from earshot, they began to wonder if the shadow had departed. Xiang Tianheng, in a barely audible voice, communicated with Wang Ming through gestures. Wang Ming, perceptive, quickly understood and shook his head in refusal. Xiang Tianheng urged him to investigate, yet Wang Ming was unwilling. Growing impatient, Xiang Tianheng kicked him lightly, his gaze fierce, conveying his intent: "If you don't go, they'll kick you to death." Reluctantly, Wang Ming peered cautiously outside, only to see the shadow standing where the woman had collided with the wall, staring intently at the pool of blood on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. When the figure turned around, it startled Wang Ming, causing him to duck back behind the rock, gasping for air. Moments later, the footsteps receded deeper into the canyon. Once the sounds faded completely, Xiang Tianheng felt it safe to speak. "Wang Ming, go take another look." Wang Ming shook his head vigorously, trembling with fear. You can kill me, but I won't go. Clearly, he was terrified beyond measure. With no other option, Xiang Tianheng carefully set the body down and cautiously emerged to survey the surroundings. Finding no immediate danger, he stepped out. Wang Ming followed suit, unwilling to remain alone. Wang Ming, did you see anything? Was the shadow human or a ghost? Xiang Tianheng inquired. Scratching his head awkwardly, Wang Ming chuckled nervously. Hee, I wasn't paying attention. When he turned around, I thought it looked like Chunyu. Xiang Tianheng felt a surge of frustration, battling the impulse to kick Wang Ming for his foolishness. You are nothing but a pig. The portly fellow seemed utterly indifferent to the scoldings and beatings he received, suggesting he had grown accustomed to such treatment, having frequently found himself at the center of such frays. In truth, this too was a manifestation of camaraderie. Observing the still, chuckling rotund man, I sighed in resignation. We must seek another individual. Until we ascertain with certainty that he is deceased, we cannot depart. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we are obliged to rescue him. What that shadow? It could very well be a specter masquerading as Chunyu, luring us into its grasp to feast upon our flesh and drink our blood, the portly man replied, his voice low and somber. Nonsense. Are there truly ghosts in this world? Yet, if it is indeed Chunyu, he still retains a semblance of humanity. If it is not him, then who could it possibly be? As Xiang Tianheng pondered, a chill gripped his heart, leading the portly man deeper into the abyss. He felt an oppressive aura weighing heavily upon them. The further they ventured, the more intense the sensation became. Eventually, they reached the bottom, where the air grew thick and suffocating, the pressure almost unbearable. Gazing around the expansive canyon floor, an air of terror permeated the atmosphere, leaving them acutely aware that they were ensnared in a realm of darkness. Exercise caution, we may encounter that shadow, Xiang Tianheng warned. Before long, they indeed spotted a shadowy figure ahead. Xiang Tianheng and his companion hesitated to advance, convinced the apparition had also taken note of their presence. Until they could ascertain whether the shadow intended to assail them, they could not afford to act recklessly. Who are you? Are you human or ghost? Xiang Tianheng mustered his courage to inquire. The shadow distinctly uttered the name Chunyu. Upon hearing the familiar name, they felt a surge of relief and approached eagerly. As they drew near, they scrutinized Chunyu closely, only to find his complexion ghastly pale, devoid of color, bearing an unsettling resemblance to that of a corpse. Chunyu managed a faint smile, yet to Xiang Tianheng and his companion, it appeared ominous far more unsettling than tears, sending them recoiling in fear. I have arrived late, as have you. The man is dead, while the woman remains unaccounted for, Chunyu declared, stepping aside to reveal a gruesome sight. Xiang Tianheng and his companions were struck by horror, and one by one, they sank to the ground, their faces ashen. Beneath Chunyu's feet lay a mangled corpse, blood pooling beneath it, the head shattered, revealing a ghastly mixture of red and white, with entrails spilling forth, limbs scattered nearby. Struggling to his feet, Xiang Tianheng approached Chunyu, his voice trembling. Is this the body of the man? Yes, but the woman is nowhere to be found. We did see the woman, however. She has also met her end. Alas, this is all my fault, Xiang Tianheng lamented, shame washing over him. What transpired? Chunyu inquired. When we discovered the woman, she was not dead but in a state of delirium. Unexpectedly, she rose and hurled herself against the wall, taking her own life. I was by her side then, yet I failed to intervene. You must have noticed the blood trail on your way here that belonged to the girl, Xiang Tianheng recounted, omitting the more delicate details of the incident. Xiang Tianheng approached the portly man, still seated and retching, and kicked him lightly. Get up and tend to the man's remains. We must bury him and grant him peace. I refuse. I simply will not do it. The portly man protested vehemently. If you want, who will? I have yet to settle the score with you. I never intended to join this ghastly escapade. You dragged me into this under the guise of seeking thrills. Now, faced with such peril, I have no recourse for complaint. I could have been at home, peacefully reading. Xiang Tianheng fumed. The portly man sheepishly chuckled. Look, it's only thrilling because someone has died. It validates our expenses. Hith. Defeated by his logic, Xiang Tianheng fell silent. The portly man recovered and rose to assist Xiang Tianheng in attending to the man's remains. As Xiang Tianheng reached for the bloodied arm of the corpse, a sudden tempest erupted overhead, fierce winds swirling and brilliant lightning illuminating the canyon. Startled, he dropped the arm he had grasped, sensing that the situation had taken a dire turn, and shouted, "Run!" Quickly. Above the corpse, a massive vortex materialized in an abyss both dark and profound, accompanied by an overwhelming suction. The man's body was violently torn apart by the sudden emergence of the whirlpool, and his remains were drawn into its depths. Terror-stricken, Xiang Tianheng fled, lamenting the lack of additional legs for his escape. At the forefront, Chenyu struggled against the pull, desperately grasping the rocky wall. Seizing the moment, Xiang Tianheng clutched Chunyu's foot, granting them a slim chance of survival if only the vortex would dissipate swiftly. However, Xiang Tianheng suddenly felt a weight on his foot. Turning, he discovered the portly man had rushed over, and in that instant, despair washed over him. They were doomed. How could he have forgotten about the portly man? The trio swung perilously in the air, like blades of grass buffeted by a tempest, their lives hanging by a thread. Stones flew past them, one by one succumbing to the whirlpool. Suddenly, Chenyu cried out, "Wang Ming, I cannot hold on any longer. You must let go, or we shall all perish." "No, I cannot abandon the portly man," Xiang Tianheng protested vehemently. In all matters, one must prioritize the greater good, sacrificing one for the salvation of two. Such is no loss. However, Xiang Tianheng could not bear to listen to this, and, in a fit of rage, retorted, "To hell with the greater good. You are merely a self-serving scoundrel. Tell me, if the fat man perishes and the whirlpool remains, would you let me go?" Chenyu fell silent, prompting Xiang Tianheng to continue. "You would. You absolutely would." As he felt a sudden lightness in his feet, he turned to see that the fat man had indeed released his grip. The fat man waved goodbye, his lips moving as if uttering the words, "Farewell." "No, no," Xiang Tianheng shouted frantically. Following suit, he too relinquished his hold, unaware if it was a form of divine retribution. The suction intensified, and Chenyu was unable to withstand it, being drawn in as well. The three of them were swallowed by the whirlpool, vanishing from this world. The whirlpool subsequently disappeared. The sky remained unchanged. The mountains stood as they always had, and it was as if nothing had ever transpired. "What the hell? Why does my body hurt so much? Wait, did I not die?" Xiang Tianheng groaned, feeling excruciating pain as if his body had been shattered. Grateful for his survival, he opened his eyes, only to be startled by a grinning skull that appeared eerily at him. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had misjudged. Examining himself, he found that he was no longer flesh and blood, but rather a stark white skeleton. Some of his bones had separated or shattered, leaving him with a bitter smile. Lamenting, "I never imagined I would still be dead. Is this hell?" He mused to himself. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a world of white, where piles of bones rose like mountains, and dismembered arms, legs, and heads lay scattered about. The sky was a dull gray, the atmosphere dim and sinister. "Fat man, where are you?" he called out, overwhelmed by the sight of his own fragmented skeleton. Searching for bones to match his own, he did not care whether they were his, as long as they would suffice. Truly, fortune favors the diligent, for he managed to find what he sought. Alone? No. As a skeleton, he wandered through this sea of bones, each step producing a creaking sound, the crunch of shattered bones sending shivers down his spine. Lacking any sense of direction, he resolutely advanced in one direction. Darkness gradually enveloped the land. He felt no fear. He began to acclimate to this environment where the skeletons on the ground were merely akin to his own kind. Having become a skeleton himself, what need had he to fear the lifeless bones around him? Suddenly, he spotted two skeletons engaged in combat, their forms radiating vibrant colors, drawing Xiang Tianheng's attention as he approached them. Their skulls flickered with yellow flames of soul energy, while his own emitted only a faint yellow glow. Sensing their formidable presence, he felt markedly inferior. Among the two skeletons, one was clearly at a disadvantage, appearing to be a victim rather than a villain. Should I intervene? He pondered, seeing that it was on the verge of defeat. Perhaps I should refrain from helping. I may not triumph in battle and could very well meet my demise. Yet, a conflicting sense of duty stirred within him. Shaking his head, he resolved not to overthink and dash forward. He kicked at the dominant skeleton, but it stood unscathed, while his own leg bone was sent flying. Xiang Tianheng grimaced, realizing that without his own bones, he was at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, the other skeleton launched a surprise attack on the distracted one, shattering its bones with ease. The soul energy from the defeated skeleton surged into the victor's mind, causing its flames to shift from deep yellow to red. Though merely tinged with red, this transformation represented a stark contrast to its previous state, appearing significantly revitalized. Upon awakening, the victorious skeleton approached him, causing Xiang Tianheng's heart to race. Will it consume me as well? He thought, recalling the earlier scene of soul absorption, and panic set into what do you want? He stammered nervously. Chapter 2. The Hell of Bone Demons, thank you for saving my life. The skeleton unexpectedly expressed its gratitude and even returned Xiang Tianheng's leg bone, its sincerity evident, devoid of any harmful intent. With a sigh of relief, he had anticipated being devoured, but instead was met with thanks. It seemed he had chosen the right person to save. One must believe that good deeds are rewarded. What is your name? Is this hell? Why did your soul flames change color? Finally encountering a conversational partner, Xiang Tianheng unleashed all his questions. The skeleton was taken aback by his inquiries, astonished that the one who had saved it was so clueless. With no alternative, it slowly began to explain that my name is Qingxiu, and this place is the Hell of Bone Demons, where one can elevate their rank and enhance their abilities by hunting down other skeletons. Upon learning this, Xiang Tianheng realized he must have entered another world through the whirlpool, yet he remained uncertain of the fates of the fat man and the others. We should leave swiftly. Night is falling, and high-ranking skeletons will soon emerge to hunt. That, if we are discovered, we will surely perish, Xiang Tianheng advised. Following Qingxiu's lead, they scoured the area for prey, and Xiang Tianheng soon noticed the increasing number of skeletons. Qingxiu pointed to a nearby skeleton whose soul flames matched his own in weakness, coldly stating, "That skeleton ahead is your target. Defeat it and absorb its soul flames." Reluctantly, Xiang Tianheng replied, "Isn't that rather cruel? In this world, if you do not kill, you will be killed. For survival, you must constantly consume the souls of others to strengthen yourself." Understanding the gravity of the situation, he wasted no further words and charged at the skeleton. Upon noticing him, the target scoffed dismissively, beckoning him with a finger. Enraged, Xiang Tianheng thought, "How dare it look down upon me? I am a skeleton of dignity. I shall consume your soul," with fists and feet flying. He engaged in combat, yet to his dismay, he found himself overpowered and pinned beneath the opposing skeleton, which grasped his throat. "Da-da, I shall fight you to the end," he cried, summoning his strength to flip the skeleton over, opening his mouth to bite down, effectively shattering its form. Qingxiu watched in shock, shivering at the fierce intensity of his actions, thinking, "This fellow is rather ruthless." Naturally, the defeated skeleton's soul energy was absorbed by Xiang Tianheng, invigorating him and causing his own flames to glow brighter. Let us continue our hunt. Having tasted victory, Xiang Tianheng no longer viewed soul consumption as a heinous act and eagerly proposed to Qingxiu. After a month of devouring weaker skeletons, his soul flames had transformed from faint to vibrant, the deep red essence pulsating within his skull, signifying his robust state. His power had completely surpassed that of Qingxiu, who envied him for achieving such a level in such a short time. Qingxiu's soul flames had also transitioned to a light red hue, reaching its peak, indicating that to further elevate, it must consume red-level skeletons, as yellow-level prey had become inadequate. Throughout the month, they would evade skeletons of higher rank, unwilling to challenge them. Several close calls nearly resulted in their demise, but fortune favored the brave, and they managed to escape each time. One day, while hunting as usual, they were unexpectedly targeted as prey themselves by a deep red skeleton that set its sights on Xiang Tianheng. The deep red skeleton approached with a hand imbued with deathly energy. Striking towards him, he raised his hand to counter, yet was still knocked back several steps. Qingxiu, having formed a bond over their time together, felt compelled to assist Xiang Tianheng, but was halted by another deep red skeleton. Its soul flames tinged with a hint of blue, equally formidable as the one targeting Xiang Tianheng. Seizing the opportunity while Xiang Tianheng was distracted, the red skeleton landed a punch to his chest, sending him flying over a meter. In pain, he roared, "How dare you ambush me? I shall obliterate you, you bothersome wretch." With a confident tone, he declared, "Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Once I consume your soul, I will surely break through once more." The red skeleton, having pondered for a moment, excitedly replied, "Enough with the chatter. Let us see who devours whom. Fight." With that, their battle commenced, Xiang Tianheng's momentum surging as he delivered a punch towards the deep red skeleton. The creature dodged to the right, only to be caught off guard by a kick from Xiang Tianheng's left leg, which struck its abdomen, forcing it to retreat. The first exchange left the red skeleton at a disadvantage, compelling it to take the fight seriously. Cracking its neck and flexing its arms, it snarled, "You seek death. I fear you not," retorted Xiang Tianheng. The two skeletons collided once more, but this time it was evident that Xiang Tianheng was struggling. Meanwhile, Qingxiu, caught up in the life-and-death struggle, was unable to assist him. Xiang Tianheng glanced towards Qingxiu, realizing relying on others is of no use. "I must depend on myself. Watch this," he shouted, throwing a punch, but the red skeleton seized his fist and, with a forceful motion, slammed him to the ground. Seizing the opportune moment, Xiang Tianheng lunged at the red skull. As he lifted his foot, he delivered a swift kick that fortuitously struck the creature in its vulnerable area. The red skull immediately clutched its lower region, hopping in place in agony. "Goodness, does this move actually work?" Xiang Tianheng chuckled triumphantly. Without further ado, he approached the red skull once more and delivered another kick, sending it sprawling to the ground. Observing it writhe in pain, he gleefully positioned himself beside it, placing his foot upon the skull's head. "Let this serve as a lesson for your arrogance. Allow me to liberate you." With a forceful press, the skull shattered, and the flame of its soul emitted a reluctant roar. Ah! The deep crimson flame of the soul surged into Xiang Tianheng's mind. His own soul fire flickered and transformed. The once deep red now tinged with a hint of blue. Once fully absorbed, he felt invigorated, marveling at the delightful sensation of this newfound power. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the ease of his victory. He had not anticipated the red skull's fragility. "From now on, I shall exclusively target the lower regions. Victory shall be effortlessly mine," he mused with a mischievous grin. Upon regaining his focus, he realized that the battle on the Qingxiu side had escalated to a fever pitch. Both skeletons were battered and their frames in disarray. Qingxiu was struck and sent flying several meters, crashing into the ground and shattering the bones beneath him. Xiang Tianheng rushed to his side, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but he is too powerful. I am no match for him and likely cannot withstand much longer," Qingxiu responded anxiously. "Let me take him down," Xiang Tianheng proclaimed, filled with newfound confidence after his recent upgrade. A derisive voice echoed, You're still too green. Obediently become my meal." "Ha! How dare you?" Xiang Tianheng shouted in furious defiance at the red skull. He charged forward, fists and feet poised for confrontation, determined to obliterate the foe before him. The battle raged fiercely, dazzling flashes of light illuminating the small arena as spells and techniques were unleashed. Both combatants bore numerous wounds, their bones cracked and their conditions dire, neither gaining the upper hand. "I am enraged. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath," the enemy bellowed, brandishing a weapon. A bone wheel, keenly sharp and glinting ominously. The wheel spun rapidly, slicing through the air with a deadly arc. "This is bad," Xiang Tianheng thought, desperately evading the lethal projectile, yet neglecting the opponent lurking nearby. The enemy's figure flickered, reappearing behind him, delivering a crushing blow. The impact sent Xiang Tianheng tumbling across the ground, leaving a long trail in his wake. His body grievously injured. Overwhelmed by despair, yet resolute in his pride, he begrudgingly acknowledged his defeat. "I would not have lost had you not wielded that powerful bone weapon. Alas, I too have fallen. It seems our fate is sealed here today," he sighed. "You must flee. I can hold him off for a moment. Run as far as you can." "No, you escape. I will remain. Upon uttering these words, Qingqiu's soul fire flared violently. Erupting with immense energy, the previously diminished soul power surged back to him, and he hurled Xiang Tianheng away in a frenzied charge. He aimed to take the Red Skull down with him, shouting to Xiang Tianheng in the distance. "Run! Quickly!" Qingqiu, igniting his soul in a final act of desperation, sought to detonate his essence and perish alongside the skeleton, buying time for Xiang Tianheng's escape. In light of Qingqiu's sacrifice, Xiang Tianheng could only flee with tears in his eyes. Clenching his fists, vowing, "Wait for me. I will avenge you." Just as he had scarcely fled, a harrowing scream and the sound of a massive explosion reached his ears, leaving no doubt that Qingqiu had perished in battle. He had no time for grief. Urgently fleeing forward to seek vengeance, he had to survive. Where did that wretch run off to? A blue-tiered skeleton appeared at the very spot Xiang Tianheng had vacated. Had he been present, he would have recognized it as the same skeleton, its body marred by countless wounds, appearing as if it would crumble with the slightest touch. For 2 consecutive days, Xiang Tianheng fled relentlessly, not pausing even for a moment, oblivious to the direction he was heading or the distance he had covered. Eventually, he darted into a cave, collapsing on the ground, breathless, his soul fire flickering rapidly. "Surely, it cannot pursue me any longer," he thought to himself. Reflecting on the events of 2 days prior, he was engulfed in sorrow. His only friend in this world, Qingqiu, had departed from him forever, a reality he struggled to accept. Memories of their time together flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. "Qingqiu, I will undoubtedly avenge you. I swear it." He clenched his fists, filled with resolve. Rising to his feet, he meticulously examined the cave. It was small, dimly lit, and exuded a chilling aura, instilling a sense of dread that compelled vigilance. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of life, adding a layer of mystery to the cave. What manner of place is this? So bizarre, Xiang Tianheng pondered. Curiosity, an intrinsic trait of humanity, compelled him forward. Overcome by intrigue, he ventured deeper into the cave. The winding passage led him into an ominously dark alley, seemingly endless. As he tread cautiously, acutely aware of the lurking danger that could accompany him in this unknown territory. The atmosphere grew heavier with an intangible pressure as he delved deeper. "What in the world is this place?" he exclaimed, frustration mounting. Despite his fear, he pressed on, observing many white bones littering the ground, shocking him into stillness. Yet, with each step deeper into the cave, his unease intensified. The bones beneath his feet shifted from white to silver and then to deep silver, each emanating a terrifying aura that made it clear these were formidable beings in life. Warriors of great might, in their presence, Xiang Tianheng felt insignificantly small, pondering when he might reach such heights. How could such powerful beings meet their demise here? Should I turn back? Doubt crept into his mind. After a lengthy internal struggle, he resolved to proceed, embracing the idea of acceptance. Turning down a narrow path, he found himself at a dead end, yet was taken aback by an extraordinary sight, a peculiar skeleton. Entirely golden, radiating an aura that inspired both fear and reverence, compelling him to worship it. Steeling himself against the overwhelming pressure, he approached the golden skeleton, intent on examining it closely. However, upon contact, an immense force repelled him, slamming him against the rocky wall. What manner of entity is this? Even in death, it remains terrifying. Xiang Tianheng fumed. Surveying his surroundings, he began to tap and probe the stone walls, searching for something concealed. After 2 exhaustive searches yielded nothing, Xiang Tianheng expressed his confusion. "This is strange. Typically, there would be some mechanism or secret chamber here. Why is there nothing?" Determined, he resolved to search again. This time, he scoured the area with even greater care, even lowering himself to the ground like an animal, absurdly mimicking a dog-esque sniffing. Yet he still found nothing, perplexed by the notion that such an enigmatic place could lack any unique features. His gaze fell upon the golden skeleton once more. There had to be something of significance about this formidable entity. As he cautiously approached the seated skeleton, he noticed something beneath it, just out of clear view. By sheer chance, his perspective allowed him to catch a glimpse. Had he leaned forward or tilted his head slightly, he might have missed it entirely. Fortune had smiled upon him, and he finally discovered something of interest. "Ah!" he exclaimed, elated. Yet, he realized it was premature to celebrate. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Carefully, he advanced toward the golden skeleton, squatting beside it, lost in thought as he contemplated, "What should I do? The mechanism is beneath it, yet I cannot touch it." He steeled himself, summoning a surge of courage, reassuring himself, "Let us try again. This time, I will succeed." Once more, he reached for the golden skeleton, only to be violently repelled again. This time with even greater force, resulting in several broken ribs and causing him to grimace in pain. The intensity of the agony sparked a torrent of contemplation within him. After countless attempts, he found himself increasingly injured, his bones fracturing under the relentless pressure. Gains and losses are intertwined. Where there is gain, there must also be loss, and conversely, where there is loss, there is the potential for gain. Thus, he discovered that by augmenting the force exerted on the golden skeleton, the rebound force would correspondingly increase. Having grasped this principle, he closed his eyes, cleared his mind of distractions, and slowly raised his hand, gradually reaching out towards the golden skeleton. "Ha! I've touched it! I've touched it!" Xiang Tianheng exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, he was flung back by the rebound and slammed against the wall. Now, one could see Xiang Tianheng embedded in the stone wall, a sight utterly grotesque. Instead of appearing disheartened, he boasted, "After all, I am a university student. My education has not been in vain." It turned out he was still basking in the euphoria of having discovered the principle. And with a renewed mindset, he continued employing the same method. The moment he made contact with the golden skeleton, he quickly exerted force to throw it away. Although the golden skeleton was sent flying, he too was propelled back by the force, his skeletal frame nearly disintegrating. Struggling to stand, he made his way to the designated spot with his battered body. As anticipated, this object turned out to be akin to a button. Xiang Tianheng gazed at it for a long while, contemplating whether to enter. What if he encountered danger within? Wouldn't that spell his doom? He felt conflicted, but ultimately decided, "Whatever. If I die, I die." He stepped onto it. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath him suddenly opened up, and he plummeted into the abyss. His body continued to descend, the sound of rushing wind filling his ears, and the speed of his fall accelerated. Thud! Xiang Tianheng crashed violently on the ground, his bones fracturing once more, and his posterior became a mosaic of pain. Who designed this? It's utterly treacherous. May they suffer the same fate as mine, Xiang Tianheng lamented. After venting his frustration, he scrutinized the dark chamber around him. The room was shrouded in darkness, so dense that one could not see their own hand before their face. An eerie chill seeped into his very soul, making it feel as though he had descended into hell. Amidst the anguished wails of countless tormented souls, he trembled uncontrollably, gripped by an overwhelming fear, his heart racing, his mind in a heightened state of alertness. As he surveyed his surroundings, the darkness revealed itself as the domain of skeletons, and he could see quite clearly despite the lack of light. At the center of the chamber lay a peculiar coffin. Crafted from the arms and leg bones of skeletons, its colors a striking mix of gold and silver, leaving him utterly astounded. This coffin, composed of gold and silver, indicated that the bones were made of both silver and golden battle bones. Powerful entities in their own right. Xiang Tianheng fixated on the coffin, his soul ignited with a longing to breach its confines, as if drawn by an irresistible force. What manner of existence could possibly be worthy of such a coffin? It was beyond comprehension. What could lie within? Driven by curiosity, he attempted to pry open the coffin. Despite employing all his strength, it remained impervious to his efforts. Defeated, he slumped against the grand coffin, sighing in frustration. Uncertain of what to do next, when he noticed ancient inscriptions etched into the bones that formed the coffin. The script was reminiscent of ancient Chinese seal script and exuded an air of mystery. After studying it carefully, he swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Good heavens! This is utterly extraordinary." Then, in a fit of manic laughter, he declared, "Heaven supports me. Haha, this technique of bone fusion and soul devouring is precisely what I desire." This was a remarkable technique, the bone fusion and soul devouring method, akin to a hidden skill unknown to others. If two skeletons engage in combat, the victor could consume the soul of the vanquished. However, it was crucial to understand that the energy obtained from the consumed soul would only amount to a fraction of the opponent's essence, resulting in significant waste. Once learned, this method would enable one to absorb a substantial portion of the opponent's soul energy, and if willing, even to peer into the depths of their soul. The method, aptly named bone fusion and soul devouring, implied that one could also merge with the opponent's battle bones, extracting the latent divinity from their skeletal structure, thereby evolving one's own battle bones. However, there was a drawback. One's own battle bones would not change in color, remaining the pale hue of ordinary bones, indistinguishable from the average skeletal remains. Yet, in terms of cultivation, the difference was profound. One's battle bones would become increasingly resilient and perfected. Xiang Tianheng felt an insatiable urgency, eager to master this technique swiftly, believing that with it, he would grow stronger and enhance his chances for revenge. The method was indelibly inscribed in his mind, and he was prepared to devote himself to its mastery when suddenly an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The inscriptions on the coffin mysteriously vanished, with a thunderous noise. The coffin, which had resisted his attempts for so long, unexpectedly opened. Startled by this development, Xiang Tianheng wondered, "What is happening? Why has it opened so suddenly?" Overcome with trepidation, he instinctively retreated, paralyzed with fear. After a prolonged moment, he chided himself, "I cannot be so cowardly." Gaining the courage to approach, he cautiously peered inside the coffin, which was enveloped in chaos, a swirling mass of dark energy circulating within. Sensing no immediate danger, Xiang Tianheng, emboldened, picked up a bone that had fallen from him and hurled it into the coffin with force. But after waiting for a spell, there was no response. Something felt amiss. Logically, he should have heard the sound of the bones striking the bottom of the coffin, hinting at some hidden mystery. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from the coffin's depths, and the dense black mist erupted, engulfing Xiang Tianheng. When the dark fog dissipated, he had vanished. The skeletons have arrived. Please bookmark this work as it undergoes revisions. It will become increasingly captivating. Chapter 4. The Ancient Corpse of the Yellow Springs. "What in the world is this place?" Xiang Tianheng complained. Inside the coffin lay a universe, a world drenched in blood. Nearly the size of a football field, its entirety awash in a crimson hue, a red sky, and a red ground, as if he had stepped into a battlefield, a world stained with blood. Yet this was not what sent Xiang Tianheng's heart racing. It was the fountain at the center, its murky yellow water perpetually bubbling and emitting an exceptionally foul stench of decay. Approaching the fountain, he gazed into its depths. What he saw made his heart skip a beat. In the center of the vast fountain lay a figure. Indeed, a human figure, not merely a skeleton. The person was clothed neatly, floating serenely in the yellow waters. Could this be the fabled Yellow Springs? Xiang Tianheng gasped in astonishment. The Yellow Springs, as legend has it, are formed from the putrid waters of decomposing corpses, a collection that could only arise from countless bodies. The mere existence of such a vast yellow springs indicated the countless corpses that must have been buried here. Yet, the waters of the Yellow Springs possess a peculiar trait. They can nourish the dead. As he scrutinized the figure in the Yellow Springs, he noted that the clothing appeared ancient and worn, imbued with the essence of time. The figure had a thick mane of black hair that obscured its facial features, and an aura of terrifying power emanated from it, causing Xiang Tianheng to shiver involuntarily. This ancient corpse must have been someone of significant standing in life. After observing for a while, Xiang Tianheng concluded that he should leave quickly. This ominous place was not meant for prolonged stay. The longer he lingered, the greater the peril. Just as he prepared to depart this unnerving locale, a voice suddenly resonated, powerful and stirring, igniting his blood. "Who speaks? Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Xiang Tianheng called out. "The ancient battle, millennia of waiting. We are willing to fight alongside you. We are willing to fight alongside you." This time, Xiang Tianheng understood the words clearly, their commanding presence igniting a fire within him. The phrase "we are willing to fight alongside you" resonated with such fervor that it kindled a blazing spirit of combat within him. The ancient battle? Millennia of waiting? What could this mean? Xiang Tianheng pondered in confusion. Who speaks? He shouted again, but received no response. The eerie silence returned, amplifying his unease that it was just him and the ancient corpse in the Yellow Springs. Could it be? He speculated. He hurriedly glanced at the ancient corpse, which remained eerily still, floating serenely in the center of the Yellow Springs. This is strange. Realizing it was not the ancient corpse that had spoken, Xiang Tianheng voiced his query. Who are you? Show yourself. Stop this pretense. After waiting in vain for a reply, he muttered to himself, It seems I've overthought this. There truly is no one else here. Who dares to disrupt my tranquility? A voice boomed again, its authority so overwhelming that it forced Xiang Tianheng to stagger back. The immense pressure compelled him to the ground, his soul trembling. What is happening to me today? Why am I encountering such bizarre occurrences? He lamented, Forgive me. It was my fault. May I inquire where you are, esteemed one? He addressed the emptiness above it. You have returned. No, it cannot be you. Before him, the ancient corpse in the Yellow Springs abruptly opened its eyes, fixated intently on Xiang Tianheng, exclaiming in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianheng found himself utterly bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the phrase, What are you? Not you. Confusion washed over him, etched across his face. The ancient corpse suddenly sat up, its hollow, profound gaze locking onto him, causing Xiang Tianheng to plummet to the ground in fright at why you are alive. He stuttered, terror-stricken. The ancient corpse chuckled, a chilling, desolate laugh that sent shivers through his heart. Alive? I possess no life. How can one speak of being alive? Xiang Tianheng froze, pondering, could it be a zombie? It seems my days are numbered. The corpse, as if reading his thoughts, coldly remarked, To kill you would serve me no purpose. You have your own mission. Mission? What mission am I to undertake? He inquired, bewildered. When the time is ripe, you shall know. Now depart. You must hasten to enhance your cultivation. We await the day of reckoning, the ancient corpse intoned, its voice echoing with an eerie resonance. Clarify this. What on earth is happening? I have yet to finish my words. Before he could utter another syllable, the ancient corpse waved its hand, and Xiang Tianheng vanished from sight. Once Xiang Tianheng was sent away, the ancient corpse cast a glance skyward, muttering to itself with a mirthless chuckle. It seems my days of freedom draw near. Hypocritical beasts, await my vengeance. Soon, I shall lay waste to your lair. That day is not far off. My patience wears thin. With that, the ancient corpse succumbed once more to slumber in the Yellow Springs, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings as if nothing had transpired. When next Xiang Tianheng was seen, he stood outside the demon cave, its entrance sealed, and no matter how fervently he struck against the invisible barrier, he could not penetrate it. What on earth is going on? I can bear it no longer. Frustration overwhelmed him. The incessant turmoil of events was unbearable, and the ancient corpse's cryptic words ignited within him a fierce urge to strangle it. Right? I have yet to meld those golden and silver battle bones into my skeletal form. I am furious. I am enraged. Xiang Tianheng shouted in exasperation. Outside the cave, he paid little heed to decorum, unleashing a torrent of curses. Ancient corpse, you wretched fiend, my golden and silver battle bones, they could elevate my skeletal prowess by several levels. With no other option, Xiang Tianheng resigned himself to departing the demon cave. He could not linger indefinitely outside its confines. He believed there were broader horizons awaiting him and yearned to venture into the world. To embrace the future, as he took his leave, he cast one last glance at the cave, vowing within himself, I shall return. I must uncover the truth. Await my arrival as I unveil the mysteries. In truth, he felt a pang of reluctance to part with the golden and silver battle bones, hence his promise to return. Sighing, he pondered the fate of his companions. Where were they now? Were they alive or dead? He missed them dearly. He longed for the tainted atmosphere of earth, for his loved ones. As he traversed the bone-laden purgatory alone, a melancholic aura enveloped him, rendering him desolate and reflective. Days turned into weeks, and Xiang Tianheng's wounds began to heal, aided by the formidable powers he had acquired. He also noticed an invigorated vitality, within his skeletal form. During this time of introspection, he discovered his newfound objective: to elevate his level, avenge Qingxiu, and conclude this matter. Next, he aimed to break free from the bone purgatory and seek out his companions. The red skeleton responsible for Qingxiu's demise would likely venture deeper into the bone purgatory, he surmised. Thus, Xiang Tianheng pressed onward into the depths of the bone purgatory. Along the way, he encountered numerous skeletons, engaging them in battle with apparent ease, emerging victorious each time. Utilizing his bone assimilation and soul devour technique, he absorbed not only their soul flames, but also refined the divinity within their bones. Moreover, he learned to glimpse their latent memories, appropriating their insights and techniques for his own use. Months flew by, and Xiang Tianheng's cultivation soared like a rocket, his soul flame transforming into a brilliant blue. Bolstering his confidence, he yearned to locate his adversary and exact vengeance. The deeper he ventured into the bone purgatory, the more formidable and diverse the skeletons became, each traversing the earth in search of prey to elevate their own levels. Only by enhancing his strength could he hope to survive longer and secure his existence. After an indeterminate distance, structures came into view before Xiang Tianheng. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could this place truly manifest mirages? Upon closer inspection, he discovered a city of purest white, fashioned entirely from snow-white bones. The city gates were constructed from tightly interwoven skulls. One must not gaze too long at the gates, for countless eyes stared back, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. Numerous skeletons moved orderly in and out of the city, unlike the chaotic slaughter he had witnessed outside. Among the throng were skeletons both weaker and stronger than Xiang Tianheng, a veritable mix. I never expected such a civilization to arise among skeletons, he mused as he approached the Ghostbone City at a deliberate pace. The entrance of the Ghostbone City, for striking characters floated above the gates. Ghostbone City, the 4 blood-red characters. Robust and vigorous, resembled 4 crimson dragons soaring through the air, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Inside the Bone City was a realm unto itself, bustling with skeletons engaged in vibrant trade, their shouts ringing out. Step right up, don't miss out on the unparalleled blade. Only 1 blue soul gem. The red-ranking skeleton brandished a bone knife, calling out animatedly. Come see, come see. A heavenly text for merely 2 blue soul gems and 1 red soul gem. And it shall be yours forever. Had he not witnessed it himself, Xiang Tianheng would have never believed he had entered a city of skeletons. It felt as if he had returned to human society. His arrival drew no attention, nor did it disrupt the lively atmosphere of the Bone City. However, the currency used in their transactions piqued his interest. This currency, known as soul gems, was none other than the soul flames he consumed daily from the skeletons he hunted. Yet, these soul flames were sealed with special energy to prevent their extinguishment. Make way! Clear the path! A battalion of skeletons surged forth, driving the crowd aside as they approached. Leading them was a particularly striking skeleton clad in ancient armor, exuding an unfathomable power. Armed with a long bone whip crafted from vertebrae, this formidable weapon hinted at the strength of its origin. It rode upon a skeletal horse, which appeared extraordinary, its soul flame gleaming brilliantly. Brimming with vitality. Stop! The skeleton commanded with an authoritative gesture. The small battalion of skeletons halted abruptly before Xiang Tianheng, causing his heart to race. Who is this skeleton? It's unreadable. The leader surveyed the area before fixing its gaze on Xiang Tianheng, sending a shiver down his spine. Yet, Xiang Tianheng felt no fear. He met its gaze unwaveringly. Not only did he glare back, but he also extended a bony finger, raising it in a gesture of defiance. Silently cursing, "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome fellow before." The leader seemed to grasp Xiang Tianheng's intent, turning to address the skeletons behind. And oh worries. Let us move quickly. The city lord awaits. With a flick of the bone whip, the squadron gradually retreated, casting one last penetrating glance at Xiang Tianheng, laden with a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. Turning to a nearby onlooker, Xiang Tianheng inquired, "Hey friend, who was that individual?" You must be new here, huh? You don't know him?" The skeleton replied, puzzled. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xiang Tianheng scratched his skull. and chuckled awkwardly. He is Gulai, the captain of the Ghostbone City Esguard. True to his name, he possesses a fiery disposition and an upright character. His strength is formidable. It is said he is a deep blue bone king. Were it not for his presence, this city would have long been annihilated. I heard that during an invasion from the outer city, he single-handedly battled 3 opponents of equal rank, and although he did not emerge victorious, he did not falter. Either the admiration in the skeleton's eyes was evident. Deep blue bone king, what is that? Xiang Tianheng interjected, bewildered. You don't know that either? The skeleton replied, a hint of exasperation in its tone. After much inquiry, the skeleton, seeing Xiang Tianheng's sincerity, shared its knowledge that it explained that soul flames transition from red to yellow and finally to blue, with true cultivation commencing only upon reaching the blue stage. Each minor breakthrough was exceedingly challenging. After achieving blue, the ranks became more defined. Initial blue bone soldier, middle blue bone lord, and deep blue bone king. The disparity in strength between these ranks was monumental, and Xiang Tianheng, like most skeletons in the city, was merely an initial blue bone soldier. With this newfound understanding, Xiang Tianheng felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Realizing how far he was from Gu Lai's prowess, the wave of helplessness washed over him. Yet he resolved within himself, just wait and see. You shall forever be my defeated foe as I traverse the desolate ghost bone city. I encounter a throng of skeletons ahead and inquire of a passerby. What has transpired? Alas, young Master Uchi is toying with us feeble commoners once more. Who is the unfortunate soul today? The passerby responds with sympathy that, as I step into the crowd, I behold a wretched skeleton sprawled upon the ground, defiantly proclaiming, You ambushed me. I shall not submit. You are a disgrace. The Lord must be blind to have such a son. Upon hearing this, Uchi's countenance darkens, and he retorts with venom. You court death, scoundrel, scoundrel. Du angrily curses, kill him. Uchi commands his lackeys. Young master, this may not be wise. The Lord has decreed that killing within the city is forbidden. And should we be discovered, we are doomed. Uchi, impatient, replies, Enough of your prattle. If I command you to kill, then you shall kill. If trouble arises, I shall bear the consequences, despite their repeated protests. Uchi ponders the pros and cons. Then smirks, Very well, do not kill him. Instead, dismember him. I intend to scorch his soul with fiery torment. I want him to suffer worse than death. Du, now devoid of strength to resist, lies helplessly on the ground. Despairing at Uchi's sinister plot, 4 lackeys approach him, seizing his limbs and pulling with great force. Du cries out in agony. Watching the scene unfold, Xiang Tianheng feels a surge of fury, disgusted by Uchi. He steps forward, leaping into action against the 4 lackeys. The lackeys are caught off guard and retreat in disarray, as Xiang Tianheng anxiously asks, Brother, are you unharmed? Du grits his teeth, and, through pain, replies, I am fine. Thank you for your timely rescue. Xiang Tianheng glances at him appreciatively, thinking he is a true man. The 4 lackeys bellow and charge towards Xiang Tianheng. Halt! Stand down! Uchi's voice interrupts their advance, and they obediently position themselves behind him, casting taunting glances at Xiang Tianheng. May I ask who you are, brother? Do you know the fate that awaits those who oppose me? Uchi's voice grows increasingly menacing. My name. You are not worthy to know. As for my fate, I am unaware and uninterested, Xiang Tianheng declares with great bravado. Lying on the ground, Du urges, Brother, you must leave. Do not involve yourself in this. I do not wish to drag you down with me. That I appreciate your kindness, and I shall repay you in my next life. Speak no more. This matter is mine to resolve. That I abhor the oppression of the weak. As Xiang Tianheng speaks, he casts a glance at Uchi. Engage! Kill him! Uchi's expression is dark, nearly dripping with malice. The 4 lackeys, filled with jealousy toward Xiang Tianheng, heed the command and charge at him. Surrounded, Xiang Tianheng finds himself in a perilous situation. Witness my might today. Watch my fists. The 4 lackeys launch a simultaneous attack. Xiang Tianheng remains resolute, unyielding in the face of the assault, while onlookers murmur in confusion. It is over. I thought him strong. Yet he cannot even evade. Alas, how pitiful. He is doomed. The battle appears predetermined at this moment. Uchi, who had long been devoid of a smile, finally allows a slight grin. Could it be that Xiang Tianheng is truly foolish enough to remain unguarded? Just as the four lackeys are about to strike, a resounding boom echoes. Dust and debris fill the battlefield, and the onlookers exclaim, "Alas, what a pity!" Suddenly, astonished voices arise. Is he unharmed? What has transpired? What is happening? In the midst of the battlefield, Xiang Tianheng stands tall, exuding an imposing presence, while the four lackeys lie on the ground, groaning in pain. Uchi's face contorts in disbelief, pondering, "Who is this? I cannot fathom. He is far too powerful. With a single strike, he has dispatched 4 peak-level blue-boned warriors. I could scarcely manage that." Undeterred, Xiang Tianheng flashes to the side of the fallen lackeys, channeling his energy, his hands radiating a shimmering azure light. With a series of swift strikes, he shatters their skulls, and 4 blue flames of spirit energy surge into his mind. "Dare to harm my kin? You seek death." Uchi's expression turns ashen. "Behold my might." 2 blue-boned lords clash in the city, their battle dazzling and reverberating, causing collateral damage. Waves of energy ripple outward, forcing onlookers to retreat. "Do not touch me," Xiang Tianheng gasps, his voice resolute. "I shall slay you." No sooner had Xiang Tianheng spoken than the heavens shifted, as spiritual energy surged from all directions, converging around him, forming a brilliant sphere of light between his hands. The sphere, charged with energy, hurtles towards Uchi. Boom! The tremendous force sends Uchi hurtling away. How powerful! Someone gasps in astonishment. Xiang Tianheng's display is breathtaking, yet he bears an unspoken burden. He channels all his soul energy, using it as a conduit to gather the spiritual energy of the world for a devastating blow. This skill was gleaned from the bone devouring soul technique. In the past, he had suffered greatly from it, as his adversary unleashed this very move, leaving him without the strength to fight back. Thus he seized the opportunity to strike, slaying his opponent, and subsequently devoured their memories, assimilating their power. Uchi crawls from the rubble, clutching his chest, struggling to rise, his bones shattered and battered, gravely wounded and appearing exceedingly weak. Internally he muses, "A wise man avoids immediate danger." He quickly flees, in great disarray, glaring at Xiang Tianheng with venomous intent. "You shall pay for this." Onlookers cheer, "Wonderful! Finally, someone has taught this tyrant a lesson, avenging our grievances." "Indeed, indeed! What a relief!" Many echo in agreement. Xiang Tianheng, too, is in poor condition, his soul flames dimmed and his strength waning, on the brink of collapse, in urgent need of healing. Without looking back, he hastens away to Diyu, wishing to express his thanks, notices his benefactor's hasty departure, and limps after him. They reach a secluded alleyway, where Xiang Tianheng can no longer endure, leaning against the bone wall, feebly stating, "Why do you follow me? Benefactor, are you unharmed? I have come to express my gratitude. Do not fret. I'm not gravely injured. I shall recover once my energy is replenished." Xiang Tianheng sits cross-legged, closing his eyes. "Very well. You may leave now. I require solitude to heal." That Diyu does not depart, despite Xiang Tianheng's aloof demeanor. He remains vigilantly by his side, fearing for his safety during the healing process. Suddenly, Xiang Tianheng opens his eyes, glances at Diyu, then closes them again, returning to his meditative state. The two remain in the concealed alley for a day and night, absorbing the scant spiritual energy in the air, both to replenish their own needs and to mend their injuries. Outside, their disappearance stirs a commotion, as Uchi scours the city in search of them, vowing to shatter their bones into 1,000 pieces and render them worse than dead. The city lord is alerted. A citywide manhunt ensues, as Xiang Tianheng has not only violated the city's laws, but has also crippled the lord's son. "Hurry and find them," the young master has commanded it. A hefty reward awaits those who locate them. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes. This is bad. Someone approaches. My benefactor will surely be discovered. I cannot drag him down further. What to do? What to do? Diyu's heart races with urgency as he glances at Xiang Tianheng, resolutely deciding to step out of the alley to draw the enemy away, buying time for his benefactor, hidden. Nearly overlooked alley, a white skeleton sits, its soul flame flickering weakly. Suddenly, its soul flame blazes bright, illuminating the narrow passage, and two piercing beams of light emanate from its hollow eyes. This skeleton is none other than Xiang Tianheng, whose keen gaze surveys the surroundings. His injuries have nearly healed, and he appears even stronger than before. As that boy left, disguised, he emerges from the alley, witnessing the chaos and turmoil around him, as the city guard, under the Lord's orders, captures anyone suspected of harboring criminals. Have you heard? The one who offended the young master has been captured and is now hanging in the city center, barely clinging to life. How pitiful. Walking cautiously through the city, Xiang Tianheng overhears the whispers of the passers-by. Internally, he curses, "This is bad. That boy has been captured again." Moving quickly yet cautiously, he arrives at the city center, where a multitude of skeletons has gathered, their eyes fixated on the center, murmuring among themselves. Xiang Tianheng pushes through the crowd, reaching the forefront. "Speak. Where are your accomplices?" Otherwise, one could only see Du hanging in the center, on the brink of death, utterly feeble. Beside him stood a figure, the malevolent butcher, one of the city lord's trusted confidants, brandishing a ball of eerie blue flames threateningly next to Du's head. "And oh, accomplices, this is all my doing." Du's voice was faint, devoid of strength, barely clinging to life. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Tianheng felt a tug at his heart, realizing he had not misjudged the person before him, that Du had not betrayed him. Choosing instead to shoulder the blame for the murder alone, which stirred a wave of emotion within him. Determined, he resolved to save this young man. The butcher waved his hand, sending the blue flames into Du's soul. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, the flames searing his essence, corroding his consciousness, rendering him desperate. A figure darted towards the center, delivering a devastating kick to the butcher. The butcher raised his hand to block, but was forced to retreat repeatedly. Xiang Tianheng hastily lowered Du, sighing, "Alas, I have arrived too late." Du opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but no sound emerged. The fire of his soul flickered weakly, on the verge of extinguishment. Setting Du down, Xiang Tianheng stood, his gaze burning with a murderous intent directed at the butcher. "You seek death. Today, I shall slay you." The butcher, intimidated by Xiang Tianheng's aura, dared not meet his gaze. His eyes darting nervously, with a loud, mocking laugh, he steeled himself, declaring, "So, you are the one who crippled the young master. You have finally shown yourself. The city lord commands your capture for punishment. Let us see if you possess that capability." Xiang Tianheng initiated the attack, his fist clenched like a fierce tiger lunging forward. "Behold my fist!" The butcher did not evade but met the attack head-on, unleashing a surge of dark energy. The sky transformed. A mass of black mist rising above, surrounded by skeletal wraiths clawing and howling in torment. The number of skeletal wraiths multiplied, turning the battlefield into a hellish scene, a realm of carnage. What sorcery is this? The multitude of skeletal wraiths charged at Xiang Tianheng. With no choice, swung his fists in defense, dispersing the wraiths that approached him, only for them to regroup moments later nearby. He thought to himself, "If this continues, I shall perish from exhaustion." Turning his gaze towards the butcher not far away, he resolved to capture the king before the thief. Gradually, he advanced towards the butcher, who understood his intent and swiftly moved to confront him. Brandishing his bone weapon, Xiang Tianheng did not hesitate, directly engaging, seizing the butcher's weapon. "What? This bone is terrifying," exclaimed a spectator. The butcher was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Tianheng struck out with the bone weapon. And as it returned to him, his soul stirred, causing the weapon to spin around him before landing back in his grasp. "What is happening?" Xiang Tianheng questioned. "There's my soul's mark upon it. Dream on if you think you can use it against me." The butcher scoffed. "Then I shall render it useless," Xiang Tianheng declared. The battle reignited, the two clashing amidst bursts of light, surrounded by skeletal wraiths that encircled them. "This cannot linger. I must resolve this swiftly, or I shall attract the attention of the city lord." Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to delay any longer. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the overwhelming dark magic, summoning the great demon seal. A colossal demonic hand materialized in the air, striking towards the butcher. The tremendous roar echoed, clouds of dust billowed, and all images vanished, the wraiths dissipating as the demonic hand vanished, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The butcher lay in a pitiful state, on the verge of death, his bone weapon shattered around him. Xiang Tianheng swiftly approached and delivered a punch that crushed the butcher's skull. A blue flame of soul fire surged into the butcher's head, intertwining with the divine essence within his bones. This moment, Xiang Tianheng was also severely drained, hastily enveloping Du and disappearing from sight. Suddenly, several figures appeared, one shrouded in dark mist, their true form indiscernible, exuding an unfathomable power. Gu Lai, ensure this individual is captured, regardless of life or death. How dare you disturb the peace here? Yes, I will fulfill this mission. The city lord vanished in an instant, while Gu Lai's confidant approached, stating, "Boss, this person is formidable. He is likely a victim of Wu Qi's schemes. Should we truly kill him?" Bring him back alive, Gu Lai commanded. Xiang Tianheng, clutching Du, fled rapidly, but suddenly a voice interrupted them. "Where do you think you're going? Come back and face your demise." A small army of skeletal soldiers encircled Xiang Tianheng and his companion. The one who emerged was Wu Qi, his wounds not yet fully healed, his bones still in tatters, accompanied by a powerful presence. Xiang Tianheng scrutinized this individual, noting the bone knife in his hand. Glimmering with a silvery hue, evidently crafted from shallow, silver bones. Gazing into his soul, he faced no obstruction and discerned the truth of his strength. A peak-level blue-bone sovereign, clearly superior to Xiang Tianheng. "Kill him! Kill him! Bring me his bones!" Wu Qi commanded Ronghua. Learning of Xiang Tianheng's formidable battle bones, he yearned to possess them. Ronghua regarded Wu Qi with disdain, his thoughts turning malicious as he approached. He had no intention of engaging Wu Qi, but he resolved to subdue him eventually. That moment, the powerful Ronghua advanced slowly towards Xiang Tianheng, but a wave of pressure assaulted him. The previous exertion had left his soul power nearly depleted, and now he faced a skeleton stronger than himself, prompting a bitter smile that it seems I'm truly destined to perish here. Skeletons are exhausting. Finally, I have completed the 6th chapter. Please save it, so that my efforts are not in vain. Chapter 7. The Ghostly Ancient Order. Ronghua raised the bone knife in his hand, pointing it at Xiang Tianheng and Du, declaring, "Boy, shall I do it myself? Or will you surrender? Surrender, and I promise not to kill you." Wu Qi, displeased, shouted at Ronghua. "What did you say? You dare disregard my orders. Quickly eliminate them, or I shall report you to my father." Ronghua shot him a contemptuous glance, scoffing, "Do not invoke your godfather to intimidate me." With that, Ronghua swung his knife towards Xiang Tianheng, stating, "Let me show you a lesson." "Fine, today I shall take one down with me." Xiang Tianheng cautiously set Du down and moved to confront him. Engaging in a life-and-death battle, during their fierce clash, Wu Qi, trembling with rage, stealthily circled behind and, without hesitation, struck down upon the unconscious Du. The skull shattered, bones splintered. The soul fire dissipated into the air. "Ah, you seek death." Noticing the commotion, Xiang Tianheng roared in fury, attacking Ronghua with reckless abandon, striving to break through his blockade, faced with an enraged opponent who had lost all sense of awareness. Ronghua could not withstand the onslaught, nor had he intended to harm Xiang Tianheng. Driving Ronghua back, Xiang Tianheng charged towards Du, witnessing the devastation inflicted upon him, consumed with rage. Rage, his eyes blood-red. An overwhelming dark energy erupted from him, his battle bones ablaze with fierce flames, consumed by fury. The sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously, shrouding the surroundings in shadow, as a skeleton engulfed in flames stood at the center. Strikingly vivid, the fiery skeleton let out a resounding roar, causing Wu Qi to collapse in terror, trembling violently. The fiery skeleton's crimson eyes locked onto Wu Qi as it advanced. "You wretch! Why do you still strike at him when he is in such dire straits?" "I shall slay you, indeed." Du, for Xiang Tianheng's sake, had been tortured to the brink of death, his soul flickering feebly, easily extinguished by a breeze. Yet Wu Qi had seized the opportunity to strike him down cruelly, scattering his very essence. Xiang Tianheng's fury was uncontainable. Ai. Wu Qi stammered before the manifestation of rage before him, paralyzed with fear. Raising his flame-imbued fist, he struck at Wu Qi. Ronghua, unwilling to let the city lord's son perish before him, rushed forth, intercepting Wu Qi with his bone knife. Boom! Ronghua was sent flying, crashing into the ruins. Xiang Tianheng stood frozen, assessing the power coursing through him, feeling stronger than ever, nearly rivaling the deep blue Bone King. With the hindrance cleared, he struck towards Wu Qi, declaring, "Today is your day of reckoning." A surge of flames erupted from his fist, transforming into a fiery phoenix, its mournful cries echoing. This time, Wu Qi was doomed. Boom! An unexpected phenomenon occurred. A token appeared, radiating brilliant light, completely blocking Xiang Tianheng's attack. Unyielding, Xiang Tianheng roared, relentlessly assaulting the token. Futile. The token remained unscathed, suspended motionless before Wu Qi. Dare to act recklessly in my city? You seek death. A voice of authority resonated, and as Xiang Tianheng turned to identify its source, he beheld a figure enshrouded in dark mist, their power unfathomable. The city lord and Gu Lai had arrived. Gu Lai's eyes fixed upon Xiang Tianheng, filled with astonishment, shock, and pity. Xiang Tianheng furiously struck the token once more, resolute in his intent to slay Wu Qi. "Humph! You dare look down upon me," the city lord sneered. Appearing beside Xiang Tianheng in the blink of an eye, with a powerful sweep of his hand, imbued with dark energy, he struck Xiang Tianheng's chest. "What manner of battle bones are these?" The lord of the city exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the figure of Xiang Tianheng. Engulfed in flames, struck by the blow, Xiang Tianheng was sent flying several meters away. Reluctantly, he rose again and charged forward, only to be knocked down repeatedly, yet he persisted in his assault against Wu Qi. This cycle repeated countless times, and gradually, the flames surrounding Xiang Tianheng began to diminish. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Gu Lai approached, having already been informed of the events by Ronghua. He stood beside the city lord and urged, "Enough of this. Besides, he is not solely to blame for this situation." "Am I to blame?" Wu Qi interjected hastily that he indeed killed my 4 subordinates, and the vile butcher was also slain by him. "Please, father, make a decision." As the flames on Xiang Tianheng flickered and dimmed, he regained some clarity, no longer driven by madness. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he quickly fled, reasoning that as long as the green hills remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. "Wu Qi, I shall settle this score with you later." Trying to escape? Not a chance. The city lord summoned a token, and Xiang Tianheng felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain were looming over him, rendering him immobile. This ancient token, intricately crafted from interwoven bones, was deceptively small yet remarkably fearsome. Its front bore the image of a skull, the hollow eyes gazing deeply at Xiang Tianheng, glowing with an eerie green light. The back was inscribed with 4 crimson characters. "Ghostly bone order. How shocking! To dare flee before me. You are still too tender," the city lord sneered, swiftly forming hand seals. A powerful beam of light shot from his hand into the ghostly bone order, causing it to radiate brilliantly. A greenish light then illuminated Xiang Tianheng, who felt a chilling essence invade his soul, plunging him into a hellish nightmare filled with wailing specters. It was as if he were in a battlefield of slaughter, surrounded by dismembered limbs and blood-soaked carnage, indistinguishable between his own blood and that of his foes. When he finally awoke from this torment, he found himself enveloped in darkness, suffocated by an eerie silence. Weak and drained from his previous exertions, he realized that the extraordinary power had taken a severe toll on him, and recovery would take a considerable amount of time. A painful price to pay. The frenzy he had succumbed to left him bewildered, pondering whether he had been corrupted, despite the immense strength he had gained. The toll was far too great to bear. He resolved to refrain from using such power again, lest his battle bones shatter entirely. Additionally, his soul's flame had suffered damage, manifesting as a flaw deep within his essence. This strange realm was rich in soul energy, invigorating Xiang Tianheng, who promptly entered meditation to heal. Days passed, yet the fissure within his soul remained unhealed, a looming trouble for the future. Suddenly, a skull-like entity drifted toward him, radiating a greenish glow, resembling a ghost rather than a physical being. "What are you?" Xiang Tianheng stammered, his heart racing. "This is the interior of the ghostly bone order. You are my prey," the ghostly head replied in a chilling tone that sent shivers down his spine. With that, it opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring him. "You shall not." Xiang Tianheng dodged desperately, fully aware that his body was bound, unable to unleash even a fraction of his soul energy. "Now I understand. It is an intelligence born from the ghostly bone order. It seeks to consume me, and this place is its territory. I shall fight back." As the ghostly maw lunged for his head, a resounding crash echoed, and Xiang Tianheng's battle bones collapsed, the flame of his soul extinguished. Glancing back at the ghostly mouth, he noticed a brilliant flame flickering within. "I refuse to die. No, I will not perish." Feeling his soul energy rapidly deplete and his soul's flame dimming, he rebelled against the encroaching darkness. The bone-melting soul-devouring technique was activated, spinning into motion with newfound fervor. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The lost soul energy began to be reclaimed, prompting the ghost to intensify its absorption efforts. A fierce battle of devouring ensued between Xiang Tianheng and the specter. Despite his valiant efforts, he was no match. His soul flame flickered weakly, a mere glimmer in the abyss, on the brink of extinction. To survive, I must unleash my fury. Driven by desperation, the bone-melting soul-devouring technique surged forward, releasing a blinding light that enveloped the ghost. With a shriek, the specter vanished, leaving Xiang Tianheng unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he erupted into joyous laughter. The ghost was no more. Having been absorbed into him, a glowing green soul floated before him, and he gazed down at the bones on the ground, puzzled. How did my soul become detached from the battle bones? Existing independently? This defies logic. Typically, a soul's flame dissipates shortly after leaving its vessel. Yet here I linger, unscathed. How peculiar! It must be connected to the ghostly flame. Can I return to my corporeal form? I cannot remain adrift for eternity. Experimenting with his newfound freedom, he discovered he could move with ease. Elated, he realized the potential of this small technique would be monumental in the future. Upon reintegrating into his skull, he examined himself. To his astonishment, his soul flame radiated a vivid green glow, making him stand out among the other skeletons. Typically, soul flames exhibit colors of red, yellow, blue, purple, or black, indicating their strength. However, Xiang Tianheng's soul was green, yet his power was formidable, equivalent to that of a deep blue bone king. As long as I possess strength, the color is inconsequential. He had not anticipated the ghostly flame's vast energy, allowing him to ascend several ranks. From its memories, he learned that it had 9 brethren, suggesting that the devil bone purgatory possessed 10 tokens. If I can consume them all, what heights might I attain? Xiang Tianheng daydreamed, unaware of who held the tokens or their strength. Suddenly, he realized he could control the token, having become its consciousness. A most curious existence. What is happening with the spirit token today? In the City Lord's mansion, the ghostly City Lord summoned the ghostly bone order, which trembled violently in the air, exhibiting unusual behavior. My lord, the skeleton you collected on that day serves as a significant boon to the ghostly bone order, hence its excitement. Gulai speculated. I hope so. The City Lord sighed. Gulai, what are your thoughts on the assault on the blazing Soul City? Intrigued by the external voices, Xiang Tianheng extended his consciousness to sense the situation outside, that a powerful figure sat elevated, cloaked in black mist, while another stood tall below, adorned in silvery battle bones that exuded an aura of resilience. Fully releasing his consciousness, he penetrated the black mist, revealing a deep silver battle bone with a flickering purple soul flame. Incredible! This ghostly city lord is a mid-level purple bone sovereign. Terrifying, powerful. The other, Gulai, appeared to be a deep blue bone king, yet he paled in comparison to Xiang Tianheng, who discerned his true nature as a novice purple bone warrior, formidable. Who is it? The city lord suddenly rose, a powerful aura emanating from him. his gaze piercing toward the direction of the ancient token. Not good. Xiang Tianheng quickly retracted his consciousness, a cold sweat breaking out. What is happening, my lord? Gu Lai inquired. Confusion etched across his face. Moments ago, it felt as if eyes were peering from the token, but now that force has vanished. Was there truly someone spying, or was it merely my imagination? My lord, the city lord's mansion is heavily guarded. How could anyone intrude? Within the token, Xiang Tianheng trembled in fear. This is terrifying. No wonder I could not defeat him. The city lord seized the ghostly bone order, releasing his consciousness to infiltrate the token's interior. Let me uncover what malevolence lurks. Anxiously, Xiang Tianheng watched as the city lord's figure appeared within the token, interrogating him. Ghostly bone order, was it you who spied on me? Xiang Tianheng regained his composure, realizing he had not been recognized, mistaken for the ghost. Let me toy with him. Indeed, the skeleton you previously sent was astonishing, possessing formidable battle power. If you take the battle bones with you, they could aid you substantially. The city lord's eyes turned toward the skeletal remains on the ground, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. With a flourish, he summoned the skeletal remains from the ghostly bone order. My lord, this skeleton appears devoid of soul flame, yet stands tall and imposing. What is the meaning of this? Gu Lai questioned. This body is a remnant left by the ghostly bone order, possessing immense battle strength. I bestowed upon you as a reward for the assault on the blazing soul city. Thank you, my lord. Gu Lai departed the city lord's mansion with Xiang Tianheng's skeletal form. None noticed the brief flash of green light that coursed through the skeletal remains before vanishing. The ghostly bone order. Are you implying that the skeletal remains bear your mark, allowing you to monitor Gu Lai's every move? I never anticipated that skeleton could facilitate your evolution. This will afford you many advantages in the future. I remain wary of him. Keep a close watch on him, and should he display any abnormalities, I will eliminate him. This assault on the blazing soul city must not fail. A cold glint flickered in the city lord's eyes that I shall assist the lord in achieving supremacy. Xiang Tianheng chuckled inwardly, determined to sow discord. The city lord felt compelled to share a crucial revelation. Gu Lai's strength is by no means as simplistic as that of the deep blue bone king. He has already reached the pinnacle of the initial purple bone warrior, all the while concealing his true power. A chilling tone accompanied the city lord's words. I am aware of this. Keep a watchful eye on him. In the future, when the time comes to capture, you shall evolve once more. As night descended, within a hidden chamber, two skeletons conferred in hushed tones. This chamber was ensconced in protective formations, rendering the outside world oblivious to the discussions within. Moreover, should anyone breach the formations, the occupants would sense the intrusion immediately. Boss, do we truly intend to risk our lives for the city lord in pursuit of the so-called flame bone order? One of them, Ronghua, posed this question, laden with uncertainty. Gu Lai sighed. Ronghua, you do not comprehend it. You believe that the flame soul city is so easily conquered. Do you think the flame bone order can be seized without consequence? Let me enlighten you. The city lord of Flame Soul City is extraordinarily formidable, likely surpassing Wu Guang in strength. Additionally, I plan to liaise with the Prince of Flame Soul City to jointly eliminate Wu Guang. Thus, the Conquest Soul City shall mark the end of Wu Guang. I shall finally avenge my father's death. Had anyone been present, they would have heard Gu Lai uttering a revelation of monumental significance. In truth, Gu Lai is the son of the former city lord of the Ghostbone City. The sudden appearance of Wu Guang had left a favorable impression on the old lord, who, recognizing his exceptional strength, invited him to stay at the lord's manor. At that time, Gu Lai had just been born, and his skeletal mother had expended all her spiritual energy to nurture him, rendering his body exceedingly frail. The family enjoyed a period of happiness and stability until one day, Wu Guang expressed a desire to view the ghostly bone order. Without hesitation, the old lord granted his request, only for Wu Guang to launch a surprise attack upon acquiring the order, ultimately leading to the old lord's demise. Upon receiving this tragic news, Gu Lai's mother, disregarding her own frailty, fled with her child beyond the city walls. She raised Gu Lai alone but succumbed to her injuries, imparting the tale of their family's misfortune to him before her passing. Gu Lai, filled with rage, secretly infiltrated Ghost Bone City, confronting Wu Guang multiple times. Yet he was consistently defeated. Impressed by Gu Lai's tenacity, Wu Guang decided to employ him. Jiu Lai, biding his time, remained close to Wu Guang, awaiting the day he could exact vengeance. Now, that opportunity had finally arrived, and he would not allow it to slip away again. Day after day, he trained tirelessly outside the city, striving to reclaim what was once rightfully his, thus establishing his formidable reputation that, Ronghua, you alone have understood me throughout these years. You are aware of my past and the arduous path that has brought me here. Now, I wish to express my gratitude. Thank you for your unwavering companionship, Gu Lai stated, his voice tinged with melancholy. Boss, you exaggerate. I, Ronghua, hold you in the highest respect. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for your sake. Ronghua replied, his excitement palpable. Dapa, you possess remarkable audacity. How dare you conspire with outsiders to plot against the city lord? A sudden and eerie voice interrupted their conversation. Who goes there? Step forward, Gu Lai demanded, his expression darkening. It is I, Xiang Tianheng, your future ally. Suddenly, the battle bone of Xiang Tianheng flickered with a faint light, coming to life and approaching them slowly. Do not panic. I am not dead, and I am even stronger than before. Within this battle bone resides my soul imprint. Currently, my true self is beside the city lord. He regards me as a consciousness within the ghost bone order. It was I who instructed him to deliver the battle bone to you. Gu Lai, taken aback, inquired, what brings you here? What is your ulterior motive? Cooperation. Our enemies are the city lord, are they not? And do not entertain thoughts of silencing me. The city lord has tasked me with monitoring you. Should you destroy my imprint, I will promptly relay your words to him. Furthermore, the city lord is already aware of your concealed powers. Should you make any move, he will come to eliminate you. How about it? Join forces with me. Our combined efforts, alongside your schemes, will undoubtedly lead to Wu Guang's demise. Xiang Tianheng observed the changes in Gu Lai's expression, employing both intimidation and temptation with remarkable finesse. Before long, Gu Lai readily agreed, and the two began to fervently discuss their plan to assassinate the city lord. After a considerable time, Xiang Tianheng smirked. Gu Lai, I have come to realize that your greatest treachery lies in your dual nature. You present one facade while secretly harboring another. Even the city lord has been deceived by you. The night passed without further incident. Days went by, and the bond between Xiang Tianheng and Gu Lai grew ever stronger. They began to refer to each other as brothers. Meanwhile, Ghost Bone City was abuzz with activity, fervently conducting a troop mobilization ceremony. Many skeletons, upon hearing of the impending campaign against Conquest Soul City, were filled with exhilaration and rushed to enlist, for only through war could they consume spiritual energy and enhance their strength. Each battle held the potential to elevate many while causing others to vanish. Thus concludes this chapter of revisions. Alas, I am aware that few partake in the reading of this work, and those who reach this chapter are even scarcer. Nevertheless, I shall persist. I recognize my writing is lacking. Yet every great author has traversed a similar path. You may relish the works of esteemed writers, and I too share that admiration for their eloquence and gripping narratives. Once again, I declare, let the skeletons revel in chaos. Save, save, save. Chapter 9. The Seizure of the Soul City S-Bone, Order the Infernal Bone Purgatory, a realm dominated by skeletons, is a place of great prohibition. Here, one would find an endless expanse of white. An ocean of bones stretching as far as the eye can see. Gazing skyward, one would observe a dark crimson heavens, as if stained freshly with blood. Thus, the denizens of the world refer to the infernal bone purgatory as the blood-stained sky. Where bones litter the earth, a city constructed from skeletal remains traverse the infernal bone purgatory, shattering countless bones with each step, sending clouds of bone ash swirling into the air. This skeletal city was none other than Ghost Bone City. One of the 10 great bone cities in the city center. Throngs of skeletons gathered, their focus unwaveringly directed toward the city lord. The city lord, Wu Guang, brandished a token, suspended in midair, continuously channeling his spiritual energy into the ghostly bone order. which radiated an ominous glow upon receiving the soul power. Wu Guang surveyed Ghostbone City, his gaze falling upon the neatly arranged army of 200,000 skeletons, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips. In this battle, victory is the only option. Defeat is not permissible. I wish to witness the spectacle of the skeleton army besieging the city. I demand to hear the triumphant cheers of the skeletons. He proclaimed with authority. Understood. The army of 200,000 skeletons responded in unison, their voices echoing with might, reverberating through the AI. Jiu Lai and his companions stood below, Xiang Tianheng's skeletal form standing tall, their hearts racing in anticipation, for the onset of battle signified the commencement of their plot. Xiang Tianheng's skeletal form glimmered with green light as he transmitted a message to Gu Lai using his soul power. Brother Gu, all is set to proceed according to plan. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 resounding explosions shook the entire skeletal city. They had reached their destination, and upon looking out, they beheld the Flame Soul City. The 200,000 skeletons marched out of Ghostbone City, forming a formidable formation not far from their target. Xiang Tianheng, following Gu Lai, swiftly arrived at the city outskirts, encountering a blood-red citadel before them. The entrance of this crimson fortress was emblazoned with the 4 characters Flame Soul City, which flickered like raging flames in the air. Suddenly, a dark cloud ascended above Flame Soul City, a malevolent aura swirling, as if countless evil spirits circled above. From the depths of the black clouds emanated waves of pressure, causing even the weaker skeletons to falter. Xiang Tianheng struggled to breathe under the oppressive force, exclaiming in shock, "What manner of being is this? Such overwhelming presence is simply unfathomable." Ahead, amidst the rising smoke, thunderous drum beats echoed. Thud! Thud! A figure emerged from Flame Soul City, a woman clad in azure armor, wielding a pair of paired bone blades. Upon closer inspection, one would realize she was not a woman, but rather a pink skeleton, her form mostly concealed by the azure armor, leading to Xiang Tianheng's initial misjudgment. The pink skeleton, adorned in armor, possessed a captivating physique, igniting wicked thoughts within Xiang Tianheng's mind. If only this pink skeleton had flesh and blood, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. From behind the pink skeleton, a battalion of skeleton warriors emerged, their numbers comparable to those of Gu Lai's forces. Another anomaly manifested in the heavens as the thick black clouds loomed closer. Booming with a deafening voice, "Wu Guang, what brings you and your forces here?" Wu Guang soared from Ghostbone City, brazenly declaring, "Occupy the Soul City, seize the Soul Order, eliminate the City Lord of Flamebone City." Ao Jin, Wu Guang's intentions were laid bare, and Ao Jin, the City Lord concealed within the black clouds, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He responded with a cold chuckle, "Such arrogance. Let us see if you possess the capability." The dense black clouds gradually parted, revealing Ao Jin in his entirety, clad in silver battle bones, wielding a bone spear, and hovering regally in mid-air, casting a disdainful gaze upon the multitude. Wu Guang, adorned in silver battle bones and brandishing a bone dagger, faced Ao Jin in a tense standoff. Both weapons were not of ordinary make, but rather formidable bone spirit artifacts, their surfaces swirling with ethereal energy. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, the atmosphere tinged with an unsettling intensity. As Ao Jin and Wu Guang locked eyes, the impending clash poised to ignite. Boom! Unable to restrain himself, Wu Guang launched an assault on Ao Jin. With a cold smirk, Ao Jin raised his bone spear to meet the challenge, and the clash of their weapons echoed through the air. The fierce battle between the two lords did not distract Gu Lai and his army from their conflict. Instead, all eyes turned toward the direction of their duel. However, Xiang Tianheng, standing beside Gu Lai, sensed something unusual. The pink skeleton's gaze lingered on Gu Lai with an intensity that suggested an unspoken connection between them, as everyone's attention was riveted to the sky. Xiang Tianheng's soul mark whispered to Gu Lai, "Brother Gu, the opportunity has arrived." Gu Lai shook his head in response. "The moment is not yet ripe. We must not act recklessly. Indeed, my soul resides within the ghostly bone order." and I can strike back at Wu Guang at any moment, delivering him a heavy blow. You must protect the soul within my skeletal shell, ensuring our communication remains intact, should my essence be harmed. It would greatly endanger my true self, subsequently affecting our actions. Understood. We cannot act independently. We must also observe the movements of King Xiang. Gulai nodded in agreement. The battle between Ao Jin and Wu Guang reached a fever pitch. Wu Guang loosened his grip on the bone knife, causing it to spin around him in increasing velocity. With a swift gesture, he pointed his fingers at Ao Jin, and the bone knife soared toward him in a circular motion. Ao Jin, witnessing the sudden transformation of Wu Guang's bone knife into 4 blades aimed at him, felt a surge of confusion that he focused intently on the knife, analyzing its trajectory, and soon realized that it was, in fact, a single blade creating multiple afterimages due to its incredible speed. Ao Jin raised his bone spear, unwavering in his stance, understanding that remaining calm and composed would significantly enhance his chances of successfully parrying the attack. Determining a precise direction, he thrust his spear toward the bone knife, the impact resonating with a loud thud. The bone spear clashed with the knife, yet the 3 phantom blades, which Ao Jin had perceived as mere shadows, did not cease their movement, but a sense of dread washed over Ao Jin as he realized the peril he faced. The 3 blades struck him, vanishing into his body, causing him to cry out in pain and release his grip on the bone spear. The true bone knife sank deeply into his flesh, inflicting severe wounds that in the ghostly bone order. Xiang Tianheng mused, "What a sinister move! What is happening? Brother Xiang, do you discern anything unusual?" Gu Lai inquired, bewildered. Xiang Tianheng elucidated. "Being closest to the battlefield within the ghostly bone order, I have the clearest view. Ao Jin indeed caught the true knife, but those 3 blades can be deemed both real and illusory." Gu Lai's face contorted with confusion, reflecting his internal struggle to comprehend. The 3 blades were manifestations of the knife's energy. Although they were not physical blades, they still possessed considerable power. If the opponent were to discern the true nature of the bone knife, they would abandon their defense against the 3 energy blades, thus leaving them vulnerable to harm. The energy blades could inflict pain, but the true lethal threat remained with the actual bone knife. This tactic was nothing short of treacherously cunning. Xiang Tianheng continued his analysis with clarity. Meanwhile, Gu Lai stood in shock, contemplating the battlefield, realizing Wu Guang's strength is formidable. Retreat. Ao Jin commanded. Having sustained grave injuries, he hastily retreated into the Flame Bone City. Wu Guang did not pursue. Instead, he hovered above, surveying the masses and commanded, "Kill! Advance into the Flame Bone City." Wu Guang's victory in a lordly duel instilled formidable confidence in the ghostly skeleton army, prompting Gu Lai to lead his skeletal forces towards the pink skeleton. The pink skeleton, receiving orders, showed no inclination to engage further. She maneuvered her army to withdraw towards the Soul City of Flame while resisting Gu Lai's fervent onslaught. "Brother Xiang, does the plan require alteration? We must swiftly contact King Xiang to discuss our next steps," Gu Lai exclaimed to his skeletal companion, urgency lacing his tone. "Time is of the essence. I shall infiltrate the Soul City to reach out to King Xiang. You must delay as best as you can, awaiting my return with news." Xiang Tianheng directed his skeletal form toward the Soul City. Observing everything from above, Wu Guang was exhilarated, convinced that his ambitions for the Soul City and the Order of Souls were on the verge of realization. Several hours later, the Flame Skeleton army retreated, leaving behind thousands of skeletal remains, confined within the Flame Bone City, whose gates were tightly shut, preventing Gu Lai and his companions from breaching its defenses. Gu Lai approached Wu Guang, stating, "The lords have barricaded themselves within the Flame Bone City, and we cannot gain entry. What are we to do? Have the gates blasted open? Employ any means necessary." Wu Guang replied casually before departing. Gu Lai watched his retreating figure, plagued by frustration, as he had anticipated Wu Guang's defeat, but was taken aback by his unexpected resilience. His plans were unraveling before they had even commenced. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Gazing toward the Soul City, he silently hoped, "May Brother Xiang return swiftly." Thank you all for your support for the skeletons. Please remember to collect and vote. Chapter 10. Breaching the Enemy City. encountering Jun Yin, the Flame Soul City. As its name suggests, was a blazing red stronghold, like a roaring inferno within the demonic bone purgatory. The city gates towered impressively, standing over 10 meters high. Upon entering the city, one would encounter numerous skeletons strewn across the ground, all grievously wounded, missing limbs and suffering in silence. Though they bore the marks of severe injury, they were fortunate compared to those who had been summarily executed and devoured. At least they had the potential to recover. "Release me. I demand to see Xiang Tianheng." Upon entering the city, he was seized, yearning to shout for the skeletons to let him go. "No, I cannot reveal that I am here to see King Xiang. The sudden appearance of an enemy soldier amidst our battle would arouse suspicion and might jeopardize King Xiang's safety. What should I do? How can I reach King Xiang?" He thought, his words trailing off in uncertainty. "Hey, brat, where do you think you're running off to? Even as a coward, you lack direction. You've led me to my doom." Suddenly, the gates swung open, and another skeleton of mid-blue rank was thrust in, distinct from the others. This one was female. Upon sighting Xiang Tianheng, she began to flail about and hurl insults, her expression a comical blend of fury and absurdity. Xiang Tianheng, perplexed, wondered, "Who is this person? I do not recognize her. From whence has she emerged? I must remain vigilant and not underestimate her." Abruptly, a mid-blue skeleton bellowed, "What is all this noise? Be careful, or I shall slay you." During the standoff, Jun Yin was a true coward, a pink skeleton by nature. Timid and inclined to stab others in the back, fleeing at the first sign of danger. A female, she had learned to survive in such a brutal world, and clearly, she would not risk her life in battle. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, she could not discern her bearings and thus ran, seeking any opportunity to escape. When she spotted Xiang Tianheng also fleeing, she mistakenly assumed him to be an ally and followed suit, only to be captured. Her resentment towards Xiang Tianheng only intensified upon realizing her predicament. Upon learning the entire story, Xiang Tianheng could only laugh in disbelief, reflecting on the peculiarities of the world. Where oddities flourished, the pink skeleton, Jun Yin, had now curled up in a corner, sobbing pitifully. "Do not weep. I shall lead you out." Xiang Tianheng sighed, exasperated, realizing that girls could be the most troublesome of all. Jun Yin glanced at Xiang Tianheng, tears streaming down her face, her sobs escalating. "With your feeble soul fire, whom can you save? I doubt you could even defeat me." Within Xiang Tianheng's skeletal form flickered a greenish soul fire, a mere fraction of his original power, which he controlled to animate the shell. He fell silent, unwilling to offer any explanations. The room where Xiang Tianheng was confined saw a steady flow of skeletons entering and exiting, their eyes filled with malice, as if they longed to devour him. "Hey, you claimed you could rescue me. What is your plan? Speak quickly," Jun Yin implored, sensing the dire nature of their situation, and reluctantly chose to place her faith in the seemingly weak skeleton before her. Xiang Tianheng feigned a sigh. "Alas, what can I do? Our only chance of survival lies in being rescued by the Lord Wu Guang. But is that even a possibility? We might as well await our demise, hoping they grant us a swift end, rather than prolong our suffering." That moment, two mid-blue skeletons strode in, clearly intent on Xiang Tianheng and Jun Yin, with heavy steps and a fierce demeanor. They approached, roughly seizing Xiang Tianheng and Diyu, dragging them away. "These two, then? They certainly are restless. Soon enough, they will learn their lesson." Jun Yin protested vehemently. "Release me. Let me go. Where are you taking us?" The two skeletons paid her no heed. Disregarding her protests, Jun Yin continued to fuss. One of the skeletons finally snapped. "Enough of your incessant noise. Will you never cease? Behave yourself, or I shall consume you." After a considerable duration, they arrive at a vast expanse akin to the size of a football field, teeming with a throng of skeletons gathered from the city of fiery flames. Among them were skeletons of varying ranks, some of lower levels and others of higher standing. Their ethereal flames, red, blue, and other hues, intertwining throughout the crowd. The arrival of two mid-tier blue bone lords instantly captured everyone's attention, prompting many to part ways for them. Each carried a skeleton in tow, weaving through the crowd. while numerous onlookers began to murmur and point at the celestial figure they bore. Particularly noteworthy was the figure of Xiang Tianheng, who possessed an unusual green soul flame, distinct from the rest. Before long, they reached the center of the square, where a raised platform stood over a meter high, upon which stood a skeleton exuding a formidable aura. Cloaked entirely in a black robe, his true visage remained obscured, lending him an air of profound mystery and unfathomable power. Upon sensing the aura emanating from him, Xiang Tianheng was struck with astonishment, pondering, "Who is this being? Such strength!" Another entity akin to the ancient Gulay, king of the underworld, "We have brought the individuals," one of the skeletons announced as they stepped forward. The king of the underworld nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing with his hands, causing Xiang Tianheng and his companion to levitate from the ground, only to reappear in the grasp of the king. The king of the underworld gazed at Xiang Tianheng in astonishment, muttering to himself, "How can this be? A green soul flame. This cannot be right. If that were the case, the soul flame would not be so weak. This must be a coincidence," with a forceful flick. The two were hurled onto the platform, eliciting pained exclamations of, "Damn it, that hurts." The king of the underworld, one of the three guardians of the city of fiery flames, possessed immense and inscrutable strength. Being ranked first among the three, however, he was shrouded in mystery, perpetually donning that black robe, rendering his true face unseen. Those who glimpsed his countenance were said to suffer relentless pursuit that he often proclaimed. "I trust only the deceased." Since his arrival in the city of fiery flames, he had never departed. Even during great battles, he remained stationed within the city. His peculiar nature often led him to disregard the commands of the city lord, leaving the lord powerless against him. The other two guardians of the fiery flame city were the Pink King and the Bald King. These titles were but respectful appellations bestowed upon them by the inhabitants of the city of fiery flames. The Pink King was the powerful pink skeleton who had battled against Gulay, the most formidable female skeleton in the city, earning her the respect of all. The Bald King had been missing for an extended period, with his whereabouts a subject of speculation. Some conjectured that he had ventured deeper into the abyss of bone demons, while others believed he had been slain and consumed by the king of the underworld. It was rumored that the Bald King had dared to lift the king of the underworld's robe to glimpse his true appearance, leading to a fierce battle lasting 7 days and nights. Since then, the king of the underworld reemerged, yet the Bald King vanished without a trace. Gazing upon the enigmatic figure concealed beneath the black robe, Xiang Tianheng inquired, "What is your intention in bringing us here? If you wish to kill us, then do so. Grant us a swift end. Haha, it is not so easy to die. I shall make you wish for life, yet find no solace in death." Came the chilling voice from within the robe. The king of the underworld proclaimed loudly, "Today's battle has resulted in a grievous defeat for us in the city of fiery flames, especially with our lord gravely injured by the lord of the ghostly bone city. I have never concerned myself with matters beyond the city's walls, but these two foes have intruded upon my domain. Thus I intend to summon you all to punish them. Kill them! Kill them! Avenge our lord!" Many voices shouted in fervor. The platform erupted in chaotic clamor. Raising his hand, the king signaled for silence, and the crowd of skeletons fell quiet. He continued, "To simply kill them would be too lenient. I plan to seal their soul powers, allowing you to challenge them. Your time upon the platform shall not exceed a quarter of an hour, and you will take turns battling them." Upon hearing that their soul powers would be sealed and they would have to endure the challenges of the spectators, the situation felt overwhelmingly one-sided, akin to being mercilessly beaten. Trembling at the thought of being beaten to death, Xiang Tianheng shouted defiantly at the king of the underworld, "A warrior can be killed, but cannot be humiliated." With their soul power sealed, the challenge officially commenced. A low-tier, blue-bone soldier leaped onto the platform. Xiang Tianheng observed him and thought, "If I still possess my soul power, I could easily end you." The novice blue-bone soldier charged forward with enthusiasm, prompting Xiang Tianheng to turn to Junyan and say, "I will hold him off for now. If I falter, you take over." In truth, Junyan had already retreated to the sidelines. Showing no intention of resistance, Xiang Tianheng began to evade, stepping lightly. The novice blue-bone soldier, bewildered, wondered, wasn't his soul power sealed? How does he still possess the strength to fight? With each attack, the novice grew more ferocious, his fists emanating a pale blue radiance that crackled in the air. Xiang Tianheng endured countless strikes, appearing unfazed, all thanks to his resilient skeletal frame. Enduring a relentless onslaught, frustration welled within him, as his abilities remained suppressed. Xiang Tianheng clenched his fists and engaged in a fierce exchange, landing several blows to the soldier's chest, causing him to stagger backward. Yet the soldier's confidence waned with each strike. He had anticipated an easy target in Xiang Tianheng, believing him to be powerless due to his sealed soul. Seizing an opportune moment to close the distance, Xiang Tianheng grappled with his opponent, seizing him by the throat and forcefully pinning him to the ground. Sitting atop his foe, the skeleton struggled to flip over in resistance. Xiang Tianheng was not one to grant such an opportunity easily, raising a fist to rain down blows upon the soldier's skull. Though it appeared brutally savage, it was a necessity. After delivering several relentless strikes, the soldier let out a pained cry, and his skull shattered, a pale blue soul fragment soaring into Xiang Tianheng's cranial cavity. The spectators below were astounded. Never before had a mere skeletal frame vanquished a novice blue-bone soldier. Rising unsteadily, Xiang Tianheng surveyed the onlookers, proclaiming, "A warrior can be killed, but cannot be humiliated." This frenzied display sent shivers through some observers. However, the king of the underworld, instead of mourning the fallen skeleton, revealed a hidden smile, exclaiming, "How intriguing!" After a prolonged wait, another skeleton ascended the platform to challenge the soul-sealed Xiang Tianheng. This skeleton was exceptionally powerful, boasting the strength of a mid-tier blue bone lord. Xiang Tianheng no longer held the upper hand, as he could not touch his opponent in close combat, akin to a punching bag being battered. He struggled to endure the relentless barrage, yet with each fallen opponent, another would take their place. Xiang Tianheng lost count of the fists he had endured and the strikes he had received. His skeletal frame was battered and broken, lying on the ground, groaning in agony. Far away, within the ghostly bone command, Xiang Tianheng fought to preserve that flicker of consciousness. Should it extinguish, he too would suffer grievous harm. He constantly bore the weight of pain from that distant realm. Another skeleton leapt onto the platform, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon their bodies. Xiang Tianheng's entire being felt numb, as if he had lost all sensation of his bones. Was this the end of my soul? Within the ghostly bone command, Xiang Tianheng's consciousness dimmed, sensing himself ensnared in a boundless abyss. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, his body weighed down, inexorably plummeting. The flicker of his soul flame appeared exceptionally frail, revealing only faint glimmers of starlight. His soul power dwindled rapidly, a terrifying prospect. This heralded the onset of annihilation. Support the Night of the Necromancer. Support the Skeletons. Chapter 11. Awakening the Soul Awareness. Birth of the second spirit outside the city of fiery flames. A dense throng of skeletons from the ghostly bone city stood, their ranks chaotic, with red, yellow, and blue soul flames intertwining as they relentlessly assaulted the imposing gates of the fiery flame city. Each time they struck the gates with their weapons, an invisible energy wall formed. Thwarting their attacks, Goulet, frantic, sought out the city lord, Wu Guang, exclaiming, "Lord, the defenses of this gate are too formidable. We cannot breach it." "Fool!" Wu Guang retorted, having hurried back to the ghostly bone city after the battle. Utterly drained of energy and in need of rest, Goulet lowered his head silently, a flicker of hatred crossing his gaze, seething, "I will kill you one day." Suddenly, Wu Guang rose from his meditation and addressed Goulet. "Come. My soul power has nearly recovered with the aid of the ghostly bone command. Let me break through the gate and storm the city." With that, Wu Guang vanished, leaving a streak of light in his wake. Goulet, watching him depart, muttered, "What are we to do? It grows increasingly difficult to kill him. I never imagined the lord of the fiery flame city, Ao Jin, would also be defeated." As his awareness faded and his head grew heavier, Xiang Tianheng found himself in a perilous state, teetering on the brink of death that he questioned in bewilderment. Am I to perish? Though death would provide a form of relief, alleviating his suffering, he could not allow himself to succumb. The Pink King had yet to be found. The mission remained unfulfilled, Xiang Tianheng resolutely declared, as if grasping a lifeline. The flames of his soul suddenly flickered before erupting into a fierce blaze once more. The onlookers turned their incredulous gazes towards him, with someone exclaiming in astonishment, "Huh! Wasn't he dead? He has returned from the dead. How is this possible?" The crowd buzzed with discussions, expressing their bewilderment. The king of the underworld stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Swiftly approaching Xiang Tianheng to scrutinize the radiant figure, he commanded everyone not to disturb Xiang Tianheng. Boom! A tremendous noise echoed from the city gate, accompanied by the violent shaking of the fortress. Many were caught off guard by the sudden tremors and fell to the ground. What is happening? What have they discovered? Someone questioned. The king of the underworld glanced towards the gate and remarked, "Someone is attacking the gate. It must be Wu Guang." Upon hearing that Wu Guang was assaulting the city gate, panic spread among the crowd, knowing the gate was in peril. Observing their anxious expressions, the king of the underworld commanded, "For a short while, he won't breach the gate. Quickly organize yourselves and head to the gate to repel the enemy." "Yes," everyone shouted in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. A great battle was imminent, yet Xiang Tianheng lay unconscious, waging a solitary battle against death. Suddenly, an uninvited guest arrived. Had Xiang Tianheng been awake, he would have recognized her as the pink skeleton, Xiang Wang, whose enchanting figure wielded a pair of paired bone blades. "What brings you here instead of the front lines?" the king of the underworld inquired. "You are also a member of the Flame Soul City. Why are you not on the front lines now that the city is under attack?" The king of the underworld scoffed, turning his head away. "I have come to seek your assistance," Xiang Wang replied. "For what purpose? Surely you do not expect me to help you repel the enemy. I am currently enjoying myself here, so do not bother me," the king of the underworld said. "Dahaha, you jest. My king, such trivial matters do not require your involvement," Xiang Wang giggled. Intrigued, the king of the underworld pressed, "What is it, then? To kill the city lord? Both of them?" Xiang Wang's expression turned serious as she forced out the words. Upon hearing this, the king of the underworld not only showed no surprise, but instead grinned sinisterly. "Ha! How amusing! So, does this mean you have my consent? When the two city lords are locked in a fierce battle, that will be our moment to strike? Ah, it hurts. I cannot die. I must not die." Suddenly, Xiang Tianheng awoke, crying out in agony. His entire being ached, the flames of his soul flickering violently. The king of the underworld and Xiang Wang looked on in astonishment at the glowing Xiang Tianheng, a phenomenon they had never witnessed before. Boom! The soul city trembled violently once more as Wu Guang wielded his bone blade and struck twice. The Lord of Flame, Ao Jin, was unable to mend his injuries in time and was forced out. Clutching a deep crimson token, which bore an image of roaring flames on its reverse side, it corresponded with the skull emblem of the ghostly ancient token. This token was known as the Flame Soul Token. Everyone understood that these ancient tokens were interconnected, yet their exact relationship remained a mystery. Wielding this soul token, Ao Jin unleashed its dark red radiance, emanating a mysterious power that shielded the Flame Soul City from Wu Guang's crushing blows. Both warriors were locked in a stalemate at the city gate, depleting their respective soul powers. Having previously sustained serious injuries, Ao Jin could not withstand such exhaustion and felt increasingly anxious to alleviate this drain and mend his body. He struck out at the skeletal army behind him, sacrificing 1,000 skeletons, their souls flying towards his skull. Witnessing Ao Jin's ruthless decision to harm his own, the remaining skeletons felt a sense of relief. Yet they also feared he might turn on them. "What is happening? Who are these two?" Xiang Wang inquired. "They stumbled into the city, and I captured them to entertain me," the king of the underworld remarked, glancing at Xiang Tianheng. The fissures on Xiang Tianheng's body rapidly healed, his battle bones emitting a soft glow. The flames of his soul blazed brightly, invigorating him with an unprecedented energy as the force that had sealed his soul power dissipated. The green flames of his soul grew even more potent than before. Far away within the ghostly bone token, Xiang Tianheng also awakened, sensing everything around him, exclaiming, "What is going on? Why does it feel as if that soul has departed from me? Has my soul awareness been unlocked? The cloaked king of the underworld gasped in astonishment. Xiang Wang, equally shocked, gazed at Xiang Tianheng. The unlocking of one's soul awareness indicated a significant enhancement in cultivation, allowing for easier absorption of ambient energy and conversion into soul power. Even the formidable king of the underworld and Xiang Wang were incapable of awakening their soul awareness at present, which explained their astonishment. They now looked upon Xiang Tianheng with envy and resentment. Ha ha! I am not dead. I am alive, Xiang Tianheng exclaimed joyfully upon awakening. This spirit was unharmed, and thus his true self was also safe. Moreover, he had unlocked the coveted soul awareness, a legendary second spirit. With this, he effectively possessed two lives and could cultivate an external incarnation. Thank heavens! Thank you, God! I adore you! Xiang Tianheng laughed heartily within, yet he couldn't help but question whether this extraordinary encounter was merely a coincidence. If Wu Guang had not captured me with the ghostly bone token, I would not have been able to devour the ghosts, and without consuming the ghosts, I could not exist independently of the battle bones. Nor could I differentiate my soul, thus failing to generate the second spirit. On the surface, it appeared coincidental, yet each element was intricately connected, making it inevitable. Boom, boom, boom. The soul city shook even more violently, the sounds of the city gate being breached echoing through the air. Let us go see, Xiang Wang suggested to the king of the underworld. Xiang Tianheng rose and called out to the king of the underworld. Have you had your fun? It is time to let us go. Not so fast. You must assist me with a task. Deliver a message to Gulai, Xiang Wang interjected. Very well, I agreed. In truth, I came here to find you, he replied. The ghostly skeleton army had already invaded the city, and the two armies clashed fiercely. A.O. Jin, unable to contend with Wu Guang, plunged into the enemy ranks, relentlessly killing and devouring souls while evading Wu Guang's pursuit. He desperately needed soul power to mend his body in preparation for the impending battle. Otherwise, in his current state, he would undoubtedly perish if he encountered Wu Guang. This will take an eternity to recover my peak. It seems I must rely on it, A.O. Jin thought grimly. He summoned the flame soul token, which floated in midair as he gestured with his hands. The token flickered with a red glow, suddenly illuminating the entire sky as a powerful force erupted. A.O. Jin became the epicenter of this energy, enveloping the surrounding area. Within this sphere, both friend and foe skeletons ignited, the area transforming into a blazing inferno resembling a hellish pit. The souls surged towards A.O. Jin, who desperately consumed them to repair his shattered body. He radiated light, the flames of his soul burning exceptionally bright. That moment, Wu Guang approached. Determined to prevent A.O. Jin from regaining his soul power, he raised his bone blade and aimed to strike at A.O. Jin, intent on thwarting his plans. The 12th chapter. Everyone harbors ulterior motives. The skeletons devoured by A.O. Jin cried out in agony, their battle bones ignited by the mysterious power emanating from A.O. Jin's soul token, transforming them into colossal fireballs. Their bones turned to ash. The flames of their souls instinctively flew towards A.O. Jin. Everyone looked on in horror, their hearts chilled by A.O. Jin's brutal dominance. Such a defiant attack amidst the presence of his own flame soul city skeletons demonstrated his complete disregard. Wu Guang rushed over, summoning his bone blade, which left a long trail in the air. Swiftly reaching A.O. Jin's side, A.O. Jin did not evade. Instead, he unleashed a bone spear, striking fiercely against the bone blade, the sound of clashing weapons deafening. The bone blade was forcefully knocked away, only to find its way back into Wu Guang's grasp. The two city lords were engaged in a fierce battle, while Xiang Tianheng and Jun Yin seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Upon emerging, Jun Yin vanished, her whereabouts unknown. Xiang Tianheng made his way to the ghostly skeleton army, locating Gu Lai, who was fiercely battling and devouring soul seeds. Brother Gu, the plan is set. When the two city lords are locked in combat and mutually wounded, that will be our moment to act. Xiang Wang instructed, indicating that she would act upon her signal. Gu Lai nodded in agreement, saying, This plan is excellent. I must ask you something. Did you not say you would only kill Wu Guang? Now it seems A.O. Jin is also on the list. If it weren't for Xiang Wang informing me, I would have remained in the dark. Gulai admonished. You have gone too far. We are partners. And you should not keep secrets from me. Now, the challenge is escalated from eliminating one city lord to two, and the difficulty is self-evident. Xiang Tianheng's expression darkened with anger, his heart brimming with dissatisfaction. Brother Xiang, it was indeed my fault to conceal this from you, but I fear that upon discovering it, you might withdraw, leaving our plan bereft of assurance. Did not the king of the underworld also consent to the assassination of the city lord? It is not beyond our capability to succeed. Regardless, I am unperturbed. My goal is to slay Wu Guang. It was his son who caused Diu's demise, and I nearly lost my life as well. Everything is interconnected, directly or indirectly. That I shall assist you in eliminating Wu Guang, but beyond that, I take no responsibility. Xiang Tianing's tone was somewhat rigid. The Jiu Lai, lost in contemplation for a moment, raised his head, his countenance turning grim as he coldly declared, You must aid us in slaying Ao Jin, allowing me to obtain two ancient decrees, or do you believe I won't extinguish this fragment of your soul right now? Inflicting severe damage upon you, which would make recovery exceedingly difficult in the future. With a bitter laugh, Xiang Tianheng, now furious, retorted, Gulai finally reveals his true nature. People often speak of your straightforwardness and fierce disposition. Yet here you unveil your machinations before me. A grand conspiracy indeed. The king of Xiang is your old confidant. It appears your true aim is the assassination of the city lord to seize the decree. But I warn you not to harm this shard of spiritual consciousness that I forgot to mention. I was just activated by the king of the underworld and have attained the second primordial spirit. This fragment of consciousness is akin to an independent version of myself. Should you destroy it, the damage to my true self would be minimal. The moment you strike, I shall immediately inform both city lords of your schemes. You ought to weigh your options. I might lose a primordial spirit, but your fates would be sealed. With a mocking smile, Xiang Tianheng concluded, inwardly thinking, You think you can engage me in a battle of wits? You are sorely mistaken. I have witnessed far worse intrigues during my university days. Compared to Earth society, this demonic realm is pathetically weak. Upon hearing Xiang Tianheng's incessant prattle, Gulai's expression shifted once more, his lips twitching as he forced a smile, saying, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Nevertheless, I still hope for your assistance. The benefits will surely be substantial. Suddenly, Ronghua rushed over in haste, exclaiming, Boss, dire news. Two formidable skeletons have infiltrated our ranks. The brothers are on the verge of collapse. In a flash, Gulai darted toward the location indicated by Ronghua. He beheld the pink skeleton, king of Xiang, clad in azure ancient battle armor, alongside a shadowy figure cloaked in black. The king of the underworld, slaughtering the ghostly army, their presence radiating brilliance and unmatched valor, leaving a trail of wails in their wake. Without uttering a word, Gulai charged towards the two. The clash of weapons ignited sparks that accompanied a deafening sound. If one were to observe closely, it would be evident that the three engaged in battle were not exerting their full strength. Clearly, they were conserving their energies, preparing for the final confrontation with the city lord. The battle on the city lord's front escalated into a fierce maelstrom, with Ao Jin having nearly recovered from his earlier injuries thanks to his extraordinary abilities. Today I shall slay you. It is either your demise or mine. Ao Jin's face was etched with cold ruthlessness. Come at me. Let us fight to the death. Wu Guang sneered, brandishing his bone spear and striding forward, a terrifying aura erupting forth, causing the very stars to tremble as he charged at Wu Guang. The spearhead aimed at his adversary. With a thunderous roar, he thrust the spear skyward. A brilliant light erupted from the spear's tip, piercing the heavens and creating a deep fissure in the ground below. Raising his bone blade to guard his chest, the spear's light collided with it, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Wu Guang was violently thrust into the mountainside behind him. The peak shaking violently, nearly collapsing, did a figure suddenly emerge from the mountain, seemingly unscathed, though the flames of his soul flickered dimly, the bone blade in his hand bearing faint marks of damage. The toll was immense. This attack had inflicted significant losses upon Wu Guang. City Lord, do not waste your soul energy. Conserve your strength. Beware of Gulai. That is all I can divulge. Even now, I remain uncertain of Gulai's true intentions. But the warning from my soul's imprint suggests this will be detrimental to you. Suddenly, the voice of Xiang Tianheng echoed within the depths of Wu Guang's soul. What? I shall go and extinguish him. Wu Guang seethed with rage. Impossible. We must not alert the enemy. We cannot ascertain his intentions just yet. We shall strike once he reveals his true colors. Xiang Tianheng continued to offer counsel, a cold smile lurking in his heart. Gulai, do not blame me. You were the one lacking in virtue, leading you to self-destruction. I shall merely watch the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, Gulai and the king of Xiang fought on, while plotting to Gulai transmitted a message. King of Xiang, once this is over, we must eliminate one person. Who is it? This individual possesses profound cunning. I have already fallen victim to him. He currently resides within the Ghostly Bone Decree, preparing to collaborate with us against Wu Guang. Should we succeed, allowing him to live would be a grave error. He must be eliminated. Xiang Tianheng's second primordial spirit, freshly cultivated, lacked strength, barely reaching the peak of an initial blue bone warrior, to enhance its power and catch up to his true self. He chose to slay enemies and devour their soul flames that he happened upon a group of 4 skeletons who fought valiantly and shone brilliantly. Without hesitation, Xiang Tianheng advanced, leaving multiple afterimages in the air. His speed bewildering. The initial blue bone warriors could not fathom the trajectory of Xiang Tianheng's movements. Only 4 agonized cries of echoed as the initial blue bone warriors fell lifelessly to the ground, their soul flames soaring into Xiang Tianheng's cranial bone. The primordial spirit operated the bone-devouring soul technique, consuming the soul flames of these warriors, absorbing the divine essence of their battle bones, and gleaning their potentially useful memories. The green light within his shell grew increasingly radiant. He turned, continuing his hunt for prey. An unusual phenomenon occurred in the air. Gradually, the sky darkened. Both city lords summoned their decrees, waving them in the sky, causing the 2 cities below to ascend into the air. The colossal structures hovered, facing each other in the heavens, prompting all to cease their warfare and gaze upward. Boom! The ghostly bone city soared, colliding with the blazing soul city, producing an earth-shattering noise. The 2 cities struck one another repeatedly, yet no cracks appeared. Both city lords were gravely injured, their faces paling. Each impact was akin to them exchanging blows. The backlash was severe. They could hardly endure much more. Boom! Bang! Bang! The 2 cities collided once more with tremendous force, marking their final clash as they fell heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust that obscured vision. The 2 city lords, drained of soul energy, plummeted from the sky, crashing to the earth and creating 2 deep craters. This battle was nothing short of cataclysmic, rendering the sky dim and the earth ravaged. Gulai, the king of Xiang, and the king of the underworld exchanged glances, soaring towards the site where the 2 city lords had fallen. They recognized that the opportunity had arrived. Both lords were now gravely wounded. If they did not act now, when would they? The 2 lords struggled to rise, their bodies swaying, barely managing stand. Wu Guang, you old scoundrel, you have your day now. Gulai appeared exceptionally elated. Humph, Gulai. What do you intend? Today, I see through your true nature. Wu Guang scoffed coldly, inwardly reflecting. The ghostly bone decree speaks true. Meanwhile, the king of Xiang addressed Ao Jin, City Lord, you cannot blame me for your demise today. You have long exercised tyranny, inflicting suffering upon the innocent that my intent to slay you is for the sake of the blazing soul city. You foul wench, dare you rebel? You must be tired of living. Ao Jin seethed with fury, his face betraying his unease. Die, Gulai exclaimed, brandishing his bone whip and striking fiercely at Wu Guang. The king of Xiang likewise summoned his dual bone blades, thrusting them at Ao Jin. Seizing one of the dual blades, Ao Jin exerted force, flinging the king of Xiang away. Gulai, too, suffered a setback to their astonishment. Both city lords, despite their precarious state, still possessed the strength to counterattack. They had unexpectedly united in this moment. Wu Guang proposed to Ao Jin, "Let us set aside our past grievances for now. Let us first eliminate these rebels before settling our scores." The two summoned their decrees, merging them together, causing both artifacts to tremble violently. Resonating with one another, in the ghostly bone decree, Xiang Tianheng sensed something amiss. His eerie green soul was being tossed about within, unable to find stable footing. Not good. Gu Lai discerned the truth of the situation. Exclaiming, "Collect, collect! Thank you for your support. This chapter has been revised. So exhilarating. If there are any shortcomings in the writing, please feel free to comment. I will see it." Chapter 13, I Am the Ultimate Victor, Part 1. As the two decrees encountered one another, they began to rotate, drawing in the wandering soul energy of the heavens and earth, rapidly replenishing the energy previously expended by the two city lords. This extraordinary technique could only be employed once. To use it again would require a significant weight. This technique is formidable. Should a major upheaval arise, it can swiftly restore one to their peak. Damn it, I must acquire these two ancient decrees. Henceforth, I shall no longer fear rapid energy depletion. Within the confines of the Bone Edict, Xiang Tianheng marveled while lost in contemplation. The two city lords had already 1 foot in the deep purple realm of the Bone King, equivalent to half a step of the Purple King, with 2 tokens sufficient to restore their strength to the 5th tier. The predicament of Gu Lai and his companions was indeed dire. All of them possessed strength above the initial rank of Bone Purple warriors, but the difference of mere levels was an insurmountable chasm. Jiu Lai and his comrades wore serious expressions, their hearts ablaze with anxiety. Appearing exceedingly restless, their sole desire was to thwart the city lord's restoration of power. The cloaked figure of the underworld king also grew agitated, his gaze darting about in search of a solution. Upon spotting Xiang Tianheng's physical form, he became exhilarated. In a flash, the underworld king appeared beside Xiang Tianheng's ethereal body, lifting him as though he were a mere trinket. "What are you doing? Let me go." "Release me," Xiang Tianheng protested vehemently, writhing in resistance. "Ha, young one, lend me a hand." A chilling laughter emanated from the dark robe. Before Xiang Tianheng could articulate his stance, the Underworld King hurled him towards the city lords. "Underworld King, what is the meaning of this?" Xiang Wang and Gu Lai questioned, utterly perplexed by his actions. The Underworld King chuckled ominously. "Just sit back and enjoy the spectacle." Xiang Tianheng's corporeal form collided forcefully with the two city lords, immediately becoming entangled with them. The soul energy unleashed from the tokens surged towards him like a ravenous tide. No. What is happening?" Wu Guang exclaimed, as their absorption of soul energy dwindled, almost entirely flowing towards Xiang Tianheng. Observing the greedy consumption of soul energy by Xiang Tianheng, the Underworld King sighed enviously to awaken the soul consciousness. How enviable indeed! Hearing the Underworld King's words, Gu Lai could scarcely believe. How is that possible? His level is too low to awaken the soul consciousness. Moreover, this is not even a true spirit body, and even the formidable city lords have not awakened their soul consciousness. What right does a mere mid-tier bone lord have to achieve it? Alas, the evidence is before your eyes, whether you choose to believe it or not. The Underworld King lamented. I could see that moment. Gu Lai, act swiftly. The pink skeleton, Xiang Wang, urged Gu Lai. The three of them soared into the sky, charging towards the two city lords. That it was already too late for the lords to reclaim the tokens seized by Xiang Tianheng, who was blissfully absorbing the soul energy with closed eyes. They brandished their weapons to meet the impending assault. Bang! Gu Lai's bone whip struck Wu Guang's bone dagger, producing a sharp sound. Around them, the armies of the two cities were captivated by this sudden turn of events. What was supposed to be a battle between the two cities had now transformed into a struggle for dominance. None wished to take sides, for who does not desire to prolong their existence? With the onset of this struggle for supremacy, Ronghua, seeing Gu Lai take action, commenced his own assault, leading his men to slay Wu Guang's trusted subordinates. Those who follow us shall prosper. Those who oppose us shall perish. Ronghua proclaimed, shattering a nearby skeleton with a mighty swing of his blade. A chorus of battle cries erupted, and all began to act, those aligned with Ronghua commencing their slaughter of Wu Guang's loyalists. The once quiet battlefield erupted into chaos once more, with skeletons clashing everywhere. The Flame Soul City faction also revolted, but due to Ao Jin's lack of popular support, his realm was filled with trepidation, leading to the swift demise of his few loyalists. Forming an orderly line, they advanced with great momentum, eagerly anticipating the return of the Underworld King and relishing the misfortune of the Ghostbone faction. The two city lords found themselves besieged in the center, glaring fiercely at Gu Lai and his companions. Wu Guang barked at Gu Lai. "Gu Lai, I have never treated you poorly. Why do you conspire against me today?" Gu Lai forced a self-deprecating smile before his expression darkened, eyes brimming with hatred. "Do you remember the son of the former Ghost City lord whom you treacherously harmed? I shall no longer conceal the truth. I am that very infant. My father treated you well. Why did you betray him? I have endured for years awaiting this day. So you are the wretched little beast who escaped. I shall kill you. Return my father's life." Gu Lai's eyes reddened with rage, his emotions boiling over. Xiang Wang grasped him firmly, calming him, urging caution against provocation. With emotion steadied, the three approached the city lords from different angles. The two lords grew increasingly anxious. They had only restored 3 tiers of soul energy, with the rest consumed by the detestable Xiang Tianheng. Engaging the three in direct combat offered little hope of victory. "Leave that old rogue Wu Guang to me. You go slay Ao Jin." Gu Lai seethed with hatred for Wu Guang, eager to exact revenge alone. The battle erupted with cataclysmic force. Gu Lai sacrificed an arm to severely wound Wu Guang with his bone whip. Xiang Wang endured a grievous blow from Ao Jin in his quest to strike him, trading life for life. The Underworld King, known for his resilience, also suffered multiple injuries, staggering unsteadily, evidently gravely hurt that Tio fall before mere youngsters. How unsatisfactory. The two lords lay sprawled upon the ground, Wu Guang venting his fury. "I will not accept this." The three, dragging their wounded bodies, staggered closer, the sound of cracking bones beneath their feet echoing ominously. Each creak sent a wave of discomfort through Ao Jin's ears, instilling fear and unease within him, that he surrendered, pleading, "Spare me. I am willing to relinquish my position as city lord. I will give you whatever you desire." "Silence," Wu Guang rebuked Ao Jin. "You possess no authority as a city lord. Where has your previous arrogance gone?" A classic case of someone who fears the strong yet preys on the weak. Gu Lai scoffed. "Wu Guang, you are even less than him. At least he dares to plead for his life and retain some semblance of humanity. What about you? A duplicitous coward." Wu Guang's complexion turned ashen, trembling with rage. "Unbearable. I will not tolerate this." Suddenly, Ao Jin cried out in agony, his life force rapidly dissipating as the flame of his soul erupted forth from his cranial bone. The bone dagger plunged deeply into Ao Jin's skull. As the infuriated Wu Guang seized the opportunity to devour the violet flame of his soul. How ruthless! The unexpected turn of events left the three momentarily stunned, yet the Underworld King marveled. What a display! Having absorbed Ao Jin's soul, Wu Guang restored 2 tiers of soul energy and temporarily suppressed his injuries, sneering at the three. "Who shall perish is still uncertain," grasping a half-broken bone dagger. He swung it at Gu Lai, who retaliated with his bone whip, ensnaring the dagger and pulling forcefully. Wu Guang was similarly yanked back. Meanwhile, Xiang Wang, with an alluring grace, thrust her paired bone daggers toward Wu Guang. He did not evade, instead lifting his legs to strike at Xiang Wang's daggers, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Wu Guang, employing his soul energy, hurled Gu Lai into the ground, shattering numerous skeletons beneath him. A searing pain radiating throughout his body. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise again, charging forth as the three united to vanquish Wu Guang. After what felt like an eternity, they collapsed to the ground. Unable to rise, Jiu Lai and Xiang Wang's armor lay in tatters, though it had afforded them some protection. The Underworld King's dark robe was also in shambles. The ground around them bore the scars of battle. The remnants of skeletons were long gone, clearly evidence of a fierce conflict. Wu Guang stood unsteadily, chuckling maniacally. "You wish to kill me. Today marks your demise. Let you taste the consequences of offending me." A heavy silence fell over the crowd, for most had participated in the earlier rebellion. Should Wu Guang's scheme, none would escape unscathed. Despair flickered in many eyes. With Gu Lai's defeat, all seemed lost. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as an ancient edict struck Wu Guang with tremendous force. Having expended too much energy, he lacked the strength to resist and was sent crashing into a bone mountain. What was that? Someone gasped. Amidst the battlefield, Xiang Tianheng stood tall and imposing, his soul flame radiating a brilliant green glow. Surveying the crowd, none dared meet his gaze, all bowing their heads in silence, especially unnerved by the ominous green flame of the spirit, which instilled deep unease within their hearts. How have you returned to life? The ghost bone edict failed to refine you? Gu Lai managed to crawl from the ruins, unable to suppress his astonishment. How do you control the ghost bone edict? This is impossible. Xiang, don't waste time on him. Swiftly slay him. Avenge Yu, Gu Lai urged urgently. No rush. Let me deal with his son first. Xiang Tianheng's gaze swept through the crowd, landing on the fleeing Wu Qiu. In an instant, Wu Qi found himself before Wu Guang. His power awe-inspiring, having fully attained the rank of initial bone purple warrior. As Xiang Tianheng's form collided with the two tokens, he seized the opportunity to merge with his second ethereal body, reclaiming control over his formidable battle bones. The fusion of two souls, coupled with the absorption of the soul energy amassed from the ancient edict, propelled Xiang Tianheng's cultivation to new heights. Old rogue Wu Guang, today I shall end your son before your very eyes, and I shall make him suffer, Xiang Tianheng declared, recalling how Yu had been burned alive, his soul scorched by flames, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Wu Guang's son. Today I shall let him savor the taste of flames that scorched the very soul. Xiang Tianheng, with his pale skeletal hand, moved his fingertips, conjuring a flicker of violet fire. A sinister smile graced his lips as he slowly approached Wu Qi, who, in turn, grew increasingly anxious and cried out, "No, you cannot do this." He then turned to Wu Guang nearby, pleading, "Father, please save me. Help me." Wu Guang, with a grim expression, coldly observed the unfolding scene. Your father is currently in a precarious situation himself. Do not expect him to rescue you. Once I am done with you, I shall send him to accompany you. Xiang Tianheng chuckled wickedly, his steps deliberate as he advanced toward Wu Qi, the flames in his hand intensifying. Despair clouded Wu Qi's face. He understood that his fate was sealed, and any attempts to resist or flee from Xiang Tianheng's clutches were futile, for his movements were already restrained. As Xiang Tianheng reached Wu Qi, he forcefully thrust the violet flame deep into his soul. It hurts. It hurts. Wu Qi cried out, rolling on the ground, howling like a slaughtered pig, causing those who witnessed the scene to feel a pang of heartache. Suddenly, Wu Qi's soul erupted with a blinding radiance, the flames of his spirit boiling and burning fiercely. A shockwave radiated outward from him. Not good. Experience warned Xiang Tianheng of the dire situation. Wu Qi was igniting the flames of his soul, intending to take them both down together. Die, you wretch! Wu Qi's face contorted with rage as he transformed into a fiery blaze, charging towards Xiang Tianheng. Run! Run! Someone is about to self-destruct. Those present, witnessing the alarming scenario, fled in a frenzy. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion soared into the heavens, the sound reverberating through the demonic bone purgatory. The force of the blast sent many nearby tumbling to the ground. As the smoke cleared, a skeletal figure lay on the ground. What? He isn't dead. The power of that self-detonation is no small matter. Even the deep silver battle bones should not emerge unscathed. Look at his pale bones without a single crack. What a formidable battle bone! The crowd buzzed with speculation. Those lurking in the shadows began to covet Xiang Tianheng's battle bone, desperate to seize it, believing that possessing such a bone would grant them unparalleled strength. Ha ha! Fate smiles upon me. The battle bone and the ancient decree shall be mine. Suddenly, a peculiar skeleton emerged from the crowd, soaring onto the battlefield. Its skull was distinct, with a smooth, shimmering surface that glimmered like polished stone. King of the Bald, did you not leave Flame Soul City? Why have you returned? Xiang Wan exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing this figure. When good fortune arises, One must return. It would be a shame to miss out. The bald figure grinned ominously, his eyes glinting with predatory delight, akin to a wolf spotting a lamb. If you have any last words, speak them now. I can hardly wait to devour you. Xiang Tianheng attempted to rise, but quickly abandoned the effort. Sensing the anomaly that was Gu Lai, curious about his intentions, Gu Lai clapped his hands against the ground, soaring into the air, his aura pressing down upon the bald king, contrasting starkly with his previous weakened state. Damn it, concealing his strength, Gu Lai is indeed no ordinary foe. Xiang Tianheng cursed inwardly. King Bald, you may be celebrating prematurely. If you wish to reap the benefits, you must first pass through me, Gu Lai sneered, exuding a powerful aura as the initial purple-bone warrior's presence bore down upon the bald king. The bald king stroked his gleaming skull, grinning maliciously. Hee, I knew you would hold back. Today, I shall slay you. Years of absence had allowed Gu Lai to attain such prowess. It seemed he could no longer afford to remain passive. Xiang Wang, astonished, leaped into action, her enchanting form twisting as she brandished her bone spirit weapon, two paired bone blades, charging alongside Gu Lai. Bald King, do not blame us for being ungracious. Ha! I shall claim these two ancient decrees for myself, to present to the Lord of Evil. What? You have allied with the evil spirit organization. It seems you must be eliminated today. Xiang Wang's expression darkened. Gu Lai, we cannot allow him to escape. Before her words could settle, the bald king unleashed a devastating attack. Gu Lai and Xiang Wang swiftly raised their bone spirit weapons to defend themselves. The clash erupting into a fierce battle, their movements too swift to be discerned. I acknowledge your formidable strength. Why not join the evil spirit organization? Our omnipotent Lord of Evil can grant you everything you desire. The bald king proposed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed facing two initial purple bone warriors. Not a chance. You can dream of us joining the evil spirit organization. Gu Lai retorted coldly, his face a mask of frost. I will not become anyone's lackey. You seek death. The bald king's face darkened, fury boiling within him. For Gu Lai had unearthed the buried pride he had long suppressed. He was, after all, a skeleton of immense self-esteem. Otherwise, he would not have left Flame Soul City in the first place. The brutal rule of Ao Jin had left him deeply dissatisfied, and he had secretly departed, only to be intercepted by the king of the underworld, resulting in a confrontation. Now, oppressed by the Lord of Evil, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. No. Xiang Wang. Gu Lai shouted frantically as he witnessed Xiang Wang's soul power dwindling. She had been grievously injured by the bald king. Her battle bone disintegrating. Gu Lai's heart bled, for this blow was originally meant for him. Yet Xiang Wang had thrown herself in front of him to take it. Regaining his composure, Gu Lai lashed out at the bald king with his whip, striking the bald king's thigh bone with a resounding crack, severing it from his battle bone. Injured and enraged, the bald king retaliated with a vicious strike to shatter Xiang Wang's soul, intending to humiliate Gu Lai. Indeed, Gu Lai had fallen for the trap, howling in fury, his expression twisted with rage as he unleashed a ferocious attack. The bald king executed his unique ultimate move, Demon Head Shatter, his gleaming skull shining even brighter as a surge of black energy erupted forth. A dark halo forming as it charged at the oncoming Gu Lai, streaking through the sky. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the two collided, both being sent hurtling backward. The bald king sustained severe injuries, deep cracks appearing in his skull. If this battle continued, he would surely perish on this battlefield. Desperate to heal, he covered his head and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Iron Head Technique. The bald king is indeed talented to have devised such a technique. Xiang Tianheng marveled at the bald king's astonishing skill. Hee, let me observe the situation. Soon enough, they shall witness my might. Where's the king of the underworld? Where has he gone? Gu Lai, racked with pain, recognized that the moment of truth had arrived. He could not afford to falter. With a sudden surge of determination, he rose from the ground, making his way toward the incapacitated Wu Guang. Old thief Wu Guang. Today is your day of reckoning. Your demise shall yield the ancient decrees and your very soul, that I shall avenge my father. He advanced step by step, gathering the last remnants of his soul power into his fist. Radiating a purple glow, Wu Guang's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic, sensing his impending doom. Staggering to Wu Guang's side, Gu Lai's fist, enveloped in purple light, emanated a powerful, terrifying aura that made souls tremble. Nearing his limit, do not kill me. I have something to say, Wu Guang implored, fear creeping into his heart. Gu Lai, I'm actually your uncle. Wu Guang revealed the secret, leaving everyone present astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. It's too late. Gu Lai's face darkened with fury. You think that just because you claim to be my uncle, I will spare you? Dream on. A punch struck Wu Guang's skull, causing cracks to mar his silver battle bone, instilling deep fear within him. As his terror gradually mounted, truly, I am your uncle, Wu Guang shouted desperately. Since you claim to be my uncle, why did you kill my father, and why did my mother flee with me under the cover of night while you pursued her? Gu Lai remained skeptical, bombarding him with questions. What is the meaning of this? How has the Lord of the Ghost City become Gu Lai's uncle? This bewildering revelation left many astounded, filled with incredulity as they murmured amongst themselves. Taking a deep breath, Gu Lai sneered. Let us see what you have to say. In the depths of the demonic bone purgatory lies a blood-soul purple city, home to the Wu family, of which I and your mother are members. Your mother is also my biological sister. Once, I took your mother out for a clandestine adventure, seeking to hone her skills. While out, she encountered your father, and to my surprise, she fell head over heels for him. They were deeply in love, but the Wu family vehemently opposed their union, imprisoning your mother. Who would have thought your father would storm the Wu family and rescue her, whisking her away? Thus, the Wu family blamed your mother's departure on me, banishing me from the family. They commanded me to find your mother, kill your father, and bring her back for punishment. Failure to complete this task meant I could never return to the Wu family. I endured great hardships to arrive at the Ghost Bone City, where I located your mother and urged her to come home. Yet, she refused, insisting I remain in the Ghost Bone City with her, never to return to the Wu family. I resided in the Ghost Bone City for several years, yearning to return to the Wu family. However, at that moment, your mother gave birth to you, and I knew it would be even more challenging to bring her back home. Thus, I launched a surprise attack and killed your father, intending to slay the newborn you as well, and then force your mother to return to the Wu family. Little did I know, your mother had already fled with you in her arms, far beyond my reach. Despite my relentless search, she remained elusive. Unable to capture her and fearing a return to the Wu family, I ascended to the position of the Lord of Ghost City. Wu Guang reminisced, speaking softly. No, I refuse to believe it. You must be lying, Gu Lai shouted, struggling to accept that the murderer of his father had turned out to be his own uncle. Overwhelmed with disbelief, Gu Lai could not bear the weight of this revelation. Ignoring reason, he swung a fist, shattering Wu Guang's skull with a sickening crunch, bone fragments scattering in all directions. Wu Guang cried out, his voice laced with agony and resentment as he was obliterated from existence. His soul fled from the remnants of his shattered head, and Gu Lai eagerly approached, yearning to consume this powerful soul flame. Yet, Xiang Tianheng soared upwards, kicking Gu Lai aside and seizing the soul essence. Without hesitation, he devoured the spirit of the purple bone monarch. The violet soul flame was thrust into Xiang Tianheng's cranial cavity as he executed the dark art of bone refinement and soul devouring. Gradually, he closed his eyes and began to levitate, suspended in mid-air. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The battle had barely subsided, leaving behind countless skeletal remains, piles of bones resembling mountains. It was these recently deceased skeletal remains that began to exhibit strange occurrences. Numerous faint starlights appeared in the sky, twinkling like stars, emanating from the lifeless bones. The starlight converged towards Xiang Tianheng, absorbed and transformed into his own essence. Those present had never witnessed such a spectacle before, their curious gazes drawn to the radiant Xiang Tianheng. This little thief feigned death, leaving behind such a remarkable display. It seemed I had underestimated him. This defiance against fate. I now understand the reason behind his formidable prowess. The color of the battle bones remained unchanged, yet they possessed extraordinary strength. Gu Lai was both furious and astonished, defiance against fate, absorbing and refining the residual divinity within the fallen battle bones to bolster his own defenses was nothing short of astonishing. The king of Hades had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, gazing at Xiang Tianheng, suspended in the sky, his voice trembling with disbelief. At this moment, Xiang Tianheng was fervently consuming Wu Guang's soul flame. The soul of a half-step purple king was not something a mere pawn like him could easily digest. Yet, having activated his soul consciousness and wielding formidable power to operate the defiance techniques, he felt confident in his ability to devour it. Deep within his soul, Xiang Tianheng was taken aback by what lay before him. Two tokens, unmistakably the Ghost Bone token and the Flame Soul token. By consuming Wu Guang, he had also absorbed the imprint of the Ghost Bone token hidden deep within Wu Guang's soul. Previously, Wu Guang had devoured Ao Jin's soul. Thus, the imprints of both tokens now resided within Xiang Tianheng's essence. This implied that both ancient tokens had become exclusively his, and anyone wishing to possess them would need to slay him. The sheer magnitude of Wu Guang's soul memories overwhelmed Xiang Tianheng, who lost track of time as he sifted through useful information. Among various techniques and secrets, he gleaned fragments of ancient knowledge. The memories spoke of the eternal war, the divine-human conflict, the intensity of the battles that dimmed the sun and moon, shattered the void, and overturned the universe, with millions perishing, gods weeping, and ghosts lamenting. This simple phrase was a family secret of the Wu clan, inscribed on a golden war bone, passed down through generations that Wu Guang was once caught peeking while playing as a child and nearly beaten to death. Upon awakening, Xiang Tianheng felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. Standing in midair, he exuded an imposing aura, gazing down at the severely injured Gu Lai, sitting weakly on the ground, laughing triumphantly. "I am the ultimate victor! Who dares to be so arrogant?" Suddenly, several figures leaped from the shadows, their presence unmistakably extraordinary, their auras palpable. "Are you here to seize the ancient tokens as well?" Xiang Tianheng regarded the three before him with a cold stare. I advise you to refrain from rash actions. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as Wu Guang." Such audacity, one of the skeletal figures, enveloped in an eerie glow, rasped ominously. "Foolish! Let us see what he is capable of." Another figure, with a menacing visage and a grotesque expression, whose eyes were disproportionately large and asymmetrical, sneered, "I have no time to waste with you," Xiang Tianheng declared, waving his hand as the Ghost Bone token emerged from deep within his soul, hovering above him and radiating a green light. Suddenly, the brilliance intensified, and a beam of green light shot towards the intruding trio, an irresistible force drawing them in an instant. They vanished without a trace. Impossible! How could he master the Ghost Bone token so swiftly? The hidden observers gasped in astonishment. "This is troublesome. We should retreat." Upon witnessing Gu Lai's escape, Xiang Tianheng sought to conclude matters quickly. He scanned the crowd for Gu Lai, but found no trace of him. Enraged, he seized his lackey. "Ronghua, speak! Where did Gu Lai run off to? Otherwise I shall execute you." "I do not know. Even if I did, I would not tell you. If you have the guts, kill me," Ronghua shouted defiantly. Unafraid of death. "Very well." Xiang Tianheng raised his pale bone hand, poised to strike his skull, but then reconsidered. Ronghua was indeed a man of courage, and he halted. Instead, grinning sinisterly, he summoned the bone token, a green light piercing into Ronghua's soul. "What have you done to me?" Ronghua writhed in agony on the ground as the battle bones relentlessly tormented him. I have inscribed my mark deep within your soul. Henceforth, should you defy me, you will experience excruciating pain, a fate worse than death. Furthermore, you will find it impossible to die. Obey me, and I shall spare you from torment." Ronghua contemplated self-termination, yet every attempt was thwarted by a force preventing his demise, forcing him to relent, glaring at Xiang Tianheng with hatred. Terrifying, I never imagined he could wield the Ghost Bone token with such mastery, but I wonder if he has grasped the Flame Soul token. If he has, he will become even more formidable. The king of Hades regarded Xiang Tianheng with a deep gaze, realizing he was utterly inscrutable, shrouded in mystery. The king of Hades bellowed, "Why are you not kneeling before Lord Xiang?" The spectators were profoundly awed by Xiang Tianheng's might, and the king of Hades' command snapped them back to reality. Most knelt in submission to me. The Lord, Xiang Tianheng, momentarily taken aback, finally grasped the situation and questioned with uncertainty. The king of Hades' deep voice resonated. You have slain Wu Guang, and now command both the ghost bone token and the flame soul token. If you do not take the position of Lord, who shall? With a fierce glare, Xiang Tianheng grinned. Very well. I shall accept this title without hesitation. You may all rise. Although they knelt, Xiang Tianheng understood that this submission was merely temporary. Some harbored resentment that could lead to future trouble. It was evident he needed to instill fear within them, to demonstrate his authority. Since I am the Lord, I bear the responsibility and duty to govern you all. I shall now announce some city regulations. First, as I am the Lord of 2 cities, let us merge them into one, to be named Ghost Flame City. Second, Gu Lai is a wanted criminal in both cities. Whoever captures or slays him shall receive a significant reward. Third, no resident of this city shall engage in brawls. Adherence to the regulations is mandatory. Specific rules will be discussed later. Fourth, I shall host a grand tournament. All victorious participants shall be rewarded with titles and honors. Additionally, I shall partake in this tournament, and all may challenge me. Those who defeat me will have their requests granted. Any of you have objections? Xiang Tianheng adapted a plot from a film he had seen in the past. Will you truly grant anything? A mocking voice emerged from the crowd. Granted. Xiang Tianheng replied promptly. The wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, stunned by the new lord's unexpected nonchalance regarding the title, which many coveted. Xiang Tianheng's intention behind holding this tournament was threefold. First, the rapid elevation of levels had led to an unstable foundation, and he aimed to solidify their cultivation through competition. Second, he intended to demonstrate his strength and assert dominance, ensuring everyone understood that their lord was no pushover. Third, he sought to identify powerful individuals with potential to lead the city's forces, thereby enhancing the might of Ghost Flame City. This tournament would allow participants to interact, share experiences, and elevate their capabilities. Truly a win-win situation. He planned to hold such competitions periodically, confident that, in the near future, Ghost Flame City would grow stronger, surpassing the other ancient cities. Do you all have confidence in this? Xiang Tianheng proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating for all to hear. Silence enveloped the crowd, as they regarded the new lord as a dreamer, casting curious glances his way. Do you have confidence? Xiang Tianheng reiterated, raising his voice once more. A voice rang out from the throng. Lord, I do not mean to undermine you, but Ghostbone City, Flame Soul City, the remnant Moon Red City, and the setting Sunyang City are the outermost ancient cities of the Demon Bone Purgatory, situated in the 4th encirclement, possessing the lowest levels and rankings. Delving deeper leads us to the 3rd encirclement, where the formidable Blood Soul Purple City, Ghostly Shadow City, and Soul Hunter Ghost City boast countless powerful beings. The 2nd encirclement comprises the Infernal Blood City and the Devouring Corpse City, whose inhabitants are even more terrifying and formidable. At the heart of the Demon Bone Inferno lies the bloodthirsty Demon City, a realm inhabited solely by divine entities, far beyond our capacity to contend with. I suggest you reconsider and spare us the fate of death. The speaker refers to the 10 ancient cities, and Xiang Tianheng recalls their significance from Wu Guang's memories. However, the recollection of bloodthirsty Demon City remains vague, known only for its mystery and strength. A dwelling for the divine, rumored to house but a single inhabitant. Indeed, you speak wisely, and I commend your courage in offering suggestions. May I inquire your esteemed name? Xiang Tianheng expresses admiration for the individual. I shall not alter my name or lineage. I am Wu Dao. The skeletal figure exudes an air of pride. Excellent. Wu, will you be attending the grand gathering? Should you choose not to, I shall still reserve an official position for you and bestow upon you 50 initial blue soul seeds. A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd, as they are taken aback by the city lord's grand gesture. 50 initial blue soul seeds equate to a significant fortune. Wu Guang and A.O. Jin present their private reserves, boasting 50,000 yellow soul seeds, over 15,000 initial blue soul seeds, 500 medium blue soul seeds, 500 deep blue soul seeds, alongside various higher-tier soul seeds. Such wealth is ample for Xiang Tianheng to indulge. Finally, relishing the taste of affluence. Thank you for your generous offer. I shall partake in the competition, striving for victory through my own prowess. Otherwise, others may speak ill of me. Wu Dao replies. Xiang Tianheng glances at him with renewed respect, then turns to address the assembly. Henceforth, Ronghua shall oversee matters. Those wishing to participate should register with him, with a registration fee of 1 medium blue soul seed. Among the throng are undeniably powerful individuals, and Xiang Tianheng intends to select them for his service to... The presence of this city lord may be a double-edged sword. He could potentially elevate our strength. The crowd buzzes with speculation, sharing their opinions. Let us warm up today. I wish to witness your true strength. The ominous king of the underworld chuckles menacingly. Observing the eccentric demeanor of the king, Xiang Tianheng thinks to himself, this is fortuitous. Let me first intimidate the inhabitants of these 2 cities today. The spectators instinctively retreat, clearing a battlefield. I am the center of the arena. Even before combat begins, the tension escalates, the king of the underworld's dark cloak rustling violently. Boy, should you lose, I shall not demand your title as city lord. Merely kneel before me and call me grandfather. You wretched spawn. The king of the underworld sneers. You are the same. The intensity escalates. And Xiang Tianheng suddenly launches an attack, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in a flash, charging towards the king of the underworld with a speed so remarkable that onlookers perceive multiple images of him in motion. Such speed is unfathomable. An observer gasps in awe. The initially dismissive king of the underworld's expression shifts dramatically. Turning grave, he must now treat this battle with utmost seriousness. Bang, bang, bang! A series of thunderous impacts ensue as the king manages to halt Xiang Tianheng's rapid movements. The king of the underworld is formidable. He is poised to claim victory. Some speculate. The city lord should not be underestimated. I foresee a grueling battle ahead. Others question. Soaring into the air, legs aglow with blue light, he fiercely kicks towards the king of the underworld. The king crosses his arms to shield his chest, but upon impact with his arm, he recoils, staggering back several paces, standing defiantly. Xiang Tianheng gazes at the king, exuding an air of superiority and dominance. With each exchange, his confidence grows, as does his belief in his strength. The king of the underworld, feeling increasingly frustrated by his passive role, bellows mightily, his aura crushing like a tidal wave. Transforming his fist into an open palm, he strikes towards Xiang Tianheng. With swift hand movements, he conjures a defensive seal to counter the onslaught of the king's furious strike. Xiang Tianheng swiftly evades, reappearing behind the king, his right fist clenched and aimed at the king's back. This punch is unyielding, leaving no room for reprieve. As Xiang Tianheng seems to vanish from view, the king realizes the impending danger too late. A resounding crash echoes as he is propelled backward, crashing into the ground, leaving a significant crater in his wake. With each engagement, Xiang Tianheng's mastery over his soul power deepens, his strength advancing, confidence surging. He gestures to the crowd, boldly declaring, "Bring forth 2 more challengers. Allow me to showcase my true prowess." Ashes swirl, smoke dissipates. The scorched earth bears witness to the remnants of their previous clash. Xiang Tianheng stands proudly at the center of the battlefield, his stature tall and unyielding, his gaze cold as he surveys the scene, embodying an aura of unparalleled supremacy, appearing exceedingly arrogant and domineering. In response to the provocation, the crowd stirs, and a skeletal figure with silver bones leaps forward, distinct in his silver-gray combat bones, signifying his strength. He declares, "I am Shun Hu, here to seek your wisdom." Another skeletal figure, Yuanji, follows suit, his ordinary combat bones contrasting with the vibrant and fiery soul flame that blazes within him, seemingly impervious to extinguishment, his countenance icy, as if the world owes him a debt. "Bring it on!" Xiang Tianheng laughs heartily, eager for the challenge, wishing to ascertain the extent of his own capabilities. This new city lord truly seems to have a death wish. He dares to take on 3 adversaries. Perhaps he genuinely possesses such strength. The crowd speculates about Xiang Tianheng's intentions. "You 3, come at me." Let me discern the true level of my strength. Clearly, he sought to hone his skills against Shunhu, Ung, and the king of the underworld. With a swift exchange, Shunhu radiates blue light, summoning his bone weapon as he ascends into the sky. Simultaneously, the king of the underworld charges forward on the ground, aiming to flank Shunhu and seize this opportunity to avenge their earlier humiliation. But on the battlefield, Xiang Tianheng unleashes a sweeping strike towards the ground-bound king of the underworld. A radiant light surges forth, resembling an army of thousands galloping towards him. The king raises his hand, cleaving downward, a blade of light slicing through the luminous wave, which then expands outward from the king, scattering the bones littering the ground and enveloping the area in dust. Shunhu's weapon strikes again, but the king, unable to evade, suffers a heavy blow, rolling across the ground without sustaining significant injury, leaving only a white mark on Xiang Tianheng's skeletal form. This combat bone is remarkably resilient. Shunhu muses, yet internally he remains unconvinced, determined to shatter it. The cold-hearted Ung also springs into action, soaring through the air towards Xiang Tianheng's estate. With a mere wave, a green barrier materializes, blocking Yunji's assault, yet he is still jolted back. Brushing off the dust, Xiang Tianheng chuckles. Impressive. However, I remain confident in my ability to defeat you. Gentlemen, do not merely observe our battle. Let the grand gathering commence. Ronghua, you shall handle the arrangements. He then turns to the furious Ronghua, urging, hurry, or you shall taste the repercussions of earlier. Upon hearing this, Ronghua trembles in fear, hastily preparing as these words are spoken. A cacophony ensues, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement as all flock to Ronghua to register. Yet, many remain on the sidelines, keeping a keen eye on the new city lord's movements. Moments later, the arena is erected. The assembly of powerful beings unfolds with fervor, yet the city lord remains the focal point of attention. In the arena, Xiang Tianheng unleashes his soul power, a surge of green light radiating outward, engulfing him in an ethereal sea, captivatingly otherworldly. With a resounding roar, a colossal green light crashes toward Shunhu, Ung, and the king of the underworld, who instantly sense the impending danger, causing them to become restless. Shunhu and his companions raise a blue barrier, and with a thunderous impact, the force collides with it, creating an enormous sound. Hold strong. Shunhu strains to maintain the blue barrier, fiercely resisting Xiang Tianheng's assault. He persists. I can't hold on any longer, Shunhu exclaims in desperation. Just as he nears his breaking point, the overwhelming force finally dissipates, allowing them to exhale deeply in relief. Now, it is our turn to retaliate. Shunhu shouts. Likewise, Xiang Tianheng has a plan of his own, thinking, if soul power cannot subdue you, I shall engage in close combat. Ung summons his unique bone spirit weapon, a bone-crafted rope that strikes like a serpent towards Xiang Tianheng, who reaches out to grasp it tightly. However, a shocking twist occurs. The bone rope ensnares Xiang Tianheng's arms. Binding him tightly, he struggles to free himself, but it remains firmly entwined around his limbs that a shadow darts swiftly. And it is the king of the underworld, who stands before Xiang Tianheng, his aura surging as he delivers a powerful punch to his chest. Struck by the forceful blow, Xiang Tianheng, whose arm was under control, was sent flying a considerable distance. Yet he stood up unscathed, though his heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Too formidable. This skeletal structure rivals that of the deep silver battle bone, exclaimed the king of the underworld. Without further hesitation, Xiang Tianheng took a step forward, forming hand seals, and unleashed a torrent of crimson light that surged toward Shunhu and the king of the underworld, momentarily morphing into a red battle tiger, and then a red dragon. The spectacle was grand and awe-inspiring, charging fiercely towards Shunhu and his companions. With an array of techniques at his disposal, Tianheng's prowess allowed him to devour the souls and memories of his adversaries, assimilating them for his own use. Not good, they thought in alarm. The crimson light struck Gu Lai and his companions with force, sending them crashing to the ground, writhing in agony. Despite the unbearable pain, they gritted their teeth and managed to rise again. So powerful, truly overwhelming. Someone gasped in astonishment. You brat, You force me to reveal my ultimate move. The king of the underworld bellowed in anger that a dense black mist erupted from him, enveloping the battlefield, rendering it a pitch-black void where direction was indistinguishable. What is happening? Xiang Tianheng felt as if his eyes were covered, stumbling blindly within the battlefield, disoriented and unaware of his enemy's location. Suddenly, he was struck from behind. When he turned to investigate, the assailant had vanished. Within this black mist, he felt a restricting force pressing down on him, rendering him entirely passive, subject to relentless blows, whether from bone weaponry or fists and feet. "Ah, this is so frustrating," Xiang Tianheng shouted, venting his pent-up frustrations. "You insolent brat! Do you think you could be so arrogant? If you kneel and call me grandfather, I will spare you, and you may continue to reign as your city's lord." Came the sinister laughter of the king of the underworld from within the mist. The direction of his voice was indistinguishable, leaving Xiang Tianheng in despair. "Impossible! How can I gain the people's respect if I do not defeat you? How can I be a city lord?" Tianheng shouted defiantly. Boom! Crash! Dark hands emerged from the mist, attacking him from all directions, leaving him bewildered and unable to comprehend the enemy's whereabouts. Gradually, the black mist dissipated, revealing the scene of the battlefield. In the center lay one individual, battered and bruised, his bones marked and his soul's flame dimmed, appearing utterly disheveled. Not far from him stood the king of the underworld and Shun Hu. As a cold voice from Yuan Ji rang out, "City Lord, you have lost. Do not be so domineering." Defeated, indeed, I have lost. The inevitability of defeat struck him. He had mistakenly believed himself to be a city lord caliber and should temper his arrogance. As Xiang Tianheng fell, reactions varied among the onlookers. Some rejoiced while others lamented, their voices a cacophony of opinions. Suddenly, in a disheveled state, Xiang Tianheng rose from the ground, casting a cold glance at Gu Lai and his companions, declaring with fervor, "Who says I have lost?" With gritted teeth, he swiftly moved, leaving only a blur in his wake, simultaneously striking at Yuan Ji and Shun Hu. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as both were struck heavily in the chest, sent hurtling backward to crash onto the ground. He quickly pivoted toward the king of the underworld, delivering a swift kick that cast a massive shadow across the sky, compelling the king to shield his head with both hands. Ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness, the tide of battle had shifted once more, leaving the spectators speechless, astonished that Xiang Tianheng still had a trump card to play. Approaching Yuan Ji and Shun Hu, he proposed, "Why not become my disciples? I can help you grow stronger." Through the battle, Tianheng had discerned that Yuan Ji and Shun Hu were exceptional. Yuan Ji's soul flame burned vigorously, giving him a significant advantage in cultivation, while Shun Hu's battle bones were far superior to that of ordinary skeletons. Thus, Xiang Tianheng resolved to take them as disciples, intending to teach them the art of bone fusion and soul devouring, allowing them to harness their respective strengths. "Master," upon hearing the promise of strength, both knelt eagerly. "To become my disciple, you must undergo my initiation." Xiang Tianheng slowly approached them, placing his hand upon their heads, emanating a green light that extracted 2 star-sized marks from their souls, embedding them within. Instantly, they were filled with knowledge of the techniques. Shun Hu received the art of bone fusion to further amplify his skeletal prowess, while Yuan Ji gained the ability of soul devouring. Another characteristic of the soul mark was its capacity to monitor their every action. Should they ever betray him, he would know immediately. Who else dares to challenge? "This city lord will accompany you to the end." Xiang Tianheng surveyed the crowd, his gaze piercing and cold. This proclamation exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, asserting his supremacy. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, leaving those who had anticipated Tianheng's defeat with their heads bowed in silence. "King of the underworld, do you remember our previous wager?" Xiang Tianheng turned to remind him. "Fear not, I am willing to accept defeat." The king of the underworld gritted his teeth and knelt. Xiang Tianheng grasped his hand, helping him rise. The king looked at him in confusion, not comprehending his intentions. "King of the underworld, first tend to your wounds. We shall discuss this matter later," Tianheng stated calmly. After a meaningful glance, the king of the underworld felt a surge of gratitude. He realized that Tianheng was protecting his dignity, not wanting him to lose face before others. Meanwhile, the grand assembly continued with fervor, punctuated by cheers and gasps of astonishment. Dragging his weary body, Ronghua approached Tianheng and inquired, "How goes the battle?" Indeed, there are formidable existences hidden among the populace, many of whom have revealed techniques that outshine my own. Ronghua cast a sidelong glance at Tianheng, astonished, eyes glued to the battlefield. In the center, sparks flew as beams of light erupted. Two individuals clashed fiercely, their techniques constantly evolving. An endless array of forbidden moves dazzling the spectators' point. One of the combatants was Wu Dao, who had earlier exchanged words with Tianheng, while the other, known as Lai Han, also stood at the pinnacle of the deep blue bone king, both possessing unfathomable strength and hidden skills that left Tianheng perplexed. Boom! The two plummeted from sky, crashing violently onto the ground, clearly both sustaining injuries. Just as they prepared to rise and determine the victor, Xiang Tianheng darted between them, interjecting, "Gentlemen, I have witnessed your remarkable strength and hold you in high esteem. Why must you entangle yourselves in such a fierce struggle? As city lord, I hereby appoint one of you as the ghost general and the other as the flame general." "Absolutely not. I must claim victory today." "What nonsense is this generalship? I have no interest," Lai Han protested defiantly. Xiang Tianheng regarded him with intrigue, noting, "This one is quite amusing. I must keep him close at you may take your time to battle and dispute later. Why engage in a life-and-death struggle now?" Tianheng continued to weave words of persuasion, seeking to win their favor. Wu Dao and Lai Han exchanged glances, both grunting in mutual displeasure and turning away. "What say you? Are you interested in becoming a general, commanding an army of 10,000? You will be above the masses." Xiang Tianheng leaned closer to Wu Dao, whispering to Wu Dao replied candidly, "Respectfully, I yield to your command." "Brother, Wu Dao has agreed to become the ghost general," Tianheng exclaimed. "Alas, you are still but a soldier. How can you compare to him?" He lamented as he approached Lai Han. "I won't be the flame general." "Who says I am inferior to him?" Lai Han shouted, clearly unable to withstand Tianheng's provocations. While the assembly continued, certain individuals harbored ulterior motives against Xiang Tianheng, plotting against him, oblivious to his peril. In the fourth encirclement of the demon bone purgatory stood a city resembling a setting sun. This was the city of the setting sun. As the name suggests, it appeared like a falling sun, with dark red walls encircling it, and from above, it resembled a circular layout akin to a disk within the city, in the main hall of the city lord's residence. A figure sat whose bones glowed crimson, the blood-red battle bones exuding an eerie aura. His deep, hollow gaze struck a profound fear into the souls of onlookers, and his strength was unfathomable, radiating the aura of a supreme being. Suddenly, a voice cried out in alarm as someone hastily rushed in. "What is it, Shuren? Speak quickly. If this were not of great importance, I would have you killed." The Lord of the Setting Sun frowned, clearly displeased at the interruption. The newcomer, trembling and bowing his head, replied anxiously, "My lord, the Ghost Bone City and the Flame Soul City have concluded their war. Was it Wu Guangxing or Ao Jin?" The lord inquired, puzzled. Neither. It was a skeleton named Xiang Tianheng that he single-handedly seized both cities, merging them into one, Ghost Flame City. His strength seems to have just entered the middle purple bone monarch level. Yet he possesses numerous secret techniques. He is currently in the midst of a grand assembly, simultaneously battling the king of the underworld and two other powerful figures, undefeated thus far, and he holds both the Ghost Bone Order and the Flame Soul Order in his possession. Shuren elaborated slowly. What news from the Crescent Red City? They have already set forth from the city towards the Ghost Flame City, their intentions unmistakable. This is an opportunity that cannot be allowed to remain solely with the Crescent Red City. "My lord, we too must take action," suggested Shur, and very well. Let us seize this moment of excitement. The Lord of the Setting Sun burst forth from the Lord's mansion, arriving at the heart of the Setting Sun City. He summoned the Dark Red Sun Command, a token resembling the previous two, ancient and mysterious, yet adorned with the image of setting sun, appearing crimson and dull. Each gaze upon this token incited a visceral, bloodthirsty impulse. Both cities were hastening towards the Ghost Flame City, oblivious to Xiang Tianheng, who remained engrossed in the fervent proceedings of the grand assembly that had lasted 3 days, drawing forth numerous prodigies, all of whom he sought to recruit for his own purposes, offering rewards and titles in turn. Within the magnificent lord's mansion, those who had emerged victorious stood in 2 lines, awaiting Xiang Tianheng's bestowal of honors. He increasingly exuded the demeanor of a city lord, his authority unconsciously radiating from him. I hereby appoint Wu Dao as the Grand General of Ghostbone City and Lai Hun as the Grand General of Flame Soul City. Xiang Tianheng pronounced solemnly. Thank you, my lord, both men replied. From this day forth, I shall be your commander and your grand elder. Now return to your respective posts, Lai Hun and Wu Dao. Let us see who can govern their city better. It shall be me. Ha ha. Just wait and see, Wu Dao. Lai Hun laughed heartily, his competitive spirit fiercely ignited. Report, my lord, trouble approaches. A soldier rushed in, breathless. What is the matter? Xiang Tianheng glared at him. The setting sun city is gradually approaching from the south. The crescent red city is likewise drawing near from the north. Xiang Tianheng sighed, addressing the assembly. My friends, the Ghost Flame City has only just been established and is finding its footing. Now, with the setting sun and crescent moon cities advancing towards us, their intentions are clear. Their hearts must be punished. We must repel these invaders and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Shun Hu, quickly gather the skeleton army and prepare for battle. Xiang Tianheng commanded his aide, Du. Yes, master. With that, Shun Hu hurriedly departed. The king of the underworld sighed, with the setting sun to the south and the crescent moon to the north. We are truly beset by crises. Another arduous battle awaits. We must secure victory at all costs. Wu Dao, Lai Hun, you must each guard your cities well. This is the moment to prove your true capabilities. Everyone was anxiously preparing for battle, their minds taut with anticipation, fully aware of what was about to unfold. Hold firm, brothers, engage with fervor. Cast your votes and comments. The skeletons are immensely grateful. Skeleton QQ 111-305-1570. For inquiries, contact us at AT this moment. To the south lay the setting sun city, and to the north, the crescent red city. The 4 cities stood in distant opposition, surrounded by an eerie silence, devoid of life. Steeped in deathly stillness, Xiang Tianheng regarded the setting sun and crescent red cities with a cold detachment, flanked by the king of the underworld and his 2 disciples, all bearing serious expressions. Wu Dao stood tall atop Ghostbone City, while Lai Hun emanated an overwhelming aura from Flame Soul City. Today, the 2 cities invade Ghost Flame City. What is their intent? Xiang Tianheng's voice resonated through the demon bone purgatory. Clear and unmistakable that we, from the crescent red city, have heard that Ghostbone City and Flame Soul City are under different leadership. We have come to pay our respects. We wish to see what sort of individuals can become the lords of 2 cities. A commanding voice emerged from the north, from the crescent moon city and the setting sun city. The blood-red-boned lord of the city suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing 2 beams of brilliance as he turned to the sky and declared, "The setting sun city has come to pay its respects." The voice carried an undeniable pressure, and Xiang Tianheng thought to himself, these 2 are formidable characters indeed. If that is the case, why come all the way here? If they have come, why not present themselves? Yuan Ji behind him scoffed. Humph. I initially thought the new lord would be some exalted figure, but upon seeing him today, he is merely a foolish jester, not worth my time that I have changed my mind. Better to surrender the lord's command, and I shall spare your lives. The tone was laced with blatant provocation. Crescent Moon Lord, you are far too greedy. Do you truly think so little of me? A voice of discontent rose from within the setting sun city. Listening to the exchange between the 2 lords, Xiang Tianheng's face darkened, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Crescent Red City. This Crescent Red City resembled a waning moon, dilapidated and lifeless. Crescent Moon Lord, do not overstep your bounds. Xiang Tianheng thundered, I shall overstep, and what will you do about it? A mere minor character remains just that. The disdainful voice from Crescent Red City echoed that, a man may be slain, but not insulted. Xiang Tianheng, nearly driven mad, charged towards Crescent Moon City. The king of the underworld quickly intervened, advising, My lord, do not act impulsively. Ignoring the council, Xiang Tianheng broke through the king of the underworld's obstruction, shouting back to his comrades, "Guard the city well. I will return shortly." The crowd was filled with anxiety, chastising the Lord for his recklessness. In the setting sun city, Shuren suggested, "My lord, I must not act as rashly as the crescent moon city. Now, we should observe the conflict from a distance. When the two are exhausted from their battle, we can emerge to pick up the pieces. At that time, not only will the Ghost Bone Command and Flame Soul Command belong to you, but even the Crescent Red Command will be yours." Contemplating this, the Lord of the Setting Sun smiled slyly and remarked, "There will be ample rewards for you then." Arriving at the gates of Crescent Moon City, Xiang Tianheng bellowed, "Crescent Moon Lord, step forth to battle." The gates swung wide open, revealing a deep blue bone king, whose fearsome visage hinted at malevolence. The collar adorned his neck, augmenting his forlorn appearance, radiating an indomitable spirit. "Beast, kill this Xiang Tianheng, or witness my wrath," a stern voice echoed from within the city. Upon seeing this figure, Xiang Tianheng felt a surge of hatred and declared, "You have made me search high and low for you. Return to me the life of my brother Qing Xiao." Tianheng brother, I am indeed Qing Xiao. Nonsense, do not attempt to deceive me. I know full well that Qing Xiao met his demise at your hands. You are the infamous red skeleton from that time, Xiang Tianheng shouted, recalling the haunting cries of Qing Xiao in his final moments, utterly refusing to believe in Qing Xiao's resurrection. Qing Xiao glanced at his current form and let out a bitter smile. Feeling an unspoken sorrow, Xiang Tianheng had already launched an attack. Sensing something amiss, he halted, his imposing presence demanding, "Why do you not strike back? Brother, I truly am Qing Xiao. When that skeleton sought to devour my soul, I unleashed a soul-snatching technique, inadvertently consuming his essence, and now I inhabit his body." Soul-snatching technique. Such a rare occurrence is almost unheard of. Why should I believe you? Xiang Tianheng sneered, "Brother, be cautious. I can no longer restrain myself." Qing Xiao suddenly rose from the ground, brimming with energy, a stark contrast to his previous lethargy. The attacks grew increasingly fierce, becoming wildly unrestrained. Xiang Tianheng pondered the situation. What on earth is happening? There must be something amiss. While fighting, he scrutinized Qing Xiao, and upon noticing the collar around his neck, he grasped the truth. It was all the doing of that contraption. Whether or not he is truly Qing Xiao must be thoroughly investigated. Xiang Tianheng resolved. The battle raged with dazzling intensity, a fierce clash of power. Each strike from Xiang Tianheng's formidable bones left openings for his adversaries, whom he exploited with devastating blows. His enemies suffered, while he remained unscathed. Onlookers were astounded by his reckless style, their hearts growing colder with each passing moment. What kind of technique is this? His bones are extraordinarily powerful. The Lord of the Setting Sun gazed at Xiang Tianheng, filled with curiosity. The Lord of the Crescent Moon could no longer remain idle. He mounted a silver skeletal steed, wielding a bone spear, and soared from Crescent Moon City, hovering in the air to scrutinize Xiang Tianheng. Before long, Qing Xiao was knocked unconscious, and Xiang Tianheng swiftly retreated to Ghost Flame City, handing him over to Rome Hua for careful watch. "What sort of technique have you mastered?" "With silver bones." Wielding a silver spear, astride a silver steed, suspended in midair, you radiate an overwhelming presence. The blood-red-boned Lord of the Setting Sun soared over, declaring, "Ghost Flame City Lord, if you reveal that technique to me, I shall immediately withdraw my city. If you wish to repel the Crescent Moon City, I would gladly assist." Xiang Tianheng regarded the Lord of the Setting Sun with disdain, inwardly scoffing. "You shall not have my bone-devouring soul technique." "Crescent Moon Lord, who was that individual who fought me earlier?" "Merely a creature inhabiting another's body. He is beneath notice. Surrender the 2 city tokens, and that technique shall be included as interest. Otherwise, today shall witness the bloodbath of Ghost Flame City." The Crescent Moon Lord boasted arrogantly. "You are dreaming." Xiang Tianheng let out a cold laugh. With a silver bone spear raised toward the heavens, the gates of the city of the waning moon swung wide open, and the army of skeletons surged forth in perfect formation, a sight to behold as they poured out like a dense tide of bone. "Grant me the method, and this lord shall withdraw immediately. Otherwise, at a single command, the army of the setting sun shall also mobilize. The lord of the setting sun continued to threaten. Brothers, let us slay, shouted Lion, leading the flame legion out of the city of blazing souls. Their momentum fierce and overwhelming, akin to a ferocious tiger, the Wu Dao also brought the ghostly army, adopting a more subdued demeanor, yet his presence was as formidable as a coiling serpent. Arriving behind Xiang Tianheng, they awaited a command to launch themselves forward. Kill! In the city of the setting sun, Shuren led the skeleton army forth, but instead of attacking, they lurked aside, resembling spectators rather than combatants, witnessing the ghostly flame army, which outnumbered them twofold. The Lord of the Waning Moon felt a pang of trepidation. A protracted battle is unwise. I must first eliminate this lord. Xiang Tianheng glanced at the Lord of the Setting Sun and inquired of Wu Dao and Lian. Who among you will confront the forces of the Waning Moon? With the northern threat looming and the southern adversary poised to strike, we must retain a formidable force to guard our city. I shall go, Lian exclaimed with excitement. Very well, Wu Dao, you are to defend the city. Keep a vigilant watch on the movements from the setting sun, Xiang Tianheng instructed, upon receiving the Lord's consent. Lian provocatively glared at Wu Dao, commanding his subordinates, slay with fervor. Let someone witness the might of our flame legion. Shun Hu, Yuan Ji, this is your opportunity for training. Unleash your full power against the enemy. And should you not slay 1,000 foes, do not call me master. With that, Xiang Tianheng surged into sky alongside the king of the underworld, locking horns with the Lord of the Waning Moon. The battle was on the brink of eruption. You dare to provoke me with just the two of you, the Lord of the Waning Moon scoffed. Uncertain who struck first, a chaotic melee ensued as Xiang Tianheng and the king of the underworld flanked their opponent, while the Lord of the Waning Moon charged forth on horseback, spear in hand. Ever since the clash between Xiang Tianheng and the king of the underworld, the latter had completely submitted to Xiang Tianheng. As the Lord engaged in combat, Lian led his troops into the fray, bellowing, "Kill! Let us forge the glory of the Flame Legion." Instantly, the air filled with cries for blood, a cacophony that shook the heavens, igniting the fervor of every skeleton soldier. Lian, at the forefront, resembled a fierce tiger, relentlessly reaping the lives of his enemies. Witnessing their commanding officer's ferocity, the soldiers descended into a frenzy. Who would ultimately prevail in this clash? Could Tianheng and the king of the underworld withstand the Lord of the Setting Sun? Would Qingqiu reunite with Xiang Tianheng? Cast your votes. Save this tale. The skeletons are driven to continue writing, ensuring the narrative grows ever more thrilling. Radiance illuminated the sky as various techniques unfolded, waves of energy rippling through the air, causing the skeletons below to struggle to maintain their footing. The king of the underworld swiftly formed hand seals, while the Lord of the Waning Moon charged on horseback. Seeking to disrupt him, the figure darted in front of the king of the underworld, delivering a powerful punch toward the Lord of the Waning Moon, who thrust his spear in retaliation. Xiang Tianheng evaded repeatedly, prioritizing the king of the underworld's safety over a direct confrontation. His movements were so swift that they seemed almost unreal. 4 apparitions of Xiang Tianheng materialized around the Lord of the Waning Moon, who, unable to discern the real from the shadow, focused intently ahead. The Lord of the Waning Moon, bewildered, urged his silver-boned steed forward, which let out a thunderous neigh as it charged at one of the apparitions. The Lord aiming his spear in tandem with the horse. "Not good. This is not the real body." The Lord of the Waning Moon cried out. With a resounding crash, Xiang Tianheng was sent flying. What happened? Wasn't he missed? Gulai pondered in confusion that in truth, Xiang Tianheng had seized the opportunity to circle behind the Lord of the Waning Moon for a sneak attack, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. But the horse had kicked him away with a powerful thrust of its hind legs. Gradually, a black mist began to rise, enveloping the battlefield. Xiang Tianheng realized the king of the underworld's spell had been successfully cast and quickly dashed to his side. As darkness engulfed them, the restless boned steed shifted beneath them, while the Lord of the Waning Moon scanned his surroundings, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Playing hide and seek with me." How amusing. Onlookers outside the mist were unable to see the unfolding events. only hearing the cries of horses and the clash of weapons. Kill. Slay. The Lord is on the verge of defeat, echoed the shouts as the Lord of the Waning Moon's horse let out another neigh, prompting Lion to shout in excitement as he led the charge deep into enemy territory. The flame skeleton army, spurred on by Lion's roar, surged with renewed vigor, mercilessly slaughtering their foes, while the forces of the Waning Moon appeared dispirited and listless. With a tremendous crash, the bone steed plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing Xiang Tianheng and the king of the underworld, both battered and bruised, as they landed awkwardly on the ground. The Lord of the Waning Moon stood tall beside his bone steed, spear in hand, still resplendent and imposing. Both armies quickly retreated to grant their lord space. "Lord, we can barely hold on," one of the Waning Moon soldiers exclaimed. Observing the disheartened state of their comrades, who had suffered heavy losses, the enemy stood invigorated and full of spirit. If the battle continued, defeat was inevitable. "Are you all right, my lord?" Lihan asked with concern as he approached Xiang Tianheng. Casting him a glance, Xiang Tianheng praised, "You performed admirably." Then, turning to the Lord of the Waning Moon, he coldly declared, "I must insist you withdraw your forces. Continuing this engagement will yield no benefits for you." The Lord of the Setting Sun's intentions are clear. He aims to reap the rewards while we weaken each other. The Lord of the Setting Sun, sensing his intentions exposed, descended between the two. Casting a disdainful gaze at the weakened Xiang Tianheng, he declared, "I reiterate my demand. Grant me the method, and I shall withdraw immediately, staying out of this affair." The Lord of the Setting Sun, a rare fiery red war bone, faced immense challenges in seeking to advance his rank. Thus he desperately sought a method to augment his bone's strength. "What if you assist me in eliminating Xiang Tianheng, devouring his soul flame? The method shall be easily within our grasp." The Lord of the Waning Moon tempted. Agreed. The Lord of the Setting Sun was tempted, initially planning to secure the method first and then return to claim the spoils. Yet with Xiang Tianheng refusing to yield the method, he had no choice but to ally with the Waning Moon. Xiang Tianheng glanced at the king of the underworld, who had lost the will to fight. Then, at his loyal subordinates, that if the two lords joined forces, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand them. The shameless Lord of the Waning Moon thrust his spear toward the weakened king of the underworld. Xiang Tianheng rushed forward, seizing the king of the underworld and forcefully hurling him away, exposing his own back to the enemy. "Da-da!" Xiang Tianheng cried out in agony as the bone spear pierced his body, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. "Kill! Avenging our lord!" The cries from the ghostly flame city erupted, with Wu Dao, Gulai, and others charging forth, the flames of battle spreading directly to the gates of the setting sun. The Lord of the Waning Moon raised his bone spear, aiming at Xiang Tianheng's head. Was he truly destined to perish in this manner? Xiang Tianheng felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, just as the bone spear descended. He shouted, "Lord of the Setting Sun, I know the secret of the forbidden method." The Lord of the Setting Sun stopped, seizing the bone spear and addressing the Lord of the Waning Moon. "Let us hear what he has to say first. We can kill him later." With a sigh of relief, Xiang Tianheng spoke softly, "I know of a place abundant with methods. My forbidden method was gleaned from there." This piqued the interest of both lords, as the Lord of the Waning Moon growled, "Speak quickly. Where is this place? It is fraught with peril, a place where one faces death at every turn. I nearly lost my life upon merely approaching its borders." Xiang Tianheng continued to deceive and entice. "If you guide us there, we shall release you," promised the Lord of the Setting Sun. Xiang Tianheng smirked. "I will agree to lead you, but the Lord of the Waning Moon must release Qingxiu." The Lord of the Waning Moon tossed him a key, stating, "This is the key to unlock his collar." Taking the key, Xiang Tianheng approached his two disciples, handing it to them, while secretly bestowing 2 tokens into their hands. "From this day forth, you shall be responsible for this city. Furthermore, take good care of my brother. You must diligently cultivate the techniques I have entrusted to you. Master, you must return alive." Shun Hu and Yuan Ji exchanged complex glances, tightly gripping the tokens, their hearts heavy with sorrow, knowing that Xiang Tianheng's journey was fraught with peril. The two lords, desperate to reach the promised location, disregarded their own cities, and lifted the injured Xiang Tianheng into the as they departed. He cast a lingering glance back at his city, a sense of reluctance washing over him. Alas, I never imagined my brother Qingxiu was still alive. Before we could reunite, we must part ways once more. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Take care, my brother. This time, Xiang Tianheng had no intention of returning alive. When he reappeared, he found himself in a desolate and lifeless place. Shrouded in eerie silence that was almost terrifying, the atmosphere exuded a palpable sense of dread. An invisible pressure weighing heavily on the hearts of everyone present. The Lord of the Crescent Moon cast Xiang Tianheng onto the ground and barked, "Do not attempt any tricks." "Where's that place?" He pointed towards a cave ahead, his expression cold and indifferent, secretly thinking, "You will soon regret this." The demon cave was the site where Xiang Tianheng had acquired the bone-devouring soul technique. Within lay an ancient corpse, a terrifying entity. He intended to use the ancient corpse to slay the two lords. Fully aware that this might provoke the corpse once more, yet he had resigned himself to the possibility of death. Dragging Xiang Tianheng towards the demon cave, they found themselves unable to enter, as an unseen force blocked their path. "What is happening? How strange!" The Lord of the Setting Sun exclaimed. Xiang Tianheng sneered. "How could such a forbidden place allow you to enter so easily?" "That would be laughable. Let me pierce through it." The Lord of the Crescent Moon commanded. Boom! 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 The Lord of the Crescent Moon swung his spear, relentlessly striking at the invisible barrier, causing the ground to tremble. To his astonishment, he managed to shatter it, allowing them to advance towards the demon cave without impediment. Xiang Tianheng thought it couldn't possibly be so simple. The ancient corpse must be scheming from the shadows. As they walked into the long, dark cave, he felt a surge of dread. Even though it was his second visit, the fear within him was undeniable. He scanned the surroundings, fearing that the ancient corpse might suddenly appear. Ahead, silver skeletons emerged. Though they were dead, the divinity within them had not dissipated, maintaining their former state. This truly is a place of calamity. These skeletons are undoubtedly formidable beings. The Lord of the Setting Sun marveled. "Soon, you will meet the same fate." Xiang Tianheng thought coldly. An abnormality occurred. The skeletons began to rise from the ground, attacking frantically, leaving the Lords of the Setting Sun and Crescent Moon at a loss. Without souls to sustain them, how can they rise? This is impossible. The Lord of the Crescent Moon shouted, overwhelmed by disbelief. "Skeletons, seek collection, comments, and votes. Your support is greatly appreciated. The next chapter will be even more thrilling." Shocked by the bizarre turn of events, which had not occurred previously, Xiang Tianheng pondered whether the ancient corpse was behind this. The two lords were utterly astonished. If word of this got out, it would undoubtedly make waves. As they fought off the frenzied skeletons, they continued to advance deeper. The Lord of the Setting Sun and the Lord of the Crescent Moon fought valiantly, one throwing punches while the other wielded a spear, scattering the skeletons like fallen leaves. However, the sheer number of skeletons and their robust frames rendered them unable to attend to Xiang Tianheng, who was left behind as they rushed deeper into the cave. "Damn it!" Xiang Tianheng muttered in frustration. The skeletons turned their attention towards him, and with no strength left to fight, he closed his eyes, awaiting death. After a long while, feeling no discomfort, he opened his eyes to find the skeletons still lying there. An illusion! It must have been an illusion, Xiang Tianheng speculated. Suddenly, a pained scream pierced the air. It was the Lord of the Crescent Moon. There's also a golden battle bone inside, Xiang Tianheng recalled, summoning two ancient tokens. He felt a surge of soul energy fill his body, restoring all the soul energy he had previously expended. With the cracks in his body nearly mended, he slowed his pace, moving deeper into the cave. He could have fled, but he was concerned for the two lords as expected. Upon reaching the depths, he saw the two lords engaged in a fierce battle with the golden battle bone. Although the golden battle bone lacked the power of a soul, its formidable skeletal structure kept it from faltering. Is this not an illusion? Why are those skeletons not attacking me? Xiang Tianheng wondered in astonishment. Without a second thought, he launched an attack, causing the Lord of the Crescent Moon to cry out in pain. Glaring at Xiang Tianheng, "You sneak attacked me." The Lord of the Crescent Moon retaliated with a thrust of his spear. Xiang Tianheng swiftly dodged, creating a large hole in the wall that he patted his chest. Relieved. Thank goodness, I moved quickly. His fist glimmered with green light as he shifted his form and charged at the Lord of the Crescent Moon, whose bone spear shimmered with a hint of purple light as they engaged in close combat. Meanwhile, the golden battlebone maintained the upper hand with its robust skeletal frame, forcing the Lord of the Setting Sun to retreat continuously. And no matter how hard he struck the golden battlebone, he could not inflict real damage, not even leaving a mark. Moments later, Xiang Tianheng leaned against the wall, clutching his chest as a bone spear pointed at him, and the Lord of the Crescent Moon's sinister voice echoed. Today, you shall die. With a swift thrust, the bone spear pierced Xiang Tianheng's body. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he quickly maneuvered along the spear towards the Lord of the Crescent Moon and delivered a fatal blow to his head. The head shattered, and the Lord of the Crescent Moon fell, having met an untimely death, while Xiang Tianheng moved from the spearhead to the spear's end. This desperate fighting style, trading life for life, was not something everyone could anticipate. That moment, Xiang Tianheng remained standing, supported by the bone spear lodged in the wall, preventing him from collapsing. The soul of the Lord of the Crescent Moon surged into his mind. But its soul fire was weak, nearly extinguished. Glancing at the Lord of the Setting Sun, who was still battling the golden skeleton, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Having slain the Lord of the Crescent Moon had come at a terrible cost, and now he was on the brink of death. Unable to slay the Lord of the Setting Sun, Xiang Tianheng inwardly cried out in anguish, "I hate this," and then lost consciousness as so painful. I'm not dead. Upon awakening, he found himself no longer in that cave, but in a dark and chaotic realm, the lair of the ancient corpse. Kid, you're awake. If it weren't for me saving you, you'd have been dead long ago. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Turning, he saw the ancient corpse standing in the center of a yellow spring, its corpse aura rising to the heavens, bubbles continuously surfacing in the spring. The ancient corpse had risen at some point, its hollow, deep-set eyes fixed upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Thank you for saving me. What a clever ploy to use another weapon against them. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? The ancient corpse emanated a terrifying aura, pressing down on Xiang Tianheng, making it hard for him to breathe, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his skin. Today was my fault. I will leave your fate to you. Xiang Tianheng had already prepared himself for death before coming here. The ancient corpse did not respond, lying back down to continue its slumber. Xiang Tianheng felt the urge to escape. However, as soon as he took a step, the ancient corpse's voice echoed, "You will not leave here. Be careful lest I kill you." Unable to kill him, yet not allowing him to depart, Xiang Tianheng had no choice but to sit there helplessly. Examining his own body to his shock, he discovered his body was severely damaged, with dark injuries all over it. He quickly entered a meditative state to begin his healing. He sighed in relief for having noticed it early. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous, as his level would only diminish from then on, with his body plagued by hidden ailments. How do I have two ancient tokens? I only killed the Lord of the Crescent Moon. So there should only be the Crescent Moon red token. While healing, Xiang Tianheng delved into the depths of his soul and found two additional tokens. Their point one was dark red, with 4 blood-red characters inscribed on the front. Sunset Yang token. And the back bore a brilliantly engraved red sun. The other was also inscribed with Crescent Moon red token, with a fragmentary moon pattern on its reverse, since I possess the Sunset Yang token. The Lord of the Setting Sun must be dead. Xiang Tianheng deduced that I in this peculiar little world. He sat cross-legged, time slipping away unnoticed as he focused on mending his body without moving. That if you want to kill me, then let me go. What does it mean to be trapped here? Xiang Tianheng opened his eyes and shouted at the ancient corpse. He had been confined for a long time, and now his injuries had healed, along with a significant advancement in his cultivation. After shouting for a long while, the ancient corpse paid him no mind, continuing its slumber. After a considerable time passed, Xiang Tianheng felt utterly bored, with nothing to do. One day, while toying with the 2 ancient tokens, he scrutinized them closely, pondering, what exactly is the purpose of these ancient tokens? They must be more than mere Lord tokens. Could there be spirits within them? Like the Ghost Bone token? Holding the 2 ancient tokens, He continuously sought to comprehend their essence, that he summoned his own soul and dove into the sunset yang token. Inside the sunset token, a fiery red expanse unfolded, with a large disk floating at the center, resembling a sun illuminating the entire space. This red sun appeared exceedingly otherworldly. This must be the soul within the sunset yang token. Let me devour it. The green soul transformed into a massive gaping maw, lunging forward. The yang soul sensed danger and hastily evaded, opening a pair of black eyes amidst the red sun, staring at Xiang Tianheng. Who are you? How do you possess the aura of a ghost? What? You actually devoured a ghost? Ah, I will kill you. Ha ha. I will devour you too. Xiang Tianheng let out a hearty laugh. Two souls entwined in the heavens. One green and eerie, transforming into a wicked wolf one moment and a ferocious tiger the next. The other, red and fierce, radiating a crimson light that sought to engulf and devour its opponent. Ah, you are a demon, the solar spirit cried out in despair. Suddenly, the crimson magic engulfed the entire space, morphing into a vast net that lunged towards Xiang Tianheng. Realizing the peril, Xiang Tianheng shouted in alarm, quickly withdrawing his token and retreating to his original form. The setting sun's solar token shook violently in the air, fracturing the space and stirring ripples that vanished in an instant. That was close. Far too terrifying, Xiang Tianheng mused. Still shaken, he cursed his impulsiveness, knowing that allowing the setting sun's token to escape would spell trouble in the future, that he promptly stowed away the crescent red token, intending to devour it once his strength had grown. After a while, he managed to stabilize his emotions. You think you can escape? Suddenly, the voice of the ancient corpse echoed. Without a second thought, he dashed from the scene. Yet the ancient corpse's voice rang in his mind. Kid, do not disturb me again. I cannot guarantee I won't kill you next time. Glancing back at the slumbering ancient corpse, Xiang Tianheng felt a mixture of astonishment and confusion, unable to grasp why the ancient corpse had saved him time and again. There must be a hidden agenda, but that was a matter for later. For now, he needed to flee. Along the way, he beheld the remains of the setting sun's lord, confirming his demise, which relieved him somewhat. He swiftly collected the battle bones, a rare fiery crimson relic that, once cultivated, would be unmatched, creating a new legend. He planned to gift it to Shun Hu, for he alone was worthy. A meteor streaked across the sky with astounding speed, akin to Xiang Tianheng's anxious heart as he eagerly awaited his return to the ghostly flame city to visit his brother Qing Xiu. Arriving at the place of his past, he was dismayed to find not the 4 great cities, but merely 2 remaining. The crescent red city and the setting sun city had vanished, leaving Xiang Tianheng puzzled. What on earth is happening? He pondered. While the disappearance of the setting sun city was understandable, the vanishing of the crescent red city was perplexing. Hastily, he checked his soul and discovered that the crescent red token was missing. It must have been the work of the setting sun token, which had disturbed the crescent red token, causing it to flee. Disguising his identity, he approached the ghostly bone city, which was orderly and well-maintained. Filling him with relief, Wu Dao is quite capable, he thought. From inquiries, Xiang Tianheng learned that in recent days, Gulai had inexplicably attacked with the setting sun token, only to be repelled by Shun Hu and Yuan Ji, his 2 disciples, who displayed remarkable prowess, one possessing astonishing strength and the other formidable soul power. Together, they were not to be trifled with, especially with 2 ancient tokens in their possession, rendering them fearless against any foe. The disappearance of the crescent red city was indeed strange. Witnesses spoke of a fleeting light, and the entire city vanished. Presently, Shun Hu held the ghostly bone token, while Wu Dao guarded the ghostly bone city. Yuan Ji commanded the flame soul token, safeguarding the flame soul city, while the underworld king had recently departed, venturing further into the depths that I nearly forgot that my second primordial spirit resides within the ghostly bone token. Xiang Tianheng swiftly released his soul awareness to sense it. Within the ghostly city lord's mansion, a token intertwined with skeletal forms pulsated in the air, brimming with excitement. Shun Hu, equally thrilled, believed that his master had returned. The long-dormant, ghostly bone token would not stir without reason. I have returned. How have my disciples fared in their training over the years? Echoed Xiang Tianheng's voice from within the token. Shun, who exclaimed with fervor, "Master, when can we meet? The time is not yet ripe," came the reply, "I in the ghostly bone city." An impressive and grand structure stood, with the word City Lord's Mansion emblazoned in a bold and majestic manner. Inside, several powerful figures were engaged in fervent discussion, and if one were present, they would recognize these individuals as the leaders of the two ancient cities. "Master, please return." The ghostly bone token trembled violently. "Omitting your voice," Shun, who exclaimed, catching the attention of the others, "Yes, that's so." Yuan Ji, with an icy demeanor, could not conceal his excitement. "I wonder if his strength has improved." "How intriguing!" Wu Dao interjected. "The city lord has decreed that we hold an annual gathering, and the time for this year's King's Assembly is drawing near. We should make preparations to surprise the city lord. Haha. This year, my Flame Soul City is sure to win. Wu Dao, just wait and see," the Flame Soul declared, stepping forward. "Very well. I'll be watching," Wu Dao replied with a slight smile. The two, ever the rivals, were accustomed to their playful banter. Let us discuss the King's Assembly, as the four cities grew increasingly lively. Excitement surged through the populace, with everyone eagerly rushing to the registration points. Amidst the bustling, ghostly bone city, Xiang Tianheng, observing the throngs of enthusiastic individuals hurrying towards the city gates, halted one passerby and curiously inquired, "Brother, what is happening? Why is everyone heading to the city gates? You must be new here. The annual King's Assembly is just days away, and I must hurry to register, or I might miss the opportunity." "The King's Assembly?" Xiang Tianheng questioned. "The King's Assembly is a battlefield for the strong, where participants are ranked based on their performance. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards, with the possibility of promotion to general." The individual explained. "The current top 5 are the 5 great generals: the Underworld King, Yuan Ji, Shun Hu, Wu Dao, and the Flame Soul. They claim that if anyone can defeat them, they may take their place." Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured to himself, "How interesting!" He was determined to participate in the King's Assembly, eager to astonish everyone on the battlefield. At the center of the four cities, a sea of people gathered, swarming with skeletons, with a stage constructed from skeletal remains at the center point. Two skeletons engaged in a fierce battle, their exchanges drowned out by the roars of the crowd. Boom! One skeleton was sent flying from the stage, crashing violently to the ground. This deep blue bone king is quite powerful. He is on the verge of reaching the purple rank. The spectators marveled at the striking skeleton on stage. "Who dares challenge me?" The deep blue bone king surveyed the audience, his voice booming. The crowd, intimidated by his presence, lowered their heads and stepped back. Watching from the sidelines, the Flame Soul smirked at Wu Dao, saying, "Did you see that? Today my Flame Soul City will surely triumph." Wu Dao remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Suddenly, Yuan Ji soared into the air from the observation platform, anxiously scanning the crowd. After searching for a while without success, he returned, puzzled. "Yuan, what is the matter? What are you looking for?" Wu Dao asked, perplexed. "Nothing," Yuan Ji replied tersely. Wu Dao chose not to pry further, sensing that Yuan Ji was behaving unusually today. Abruptly, the tide of battle shifted as a figure shrouded in mist leaped onto the stage, swiftly defeating the deep blue bone king with lightning speed. "Who is this person?" The crowd gasped, eager to uncover the identity of this mysterious challenger. Meanwhile, the Flame Soul, visibly agitated, glared at Wu Dao, commanding, "Find out who he is. What do you think of this individual?" Shun Hu inquired of Yuan Ji. "Strong. Very strong. Impossible to see through," Yuan Ji replied, his gaze fixed on the mist-enshrouded figure on stage. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, after a moment, the Flame Soul returned, his expression grim. He shot a glare at Wu Dao and announced to the crowd, "He is from the ghostly bone city, known only as Skeleton. Beyond that, I know nothing." All eyes turned toward Wu Dao, who wore a helpless expression, indicating his ignorance of the situation. "I truly want to smack you." The Flame Soul cursed angrily. The enigmatic figure on the stage then performed a shocking gesture, provoking Gu Lai and the others. "Surely not. What is he trying to do? Is he challenging the generals?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. "This kid is far too arrogant. I must teach him a lesson." The Flame Soul exclaimed, unable to contain his fury, and with that, He leaped onto the stage. "Who are you? Hiding in the shadows, why do you not dare to reveal your true form?" The flame soul demanded fiercely. The mist enveloped the figure, making it impossible for anyone to discern his true identity. Adding to the air of mystery, "I have heard that the king's assembly is being held here, and I have come to seek guidance." The mysterious figure replied, his voice low and chilling, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. "Enough with the nonsense. Prepare to face my wrath," the flame soul declared as he swung his bone dagger, only to miss as his opponent swiftly evaded to his rear, smirking ominously before delivering a powerful kick. The flame soul tumbled to the ground, scrambling to his feet and pointing an accusing finger at his opponent, shouting, "You tricked me. Damn it, just wait until I cut you down." "Your temper remains unchanged," the mysterious figure muttered to himself. The gleaming blade of the bone dagger shimmered ominously, in a moment of fervor. Lion leapt into the air, letting out a resounding shout as he raised his blade to strike at his adversary. The force of his swing was monumental, unleashing a radiant arc of energy that surged forth, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave, leaving the spectators in awe, all convinced that the enigmatic figure could not withstand such an onslaught. Boom! The arena erupted, splitting apart, and a deep gash marred the ground. But where was the mysterious figure? As the dust settled, his absence bewildered the crowd. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed. What was happening? The onlookers hurriedly turned towards the source of the noise. There stood the mysterious figure not far away, seemingly standing upon something. Yes, it was Lion. As the crowd glanced skyward, they realized that Lion had vanished. Gazing at the mysterious figure and then at the fallen Lion, an indescribable sentiment filled the hearts of the spectators. They could only mutter how formidable he was before they could fully process the defeat of Lion. The mysterious figure swiftly overpowered him, the brevity of the encounter leaving all in astonishment. "Did you catch that move?" Shunhu queried, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "That I did not. None among us can match him," Yuan Ji replied, his tone laced with despair. An unusual occurrence transpired on the arena. The mysterious figure emerged victorious, turning to face Gu Lai and his companions, only to be met with an unexpected reaction. Lion forcefully struck the ground, propelling himself upward, and launched a punch towards the mysterious figure's back, with a cold smile. The mysterious figure swiftly turned, clapping his hands to deflect Lian's blow, though the impact forced him to stagger back several steps. Regaining his balance, he seized Lian's fist and, with great force, hurled him away, crashing him back into the arena. This sequence of actions unfolded in an instant. Lian struggled to rise from the ground, appearing disheveled and on the verge of collapse. Bowing his head, he weakly declared, "I concede, from this moment onward, you shall be the Grand General of the Flame Soul City. The position of general is yours. I do not covet it. My ambition lies in becoming the lord of the two cities." The mysterious figure uttered a stunning proclamation. "Did I hear correctly? He aspires to become the lord of both cities." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Shunhu and the others wore serious expressions, while Yuan Ji, dissatisfied, retorted, "The position of my master is not one you can claim. My dear brother, the position of city lord must be accepted by the current lord. With him absent, you would do well to relinquish your claim." Shunhu's face darkened. Various discontented voices arose among the crowd. It was evident that the current lord held a revered place in their hearts. Years ago, Xiang Tianheng single-handedly lured away the two great lords, diffusing the crisis of the ghostly flame city, and to this day, the whereabouts of those three remain unknown. People speculated that he had sacrificed himself alongside them. Now that both cities were under your control, what if I were to challenge all four of you at once? Should I emerge victorious, the positions of the four generals would belong solely to me, and I would be the city lord. The crowd buzzed with chatter, harboring no fondness for the mysterious figure, their dissatisfaction with his arrogance palpable. Such audacity! One man against four generals, someone scoffed. What if I refuse? Shunhu's irritation with the figure grew. The mysterious figure's cold laughter echoed through the fog. "If you do not accept the challenge, how will you face the citizens of the four cities?" "Very well. We accept." Shunhu gritted his teeth. He thought to himself that his master might be watching from below, Today he could not afford to lose. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement, for what lay ahead was likely to be a monumental battle, a true gathering of kings. Some were exhilarated, for such grand clashes were rare in the city, presenting an invaluable opportunity to gain experience and insight into the ways of combat. The two cities, each distinct, stood like sentinels, the pale, ghostly bone city and the fiery flame soul city. Their proximity forming a circular arrangement, with a sea of people congregating in the center, a gathering of the two city skeletons in the central battlefield. Wu Dao, Lian, Shun Hu, and Yuan Ji encircled the mysterious figure, exuding an overwhelming aura that grew increasingly potent, forcing nearby onlookers to retreat in trepidation. "Let me witness your strength," Yuan Ji sneered, initiating the assault against the mysterious figure, with Xiang Wang and the others immediately coordinating their attacks. The mysterious figure smiled faintly, then soared into the sky, evading their oncoming strikes. Shun Hu signaled to Wu Dao, and the three ascended into the air simultaneously. Lian and Wu Dao wielded their weapons. One slashed with a blade, while the other thrust with a bone spear. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Hu attempted a sneak attack. Suddenly, the mysterious figure grasped Wu Dao's bone spear, while Lian swung his bone knife towards him, and Shun Hu and Yuan Ji launched simultaneous punches. The mysterious figure frowned, striking back against Lian, while forcefully tossing Wu Dao aside. That on the other side, as Shun Hu and Yuan Ji advanced, they simultaneously attacked the mysterious figure. The two were pushed back repeatedly. Yet the mysterious figure stood unscathed. Shun Hu and Yuan Ji exchanged astonished glances at their hands, exclaiming, "What formidable battle bones!" They were deeply shaken, momentarily at a loss for words, but the mysterious figure pressed the attack, delivering swift kicks that sent them flying. Lian seized a moment, hurling his bone knife, which spun through the air like a wheel, rapidly slicing towards the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure dodged just in time, the knife curving back into Lian's grasp, who launched it once more. Wu Dao, in alliance with Lian, leapt and swung his spear toward the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure evaded Lian's assault, but was unprepared for Wu Dao's strike, which struck true, entangling him with the now pliable bone spear, rendering him immobile. That moment, Shun Hu and Yuan Ji erupted with laughter. They charged forward, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the mysterious figure. A powerful radiance emanating from Yuan Ji's fist, sending the mysterious figure hurtling away. He crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before the mysterious figure could rise, Shun Hu hastened over, striking down upon him with great force. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the mysterious figure, attempting to stand, was once again knocked to the ground, the dust clearing to reveal a deep indentation where his fist had struck. Defeated, the crowd was filled with incredulity. Shun Hu and his companions gradually closed in on him, when suddenly a figure burst forth from the rubble, soaring into the sky, looking down upon the four. "That blasted! He cannot be vanquished!" Lian exclaimed in fury. Shun Hu and the others were equally astonished. The mysterious figure had emerged unscathed, and they increasingly sensed that he was anything but ordinary, his true strength unfathomable. The four exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison, directing four beams of violet light that converged into a massive sphere, aimed at the figure in the sky. The mysterious figure raised his hands, creating a transparent, invisible barrier. Boom! The violet sphere collided with the protective layer, exploding like fireworks, scattering light in all directions. While the mysterious figure was knocked back, the mist surrounding him dissipating, revealing his true form. "It is him!" Someone gasped in astonishment, and as all eyes fell upon the figure, their jaws dropped in disbelief. This enigmatic individual was none other than Xiang Tianheng, who now smiled at the crowd, proclaiming, "I have returned. Master, you've played us for fools." Shun Hu was the first to rush forward, grinning. "Let us find a quiet place to converse." The return of Xiang Tianheng sent ripples through both cities. Every street and alley buzzed with speculation, pondering the fate of the other two city lords and the whereabouts of their journey. In the general's manner of the ghostly bone city, Shun Hu and the others recounted all that had transpired since Xiang Tianheng's departure. While he listened intently, occasionally sighing, "City Lord, What transpired during these 2 years? And what are the other two lords? Wu Dao inquired with curiosity. Xiang Tianheng pondered momentarily, deciding against revealing the matter of the ancient corpse from the Yellow Springs. Instead stating, "That day, I led them to a powerful figure who vanquished them. Afterward, I remained there to heal, and upon awakening, I returned." Shun Hu and the others were skeptical, sensing there was more to the story. Yet they refrained from pressing him further. "Yuan Ji, what troubles you today? You appear quite downcast." Xiang Tianheng noted Yuan Ji's unusual demeanor and inquired. "Today, I sensed a malevolent presence, as if a pair of eyes were watching us. When I went to investigate, that aura vanished." Yuan Ji recounted, and immediate silence fell over the group as Xiang Tianheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. It's nothing of consequence. Yuan brother must be imagining things." Lai Hun laughed heartily, dispelling the tension. The others joined in laughter, dismissing the matter. However, Xiang Tianheng deemed it significant. By the way, where is Qing Xiao? Xiang Tianheng asked. "He has been searching for you since your awakening. Waiting here for over a year, but upon realizing you had not returned, he departed in sorrow." "What? You mean he left just a few months ago?" Xiang Tianheng lamented his failure to return sooner. Perhaps he might have had the chance to meet once more. At the edge of a profound cliff, surrounded by towering mountains, lay a chilling sight, bones piled high everywhere, evoking a sense of dread. Halfway up the cliff stood a grand hall constructed entirely of skeletons, shrouded in an eerie gloom, where a figure enveloped in black mist sat at its center. An aura of terror emanated from this being, sending shivers down the spine of any who dared approach. Suddenly, a skeletal figure clad in black approached. With an air of authority, the enigmatic skeleton fixed its piercing gaze upon him and inquired. "Bald King, what brings you here?" "Evil Lord, I have news to report. Xiang Tianheng has narrowly escaped death and has returned to the city of the dead. You must immediately take 10 dark nights and investigate his strength. It is imperative that you retrieve the ancient orders," the evil lord commanded sternly. This locale served as the headquarters of the evil spirit organization, and its leader, the evil lord, possessed unfathomable power to this day. No one knew the true nature of this enigmatic figure. Whether male or female remained a mystery. This organization frequently engaged in obscure activities, rumored to be plotting a grand conspiracy. Currently, the evil spirit organization was aggressively collecting ancient orders. Not long ago, in a bid to obtain the Soul Hunter order from the city of Soul Hunters, they had mercilessly slaughtered its inhabitants, nearly bringing the city to ruin at the hands of the evil lord. This event shocked all neighboring cities, branding the evil spirit organization as the epitome of malevolence, prompting a widespread manhunt against them. The sudden boldness of the evil spirit organization in their quest for the ancient orders left many perplexed, questioning what could possibly drive them to such madness. Soon, rumors of exploding souls, gathering ancient orders, unsealing the prison, and escaping the abyss spread rapidly, becoming common knowledge. This phrase suggested that within the spatial realm, the power of souls was exceedingly potent, and, at the moment of explosion, the seals on the demonic bone purgatory would weaken. Should the 10 ancient orders be gathered at that time, the seals could be broken, allowing an escape from the demonic bone purgatory. As this news circulated, it ignited a frenzy among the populace. Who wouldn't wish to flee the demonic bone purgatory? The hunt for the ancient order surged. 11 dark knights, trained by the evil spirit organization, hastened towards the 4 cities. Additionally, others set their sights on Xiang Tianheng, for he was rumored to possess 4 of the ancient orders, sparking envy among many. Intent on capturing him, various factions flocked to the ghost city, leading to a chaotic mingling of people, rife with hidden agendas and undercurrents of danger. "City Lord, I've noticed an increasing number of outsiders, all seemingly powerful and with ill intentions," Wu Dao warned Xiang Tianheng. "This situation is far from simple." Shun Hu interjected, "They are all coming for me. You are aware of the rumors circulating, aren't you?" Xiang Tianheng queried. "Exploding souls, gathering ancient orders, unsealing the prison, escaping the abyss," Shun recited without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Tianheng declared with a fierce tone, "They are after the ancient orders in my possession." "What should we do?" Du asked anxiously. Kill those who come to seize them, Xiang Tianheng stated sternly, his words resonating with authority and stunning those present. Shun Hu, this is the fiery battlebone of the sunsetting city lord. I entrust it to you, confident that you will harness its full potential. With that, Xiang Tianheng summoned a red battlebone. Thank you, master, Shun Hu replied, visibly excited. The onlookers gasped at the sight of the battlebone. Astonished, had the city lord truly slain those two? To avoid implicating Gu Lai and the others, and to prevent a calamity akin to that of the city of soul hunters, Xiang Tianheng decided to leave the management of the two cities to them and stealthily departed. Within the demonic bone purgatory lay a forest of bones, formed from the remains of colossal, unknown creatures. After their demise, their bones accumulated here, creating a vast expanse of skeletal trees. The grotesque shapes of these bones stood like demonic sentinels, gaping at passers-by with their cavernous maws, instilling profound terror. This moment, Xiang Tianheng navigated through the bone forest, frequently hearing the roars of skeletal beasts, sending chills down his spine. Tio ventured deeper into the demonic bone purgatory. One must traverse this perilous forest, fraught with the danger of being hunted by bone beasts. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed behind him. 11 dark knights, mounted on skeletal steeds, wielding long bone spears, charged from all directions. Encircling Xiang Tianheng, furrowing his brow, Xiang Tianheng demanded, Who are you? Why do you block my path? While the imposing dark knights stepped forward, exuding an air of dominance that we are the dark knights of the evil spirit organization. And we command you to surrender the Ghost Bone Order, the Flame Soul Order, the Sunsetting Order, and the Crescent Moon Order, or face death without mercy. Unbeknownst to them, many others had also arrived, astonished that the evil spirit organization had acted before them. Concealed in the shadows, they awaited the unfolding events, harboring ulterior motives, eager to seize the opportunity for themselves. The Ghost Bone Order and the Flame Soul Order do indeed lie with me, but I do not possess the Sunsetting or Crescent Moon Orders. Even if I did, I would never relinquish them to you, Xiang Tianheng scoffed. Those hidden in the shadows thought to themselves, we must capture him. He knows the whereabouts of the other two orders. You are courting death. Seize him. The leader commanded his subordinates. 10 dark knights thrust their spears simultaneously toward him, leaving Xiang Tianheng with no avenue for escape. He leaped skyward, landing atop the 10 spear tips, using their force to vault out of the encirclement. Unrelenting, they charged after him, and Xiang Tianheng had no choice but to engage them in battle. The battlefield erupted with dazzling light, and an array of magic techniques dazzled the eyes of onlookers. With a resounding crash, Xiang Tianheng was overwhelmed. Sent hurtling to the ground, he summoned an ancient order, channeling his soul power into it, causing the floating artifact to blaze with a fiery brilliance, resembling a roaring inferno. The Flame Soul Order, the hidden observers gasped in astonishment. With swift hand gestures, the fiery essence erupted from the ancient order, hurtling toward the 10 dark knights, engulfing them in a searing inferno. That moment, the leader, sensing the disturbance, hurled his spear at Xiang Tianheng. The bone spear sliced through the air, piercing Xiang Tianheng's ribs. Damn it, you cowardly ambusher! Xiang Tianheng cried out, clutching his chest in fury. At some point, the spear returned to the leader's grasp, and he lunged again. Without hesitation, Xiang Tianheng summoned the Ghost Bone Order, which conjured a specter identical to him to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Tianheng swiftly slipped into the depths of the bone forest, vanishing from sight that he had long intended to flee. With the 10 dark knights ensnared, the situation was precarious, and he recognized the need to avoid prolonged conflict. The hidden observers, captivated by the allure of the Ghost Bone Order, were slow to react, only to discover that Xiang Tianheng had already escaped far away. They hurriedly pursued him. For several days, Xiang Tianheng evaded capture within the bone forest, occasionally witnessing riders atop spectral beasts passing overhead. A powerful sense of danger coursed through him, compelling him to suppress any trace of his presence, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Meanwhile, those on the ground drew ever closer, forcing him to retreat deeper into the forest. He soon realized he had strayed from the outer periphery, venturing into the heart of the bone forest. Damn it! Why are there so many people? Xiang Tianheng noted with alarm the increasing number of pursuers. As more individuals entered, they relentlessly hunted the skeletal beasts within, triggering a sense of impending doom among the bone creatures, plunging them into sheer panic. As Xiang Tianheng delved further, he encountered increasingly formidable skeletal beasts. With a thunderous roar, a powerful skeletal beast emerged, engaging in battle against the intruders, blocking their advance. "Why do you harm my skeletal brethren?" demanded the enormous creature, resembling a colossal rodent with a peculiar horn atop its head. Its soul fire flickering ominously within its cranial cavity, a testament to its might. Quite formidable. Why not join me as my steed? The powerful skeleton from Blood Soul Purple City remarked appreciatively. "You dare to insult me, you insignificant insect." The mighty skeletal beast retaliated, sweeping its tail toward the formidable presence from Blood Soul Purple City. Xiang Tianheng lingered only briefly before continuing his escape deeper into the forest. Aware that the clash between these two powerful beings would inevitably draw more attention, increasing the risk of exposure. With a resounding crash, Xiang Tianheng's bones felt as though they might shatter, having inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a formidable skeletal beast. The unknown creature overpowered him with ease. "That I have found him." A voice boomed, recognizing Xiang Tianheng, the sound echoing throughout the bone forest. In no time, the Dark Knights of the Evil Spirit Organization arrived first, followed closely by those from Blood Soul, Purple City, and Ghost Shadow City. In the Blood City of Purgatory, the inhabitants of the Devouring Corpse City also rushed over to join the fray. The skeletal beast that had injured Xiang Tianheng glared furiously at the intruders encroaching upon its territory, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Why do you violate my domain?" Mu Jian, a figure from the ghostly Shadow City, appeared ethereal and insubstantial, as if he were one with the cosmos. That he pointed at the prostrate Xiang Tianheng and declared sternly, "I want him. You may leave." The skeletal beast, sensing the depth and power of these individuals, refrained from rash action and withdrew from the scene. "Brother Mu, Brother Zhu, Brother Shur, I didn't expect you all to be here." "Ha ha," laughed Ula, a member of the Blood Soul Purple City. "Who wouldn't desire the ancient order?" Zhu Qian from the Blood City of Purgatory replied with a sinister grin, his laughter chilling and eerie. Meanwhile, Shur Mo from the Devouring Corpse City remained aloof, not engaging with them, and coldly stated, "Xiang Tianheng is mine. Whoever dares to contest him will meet their demise." "Ha ha, there's a share for everyone." Zhu Qian from the Blood City cackled ominously. "I could tea that moment." Mu Jian inquired of the Dark Knights from the Evil Spirit Organization, "Was it you who nearly annihilated the soul-hunting Ghost City?" "Indeed," the Dark Knight responded with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, Mu Dian's figure flickered and vanished, lunging at the Dark Knight with fury, shouting, "You seek death? Brother Mu, I shall aid you." Ula also charged towards the Dark Knight. Meanwhile, Shur Mo seized the opportunity to reach for the groaning Xiang Tianheng on the ground, but Zhu Qian swiftly intervened. Deflecting his hand and thwarting his intentions, with a grim face, he expressed his dissatisfaction with a sinister chuckle. "Ha ha, you wish to claim it all for yourself? Not on my watch. Get in my way, and you shall die." Shur Mo retorted coldly, "Ha ha, Zhu Qian fears you not." The two skirmishes unfolded beside Xiang Tianheng, with Ula from the Blood Soul Purple City displaying remarkable valor, and Mu Jian from the Ghostly Shadow City executing his moves with uncanny precision, leaving little room for defense. Both were not at a disadvantage against the 11 Dark Knights that on the other side, Zhu Qian and Shur Mo engaged in a fierce and intense battle. The environment shifted dramatically, radiating with blinding light as soul energy coalesced, triggering a series of explosive sounds that echoed throughout the bone forest. The earth trembled violently, and the aftermath of the battle harmed the innocent. Xiang Tianheng cursed vehemently. "Damn it, I'm being attacked while lying down." Enduring the pain, Xiang Tianheng struggled to rise and, seizing the moment while they clashed, hastily attempted to escape deeper into the shadows. "Not good. He has fled." Ula was the first to notice. They immediately abandoned their fights and pursued him. Upon glancing back, Xiang Tianheng gasped, "Oh my God, he caught up." Gritting his teeth, he increased his speed, desperately pushing forward. My God. An abyss loomed ahead, and Xiang Tianheng nearly plunged into it, narrowly stopping himself in time. Ula, Mu Jian, and the Dark Knight soon arrived, halting just short of him. Shi Imo threatened, "Hand over the ancient order, and I shall spare your life." Peering into the abyss, he saw nothing but darkness, an unfathomable depth, occasionally emanating a powerful pressure from its depths. The situation was dire for Xiang Tianheng, with a vast chasm before him and relentless foes behind. It seemed certain he would meet his end today. Frustration welled within him. Since arriving at the bone purgatory, he had never known peace. Alas, it appeared fate sought his demise. Damn it. Even if I die, I'll take one or two of you with me. With resolve, Xiang Tianheng summoned both the ghostly bone order and the blazing soul order, aiming his strikes at Zhu Qian, intent on bringing him down with him. A fiery blast surged forth, accompanied by a forceful pull that rendered Zhu Qian immobile. Alarmed, he cried out for help from his companions. Shi Imo observed coldly, while Ula quickly summoned a bone spirit artifact. Launching an attack that slay one man, Xiang Tianheng opted to use his formidable body to resist. "I endure." Boom, boom, boom. Ula struck thrice more, taunting, "Let us see how much longer you can hold out." Cracks began to form on Xiang Tianheng's body, widening with each moment. Realizing time was short, he concentrated all his soul energy into a pillar of force, striking the struggling Zhu Qian. Instantly, Zhu Qian was sent soaring, yet curiously, he landed safely without harm, while the skeletons accompanying him exploded into fragments, their souls vanishing into the ether. Thank heavens I redirected the energy. Otherwise, I would surely have perished today. He had transferred the energy onto his subordinates to safeguard himself. Xiang Tianheng clutched his chest. Weakened and battered, the two ancient orders clutched tightly in his grasp. Frustrated at not having slain Zhu Qian, he seethed inwardly. "I loathe this. I despise this. Support me. Vote. Save." Greater excitement awaits. In the deepest recesses of the bone forest of the bone purgatory, colossal skeletal remains of unknown spectral beasts jutted from the blood-red earth, forming a bone forest with an abyss at its core. This chasm, resembling a great dragon, extended endlessly, twisting and winding. Thus, it was dubbed the Dragon Abyss. Here, malevolent energy surged skyward, an overwhelming pressure that made souls tremble. Caught in this predicament, Xiang Tianheng found himself at a standstill as Zhu Qian from the blood city of purgatory threatened, "Hand over the ancient order, and I shall spare your life." "Ha! What a delusion!" Xiang Tianheng scoffed coldly. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended upon him, and he was unable to evade it, tumbling into the dragon abyss. "Ah! I will remember you all." Xiang Tianheng's voice echoed with resentment from within the abyss, fading into the distance. Witnessing Xiang Tianheng plunge into the dragon abyss, the onlookers were filled with regret, losing what they had almost grasped. Who was it? Who was it that acted?" Zhu Qian nearly roared in fury. The crowd glared at Shiramo from the devouring corpse city, who remained impassive, unfazed by their murderous glares. "Damn it, I'll slaughter you." Without hesitation, Zhu Qian lunged at Shiramo, and a battle was inevitable. The Dark Knights of the Evil Spirit Organization sought to depart, aiming to report the events to their sinister leader swiftly. "Can you escape? Not a chance." Mu Jian from the ghostly Shadow City obstructed their path. Days passed, and the news of Xiang Tianheng's plunge into the dragon abyss spread like wildfire, deemed a certainty of death. As none who had entered the abyss had ever returned, the crowd was indifferent to his demise, lamenting instead the loss of the two ancient orders. "No, my master will not perish. I shall take revenge." Shun Hu declared coldly, the news reaching the ghostly Bone City and the blazing Soul City, plunging Xiang Tianheng's acquaintances into profound sorrow. Let us not forget, that is the Dragon Abyss. Ancient warriors have entered, never to return. It is said to be the resting place of a slumbering dragon. City Lord, the situation is dire. 2 days later, Shun Hu and Yuan Ji ventured towards the Bone Forest, seeking vengeance for their master. Determined to make those who had obstructed him pay dearly. As he plummeted, Xiang Tianheng reflected on many things in that brief moment. His family far away on Earth, his companion Wang Ming, and his old rival Chen Yu. He realized there were many unresolved matters and numerous attachments weighing on his heart. Boom! With a resounding crash, Xiang Tianheng hit the ground hard. Falling into unconsciousness, a gentle light enveloped him, lifting him into the air and vanishing from sight. Where is this place? Such immense skeletons. Is this dragon bone? Xiang Tianheng exclaimed upon awakening. Before him lay a colossal dragon skull adorned with golden horns, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. I have awaited your arrival for long. A commanding voice resonated from the dragon's skull, as the soul fire within flickered to life, glowing faintly. Instantly, Xiang Tianheng was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in fear, anxiously inquiring, "Why have you waited for me? I seem unfamiliar with you. It is you who awaited me. The you of the past has summoned you here." Xiang Tianheng was bewildered, muttering to himself, "Why do so many speak to me in such cryptic terms? Who else is there?" Suddenly, the dragoness soul fire flared brightly. Startled, Xiang Tianheng stammered, revealing the existence of the ancient corpse. After a long pause, the dragon emitted a beam of light from its soul fire, striking Xiang Tianheng's own soul fire, from which a black seal emerged. "Just as I suspected, this old wretch surely has ulterior motives," the dragon murmured, as the white light transformed into a fierce flame, incinerating the black seal to ashes. Far away, within a demonic cave in a chaotic microcosm, a corpse floated above a pool of stinking yellow spring, suddenly awakening with a glare, rising to its feet, and gazing into the distance, declaring fiercely, "Who has thwarted my plans?" "What was that?" Xiang Tianheng inquired with curiosity. "The ancient corpse left a mark on your soul, intending to monitor you at all times. I never anticipated it survived the ancient cataclysm." Hearing this, Xiang Tianheng trembled, filled with dread, realizing the ancient corpse had left something within him. It seemed the previous assistants had been part of a nefarious scheme. Human hearts are indeed treacherous, and he must remain vigilant henceforth. Upon hearing the term the Eternal War, Xiang Tianheng immediately perked up and inquired, "The Eternal War? The war of gods and humans? Ancient corpses?" The Eternal War refers to the conflict between gods and mortals, during which a formidable being proclaimed himself a deity, believing himself to be transcendent and eternal, beyond the realm of humanity. They ruled over the mortal realm, oppressing the populace, wantonly slaughtering the innocent, compelling people to erect temples in their honor. One day, a powerful champion rose to represent humanity, vowing to uphold divine justice by eliminating these so-called gods, publicly declaring that they were not deities, but demons. Instantly, chaos erupted across the land as those who sought to challenge the fabricated divinity surged into the small world created by these so-called gods. That battle was marked by countless corpses strewn across the landscape, a river of blood flowing as humanity suffered immense losses. Just as humanity faced imminent defeat, the champion resolved to seal the small world of the gods with his own life. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the gods fled, abandoning their realm. It was during that tumultuous time that I, too, was reduced to ruins, plummeting to this place, left with only a faint flicker of soul energy to cling to life. The ancient corpses were once warriors of that very conflict, one of whom was a ruthless emperor known as the Corpse Sovereign, who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even sacrificing 5,000 of his own subordinates to slay a single god. Now, he offers his assistance, likely seeking to escape this realm through your hands, plunging the world once again into calamity, leaving behind rivers of blood. Restore his former glory, he would certainly consume the essence of many. Alone, he seeks vengeance against the divine. Observing the perplexed expression on Xiang Tianheng's face, the demon dragon gradually unveiled an astonishing secret. "Are you saying that this demonic bone purgatory is the battleground of the Eternal War?" Upon hearing this revelation, Xiang Tianheng was profoundly shaken, for such knowledge, if disseminated, would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Yet, what connection does this have to me? Xiang Tianheng queried, still puzzled. "That champion is you." He fell to the ground in disbelief, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? I am Xiang Tianheng. Xiang Tianheng is my identity. Indeed, a millennium ago, that individual instructed me to await your arrival, conveying but a single message. In the vastness of heaven, humanity is paramount. Yet heaven itself is unreasonable, encompassing both gods and demons, sowing chaos in the world. Thus, gods ought to be slain and demons vanquished. While the Tao persists, cultivate oneself and embrace the world leisurely. Yet now, being restrained by the divine, humanity must rise against the gods, for there are no true gods in this world, and to slay them incurs no punishment. Xiang Tianheng sat there, dazed, as the words echoed in his mind, igniting a fervent passion within him. The phrase, "there are no true gods in this world, gods are not divine," resonated deeply within him. He witnessed the soul of the demon dragon dissipate into the ether, its bones turning to ash, scattering with the wind. Unbeknownst to him, a small bone dragon entwined itself around his waist, nearly merging with his battle bones. Startled by this peculiar phenomenon, Xiang Tianheng pondered, perhaps it is a remnant left by the demon dragon. His mind swirled with questions. Why did the ancient beings instruct the demon dragon to await him solely to convey this message? What significance does this phrase hold? What was its intended meaning? The next chapter promises to be even more thrilling. Vote, collect. This passage had taken root deep within Xiang Tianheng's soul, profoundly influencing his future endeavors against the divine, laying the groundwork for his enlightenment of the Tao. As the demon dragon vanished, the malevolent energy of the abyss dissipated along with it, and the sky suddenly transformed, dark clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by the rumble of distant thunder. The ground trembled violently, and the stone walls flanking the demon dragon's abyss drew ever closer. The deepest part of the demonic bone purgatory, a colossal city known as the demon domain, stood, surrounded by a moat of crimson water that exuded a metallic scent of blood. Above the city gates hung the ominous blood-red characters proclaiming bloodthirsty demon city. Upon entering, one would find the city eerily desolate, devoid of life, shrouded in an unsettling silence. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from within the city. Yes, it was a person, a being of flesh and blood. Yet their face remained obscured, with piercing eyes shooting forth brilliant rays as they gazed toward the depths of the bone forest and the demon dragon's abyss. In a hidden, grim canyon within a terrifying palace, the evil lord lifted his head to survey the demon dragon's abyss, his hollow, deep-set eyes seeking to unravel its mysteries. What extraordinary power is this? Why has the immense pressure from the demon dragon's abyss vanished today? He murmured to himself, "Stinking dragon. Damn it. Even dead, it creates such a ruckus." Xiang Tianheng muttered as he climbed upward, cursing under his breath. The stone walls on either side were steadily closing in. If he did not hasten his ascent from the abyss, he would be crushed to bone fragments. Seeing the considerable distance still ahead, a sense of powerlessness welled up within Xiang Tianheng. Yet he comforted himself. Could this little distance truly defeat me? I will climb. I will climb. I shall persist. For over a week, the tremors reverberated through the depths of the bone forest, instilling panic among the undead bone beasts residing within, causing them to flee en masse. Meanwhile, the skeletons began to swarm in, as various city dwellers congregated at the site where Xiang Tianheng had fallen, seeking news of the situation. Upon their arrival, they were astounded to find the once mighty demon dragon's abyss vanished, replaced by level ground, the soul-chilling pressure completely absent. This news spread rapidly throughout the demonic bone purgatory, igniting widespread commotion. Dig! Dig fiercely! We must unearth the ghostly bone order and the fiery soul order. The stone demon from the swallowing demon city had led a battalion of skeletons to excavate the former site of the demon dragon's abyss, observing the swift actions of the stone demon. Zhu Qian from the blood purgatory city commanded his subordinates, "Hurry and dig. We must seize the opportunity." Instantly, the excavation for the ancient orders commenced, with all parties seeking to uncover the ancient relics. For it was rumored that Xiang Tianheng had plunged into the demon dragon's abyss, and the two ancient orders were likely buried beneath the soil. Among them was an exception, a figure bearing a sorrowful countenance, coldly observing the fervor of the crowd, hoping to find any clue that Xiang Tianheng was still alive. Yet he remained disheartened, having uncovered nothing. "Rest in peace, brother. I shall avenge you," Qing Qiu vowed, filled with determination. While the outside world frantically excavated the abyss in search of Xiang Tianheng, he, in a secluded location, was healing from his ordeal, having risked everything and narrowly escaped the depths of the abyss. Upon emerging, a thunderous roar shook the ground as the abyss vanished entirely, the stone walls sealing together. Xiang Tianheng, drenched in cold sweat, was grateful for his swift descent. Had he been a moment slower, he would have surely perished. In the blood-soul purple city, a uniquely colored skeleton roamed the streets, drawing the attention of others. In this city, skeletons of mid-blue bone rank began to exhibit color changes. Yet this particular skeleton, appearing to be of mid-blue bone rank, boasted battle bones of a brilliant white hue, shining brightly, which piqued curiosity. I must find a way to conceal my form, Xiang Tianheng mused. Sensing the unusual gazes directed his way, as he wandered, he overheard the skeletons discussing the sudden disappearance of the demon dragon's abyss, speculating that the supreme entity within had orchestrated this event. Though the cause of their disappearance remained unknown, prompting factions to rush to excavate the ancient orders. Excavate the ancient orders? One voice questioned. Not long ago, Xiang Tianheng plunged into the demon dragon's abyss, rumored to possess two ancient orders, the ghostly bone order and the fiery soul order. Even the fates of the other two, Sunset Sun Order and Crescent Moon Red Order, are tied to him. Now, all factions are heading to the Bone Forest, hoping to unearth the ancient orders. Even our city lord has joined the fray. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianheng couldn't suppress a smirk, inwardly mocking, what a bunch of fools. This is bad. This is bad. The city lord has been ambushed. Just as the crowd was engrossed in conversation, a sudden cry pierced the air. A bone bird soared overhead, carrying an injured skeleton that was none other than the Lord of Bloodsoul City. Appearing gravely wounded and in disarray, with the bone bird emitting mournful cries. Who dares to hunt even the city lord? Xiang Tianheng exclaimed, shocked. A word flashed through his mind. Evil Spirit Organization. This group had the audacity to destroy the city of soul hunters. Surely, only they could be responsible for the city lord's predicament. The city lord had encountered formidable foes. Even his supreme bone spirit weapon had been destroyed. Such was the power of the Evil Spirit Organization, capable of obliterating a supreme bone spirit weapon. Typically, skeletons wielded bone weapons, the lowest tier of arms, while bone spirit weapons, evolved from bone weapons, possessed sentience and were exceedingly rare in the demonic bone purgatory. The supreme bone spirit weapons were even scarcer, with tales claiming the lord of the bloodthirsty demon city possessed one. The legendary bone weapons, known as bone divine weapons, had never been seen. How splendid it would be to possess a bone spirit weapon. Xiang Tianheng mused dreamily. Suddenly, a figure surged past him, and sensing a familiar aura, Xiang Tianheng thought, this is bad. That person is Ula. He quickly concealed himself, fearing that Ula might recognize him. That wasn't he supposed to be in the bone forest? How could he have arrived here? A voice queried in an instant. Ula struck the city lord's mansion with a powerful palm, causing the entire blood-soul purple city to tremble violently. The unexpected turn of events left everyone astounded. Bewildered by the unfolding drama, the lord of blood-soul city, perched upon his skeletal mount, glared at Ula with fury, his voice weak. Ula, what do you intend? Have I not treated your family with kindness? With a sinister chuckle, Ula replied, one must always look forward. Today, while you were ambushed by the Evil Spirit Organization in the Bone Forest, I was merely waiting nearby, anticipating your escape so that I could slay you and usurp your position as City Lord. Ula's face radiated with smug satisfaction. May you suffer a wretched fate. The City Lord retorted angrily, in truth, I have no regard for the title of City Lord. My ambition lies with the Blood-Soul Purple Order. Who would not wish to seize the opportunity to escape the abyss of bone demons? Through their exchange, Xiang Tianheng gleaned the situation. The Blood-Soul Lord had ventured into the Bone Forest, only to be ambushed by the Evil Spirit Organization. Ula, having witnessed this turn of events, sought to take advantage of the chaos for his own gain. At that moment, the Blood-Soul Lord was consumed by rage. He summoned the Blood-Soul Purple Order and bellowed, behold, support the skeletons! Support the skeletons! Collect! As he unleashed the Blood-Soul Purple Order upon Ula, the latter dared not intercept the ancient decree lightly. With hands aglow, Ula raised them to deflect the ancient order. Although the city lord was gravely injured, his rank as a deep purple bone king still held formidable power. The blood soul purple order manifested a hazy silhouette in the sky, growing clearer and more tangible as the blood soul lord channeled his soul power into it. A miniature version of blood soul purple city appeared above Ula's head. Ula exclaimed, his brilliance flaring, and the ancient order rebounded, striking the city lord squarely in the chest. With a resounding crash, he fell from his skeletal mount to the ground, the blood soul purple order landing before him. Cursed, concealed power. This is clearly a being on the verge of becoming a deep purple bone king. Xiang Tianheng marveled at Ula's unleashed strength. The skeletal mount screeched and flapped its wings, charging at Ula while spewing flames. Ula swiftly dodged, retorting, "Foul beast, do you dare attack me? You seek death." A colossal hand descended upon the skeletal mount, shattering it into fragments, its essence dissipating into the ether. Ula strode forward slowly, the blood soul lord glaring at him with barely concealed hatred. "Ula, I never anticipated your depths of cunning. Today, I have seen through your true nature." The blood soul lord gasped, weakened and disheartened. But one must look out for oneself, lest heaven and earth conspire against them. Who does not wish to break free from the abyss of bone demons? Do not celebrate too soon. The evil spirit organization will soon arrive. The city lord scoffed coldly. "Ha! You need not worry. I have everything under control." Ula laughed heartily. Then his expression darkened as he commanded, "Rest in peace." Ula raised his foot and crushed the city lord's head, eliciting a final desperate cry from him as he departed this world. The deep purple soul fire surged into Ula's skull, absorbed and refined, propelling him toward the rank of deep purple bone king. Henceforth, the abyss of bone demons gained a potent new presence. Defeated, the Lord has fallen. Someone lamented as Ula picked up the fallen blood soul purple order. He was filled with elation when suddenly, the entire blood soul purple city trembled violently, weaker skeletons collapsing to the ground. Surrender the blood soul purple order. Hand over the blood soul purple order, or face annihilation. A thunderous voice echoed throughout the abyss of bone demons. Skeletons soared into the sky, gazing beyond the city walls at the imposing figure of a deep purple bone king. Flanked by a regiment of dark knights, all mounted on silver skeletal steeds and wielding bone lances, members of the evil spirit organization, Ula soared into the heavens, tossing the city lord's remains aside, declaring, "The Lord is dead, and the ancient order is lost. Enough chatter. Surrender the blood soul purple order, or face the destruction of your city." The formidable deep purple bone king thundered at that moment. Ula felt a pang of urgency. He inwardly questioned, "Where's Madian? Do not be so arrogant." Ula sneered, "Kill. I command you to kill." Dozens of dark knights, bone lances in hand, moved in disciplined formation, gathering soul power to strike the city gates, intent on breaching them. Blood soul purple city shook violently, the tremors growing more intense as the gates neared collapse. Ula's anxiety mounted, silently praying for Mudian's swift arrival. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Mudian appeared, raising a hand to the dark knights and delivering a powerful blow. The knights simultaneously raised their bone lances skyward, forming an invisible barrier around themselves, which absorbed Mudian's heavy strike, though they were still pushed back a few steps. Another deafening boom echoed as Zhu Qian from the blood prison city arrived, unleashing a mighty blow. Boom! The stone demon from the devouring demon corpse city has also arrived. Upon witnessing the arrival of so many allies, Ula felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile breaking across his face. "Thank you, Brother Mudian, Brother Zhu, and Brother Shi, for coming to my aid in this dire situation." The two forces stood poised at an impasse, while Xiang Tianheng discreetly slipped out through a back exit. Well aware that a great battle was imminent to ensure his safety and avoid exposure, he made a hasty departure from this perilous locale. Hearing commotion behind him, with vibrant colors flashing in the sky, Xiang Tianheng did not look back but swiftly ascended into the air. Days passed, and Blood Soul Purple City remained intact. The skirmish had lasted only a few rounds before the evil spirit organization retreated swiftly. Ula ascended to the position of new city lord, promptly dispatching individuals to the bone forest to excavate the buried ancient order. Excavations persisted without pause, yet no one unearthed the ancient order, nor even the remnants of Xiang Tianheng. Continuous surprises emerged, with individuals discovering bone spirit artifacts, and not just one person, but several unearthing multiple items. This sparked a tremendous uproar within the abyss of bone demons, inspiring many to flock to the bone forest. The forest was now riddled with pits, all the work of skeletons seeking treasures. Impossible. They truly managed to unearth something. Xiang Tianheng could scarcely believe it. He too hastened to the bone forest, yearning for treasures. Even a single bone spirit artifact would bring him great satisfaction. As the saying goes, who would not desire something good? The bone forest, a realm within the abyss of bone demons, was comprised entirely of skeletal remains. The various bones, menacing and claw-like, resembled demons and mythical beasts, rendering the forest an even more eerie and terrifying place. Once a habitat for the undead bone beasts, it had seen a mass migration following the disappearance of the dragon abyss. However, the vitality of the place remained vibrant, with skeletons tirelessly digging through the earth, seemingly unwearied. "Hello, brother. You must be new here." Someone suddenly clapped Xiang Tianheng on the shoulder, grinning widely. Xiang Tianheng nodded in response. "Haha, our acquaintance is serendipitous. Let's join forces. With so many people around, we would surely be at a disadvantage if we acted alone." Xiang Tianheng scrutinized him closely, thinking to himself, "I must remain cautious." Despite the seemingly harmless demeanor of this skeleton, perpetually smiling, he still felt it prudent to collaborate. "Could you lend me a hand with the digging?" Xiang Tianheng called out, feeling a surge of discontent towards Si Liangchen. Now he understood why Si Liangchen had sought his collaboration. It was merely to enlist him as labor, while he toiled in the dirt. Si Liangchen enjoyed a leisurely respite elsewhere. Liangchen chuckled. "I have important matters to attend to. You carry on." With that, he departed. Suddenly, 3 figures flashed past, and an unmistakable aura wafted through the air. Xiang Tianheng looked up, astonished to see, "Disciple, why are they here?" "Huh, why is Jun Yin mingling with my 2 disciples?" "No, I cannot meet them yet." He watched intently as the 3 figures vanished from view. That moment, someone shouted, "Look, come quick and see what this is." All who heard the call gathered around the speaker, gazing at the place he pointed. Instantly, everyone was left in awe. Collect, vote, comment, 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 collect, vote, comment. Deep within the bone forest, all stood agape in astonishment, as a divine light shot up from the hole the skeleton had excavated, sending tremors throughout the area. After a prolonged absence, the lord of the Phantom Shadow City, the ruler of the Devouring Corpse City, and the master of the Blood Purgatory City, all mounted upon a variety of skeletal beasts, some with fearsome visages and others small and delicate, hovered before the assembled skeletons, their gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the divine light ahead. "Greetings, esteemed lords. It has been an age," the Phantom Lord uttered in a soft, alluring voice. Beneath her, a fiery red skeletal bird, reminiscent of both a peacock and a phoenix, took flight. Xiang Tianheng was struck with astonishment. This Phantom Lord, a pink skeletal figure and a formidable woman, was no mere adversary. "I must swiftly depart from this perilous place. Should my identity be revealed, my demise would be inevitable." He pondered. He began to retreat slowly when suddenly a hand obstructed his path. He instinctively swung a fist backward. "It's me. Relax, do not be afraid. Why are you attempting to leave?" Si Liangshan grasped his hand and inquired, "I have matters to attend to." Xiang Tianheng stammered, unable to articulate his reasoning. With the emergence of divine light, divine artifacts will reveal themselves to a fortuitous opportunity. You have yet to fulfill your mission. How can you leave? Si Liangshan chuckled. Xiang Tianheng forced a bitter smile. reflecting on the folly of forming an alliance with this treacherous skeleton, who seemed to regard him as a mere pawn. The lords reached a consensus and issued commands, causing the skeletons to commence frantic excavation. A jolt of realization struck Xiang Tianheng. His cover had been blown. Coldly, he declared, "In that case, I shall have no choice but to slay you." Huh. You think to silence me. If I were to shout that Xiang Tianheng, bearer of two ancient tokens, is here, they would surely return to slay you, and your fate would be sealed. Xiang Tianheng's clenched fists relaxed as he sighed, adopting a tone of indifference. What is it that you desire? Quite simply, assist me in acquiring the divine artifact within the divine mansion. There lies a treasure chest that can only be opened by a skeleton possessing a soul sense, and I learned of your ability to unlock it. Hence my waiting here for you. How do you know I am Xiang Tianheng? A skeleton with a soul sense emanates a unique aura. Why ask so many questions? Come with me. Si Liangshan led Xiang Tianheng into the divine mansion. Inside the grand hall, various divine beasts were intricately carved around the walls. Graceful divine birds danced, and Qilins seemed to tread upon floating clouds, each appearing almost lifelike, evoking awe. The hall was eerily empty. Strewn with heaps of skeletons, remnants of a recent struggle, a shadowy passage lay to the right of the hall, and Si Liangshan entered without hesitation. This is not good. Upon reaching the rear hall, Si Liangshan pulled Xiang Tianheng into hiding as they caught sight of figures engaged in fierce combat ahead. A shadow bolted from the passage into the rear hall, followed closely by a battalion of skeletons clad in black armor. These were no ordinary skeletons. They radiated a chilling aura, unmistakably the result of rigorous training. Dark Knights? Xiang Tianheng couldn't help but inquire. A piercing glare shot from the Shadow's eyes in their direction, unleashing an oppressive force that resonated deep within Xiang Tianheng's soul, leaving him paralyzed in fear for a long moment. That gaze is terrifying, he exclaimed, astonished by the retreating figure. Indeed, that individual is immensely powerful. Surely, they must be the leader of the evil spirit organization. This was a grave predicament. Upon the arrival of the evil lord, chaos erupted, and cries of despair filled the air. The lords were compelled to cease their battles and unite against this formidable foe. Si Liangshan, accompanied by Xiang Tianheng, reached the scene where two forces had come to a standstill. The lords on one side, the evil lord on the other. Evil lord, years ago, you nearly annihilated the Soul Hunter city. We have yet to settle that score. Do you not fear our vengeance today? The Phantom Lady Lord demanded fiercely. Daha, my dark powers have reached fruition. The Soul Hunter token has merged with my very being, and the lives of an entire city were a worthy sacrifice. Do you not fear divine retribution? Ula, newly ascended as the Blood Soul Lord, sneered, gripping the Blood Soul token. You dare to lecture me? Vermin, a powerful force surged toward Ula, sending him staggering backward. Ha! Your ancient token shall ultimately belong to me, and you shall serve as mere obstacles in my escape from the bone purgatory, the evil lord boasted arrogantly. What do you intend to do? A voice thundered, shattering the momentary silence, drawing all eyes toward its source. Liangshan, with Xiang Tianheng, stealthily advanced toward the rear hall. There seems to be something of interest. I wish to discover what it is. Si Liangshan chuckled gleefully. The crowd followed his gaze to a mysterious object, hastily converging that a mutilated corpse lay sprawled out. Not a skeleton, but a bloodied flesh-and-blood body, its head conspicuously absent. A wave of horror swept over the observers. The corpse emanated a frightful aura, and blood still coursed from its open wounds, each drop infused with potent divinity that sent shivers through their souls. What manner of existence is this? The Purgatory Lord marveled. No. What terrifies me is who could have slain him. Look at the wound. It is a fatal strike. The Devouring Lord's voice quivered. Xiang Tianheng stared intently at the severed body. Lost in thought, he recalled the words of the demon dragon regarding the ancient war, where countless lives were lost in the conflict between man and deity. Could it be that this mansion was the very site of the divine beings from millennia past? And this corpse belonged to one of them? Where is the divine artifact? Someone pointed toward a pedestal where a treasure chest emitted divine light. The chest appeared ancient, adorned with intricate patterns that were both clear and complex. Exuding an air of mystery, the assembly could not help but wonder what extraordinary object lay within, each feeling an irresistible urge to open it. Yet, none dared to take a step forward. The lords exchanged glances, each waiting for someone to take the initiative. But these were shrewd individuals, each harboring ulterior motives, unwilling to become scapegoats. Who will venture forth? The shrouded evil lord's voice echoed ominously. The lords merely scoffed, casting glances at the skeletons, who bowed their heads in silence. They have discovered it. They shall proceed. One individual pointed at Xiang Tianheng and Si Liangchun, prompting nods of agreement from the other skeletons. Xiang Tianheng fixed a murderous glare upon the speaker, cursing inwardly. The lords turned their attention to them, with the devouring lord calmly stating, "It is indeed them." "No, I object. I protest," Xiang Tianheng shouted. The other skeletons laughed gleefully at his expense. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, and he could not withstand it, collapsing to his knees as a harsh whisper threatened. "Should you refuse, death awaits." Si Liangchun, bearing an expression of resentment, slowly advanced with Xiang Tianheng. The crowd held their breath, eyes glued to them. Both men trembled with fear, and Xiang Tianheng transmitted a message to Si Liangchun. "Is there truly danger ahead?" "I do not know. I directly unearthed the treasure chest." Si Liangchun confessed, equally uncertain. "Damn it," Xiang Tianheng cursed under his breath. Cautiously, step by step, they drew closer to the severed corpse as Liangchun suddenly moved to block his path, sternly declaring, "Xiang Tianheng, do you think you can escape? Or will you obey me and assist in obtaining the divine artifact?" The lord surged forward, and a swarm of skeletons rushed into the divine mansion. "Charge! The divine artifact lies within!" someone shouted excitedly. A dilapidated structure came into view, resembling a grand mansion, exuding an ancient aura. The walls were etched with indistinct patterns, hinting a long-forgotten history. Two massive pillars flanked the entrance, each adorned with a fearsome, clawed divine tiger. It was evident that the divine light emanated from this very mansion. In the back hall of the divine mansion, an oppressive silence reigned. Xiang Tianheng felt increasingly restless, a similar gravity apparent on Si Liangchun's face. They approached the corpse, yet nothing unusual occurred. Upon closer inspection, the headless body donned ancient battle armor, surrounded by a pool of fresh blood that had yet to congeal, each drop brimming with formidable power. The two paused, reluctant to act hastily. "I won't proceed any further. I refuse to be a test subject," Xiang Tianheng declared, feeling the weight of the overwhelming pressure. As they remained stationary, the lords grew frantic. If they lingered, it would spell disaster. The Purgatory Lord barked, "Continue moving forward. If you want me to proceed, I'll do so, but that would be quite embarrassing," knowing the lords were too apprehensive to advance. Xiang Tianheng's courage surged. He provocatively beckoned the Purgatory Lord, taunting him. "Come, kill me if you can." The Lord of Purgatory suddenly seized a nearby skeleton and hurled it with great force. My goodness. This lord is truly losing his composure. Upon witnessing a skeleton flying towards him, Xiang Tianheng swiftly dodged, leaping to the side. The unfortunate skeleton crashed into the fragmented corpse, and with a resounding boom, it exploded into a cloud of ash, leaving not a trace behind. Terribly frightening. Thankfully, I did not rashly advance. I could have been the one to perish. A sense of dread washed over Xiang Tianheng, the earlier scene lingering ominously in his mind. The extraordinary treasure lay before him, and it was unthinkable to simply disregard it. Several lords, their faces darkened, fixed their gazes intently on the treasure chest atop the high platform, unwilling to remain idle while the divine artifact tantalizingly beckoned. "The divine artifact is mine. The divine artifact is mine." The evil lord was the first to charge towards the high platform, and the other lords, gritting their teeth, resolved to follow suit, soaring into the air, heading straight for the treasure chest. "We cannot allow him to claim it. Stop him." The Lord of Devouring magic shouted. The evil lord faced resistance. A swirl of black mist coalesced into a massive hand. Looming over him, the Lord of Purgatory, unable to withstand it, quickly evaded, creating an opening for the evil lord, who seized the opportunity to rush towards the high platform. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon occurred. A headless, dismembered corpse stood upright, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, distorting the very fabric of space. Many of the skeletons present could not bear the pressure, submitting and kneeling. This headless corpse was still alive. This was the collective thought of the crowd. No, this is indomitable fighting spirit. The Lord of Purgatory seemed to grasp the situation, exclaiming in shock. The evil lord and several other lords united to withstand the immense pressure emanating from the headless corpse. The Lord of Devouring magic urged the evil lord. The indomitable fighting spirit hidden within this headless body has been awakened. We must join forces to suppress it. Otherwise, none of us will survive. The stakes were clear, and the evil lord understood that their only option was to collaborate in subduing the headless corpse. They initiated their assault, but the headless corpse, driven by an overwhelming will to fight, evaded their attacks with agility. The battle raged fiercely, creating a gaping hole in the ground as they broke free from the divine estate. Clashing in the skies above, the lords unleashed their most powerful techniques, radiating brilliance. Yet curiously, the headless corpse did not employ any spells. It relied solely on its formidable physical form, maintaining an upper hand. Powerful, terrifying, and valiant were the sentiments shared by all regarding the headless corpse, whose prowess matched that of a deity. Its display instilled a deep-seated fear within the souls of the onlookers. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged, wielding the Sunfall command and charging towards me with a bellow. "Ula, prepare to meet your end." It was him, Gulai. I never anticipated his rapid advancement in strength, Xiang Tianheng thought, casting a deep glance at him. As the lords and the headless corpse burst forth from the divine estate, the immediate danger dissipated as Liangshan seized Xiang Tianheng's hand, swiftly leading him to the high platform. The other skeletons quickly regained their senses, clamoring, "The divine artifact is mine! The divine artifact is mine!" Shi Mo, Mu Jian, and Zhu Qian, unwilling to be left behind, also soared towards the treasure chest. This frantic pursuit caused Si Liangshan to panic, and he hastily instructed Xiang Tianheng, "Place your hand on this imprint and channel your soul power into it." Upon closer inspection of the treasure chest, there seemed to be no visible lock, save for a handprint positioned above. Xiang Tianheng placed his palm upon it, secretly channeling his soul power. Meanwhile, Shi Mo and the others struck, and to buy time, Si Liangshan unleashed his full strength, a powerful aura erupting from him. The pressure of the deep purple bone king targeting Shi Mo and his companions. Zhu Qian, return my master's life. A striking figure clad in fiery red battle bones shouted, charging at Zhu Qian, with Shun Hu already confronting him. "Kill! We must avenge Big Brother Xiang!" Jun Yin exclaimed excitedly. Upon touching the treasure chest, Xiang Tianheng felt his soul being drawn in, his consciousness stirring as it attracted the forces of the heavens, continuously converging upon him. His entire skeletal structure began to radiate light, and at this critical moment, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The brilliance intensified, enveloping him in a luminous cocoon. With a crack, the treasure chest opened, emitting a clear, crisp sound. Though faint, everyone could hear it distinctly, all eyes turning towards the treasure chest. A dazzling golden light erupted, blinding all with its radiance, as a golden orb surged forth, streaking across the sky. Pursued by all, the evil lord and the other lords abandoned their battle, frantically chasing after it. However, the headless corpse remained in relentless pursuit, treading the void behind them. The lords exchanged glances and suddenly summoned their ancient commands. 5 ancient tokens spiraled around the headless corpse, momentarily obstructing its path. By the time the headless corpse shattered the 5 tokens, the lords had long vanished without a trace. After a considerable time, a fissure appeared in the cocoon surrounding Xiang Tianheng, growing larger until it shattered with a snap. The fragments of the cocoon vanished upon touching the ground. "How refreshing!" Xiang Tianheng exclaimed, feeling invigorated. Upon examining his physical state, he was astonished to find he had broken through to the peak of the initial purple bone soldier. His battle bones exceptionally robust and gleaming white. Unable to conceal his delight, surveying his surroundings, he noted an eerie silence. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? The treasure chest remained open, and the ground and walls bore the scars of battle. Looking down from the high platform, Xiang Tianheng's legs weakened. A half-corporeal figure stood defiantly, exuding an unyielding fighting spirit. The headless corpse was present. I cannot leave through the front, for awakening its battle intent would surely lead to my demise. Alas, how can I circumvent this headless body to escape? Xiang Tianheng was in great distress. Wasn't that rascal Si Liangshan the one who bypassed the corpse? There must be a secret passage leading outside. But where could it be? As Xiang Tianheng searched around, he indeed discovered a narrow tunnel in a corner of the high platform. Without hesitation, he leaped into the passage, barely wide enough for one person, and crawled through with difficulty. Upon seeing light ahead, he burst forth, only to realize he had not exited the divine estate, but had emerged on the other side of the headless corpse. Xiang Tianheng marveled, not expecting that Si Liangshan had unwittingly saved his life. However, he also admired him. Excavating such a passage required immense willpower. It was clear that without a year or more, one could not accomplish this feat. The allure of the treasure must be great, though it was unfortunate that he had not laid eyes on the divine artifact, nor knew who had claimed it. Casting one last glance at the headless ancient corpse, he hurriedly departed, desiring to leave this uncanny place at once. In the following days, the events surrounding the headless ancient corpse battling the evil lord and the five lords, the divine artifact soaring into the heavens. Xiang Tianheng's two disciples severely wounding Zhu Qian, and Gulai's clash with the Lord of Ula became hot topics of gossip on the streets. Meanwhile, the fact that Xiang Tianheng possessed two ancient tokens was momentarily overlooked. No one dared to venture into the bone forest again, and the wayward skeletal beast returned home, restoring the previous tranquility. Collect, vote, flowers, collect, vote, flowers, collect, vote, flowers, collect, vote, flowers, collect, vote, flowers. I kindly ask for everyone's support. The more support I receive, the closer I can get to signing a contract. If the skeletal body goes mad, what harm is there? All my brothers, sisters, and younger siblings may comment. I will see them. With your support, I find a motivation to continue writing. Chapter 29. Let the breakthrough begin. The Phantom Shadow City lies nestled at the base of a mountain, flanked by towering peaks, where skeletons can be seen wandering throughout the rugged terrain. The two mountains are desolate, starkly bare, with only exposed stone blocks visible. Mudianasi is said to pass through here. Today, I shall slay him. Let him know the consequences of bullying my grandfather. Xiang Tianheng embarked on his frenzied plan for vengeance, that he could not help but be a person who held grudges. Living by the motto, do not provoke me, and I shall not provoke you. But if you do, I shall repay you tenfold. The figure rapidly flew towards him, and as he recognized the individual, Xiang Tianheng extended his long leg, delivering a powerful strike to the top of Mu Dian's head. Mu Jian hurriedly raised his arms to shield himself, blocking this deadly blow, roaring, "Who is it? Who dares? It is I, your nemesis, Xiang Tianheng. You, Mu Jian, scoundrel, who cast me into the abyss of the dragon. I vowed I would return for revenge." "It's you? You're alive?" Mu Jian exclaimed in disbelief. "Unavenged, how could I possibly be dead? Today I have come specifically to slay you." "Ha ha! What a joke! With your mere strength as an initial purple bone soldier, you think you could defeat me?" Mu Jian, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly before coldly stating, "Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shall oblige. The ancient token in your possession ultimately belongs to me." A divine fist materialized in the sky, striking towards Mu Jian. He soared upward, transforming his fist into a palm to counter the attack. A tremendous explosion ensued, radiating brilliance and sending ripples through the air. The two engaged in a fierce melee, exchanging blows, their bodies moving in a dance of combat. How is this brat so powerful? Mu Jian thought, astonished. Striking Xiang Tianheng's battlebone yielded no effect. He did not even sustain a scratch. Unable to subdue Xiang Tianheng after a prolonged struggle, Mu Jian felt immense humiliation. As a dignified middle purple bone monarch, he was being restrained by an initial purple bone soldier far weaker than himself, who audaciously claimed he would annihilate him. The fire of fury within him ignited fiercely. He shouted angrily, "You dare to challenge me? summoning a bone artifact, measuring a meter in length and adorned with sharp, jagged edges that glimmered with a chilling light. It was evident that this was no ordinary object. A palpable aura of spirit energy swirled around it. This old rogue possessed a bone spirit weapon. How opportune to seize it! Xiang Tianheng thought wickedly. Today marks your demise, Mu Jian declared with a sinister grin, revealing an unexpected smile as he swiftly unleashed two ancient talismans. The ghostly bone command to his left and the blazing soul command to his right. In tandem, he activated both relics. And from the blazing soul command surged a torrent of flames, engulfing Mu Jian in a sea of fire. I'm burning alive. A fiery figure emerged from the inferno, wailing in agony. That moment, the ghostly ancient command was summoned, and a specter resembling Xiang Tianheng emerged from the talisman, launching a dual assault on Mu Jian. Rolling on the ground, Mu Jian extinguished the flames that had consumed him. His body charred to a crisp. "This is bad," he exclaimed, hastily raising the bone artifact to defend against Xiang Heng's onslaught. The fierce battle raged on, and as time passed, the clamor would surely attract the attention of the ghostly Shadow City. Xiang Tianheng, anxious, contemplated summoning the setting sun command, yet hesitated for fear of exposure. "Enough of this. I shall eliminate you first," he proclaimed as he summoned the blazing soul command, momentarily trapping Mu Jian within a ring of fire. He then invoked another ancient talisman, distinct from the previous two, its reverse side emblazoned with golden red flames. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky as a colossal fireball manifested, radiating golden red light, bearing down upon Mu Jian. With a thunderous roar, Mu Dian's purple soul seed erupted from beneath the fireball, while Xiang Tianheng swiftly retrieved the bone spirit weapon and made his escape. Not long after, a shadowy figure stood before the great pit, seething with rage. "Damn it!" The voice revealed itself to be that of a woman. The death of Mu Jian instantly stirred a tempest, and the news of Xiang Tianheng's survival spread like wildfire. His audacity was remarkable, having slain a foe upon his emergence. The world was on the brink of chaos, and many speculated about the unfolding events within the ghostly Bone City. One declared, "I knew the boss wouldn't perish. I must find him. I'm suffocating in this city," exclaimed Lai Han excitedly. "No, have you forgotten the Lord's orders? We must manage the 4 cities and cannot leave without permission," Wu Dao reminded, in a distant realm. A towering skeleton emanated a mysterious aura. He spoke, "Brother, I knew you wouldn't die. I must attend to urgent matters. Forgive my absence." Months slipped by, and news of Xiang Tianheng faded from the outside world as he recuperated in a hidden location. The battle had drained him significantly. He fully absorbed and refined Mu Dian's soul fire, acquiring a memory of invaluable worth. The coveted golden soul seed, an object of tremendous power that could elevate one to unimaginable heights. In Mu Dian's memories, this divine artifact had eluded both the formidable evil lord and the city lord, snatched instead by a mysterious figure who had emerged unexpectedly. Yet, he had paid a heavy price, enduring a strike from the evil lord. Could it be that Si Liangchun had seized it? That man gave Xiang Tianheng an impression of treachery, a cunning individual hiding daggers behind a smile. Always inscrutable, his origins remained unclear. Breakthrough. Xiang Tianheng concentrated fiercely, fully absorbing Mu Dian's soul power at this critical juncture. His soul reached saturation, and a glimmer of golden light appeared amidst the ghostly green soul fire. Though tiny, it was strikingly conspicuous. At last, he ascended to the rank of Deep Purple Bone King, rendering him no longer a target for bullies. He was now a formidable skeleton. Upon his emergence, he learned that several major cities were dispatching individuals to search for him, including the Dark Knights of the Evil Spirit Organization, indicating the gravity with which the evil lord regarded the situation. "They dare to hunt me. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will annihilate you all." Since ascending to the rank of Purple King, Xiang Tianheng's confidence surged, his pride swelling. Armed with robust battle bones, and having recently achieved the rank of Deep Bone King, he indeed possessed the audacity to be arrogant. News spread of the annihilation of the Blood Soul Purple City-S forces, the ghostly Shadow City-S troops, and the heavily wounded General Zhu Qian from the Infernal Blood City, fleeing alone. Each astonishing account led the populace to ponder the true extent of Xiang Tianheng's might, for he exhibited unparalleled bravery. General Shiramo of the Demon Corpse City personally led 100 elite fighters to capture him, only to find themselves thwarted and left in his wake. Another report surfaced amidst the flurry of news, yet the evil spirit organization's actions remained silent, despite having dispatched several teams of Dark Knights. Were the Dark Knights truly inept, unable to locate Xiang Tianheng? However, the reality was different. The Dark Knights were not pursuing him, but instead headed straight for the ghostly, blazing, setting sun and remnant moon cities. Nearly all were decimated, sending chills down spines and evoking gasps of disbelief. Some lamented, the evil spirit organization is indeed ruthless. They have invaded Xiang Tianheng's lair. Upon receiving this news, Xiang Tianheng found it hard to believe. He hastened back, riding day and night. But upon arrival, he was met with a shocking sight. No longer the former splendor, but a scene of decay, desolation, and lifelessness. The 4 great cities have been reduced to ruins, their structures shattered, and the ground littered with skeletal remains that a few weak skeletons wandered nearby, too timid to approach the city's remnants. Xiang Tianheng collapsed to the ground, overcome with despair as he cried out, "Ah, I shall seek vengeance. Accursed evil spirit organization, you are demons, devils." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his voice a lamentation. The once thriving cities had swiftly become desolate ruins, a reality he struggled to accept. His eyes blazed with hatred. Regaining composure, he stood resolutely, vowing, "Evil spirit organization, I will make you pay in blood." Suddenly, a faint voice echoed, "Lord, who goes there?" Xiang Tianheng scanned his surroundings warily, uncertain of the source of the strange sound. The voice called out again, "Lord," this time clear and unmistakable. He hurried towards the source of the moans, discovering a wasteland. With a wave of his hand, he cleared the debris, revealing a skull whose soul fire flickered like a candle in the breeze. On the verge of extinguishing, Xiang Tianheng grasped the skull, demanding, "Who did this to you?" "It was the evil spirit. My time is short. Save the blazing soul." With that, the soul fire vanished completely, leaving only an empty cranium. "Ah!" Xiang Tianheng howled to the heavens, an indescribable fury surging within him, his eyes aflame, his entire being enveloped in a green glow, presenting a terrifying visage reminiscent of a demon manifesting. In that moment, 3 shadowy figures darted past. One, adorned with deep red battle bones, exclaimed, "Master, you have truly returned. We cannot go." Shun Hu, filled with excitement, attempted to rush forward, only to be pulled back by Yuan Ji, who shook his head vehemently. "Master is in a frenzy. He may mistake you for an enemy." "Master, it is us. Calm yourself, that we will avenge this wrong. If you do not regain your composure, you may harm yourself, and it will be too late to seek vengeance then." Shun Hu urged urgently. "They have slaughtered the people of the 4 cities. Wu Dao has also been killed." Xiang Tianheng's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Stay calm, brother Xiang. You must regain your composure. Haste will not serve you well. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. There is no need to rush." Jun Yin stepped forward to counsel him. Indeed, Shun Hu and Yuan Ji nodded in agreement. Gradually, the flames surrounding Xiang Tianheng subsided, and he returned to his former state, collapsing to the ground, pummeling the earth in a cathartic release of his pent-up rage. Once thriving cities had become mere ruins. Once beloved individuals had long departed. The past, once cherished, now haunted him with unbearable sorrow. Xiang Tianheng resolved to embark upon a path of frenzied retribution. "Those of the blazing soul are in my grasp. If you wish to save them, bring the ancient talisman as ransom. Otherwise, I shall slay them one by one." The evil spirit organization declared to the entirety of the demon bone inferno. This proclamation naturally reached Xiang Tianheng's ears, and he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Damn it! The evil spirit organization is so despicable, so vile, burdened with the blood debts of 4 cities. Such was the common sentiment towards the evil spirit. Met with widespread disdain in these past months, the turmoil within the demon bone inferno had calmed, presenting a facade of tranquility. The sky was overcast, dark clouds looming ominously. heralding the approaching storm, standing alone atop a high mountain. Xiang Tianheng felt a weight upon his heart as a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a chilling sense of foreboding. His emotions were exceedingly complex. The once thriving four cities had now been reduced to ruins. A pitiful shadow of their former glory. The city may be lost, but can be rebuilt. However, the fate of those honorable brothers remains uncertain. Whether they live or die, he is consumed by guilt. His heart weeping, bleeding within. I shall rescue you, my valiant souls. He vows silently while gazing at the starry heavens. Master, are we truly going to retrieve the valiant souls? What if there is an explosion? Suddenly, a figure materializes beside him, voicing his concerns. This is imperative. The valiant souls were once my esteemed generals, and I cannot abandon them. His tone is resolute. By the way, how did you come across Junyan? She must not accompany us this time. This pink skeleton is someone we encountered on our journey. She was being pursued by a formidable skeleton, and I rescued her. Since then, she has clung to us. In the Blood Purgatory City, within the Lord's mansion, two terrifying deep silver skeletons exude an aura of oppression as they deliberate on the situation in the Demon Bone Purgatory. Demon Swallowing Lord. What brings you to me today? Do you not fear that I might slay you on my territory? The Lord of Purgatory asserts with palpable intensity, you lack the courage for such a threat. The evil Lord grows increasingly unrestrained, first obliterating the Soul Hunter Ghost City, then slaughtering the specters and the flames of two cities. Using hostages to coerce Xiang Tianheng into surrendering the ancient orders only serves to enhance his power. Do you truly believe you will spare us? The demon-swallowing Lord responds with barely concealed anger. Upon reflection, the current circumstances are indeed dire, as the Lord of Purgatory furrows his brow. To survive. We must unite. This is my purpose for coming. The Blood Soul Purple City has just gained a new master, yet remains weak. The Ghostly Shadow City has recently lost a general, diminishing its strength. Together, we can deter the evil Lord from recklessly invading. The Lord of Purgatory observes the change in the other Lord's demeanor as the demon-swallowing Lord continues his analysis. Once we eliminate the evil Lord, we can join forces to slay the others, seizing all the ancient orders to share amongst ourselves. His eyes gleam with cold light. A splendid plan. The Lord of Purgatory agrees wholeheartedly, a smirk lurking beneath his composed exterior. Excellent. That day shall also mark your demise. I shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Simultaneously, the demon-swallowing Lord harbors similar thoughts, and the two exchange a glance, bursting into laughter, each with ulterior motives. The urgency to slay Xiang Tianheng and seize the ancient orders of the specters and the flames must be addressed before he can negotiate with the evil Lord. The sky is shrouded in gray, thick clouds looming overhead, while the ground is littered with bones, severed limbs, and skulls, a world that serves as a grave for skeletons. Some lead mundane lives, while others endure tumultuous ones. Xiang Tianheng is destined to belong to the latter. Over the past 2 days, the four cities have been scouring for him, intent on slaying him to thwart the impending transaction. The sealing power grows weaker, and the demon bone purgatory descends into chaos, heralding an era of disorder. Where there are challenges, there are opportunities. Who will seize the moment to emerge from the demon bone purgatory upon arriving at the negotiation site? Silence envelopes the area, devoid of any presence. Xiang Tianheng and his companions have arrived a day early, wary of potential ambushes by the evil spirit organization that on the second day, they are jolted awake by a sound. Looking up, they see a figure enveloped in dark mist, a skeleton swiftly descending from the sky to stand opposite Xiang Tianheng. Soon after, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoes, revealing a legion clad in black armor, wielding black spears, riding skeletal steeds. Master, this person is extraordinarily powerful. It is the evil Lord, Shun, who exclaims in awe. Without needing to be told, Xiang Tianheng recognizes the gravity of the situation. Rescuing the valiant souls will prove challenging. What a surprise to see you arrive so swiftly. Did you bring the ancient orders? The formidable and terrifying evil Lord speaks in a chilling tone. The valiant souls are over there. I must see them. Otherwise, you shall not receive them. Xiang Tianheng sneers. The evil Lord gestures behind him, and the dark nights bring forth a figure, the valiant soul appearing battered and weak, covered in wounds. Lord of the city, if you do not come soon, we shall perish. The valiant soul cries out upon seeing Xiang Tianheng. Witnessing their condition fills him with distress. He produces the ghostly bone order and the flame soul order, declaring to the evil lord, "The ancient orders are in my possession. Release them, and they shall belong to you. Lord of the city, you must not do this. Do not sacrifice the ancient orders for our sake. We are not worth such a cost." The valiant soul urgently protests upon seeing the ancient orders. "You are mistaken. Nothing is more important to me than my brothers. You have fought alongside me, and in my heart, I regard you as brothers. Two mere tokens cannot compare. Evil Lord, I will trade." He severs the connection with the ancient orders and throws them into the air, where they soar towards the evil Lord. A sudden upheaval occurs. A fierce wind rises, sending debris from the ground flying. A skeletal figure, adorned in deep silver battle bones, wields a dark red demon blade, riding a powerful skeletal beast as it hurtles through the air. The blade is no ordinary weapon. It is a rare bone spirit artifact, emanating a potent aura. The skeletal beast exudes a menacing presence, its soul fire flickering within its skull, showcasing its might upon arrival. The demon-swallowing lord charges directly toward the ancient orders. "I am here," the Lord of Purgatory bellows, rushing from afar to strike at the evil lord. Simultaneously, the Lord of Ghostly Shadows, with a captivating motion, lunges forward, and the new Blood Soul City Lord hurls the Blood Soul Purple Order at the evil lord. The elites from the four cities converge, charging at the Dark Knights. The flames of battle blaze fiercely. Weapons clash, sparks fly, and the sounds of conflict resonate throughout the demon bone purgatory. What is the meaning of this? Do you dare to bully me? Do you seek death? After several exchanges, both sides retreat, stabilizing their positions as the evil lord chides. The ghostly bone order and the flame soul order hover high in the air, radiating ominous light, resonating with one another. The ancient orders belong to all. Evil lord, do you intend to hoard them all for yourself? The Lord of Purgatory exclaims with imposing authority. The evil lord's expression darkens as he responds sharply. "If you wish to claim them, you must be prepared to pay with your lives." With that, he moves swiftly, aiming a colossal palm strike at them. The demon-swallowing lord, riding his skeletal beast and wielding his demon blade, charges at the evil lord. While the other city lords coordinate their attacks, various techniques and weapons soar through the air, brilliance illuminating the battlefield, as the very earth itself trembles beneath the intensity of the clash, having stealthily slipped onto the battlefield. Xiang Tianheng seizes the opportunity to rescue the valiant soul. However, the Dark Knight grows restless, and the Bald King rushes in to intercept him, preventing the imminent confrontation. "Bald King, you were once a general of the Flame Soul City. Now you ally with the evil lord, willing to become his pawn. Release me, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Xiang Tianheng transfers the valiant soul to his two disciples, speaking coldly. "Enough of your nonsense. With me here, you cannot escape." The Bald King ascends into the air, his gleaming head radiating dark light as he charges at Xiang Tianheng. "Be why the heavens. Iron head skill." Meanwhile, Shunhu and his companion find themselves surrounded by a pair of Dark Knights. "Let us see who can kill more," Yuan Ji exclaims with excitement, leading the charge. "What a madman!" Shunhu curses under his breath. With force, he sends the valiant soul flying again. "You go ahead. We will catch up shortly." The battle rages on with exceptional intensity, the sounds of clashing weapons echoing in the sky, dazzling flashes of light blinding the eyes. "Master, the Dark Knights are multiplying. We should make haste." Shunhu urgently warns as they swiftly dispatch their opponents while glancing anxiously at Xiang Tianheng. Xiang Tianheng nods and coldly addresses the Bald King. "We shall battle another day. I will surely take your life." With a final glance at the ghostly bone order, he transforms into a streak of light, fleeing with his disciples. "Thank you, Lord of the City, for saving my life." The valiant soul kneels in gratitude. "To trade two ancient orders for my life is truly not worth it," he laments, feeling a profound sense of loss over the lost orders. Xiang Tianheng interrupts his thoughts, saying, "No need for further words. In truth, I am reluctant as well. The fierce internal struggle between the ancient orders and my brothers led me to choose the latter. Do you see what this is? In an effort to comfort the valiant soul, Xiang Tianheng suddenly presents a token. I exchanged only one token for your life, so you need not worry. Those present display expressions of astonishment. And Shunhu, perplexed, inquires, Master, did you not hand over the ghostly bone order? How does it reappear in your hand? That is not for you to know. I have my ways. Xiang Tianheng pauses, realizing he cannot reveal that the ghostly bone order is his second spiritual form, and thus must conceal the truth. What transpired that day? Valiant soul. Xiang Tianheng further inquires. That day, we were all recuperating within the city when suddenly the earth quaked and the city shook violently. We hastily exited to assess the situation, only to see several squads of dark knights charging in on skeletal steeds. Initially purple bone soldiers, some even reaching mid-purple bone lords, a terrifyingly powerful force. They were exceedingly brutal. Upon arrival, they began a massacre of the townsfolk, and the city echoed with cries of despair. We fought desperately to resist, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming, leaving us severely injured. Allow me to escape. Wu Dao stayed behind to confront the enemy. Alas, Ronghua and the others perished in battle. The Dark Knights pursued me and captured me, but spared my life due to my potential usefulness. Alas, how tragic for Ronghua and the others. I must avenge them. As he speaks, the valiant soul clenches his fists, resolutely declaring, We shall not falter, for Wu Dao and the others fought for the townsfolk, for the city, glory in death, comfort for Xiang Tianheng. I am determined to make the sinister organization pay in blood for their transgressions. The fiery soul declared vehemently. Several weeks passed, and it was reported that the Dark Lord had engaged in a fierce battle with several city lords, resulting in heavy losses on both sides. The Dark Lord seized the Flame's soul token, yet another piece mysteriously vanished, inciting their furious ire, who dared to snatch the token from under the noses of the Dark Lord and the city lords. Leaving them exceedingly vexed, they vowed to capture this individual and subject them to the torment of the fiery soul's wrath. The city lords, having just suffered losses, soon turned on each other in a frenzy. The Lord of Purgatory City attacked Ghostly Shadow City, slaying the female lord and seizing the Ghostly Shadow token. The Lord of Devourer City prepared to assault Blood Soul Purple City. The Lord of Blood Soul City, Ula, disappeared without a trace. Where could he have gone? It left many puzzled. One word could describe the chaos of the Demon Bone Purgatory. Disorder. The situation within the Demon Bone Purgatory had become exceedingly convoluted. Shenhu, you three must no longer follow me. It would only endanger you. It is said that the king of the underworld has found a hidden place. You should seek him out and ensure you rendezvous with him. Wait until the storm passes before you emerge. Xiang Tianheng understood the precariousness of his situation, for he possessed the ghostly bone token. If discovered, he would become the public enemy of the Demon Bone Purgatory. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. It is only a matter of time before he is exposed. Collect. Vote. Thank you, skeletons. More thrilling events await as the seals loosen, powerful beings stir, and the mysterious return of Qing Qiu begins. The air grew increasingly unstable, with wandering soul energy beginning to revolt. Bone beasts were restless, and deafening roars echoed all around. The sealing power of the Demon Bone Purgatory weakened further. The Flame Soul token and the Soul Hunter token lay in the hands of the Dark Lord. The Lord of Purgatory City wielded the Purgatory Blood token and the Ghostly Shadow token. The Lord of Devourer City held the Devourer Corpse token, while another formidable and mysterious Blood Devouring token was in the possession of Blood Devouring City. Currently, only the Sunset Sun token and the Crescent Moon Red token remained unaccounted for, with Xiang Tianheng being the sole connection to both. I truly do not know. I genuinely have no idea. I only possess the ghostly and flame tokens, which were stolen from me. Shaking his head, Xiang Tianheng asserted resolutely that a powerful figure emerged from nowhere, seeking out Xiang Tianheng, specifically inquiring about the two tokens. Upon witnessing Xiang Tianheng's strong demeanor, the figure struck him forcefully, leaving a mark before hastily departing. This was already the 10th such encounter he had experienced. The Demon Bone Purgatory was in utter disarray, with powerful beings surging forth, all searching for the sunset sun token and the crescent moon red token. At long last, the decennial soul fury period had arrived, and the sealing power of the demon bone purgatory had reached an all-time low. The mighty flock to the demon domain, home to the most mysterious and terrifying blood-devouring city. Where the sealing power was weakest and easiest to breach, the Dark Lord, unable to contain his impatience, addressed the world. The soul fury period has arrived. I implore all powerful beings in possession of ancient tokens to converge upon the demon domain. This is an opportunity, a chance to break free from the demon bone purgatory. The demon domain was ominous and chilling, shrouded in dark, thick clouds, with an eerie silence pervading the atmosphere, creating a sense of dread. Upon arriving here, the sight of scattered bones was no longer visible. The soil was stained a deep crimson, a boundless world tainted by blood, with a heavy scent of carnage in the air. On the outskirts of the demon domain, throngs of people gathered, all hoping for a stroke of luck, who would not wish to escape the demon bone purgatory. However, many were merely there to witness this historic event unfold. Ula, how despicable! You have allied with the Dark Lord. The Lord of Purgatory City see that upon seeing Ula standing behind the Dark Lord, I won't flee. I suspect I am already your next victim. Ula replied coldly. The Dark Lord and several city lords were the first to flash into the demon domain, followed closely by other powerful beings. Upon entry, everyone was instantly taken aback, feeling an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Moving even a single step became exceedingly arduous. Weak skeletons who ventured here met immediate demise, unable to withstand the oppressive force. Their souls resisted, shining brightly, only to be obliterated in an instant, their essence dissipating into the void. We shall begin. The Dark Lord and several city lords summoned their respective ancient tokens, swiftly tracing arcs of light through the as the seven tokens collided. They emitted a blinding radiance. The tokens appeared to be vibrating with excitement, swirling around one another, forming a colorful sphere of black, white, red, and purple hues. They continuously channeled their soul power into the ancient tokens in anomaly, with the eruption of energy from the seven ancient tokens. A minuscule spatial vortex emerged, resembling a black hole suspended in the sky, as soul energy surged in and out erratically. This will not do. 7 tokens are insufficient to shatter the seal. I can barely withstand it. The Lord of Devourer's City shouted. The group, filled with anxiety, found themselves at a loss, realizing they could only await the impending failure. Suddenly, the pressure on them lightened, as a white token came flying from a distance, merging into the glowing sphere. Upon contact with the 7 tokens, the white, ghostly token in Xiang Tianheng's soul resonated violently, yearning to escape. Unable to restrain it, the ancient token shot forth, and he hastily pursued it. Entering the demon domain, the spatial black hole expanded significantly, and Xiang Tianheng, with no other choice, joined in, continuously pouring his soul power into the floating sphere of light. The ghostly bone token remained in his possession. Deeply hidden, the crowd was astonished. Suddenly, a red light streaked across the sky and plunged into the colorful sphere. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Gu Lai. Ula, I have come to settle the score with you. He provoked Ula the moment he appeared, having evidently spent his days of absence training fervently, preparing for this confrontation. Now, no one could divert their attention. Ula cast a pleading glance towards the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord's ominous, deep voice resounded. Boy, do you wish to stand against all of us? I advise you to refrain from acting impulsively. Gu Lai, with a grim expression, fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether now was the time to strike. No, with so many present, the odds of killing him are too slim. I can wait until they falter before eliminating him. Other powerful beings who entered the demon domain joined in, channeling their soul power, causing the colorful sphere to grow ever brighter. Bystanders speculated fervently. Will they succeed this time? Doubts were voiced. A formidable aura swept over from afar, quickly manifesting before the crowd that it was suffocating, and many succumbed to the pressure, collapsing to the ground. Who is this? So powerful. They possess a true corporeal form. The crowd was in shock. The newcomer bore thick black hair, hollow, deep-set eyes, and a chiseled visage exuding a masculine aura, suspended in the air. He looked down upon the masses as if they were mere ants. With a flick of his hand, a beam of light shot towards the colorful sphere. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the final token, the blood-devouring token. This ignited a flurry of speculation among the crowd. "He is the Lord of blood-devouring," someone exclaimed. "This will not suffice. We are still missing something. We cannot fully unlock it. If this continues, we will be drained." A terrifying aura descended once more, causing several to perish instantly. Another powerful being, possessing a corporeal form, loomed above the crowd, exuding a dense aura of death. He faced off against the Lord of blood-devouring without yielding an inch. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a red beam of light, revealing it to be the crescent moon red token, which had gone missing from Xiang Tianheng's possession. Another formidable entity, not inferior to the Lord of blood-devouring. How outrageous! The crowd was astounded. An ancient corpse. The crescent moon red token has actually fallen into his hands. Xiang Tianheng gasped in surprise, recalling the words of the demon dragon. This individual is ruthless, domineering in conduct, and untrustworthy. I must remain vigilant. The colorful sphere grew increasingly radiant, shooting forth a beam of multicolored light that struck the black hole. The darkness within the black hole receded, covered by a vibrant barrier. "It has opened! It has opened!" someone exclaimed excitedly. The 10 ancient tokens had already dimmed, falling from the sky. The Lord of Devourer City, unable to contain himself, was the first to charge towards the colorful barrier, resulting in a thunderous crash. The next moment, the Lord of Devourer City found himself several meters away. What just happened? What a tremendous rebound! The Lord of Devourer City exclaimed in confusion. "The corpse sovereign? You are not dead," the Lord of Blood Devouring uttered in astonishment, his aura overwhelming. "Humph, today I will leave, and you shall not impede me. Otherwise I shall slay you." The ancient corpse radiated an imposing presence. "Do you truly believe that? I have been ordered to guard this place for 10,000 years. Anyone may leave, except for you. Your reputation precedes you. Corpse sovereign, should I allow you to escape, a calamity would surely ensue. I suspect your injuries have yet to heal. I might still be able to contest with you. The corpse sovereign suffered grave wounds during the ancient war and has yet to recover, his strength diminished to less than 50%. This desolate demon bone purgatory is not conducive to his recuperation. Humph. You are merely a general under the emperor. Do you dare to obstruct me? Do you wish to perish?" The corpse sovereign's aura surged, and his tone grew increasingly severe. A battle was imminent. The two hovering in the air, their auras clashing, sending shockwaves that caused the bystanders to suffer heavy casualties. I could see that moment. Suddenly, Xiang Tianheng felt a hand resting on his shoulder. A chill ran through him, and he swung his fist in retaliation. "Flowers! Flowers! Flowers! Collect! 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 Vote! 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 The skeletons are coming! Let's go wild together, brother!" "It is I," a familiar voice reverberated, prompting Xiang Tianheng to hastily withdraw his fists. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a look of joy illuminated his face. "Qingxiu, where have you been these past few days?" "It's a long story. We shall discuss it when time permits," his brother remarked. "It has been far too long since we last met. These days must have been trying for you." Xiang Tianheng scrutinized the figure of Qingxiu before him, whose strength had surged remarkably, now standing leagues apart from his former self. The increasing aura of mystery surrounding him rendered him inscrutable. Clearly, there were unspoken burdens weighing on him. Xiang Tianheng cast a penetrating gaze in his direction, but refrained from further inquiry. I could see that moment. A thick, malevolent mist enveloped the sky, devouring all light, casting the entire demonic realm into a nightmarish darkness that instilled terror in the hearts of many. Looking up, he saw the corpse emperor and the blood-devouring city lord engulfed by the dark energy, their clash producing radiant bursts of light. With a mere gesture, the heavens trembled, the void fracturing and reforming repeatedly. This was the power of the so-called Middle Blackbone Lord. The flames of the soul had morphed into a hue of black, an existence comparable to the divine, captivating Xiang Tianheng utterly. His eyes fixated ahead, his face a mask of shock. Such power, akin to that of the gods, could shatter the void with a wave of the hand. It could dim the skies and cause mountains to crumble. When would he possess such strength? At that time. Who would he fear? Returning to his senses, he found Qingqiu had vanished. Leaving him unaware of his whereabouts, he turned to survey the skeletal throng behind him. Scanning for any sign of life, yet found none, he pondered the peculiar and enigmatic behavior of Qingqiu. Convinced that he harbored some secret, he resolved to inquire further upon their next encounter. Not far from the battlefield in the demonic realm stood a tall and imposing figure. His gaze fixed upon the fray, emanating an aura of terror, exuding an air of supremacy. Behind him stood a regiment of skeletons, arranged in a disciplined formation. One of them stepped forward and inquired, "My lord, who was that person you encountered earlier?" "Just an old acquaintance," Qingqiu replied coldly. His demeanor had changed dramatically, rendering him almost unrecognizable from the person he once was. It was evident that he had faced numerous adversities during his absence. And the formidable skeletons at his back raised questions. Why did they address him as king? The bone soul artifact. It is indeed real. The whispers of the crowd filled with awe as they spoke of the blood-devouring city, Lord's weapon. Resembling a demonic vessel, it soared into the sky, erupting in a dazzling light that illuminated the entire demonic realm. Xiang Tianheng recalled the bone spirit artifact, the bone fong he had acquired from Mudian, and realized it paled in comparison. The bone fong, though rare, was a mere trinket in the grand scheme of the bone soul artifact, a coveted treasure among the skeletons. The demonic vessel was a bone soul artifact. Birthed from a transformation of spiritual entities into soul entities, that it could be said that souls were born within the vessel, albeit only partially, lacking consciousness. The master could communicate directly with the semi-soul within, harnessing boundless power from the heavens to unleash devastating strikes. The two powerful beings clashed with increasing ferocity. The emergence of the demonic vessel elicited greed-laden gazes from the evil lord. The Lord of the Abyss and the Lord of the Devouring Magic. Corpse Emperor, I should not have crossed you. If you insist on leaving this place, I shall stop you. I am under the Emperor's orders to guard this realm and prevent powerful beings from wreaking havoc upon the world. If you wish to depart, you must first step over my corpse, the blood-devouring city lord declared, clutching the demonic vessel, his voice resounding with righteous indignation. Humph, a mere youth daring to be insolent before me. You seek death. The corpse emperor's voice emerged, cold and terrifying. Without further ado, the blood-devouring city lord summoned the demonic vessel, which floated in mid-air, growing ever larger, swallowing all light in its path. The surroundings darkened as if the entire sky was being consumed by the vessel. The vessel unleashed a dark energy, capable of corroding even the battle-hardened skeletons. Even the deep silver bones could not withstand its corrosive touch. Any skeleton that came into contact with a black mist was reduced to ash. Blown away by the wind, the demonic vessel birthed malevolent energy, turning battle bones to dust. The bone artifact, lacking sentience, still inflicted grave harm upon its enemies. Where has Qingqiu gone? Xiang Tianheng felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing for his safety, the situation grew increasingly dire as the blood-devouring city lord recklessly wielded the bone soul artifact within the demonic realm. The corpse emperor was shrouded in the demonic mist. His body consumed by its thickness, it appeared that the blood-devouring city lord held a significant advantage in this battle. The corpse emperor was destined to be defeated. No one could withstand the powerful strike of the bone soul artifact. Not so fast. The outcome is yet to be determined. Let's not speak too soon. Different opinions echoed among the crowd as the battlefield remained eerily silent for an extended period, settling into a momentary calm. Then an explosion erupted amidst the malevolent mist, sending the demonic vessel tumbling away, and the mist dispersed as the corpse emperor surged forth, his body unscathed, albeit slightly wearied, in the blink of an eye. An unexpected figure darted from the distance, racing towards the multicolored barrier. Summoning a golden sphere of light, they hurled it forward, darting through the barrier, sending ripples cascading outward before vanishing from sight. Alianshan, Xiang Tianheng exclaimed in confusion. The figure's speed, leaving him incredulous. Gasps of disbelief spread among the crowd as they witnessed the spectacle. Even the Lord of the Abyss had failed to breach the multicolored barrier. Yet this individual had done so effortlessly, in an instant. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing that the first to break through the colorful barrier and escape the bone-demonic purgatory was not one of the formidable beings, but rather an unexpected dark horse. It was the very individual who had seized the golden soul seed. Who would have thought he would emerge from the demonic realm with it in tow? Clearly, the golden soul seed was no ordinary item. The evil lord and others sprang into action, revealing their true forms as golden battle bones. The initial black bone warriors charged towards the multicolored barrier, and among them was Yung, eliciting shock from the crowd. Other city lords rushed forward to impede him, while Xiang Tianheng, feeling anxious, quickly withdrew the second avatar from the ancient ghost order, reaching the pinnacle of his power to obstruct him. Intent on rescuing Yung, reigniting the conflict, my opportunity for revenge has arrived. Ula, prepare to meet your demise. Gulai acted swiftly, aiming to slay Ula. The Lord of Devouring magic fell. Gulai and the Lord of Ula perished together. As time passed, the death toll during this soul explosion period continued to rise, marking an era rife with blood and tears. Xiang Tianheng hurriedly escorted Yung away from the battlefield, inquiring, Yung, how did you end up in the clutches of the evil lord? Where are Shunhu and the others? Master, I am here. At that moment, Shunhu arrived with several others. Yung activated his soul sense. The evil lord intended to use him to breach the multicolored barrier. Despicable! You must leave at once. Flee as far as you can. You cannot get involved this time. Xiang Tianheng commanded, by the way, this bone spirit artifact shall be entrusted to Yung. You all must hurry. He presented the weapon he had obtained from Madian to Yung, feeling a sense of obligation since he had previously gifted Shunhu a battle bone without offering anything to Yung. Yung accepted the bone spirit artifact with gratitude before departing. Watching their retreating figures, Xiang Tianheng sighed in relief and turned his gaze towards the multicolored barrier, his own objective being to break free from the bone demonic purgatory. As the multicolored barrier lacked energy to sustain it, it began to heal gradually. The corpse emperor, impatient, suddenly appeared at Xiang Tianheng's side, seizing him and coldly stating, I have aided you on several occasions. This time, you shall assist me. You are right. The dragon of corpses spoke the truth. You are indeed no good, Xiang Tianheng retorted, knowing full well that the corpse emperor sought to use him to open the barrier, as he too had activated his soul sense. Carrying Xiang Tianheng before the multicolored barrier, the corpse emperor hurled him into it. Upon contact, Xiang Tianheng's body radiated with brilliant light, the flames of his soul burning fiercely as the multicolored barrier began to be consumed and absorbed. Who is this? They have actually activated their soul sense. How terrifying. They can even absorb the energy of the multicolored barrier. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The barrier formed a gaping hole, revealing a blinding white light within. Now ajar, the crowd erupted in chaos. The Lord of the Abyss and the Lord of Devouring magic rejoiced, rushing towards the white void. The blood-devouring city lord intervened, determined to prevent the corpse emperor from escaping. As he turned, an overwhelming surge of corpse energy erupted, conjuring a bubbling spring from thin air. The waters of the yellow springs surged upwards, forming a barrier of water that halted the advance of those present. The corpse emperor hastily plunged into the spatial rift, the yellow springs water gushing in its wake, propelling Xiang Tianheng forward, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. The spatial rift sealed once more, returning to its original state. The soul explosion period had drawn to a close, and the multicolored barrier vanished, the sky returning to its inky blackness, as if nothing had transpired. Regret filled the hearts of all, having missed a fleeting opportunity. Kill! Kill mercilessly! Seize the ancient orders! Qingqiu's voice resonated with icy fury. Unable to escape, Qingqiu was incensed, swiftly rallying others to claim the ancient orders, and chaos erupted as the 10 ancient tokens became the target of contention. The cries of battle echoed throughout the demonic realm, descending into pandemonium. The blood-devouring city lord exchanged blows, the blood-devouring order flying into his grasp before vanishing without a trace. Collect! Collect! Vote! Vote! Flowers! 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 The skeletons have arrived. It seems I will no longer rush to upload chapters. I must preserve my drafts. Gazing upon the vastness of the universe, I feel the insignificance of my existence to the beautiful little planet, its name, Shershin Star, where majestic mountains and rivers flow endlessly. The air is suffused with vitality, and all things are brimming with life, heralding the arrival of spring. The Crimson Forest, one of the mysterious forbidden realms of the god-slaying star, is exceedingly peculiar. Its leaves are all of vivid red, as though stained with blood, or as if they are ablaze. This entire forest covers 2/5 of the planet, serving as a dominion for spirit beasts, within which dwell a myriad of fearsome and powerful monsters. It is said that deep within lies an undisclosed secret, and for 10 millennia, no soul has ventured in. Elsewhere, humanity reigns. Some formidable humans lay claim to the land, while the periphery of the Crimson Forest has become a hunting ground for humans seeking spirit beast companions. Listen well, today I intend to capture a formidable pet to show my sisters. Zamengsin declared with a smile to her attendants behind her. Her large, spirited eyes sparkled with shrewd intelligence. Clad in a flowing purple gown, her charmingly enticing visage bore a faint smile that could captivate countless young hearts. Indeed, her 5 attendants responded, their faces grave, exuding an unnatural aura of menace. They were well-trained and certainly no ordinary folk. "Where am I? What place is this?" Xiang Tianning questioned, his face etched with confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself amidst a forest, branches swaying their forms, and the fiery red leaves dancing in the wind, as if beckoning him, welcoming his presence. "What has happened to me? Why is my soul power sealed?" Despite possessing immense soul strength, he could no longer harness it, but he felt no different from an ordinary skeleton. "My soul power? Alas, what shall I do from here on? Surviving in this world without strength is exceedingly difficult." With a sense of reluctance, he pondered that he must have burst forth from the demon bone inferno. There would certainly be time to seek a way to break the seal. His troubled heart began to settle. "Capture it! That shall be my pet!" Zamengsin exclaimed gleefully upon spotting a skeleton not far away. Turning toward the source of the sound, she saw her 5 attendants soaring through the air with grace. This is bad. With no magical power at his disposal, Xiang Tianheng turned and fled. That would grant them the opportunity. A rope, akin to a serpent, swiftly ensnared him, binding him tightly, and he fell to the ground like a dumpling. Struggling incessantly proved futile. The 5 attendants surrounded him, and Zamengsin soon arrived, a cunning smile gracing her lips. "Do not run. You are mine now." The white skeleton rolled on the ground, expressing its discontent. Filled with rage at being captured so soon after escaping the demon bone inferno, how unfortunate fate had dealt him. "The heavens are unjust. Do not toy with my life." Yet upon seeing Zamengsin, his eyes fixated on her, his soul fire flickering rapidly, exceptionally vibrant, as he thought, "Damn it, a beauty! It's been ages since I've seen one. Stuck with a horde of skeletons every day, I'm utterly tired of it." Zamengsin slowly crouched down, extending her snow-white hand to stroke Xiang Tianheng's skeletal head. "You will follow me from now on, helping me frighten my sisters. Their pets are all cats and dogs. If I bring a skeleton as a pet, it will surely terrify them." She giggled innocently, causing Xiang Tianheng to momentarily lose his composure. Only Zamengsin, this audacious and mischievous girl, could conceive of capturing a skeleton as a pet. She was famed for her playful antics, always delighting in mischief. The skeleton nodded in agreement. Being with such a beautiful woman was a stroke of good fortune from a past life. There was no reason to refuse. And besides, it would allow him to explore this unfamiliar realm. Though he was a skeleton, he was still a male one. This young lady was certainly no ordinary person. The 5 attendants behind her radiated an air of menace, far beyond what ordinary folk possessed. "Let us depart quickly. I snuck out from grandfather's side, and upon returning, I will surely face my father's wrath." Zamengsin pouted to her attendants. She was the cherished daughter of the illustrious Ji family, one of the prominent families in the world, and they doted on her immensely. However, her father, Ji Hong, was exceptionally strict with her, and mere thought of him filled her with dissatisfaction. After a month of travel, Xiang Tianheng followed Zamengsin through the forest and across mountains and rivers. Along the way, They encountered peculiar flora and fauna, frequently witnessing powerful spirit beasts soaring overhead, while the roars of fierce creatures echoed in their ears. Compared to the demon bone inferno, he felt as though he had stepped into a realm of immortals. This month had been torturous for Xiang Tianheng. Zamengsin constantly teased him, even bestowing upon him the endearing name Little White, to which he vehemently shook his head in protest. Once, upon spotting a spirit tiger roaming the forest, she insisted that Xiang Tianheng touch the tiger's rear. Naturally, he refused, knowing well that one should never touch a tiger's backside. Under her coercion, he reluctantly complied, stealthily approaching the spirit tiger, while Zamengsin excitedly urged him to act quickly. The 5 attendants behind her watched with wide eyes. With a resounding slap, Xiang Tianheng struck down, then fled at once. The spirit tiger howled in pain, as if demanding, "Who is this? Who dares to challenge me?" Infuriated, it turned to pursue the fleeing skeleton. "Huh!" The 5 attendants, their faces cold, erupted into laughter, while Zamengsin joined in with a delightful giggle. Xiang Tianheng ran desperately, the spirit tiger in hot pursuit, intent on devouring the audacious skeleton. Just as the tiger was about to catch up, a figure soared past, causing the skeleton to vanish from sight. The enraged spirit tiger let out a thunderous roar, its fur bristling, eyes ablaze with fury. Zamengsin, unwilling to let such an entertaining skeleton perish, ordered her attendants to rescue him. Upon seeing Xiang Tianheng, she praised, "Little White, you were amazing." Terrified, Xiang Tianheng patted his chest, adopting an exaggerated expression that was rather comical. Ever since he had accompanied the beauty, he had been living a hellish existence. Majestic architecture, imposing and grand, stood upon the plains, flanked by mountains shrouded in mist, making the entire mountain appear ethereal like a divine realm. Wisps of cloud drifted in the sky, occasionally accompanied by soaring cranes. At long last, they arrived at the Ji residence. Jitian Palace. Home at last, Zamengsin joyfully exclaimed. As Xiang Tianheng trailed her through the estate, moving from courtyard to courtyard, he couldn't help but marvel at its vastness that a skeleton traversing the premises inevitably drew attention. And a maid approached, nervously exclaiming, "Miss, you have returned. The master has been frantic with worry, searching for you everywhere. Why have you brought a skeleton home? It's so frightening." Xiang Tianheng turned his skeletal head, glaring at the maid, prompting her to scream and flee without a trace. Zamengsin smirked mischievously, and Xiang Tianheng instantly sensed trouble brewing. "Little White, let's go scare grandfather." They headed straight to the conference room, where Zamengsin gestured for him to remain hidden. Xiang Tianheng, adept at concealing himself, being a skeleton, was skilled in stealth as part of his nature. Upon reaching the door, they overheard voices within. "Father, it is rumored that the corpse emperor of the Corpse clan has re-emerged, seemingly having escaped from a battlefield a millennium ago. The truth of this is uncertain, but the entire Corpse clan has gone into hiding, and their presence is nowhere to be seen. This poses a significant threat to us. Fear not. Even if the Corpse emperor has returned, he is gravely weakened and unlikely to reclaim his former power. Let us not forget the strength of our Ji family." An elderly voice chimed in. Xiang Tianheng was taken aback. The Corpse Emperor was likely the ancient corpse of Huangquan, and he had never anticipated such a remarkable origin, nor that he would have utilized Xiang Tianheng to escape the demon bone inferno. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained unknown. While lost in thought, he inadvertently moved his finger. "Who goes there?" A commanding aura erupted, bursting the door open, sending Xiang Tianheng flying backward at a middle-aged man. With an air of dominance about him, seized the skeleton from the air, gripping his neck tightly, and exclaimed, "A mere wraith dares to act recklessly in my Ji family. You seek death. Collect, collect, collect. Vote, vote. Flowers, flowers. Ha! The skeleton has arrived. Let the madness of collections and votes commence." As he felt death drawing near, his neck constricted painfully, and he realized that his life now hung by a thread. The powerful figure tightened his grip, and Xiang Tianheng felt his life slipping away. Suddenly, a voice saved his life. Previously irritating, it now resonated like a celestial melody. "Father, release him. He is my newly captured pet. I merely wish for him to frighten grandfather." Outrageous. How can you bring a wraith into our home? You have been missing for months just to capture it. Your mother has spoiled you rotten. You exhibit not a shred of feminine grace. Watch as I discipline you today. The formidable figure was none other than Ji Hong, her father, clad in a flowing purple robe, his steely visage radiating an air of menace. Zamengsin hurried to her grandfather Ji Zhantian's side, tugging at his robes and pouting adorably, her large eyes shimmering with tears, presenting an irresistibly cute demeanor. Seeing his granddaughter, Ji Zhantian's heart softened, and he spoke, "Very well. Release the wraith, since Mingxin has returned safely." "Let it be. Father, you cannot indulge her like this," Ji Hong urged. "Enough," Ji Zhantian huffed, his eyes narrowing in severity, interrupting his son's protest. From behind Ji Zhantian, Zamengsin peeked out and cheekily stuck out her tongue at her father. "Umph!" Ji Hong snorted coldly. Tossing Xiang Tianheng with great force, he landed painfully on the ground, rolling in agony as Ji Hong vented his frustration upon him. Yet this act caught Ji Zhantian's attention, and his expression shifted from confusion to shock. In haste, she inquired of Zamengsin, "Mingxin, from where did you capture this undead creature?" "Of course, I caught it from the fire-red forest," Zamengsin replied with an innocent exuberance. "All right, you may take your leave." With that, Zamengsin swiftly departed with Xiang Tianheng in tow, as if she were lifting a chick, eager to avoid her father. The sooner she left, the better. "Father, what is wrong with that undead being?" Ji Hong asked once they were away. "I notice your complexion is off. Could Mingxin be in danger? There's a latent power within that I cannot perceive. It is shrouded in mystery, far from being as feeble as it appears." Ji Zhantian remarked, his expression grave as he stroked his beard incessantly. "Mingxin captured it from the fire-red forest. Do you not find that peculiar?" Ji Hong pondered. "Indeed, undead creatures are typically found in the undead abyss. How could one possibly emerge from the fire-red forest? I went and slayed it." "Stop. Send someone to monitor it, as long as it does not harm Mingxin. Let it accompany her. It may not be a bad thing after all." Ji Zhantian intervened. Within Zamengsin's chamber, pristine and immaculate, stood a wardrobe on the left, meticulously filled with an array of beautiful garments, that on the right, a dressing table rested beside the window, through which the enchanting sight of a rear garden could be seen, adorned with vibrant flowers and fluttering butterflies. Next to the dressing table lay a small bed, covered with a bright red comforter. Upon returning, Xiang Tianheng appeared dispirited and sullen. Zamengsin, noticing his unusual demeanor, attempted to console him, saying, "Xiao Bai, do not be sad. It is perfectly normal for my father and the others to discover you. Let me tell you, my grandfather has reached the realm of Taishu, and my father is a great accomplished master." Xiang Tianheng was increasingly astonished, realizing that this world indeed had a hierarchy of power. It began with the lowest level, the path of enlightenment. Not everyone could cultivate. Only those who succeeded in this path could embark on the journey of cultivation. Breaking through the path of enlightenment would yield minor achievements. Reaching the next level of minor accomplished king, that a S1 continued to cultivate, they would gradually develop spiritual awareness, enabling communication with the essence of a universe. Attaining the level of spiritual connectivity, by continually absorbing the world's spiritual energy and mastering its utilization, one could further progress to the coveted realm of great accomplished master, a status not easily attained. Some would find themselves stagnant at the peak of spiritual connectivity, making no further advancement in their lives. The next level, Taishu, allowed one to roam freely within the void, while the celestial being was a truly terrifying existence. Seldom achieved in recent years, the legendary monarchs had vanished since the ancient war 10,000 years ago, becoming mere myths. However, Xiang Tianheng had indeed encountered a monarch, the most fearsome of them all. The corpse monarch, and wondered Zhantian and his son were skeptical of the corpse monarch's return. The world subconsciously believed that all monarchs had perished in that battle. Even the Ji Hong, born within their clan, had passed away. It was no surprise she claimed to possess a profound lineage. Having descended from a family where monarchs once existed, they could not be weak. The ranks were path of enlightenment, minor accomplished king, spiritual connectivity, great accomplished master, Taishu, celestial being, and monarch. Each level surpassed the last, and now, Zemengsin had already attained the status of minor accomplished king at such a young age, a testament to her extraordinary talent. At that moment, a woman in her 30s, clad in white, entered, exuding a mature charm. Her face was perfectly sculpted, breathtakingly beautiful. Upon seeing her, Zemengsin leaped into her embrace. Mengxin, where have you been this past month? You had me so worried. Dugu Lingxin asked, concern etched across her face. She was Zemengsin's mother, once the cherished jewel of the Dugu family, betrothed to the Ji family. The Dugu clan was no ordinary family. It was among the great families of the world. Having produced monarchs, descendants of the demon monarch, wielding unparalleled demonic skills, crafted by the hand of the demon monarch. Mother, look, I captured a pet from the fire-red forest. Zemengsin exclaimed, eagerly presenting Xiang Tianheng to her mother. His name is Xiao Bai, and he is very obedient, a skeletal undead. Dugu Lingxin glanced at it, her heart sinking with a bittersweet smile. She felt helpless. Alas, the poor skeletal undead, unaware of the mischief her playful daughter would inflict upon it. The mother and daughter engaged in conversation, entirely disregarding Xiang Tianheng, who felt neglected. How could they truly regard me as a mere wooden-headed skeletal undead? He grumbled inwardly, having never uttered a word since being captured by Zemengsin, leading her to believe he was nothing more than a lifeless skeleton, devoid of spirit and awareness. Xiang Tianheng played along, feigning a vacant stare, his eyes hollow, allowing Zemengsin to lower her guard, which was why she had brought him into her private chamber, a place where outsiders rarely ventured. A night fell. A chill permeated the air, the moonlight cascading down like water, draping the world in a silvery glow, adding an air of mystery that a gentle breeze swept through, as if caressing the earth, lulling it to sleep, bringing tranquility to the world. Yet, within Zemengsin's chamber, Xiang Tianheng was far from calm, his heart ablaze with fervor, the fire of his soul pulsing intensely. Zemengsin had instructed a maid to prepare a water bucket, and upon witnessing this, he immediately turned his head away, his body twisting to avoid the impending situation. The sound of garments rustling reached his ears, and a stunning beauty began to disrobe before him, stirring an unrest within Xiang Tianheng that I am a skeleton with awareness and thought, not one of those lowly undead. He exclaimed inwardly, enough! This is testing my limits. He struggled to maintain control, forcing himself not to turn around. If she discovered he was a sentient skeleton, having seen her bathe, she might very well cleave him in two before long. The sound of splashing water echoed behind him, and he knew she had entered the water, his blood surging with heat and agitation. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he thought, forget it, she brought this upon herself. Let this serve as compensation. Though he was a skeleton, he was still a man of honor, unable to withstand such provocation. Collect, collect, a beauty approaches. Cough, cough, vote, vote. Let us revel together. All you monarchs, cast your votes, collect. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt it was inappropriate, hastily redirecting himself. He was not a paragon of virtue, but he could not descend into such lewdness that the chill swept through his soul, cooling his heated thoughts. The rising distractions were quelled, preventing the demons of his heart from wreaking havoc. Xiao Bai, pass me the towel beside you. A voice suddenly shattered the tranquility. The words ignited the already simmering tension within Xiang Tianheng once more. Hurry up, he urged it. As he picked up the towel, he gradually turned his head, observing the scattered garments on the floor. The room enveloped in a misty haze, hazy and indistinct, with shadowy figures wiping themselves. Xiang Tianheng moved slowly, the fire of his soul dancing more vigorously, his bones turning crimson. Dark hair, porcelain skin, droplets of water cascading down her body. A face as exquisite as jade, she appeared utterly captivating, with two delicate curves bouncing freely. Xiang Tianheng promptly discarded the towel and bolted out the door, overwhelmed by the sights he had just witnessed. Zemengsin, taken aback, found Xiao Bai's behavior rather strange. What was going on? Why am I having such thoughts? It must be the demons of my heart at play. As the breeze blew, the coolness enveloped Xiang Tianheng, restoring his composure. Throughout the night, he sat alone in the garden, his first attempt at cultivating the soul-eating and bone-fusing technique since arriving in this world. After countless trials, he ultimately gave up, finding it impossible to activate the technique. Leaving him deeply troubled, am I destined to remain this insignificant skeleton for all eternity? After a night of research, yielding no results, dawn broke, the glaring sunlight shining down on Xiang Tianheng, who remained unresponsive, lazily stretching. Yes, he feared not the sun. Had he been any other undead creature, he would have been incinerated, his soul scattered. Having awakened his soul awareness, sunlight posed no threat to him. The sun shone brightly. Merely a pleasant basking eye in the chamber of Zhejian Tian, he turned to the dim corner, speaking coldly. Does the skeletal undead exhibit any abnormalities? If anyone were present, they would surely think him mad, conversing with the air. Reporting, that skeleton is basking in the sun, a voice replied from an unknown source, eerie and elusive. Indeed, it is extraordinary, unafraid of the vitality of the sun. What hidden schemes does my Ji family harbor? Zhejian Tian's eyes glimmered with a vigilant light. Continue to monitor. Do not startle the snake. Xiaobai, what happened to you yesterday? Zemengsen emerged from a room, clad in a pink long dress, appearing utterly adorable. Upon seeing her, Xiang Tianheng's face flushed slightly, as memories of the previous night's escapades flickered in his mind. Zemengsen felt puzzled, a strong intuition telling her that the skeletal figure before her harbored secrets. This feeling was alarmingly potent, compelling her to remain vigilant. As dawn broke, the time for martial training commenced. Zemengsen cast a sly smile at Xiang Tianheng, launching into a vigorous assault against him, sparing no mercy. Ever since discovering the astonishing nature of the skeletal figure before her, she had taken to using him as a punching bag daily. Xiang Tianheng endured the relentless beating, his heart filled with unending curses directed at Zemengsen, silently vowing, I must find a way to escape. I have had enough. Sooner or later, I shall make her pay for this. A sudden spark ignited within him. He needed a method to grow stronger. Why can I not cultivate martial skills? Though I am but a mere skeleton, who decrees that a skeleton cannot cultivate martial arts? With my soul confined and unable to manifest in this realm, I shall seek a new path. This martial art is precisely what I desire. Xiang Tianheng no longer remains a mere punching bag. He meticulously extends his soul awareness, documenting the movements of Zimengxin. Of course, this is considered a form of clandestine learning, as the Z family forbids the transmission of the Z Emperor scriptures, while other minor texts have fewer restrictions. After several days, Xiang Tianheng has made notable progress. Able to exchange a few moves with Zimengxin, she observes this with great astonishment, exclaiming with a smile, Little Bai is truly impressive, even mastering my martial skills. I was worried you wouldn't be able to contend with my sister's pets. It seems I must teach you well. Watch closely. This is my ultimate technique, the graceful dance taught to me by my mother, who said that a dancer can both be admired and can kill. With light and agile steps, Zimengxin gracefully twirls in the courtyard, captivating Xiang Tianheng deeply. As he comes to his senses, he carefully studies her movements, both beautiful and substantial, utterly enchanting, yet upon closer inspection, fraught with hidden lethality, it stirs something within him. The footwork is exquisite, yet it is tailored for a woman, not befitting my essence. A month has passed, and a skeleton dances in the courtyard, resembling a comical spectacle. Nearby, a beautiful woman instructs him, appearing quite stern. All of this is absurd. Xiang Tianheng chuckles bitterly within, reflecting, how can a skeleton, endowed with thoughts, learn the dance of women? Alas, I've been cooped up for a month, enduring nothing but martial training. How dreadfully tedious. Zimengxin pouts, expressing her grievances. Little Bai, let us go find my good sisters and show them you. How fortuitous. Xiang Tianheng's heart rejoices, having struggled to find an escape. This opportunity must not be squandered. Zimengxin's heart has long since soared. Enduring a month has already set a record for her. At dawn, when the sky remains shrouded in gray, two shadows stealthily make their way to the back door. None other than Zimengxin and Xiang Tianheng. She skillfully guides him to the back mountain. From a distance, the mountain does not appear imposing. Yet as they approach, its towering height pierces the clouds, resembling a colossal monolith standing firm against the heavens. Xiang Tianheng cannot help but feel diminutive in comparison. Gazing up at the peak, an uncanny sensation arises. It seems shrouded in mystery. While the surrounding flora flourishes, this mountain is barren, its bare rocks exposed to the elements. Hurry! Ziming urges. Following her lead, they navigate around the enigmatic peak, swiftly exiting the Z family's Zetian palace. The ease of their escape astonishes Xiang Tianheng. Suddenly, 5 familiar attendants materialize behind Ziming. This hardly constitutes a successful getaway. It appears that her movements are well known to Zi Zhantian, making it impossible to elude him, given his formidable strength in the Void Realm. Did I not instruct you to stay away from me? Ziming voices her displeasure. Miss, we are under the orders of the Master to protect your life. Should you come to any harm, the Master would never forgive us. Glancing at the 5 attendants, Xiang Tianheng is struck with awe. 5 formidable spiritual beings. Zi Zhantian truly spares no expense. He must hold his granddaughter in the highest regard. Along the way, Ziming radiates vitality and joy. Her face adorned with a charming smile that a city gradually comes into view, and she excitedly rushes toward it. The city bustles with life. The vibrant streets are filled with the sounds of vendors. A veritable melting pot of diverse factions. The Z residence, an impressive structure within the city, welcomes Ziming as she skips inside. Uncle Meng, I'm here. Let me see which little girl has arrived. A middle-aged man emerges from within, his face beaming with warmth. He is Ziming Xin's uncle, who has remained single throughout the years. It is said that he once pursued a woman alongside Zihong, but upon realizing that his brother shared the same affection, he chose to withdraw silently, allowing the woman to marry Zihong. Unable to face her, he quietly distanced himself from the family, managing external affairs instead. Uncle Meng, Ziming pleads, tugging at her uncle's clothes with an air of innocence. Ziming ruffles her hair affectionately, indulging her, as he sees in her a faint resemblance to that long-lost woman. Stop! Help me hold off those 5 attendants. I'm off to play with my sisters. Without a moment's pause, Ziming rushes into the Z residence, dragging Xiang Tianheng along. The 5 spiritual attendants prepare to pursue, but Ziming's stern gaze casts an invisible pressure upon them, rendering them powerless. With a grin, he calls after Ziming's retreating figure. Mingxin, be careful, Xiang Tianheng muses. What a clever girl, using her uncle to shed her attendants. How ingenious of her. The streets are alive with activity, bustling with a myriad of people dressed in vibrant garments, their voices ringing out in calls and cheers. Clad in pink, Ziming navigates the crowd with Xiang Tianheng, a charming and captivating girl beside a pallid skeleton, a striking contrast that draws the attention of passers-by, leaving them entranced. Little Bai will soon arrive. My sisters gather at the Zhuehua Tower around this time. We must hurry, or we'll be late. Ziming quickens her pace, filled with urgency. Zhuehua Tower stands adorned with 2 vibrant bouquets of flowers at its entrance. As a continuous stream of elegantly dressed individuals flows in and out, none of them ordinary. Stepping inside feels akin to entering a garden, a delicate fragrance wafting through the I in the center. Several chairs are occupied, surrounded by blooming flowers carpeting the ground. So it is the beautiful Mengxin's sister who has arrived. Her presence instantly captures the attention of the crowd. The first to approach is a 20-year-old woman, dressed provocatively, her deep neckline drawing Xiang Tianheng's astonished gaze. My heavens! What a chasm! Sister Mingwei, are you teasing me again? Ziming pouts playfully. All right, they've all arrived, and they're on the 2nd floor. I must attend to some matters here at Zoa. I cannot accompany you just yet. Mingwei replies with a smile. As she turns away, Ziming casts a sly grin at Xiang Tianheng. It seems trouble is afoot. Upon witnessing her expression, he senses impending mischief. Little Bai, you must terrify them. With practiced ease, they ascend to a private room on the 2nd floor. Ziming gestures to Xiang Tianheng, and understanding her cue, he stealthily enters, suddenly shouting. The room erupts in startled screams from several women, their voices tinged with panic. Xiang Tianheng cries out in mock pain as the women rush forward, unleashing their pent-up frustration upon him. That is what you get for scaring me. I'll beat you to a pulp. Stop! That is my pet. Upon hearing the word pet, Zimingxin jumps out, laughing. You all look so ridiculous. The women glare at her, one of them retorting, so is you behind this? Beware, we might just spank you. I was merely playing. No need to get upset. I know you're the best sisters. Zimingxin quickly placates them as Xiang Tianheng gazes at the stunning women engaged in lively conversation. He finds himself momentarily dazed. My goodness, a bevy of beauties surrounds me. He glances at his skeletal form and cannot help but smile bitterly. And no matter how beautiful they are, what can I do with this body? Ladies and gentlemen, the Zuehua gathering is about to commence. Ming Yue's melodious voice calls out. They rush to the railing to look down, witnessing several women carrying flower baskets filled with vases, swaying gracefully toward Ming. As you all know, our Zuehua Tower boasts a flower known as the drunken immortal flower. This flower exudes a delightful fragrance that can intoxicate just by inhaling it, and the wine brewed from it is a rare delicacy that enhances cultivation and clears meridians. This year we have an abundance of drunken immortal flowers, and I have specifically brought 5 vials for everyone to enjoy. Ming Yue's voice resonates. I'll take them all. How much? A deep voice interrupts, drawing everyone's attention. A figure exuding dominance and confidence stands tall. Yin Fu of the Yin family, a renowned prodigy who reached the minor king stage at 16, now a figure of great mystery. The crowd gasps, shocked by the presence of Yin Fu. How arrogant! One of Zimingxin's sisters remarks. If your brother were here, he wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Indeed, I haven't seen my brother in ages. Ever since father sent him to explore the world, we lost contact. I wonder where he is honing his skills. Zimingxin's expression turns nostalgic. So, it's the little princess of the Z family. Even with your brother around, it matters not. I shall still suppress him. Yin Fu's overwhelming presence looms over the women on the upper floor. The individuals present displayed expressions of alarm, their hearts weighed down, gasping for breath. Yet, Xiang Tianheng remained utterly unfazed, standing with an air of nonchalance that immediately captured Yin Fu's attention. Yin Fu contemplated amplifying his power to test this enigmatic undead being. Yin Fu, do you wish for death? Bullying even a little girl? A woman floated above on the second floor, blocking his oppressive aura. Clad in a flowing black robe, her lustrous ebony hair cascaded down, and her pair of soulful black eyes sparkled like precious gems. She possessed an enchanting, slender figure. Xiang Tianheng's eyes widened in astonishment, his soul fire flickering wildly. Sister Xiaoman, Meng Xin called out affectionately. The witch Dugu Xiaoman? The crowd murmured, perplexed by her profound abilities. Was it possible that she had unraveled the secrets of the Demon Emperor's techniques? Dugu Xiaoman was Meng Xin's cousin and the sole bearer of pure Demon Emperor bloodline. Having remained hidden for years, delving into the mysteries of the 9 reincarnations of the Demon Emperor, she is indeed the witch. Seeing her in person is truly more impressive than merely hearing tales of her. Yin Fu remarked, I have long admired your reputation. Yin Fu, what do you mean by that? Do you look down upon the Z and Dugu families? Dugu Xiaoman retorted icily. Where's your brother, Mingxin? Is he unconcerned while his little sister is bullied? What kind of brother is that? Cough, cough, who is speaking ill of me? Z Chanyuan flew in, grinning. Brother Chanyuan, Mengxin exclaimed as she dashed into his embrace. Sister, it's been ages. Which scoundrel has dared to bully you? Z Chanyuan, clad in white robes, exuded a warm and amiable aura. His strength was far from what it appeared. He concealed formidable power. He smiled as he gently ruffled his sister's hair, observing the powerful figures emerging one after another. Xiang Tianheng felt a surge of discontent. He reflected on his own status as a formidable being of the deep purple bone king, achieved over the years, only to see himself as a mere weakling among these undead. Z-Brat, watch your words. Do you think I fear you? Yin Fu's face darkened. If it's a battle you seek, then let it be. Slaying beasts requires no justification. Zi Changyuan's demeanor shifted abruptly. He unleashed a powerful aura that bore down upon Yin Fu. His expression turned cold and ruthless, startling Ming Xn.so strong. Could it be that he has mastered the 4th level of the Purple Emperor technique? Dugu Xiaoman thought, alarmed. The Purple Emperor scripture is a body cultivation technique. awakening immense divine strength capable of annihilating worlds. Yin Fu, undeterred, revealed his own powerful aura, creating a clash that enveloped the entire Drunken Blossom Pavilion, causing the flowers within to tremble and the furniture to shake. If this continued, the entire establishment would be obliterated. Mingyue swiftly intervened. Gentlemen, why allow tempers to flare? It is unwise and exhausting. How about we conclude the Drunken Blossom meeting and settle this matter afterward? The two remained unmoved. Mingyue then turned to Mingxin, pleading, Mingxin, you must stop them. Otherwise, my Drunken Blossom Pavilion will be in ruins. Indeed, upon Mingxin's call, Zi Changyuan immediately returned to her side, though his gaze remained fixed on the undead skeleton beside her. Let us put aside the earlier discomfort and discuss the distribution of these 5 vials of nectar, Mingyue suggested with a smile. I want one, Dugu Xiaoman declared, her countenance exuding cold elegance. That I shall take 2. I came today to bring a gift for grandfather to cheer him up, Zi Changyuan added cheerfully, and I require one for my sister. How shameless. That is 3 vials for one family. The crowd murmured in displeasure, yet dared not voice their thoughts. In no way. You may only take 2. I send T requesting 3, a bit tyrannical. Yin Fu scoffed. What did you say? Seeking death. Zi Changyun's expression turned grim. The atmosphere thickened as tension mounted. The air around them becoming stifling, silence enveloping the room, where even the sound of breathing was audible. Not act impulsively. Peace is paramount. I will fetch another vial. Mingyue interjected, attempting to alleviate the escalating tension. Humph. Zi Changyuan turned away, dismissing her words with a scoff. Yin Fu soared through the air, seizing 2 vials and departing the Drunken Blossom Pavilion, yet his menacing voice echoed within, lingering ominously. Wait for me. I shall surely confront you. As he left, a collective sigh of relief washed over the attendees. Had these 2 young masters clashed, it would have undoubtedly sparked a family feud. With the Drunken Blossom meeting concluded, Mengxin pulled Du Xiaoman back to the Z Mansion, but the witch refused, her brow furrowed and an icy demeanor on her face as she coldly addressed Zi Changyuan. Prepare yourself for our battle. I will defeat you. With that, she vanished in a flash. Sister, do not concern yourself with that witch. She is a madwoman. Let us return home. Zi Changyuan replied with a sense of resignation, dismissing her entirely. Upon reaching the Z Mansion, Zi Meng was taken aback upon seeing Changyuan, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he assessed his cultivation level, his heart swelling with joy. However, he maintained a cool facade, saying, Changyuan, you've returned. How is it? Have you mastered the 4th level of the Purple Emperor Scripture? The entire Zi family held high expectations for Zi Changyuan, thus everyone was quite strict with him. Even when he excelled, they offered no praise. Indeed, Uncle Meng. Have you encountered any unexpected occurrences during these years away? Uncle Meng, there's indeed one matter. I crossed paths with a descendant of the Emperor's lineage from 10,000 years ago, possessing formidable strength that I nearly fell to him in combat. What? A descendant of the Emperor's lineage? Zi Meng exclaimed, astonished. I would not mistake it. He bore the ancient dragon aura described in the texts, a powerful force hidden within his blood. And he claimed to be a descendant of the dragon. Changyuan recounted. This matter must not be publicized. I will discuss it with your grandfather. This brings to mind the ancient saying, when the dragon people appear, the world will change. Is it truly so that the descendants of the divine dragon have resurfaced, altering the world? Changyuan inquired curiously. That is not for you to understand. You may leave now. Changyuan exited the room, filled with questions, and quickly found Mingxin, as he sought clarity regarding the peculiar skeleton that intrigued him. Sister, where did you capture that green-souled undead skeleton? In the fiery red forest. That cannot be. How could there be undead in the fiery red forest? Zi Qingyuan's gaze fixed intently on the disoriented Xiang Tianheng. Cold sweat broke out over Xiang Tianheng. Had he been exposed? No, he could not act rashly at this juncture. Sister, can that skeleton fight? Let him entertain me. Zi Changyuan proposed, his eyes never leaving Xiang Tianheng. Oh yes, I will show you the gentle dance I taught him. Brother, be gentle. Do not harm him. Following her instructions, Xiang Tianheng sprang into action, dancing with grace. The skeleton moving rhythmically, creating a comical scene. Without hesitation, Zi Changyuan struck with a palm, sending Xiang Tianheng flying, crashing against the wall. The bones are surprisingly resilient. Damn it, that was quite the blow. Xiang Tianheng grumbled inwardly. Who are you? Why are you following my sister? Zi Changyuan approached Xiang Tianheng slowly, his tone icied. I must not speak. He may be testing me. Xiang Tianheng feigned unconsciousness, the skeleton's soul still in chaos. Zi Changyuan unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. Having cultivated the purple emperor scripture, his physical prowess was formidable. Yet, despite the intensity of his strikes, Xiang Tianheng remained unscathed, the skeleton's bones flawless, showing no signs of damage. Brother, stop! He is merely an undead skeleton, Mingxin exclaimed anxiously, rushing forward to shield Xiang Tianheng, fearful that her brother might harm her pet. Sister, look at this skeleton. It possesses a green soul and has withstood all my assaults without a scratch. Do you not find that suspicious? Hearing her brother's words, Mengxin recalled many instances. Upon capturing it, she had noticed the skeleton's oddities, particularly that night while bathing. Its actions were incomprehensible to her. Noticing Mengxin's doubtful gaze, Xiang Tianheng realized that further deception was futile. Slowly, he rose from the ground and met Zi Cheng'en's gaze. Speaking, how did you discover me? The revelation stunned the siblings. Mengxin, frightened, hid behind her brother, peeking out with a look of alarm. I sensed something amiss at the Drunken Blossom Pavilion. Under the pressure of your powerful auras, you stood upright, which raised my suspicions. Changyuan remarked coldly. Speak. Who are you? Why are you hiding beside my sister? What are your intentions? Otherwise, I will kill you. I bear no ill intentions. I am merely a humble skeleton, Xiang Tianheng stammered. However, I am an intelligent skeleton, unlike those mindless undead. Humph. Mengxin's face flushed crimson. She recalled bringing an aware skeleton into her room and bathing before it. Feeling utterly embarrassed and exposed, no use for you. I shall end your life. Zikanjuan sighed. With a firm grip of his palm, he took a small step forward, his formidable aura becoming apparent. Witnessing her brother take action, Zemengxin felt a tumult of emotions, hatred intertwined with reluctance. She despised the skeleton for deceiving her and for having watched her bathe. Yet, after living with Xiang Tianheng for over a month, she had developed a bond with it and was loath to end its life. Consoling herself, she thought, so what if it saw me? It is not a true man. She grasped Zikanjuan's hand. Her eyes filled with pity as she pleaded, Brother, spare it. Its bones are sturdy and imbued with divinity. It's the finest material for refining treasures. Even if I do not slay it, it will eventually be hunted down. Zikanjuan gazed at his sister's tear-brimmed eyes, evoking deep sympathy. Sister, I am in need of materials for refining weapons. Why not let it come to me? No. Did father not give you a royal weapon? Zemengxin protested, I will not allow you to harm it. Release it and let it fend for itself. Confronted with his sister's repeated pleas, Zikanjuan's resolve softened, muttering, alas. What a pity. This exceptional refining material could undoubtedly forge my own weapon. Very well. I shall grant your wish and release it. With that, Zikanjuan seized Xiang Tianheng and vanished from sight, leaving behind the echo of his sister's voice. Brother, do not harm it. Though I hate it. Xiang Tianheng, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, had assumed Zemengxin would recognize his sentience and slay him. Instead, she spared him, compelling him to regard her with newfound respect. Outside the city, the verdant grass flourished amidst dense shrubs. Brimming with spiritual energy, towering trees, lush with foliage, provided a harmonious backdrop, disrupted only by the arrival of an unfamiliar figure. What do you intend to do? Xiang Tianheng exclaimed in fear. Zikanjuan had brought him to this place, but did not hastily depart. Instead, he approached. Did you not promise your sister not to kill me? I vowed not to slay you, but I never said I wouldn't take an arm. Zikanjuan smirked, exerting force to sever one of Xiang Tianheng's arms before hastily retreating without a glance back. I shall borrow your arm for a time. Ah, you scoundrel! Despicable! Shameless! Xiang Tianheng roared in fury, his eyes aflame, his face contorted in rage. What am I to do now, a one-armed skeleton wandering the woods, filled with melancholy and sorrow? He sensed a looming crisis. His bones, having absorbed considerable divinity in the demonic bone purgatory, were prime material for refining. If discovered, he would become a target for hunters. I must enhance my strength. Without power, I cannot even protect myself. Everything relies on sheer force, he vowed silently. I must find a way to break the seal. Chapter 38. Trouble brought by divine bones. Xiang Tianheng's expression was one of confusion. Where should I seek methods of cultivation? Who can assist me in breaking this seal? These questions swirled in his mind, causing him distress. Suddenly, a beam of azure light descended from the sky, its speed leaving onlookers awestruck. A man in his 20s stood before Xiang Tianheng, exuding an air of elegance and beauty, his garments billowing in the wind, a mysterious aura surrounding him that was difficult to discern. When did the undead become so audacious? Tianfeng inquired, frowning, his expression complex. Why are they not lingering in the undead demonic lair? Eliminate it. Do not act rashly. I am not of the undead demonic lair. I am merely a conscious yet weak skeleton. Killing me will yield no benefit to you. Xiang Tianheng implored anxiously. It can speak. Could it be the undead king has descended? It must be eliminated, Tianfeng thought, astonished as he observed the peculiar skeleton, unable to ascertain its level. Embrace your demise. Tianfeng brandished his family's 3-foot-long azure sword, a serpentine blue energy coiling around its blade, its eyes glowing with azure light, as if alive. The azure sword shone brightly, vibrating with a resonant hum. A streak of azure light lunged at Xiang Tianheng like a giant python with its maw wide open. Taken aback by the sudden assault, he swiftly turned to evade, but was caught off guard. Boom! The impact struck his back, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing into several trees before finally halting. Remarkably, he emerged relatively unscathed, the strength of his battle-hardened bones exhibiting their utmost advantage, shaking his head. Xiang Tianheng rose to his feet. Indeed, you possess remarkable prowess. Your bones are exceptionally unique. Tianfeng was astonished, witnessing that Xiang Tianheng had withstood a strike from his azure sword unscathed. Gripping the azure sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the skeleton, he declared, regardless of your intentions, I shall slay you for trespassing into the human realm. Mistaken. A grave misunderstanding. I am not from the undead demonic lair, Xiang Tianheng shouted. Boom, 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 a series of strikes ensued. Azure light flashing as trees toppled in great numbers. Xiang Tianheng lay on the ground, gravely injured, with faint cracks appearing in his bones, groaning in distress. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon occurred. His bones became transparent, emanating waves of divine light that grew increasingly bright, enveloping him. A bizarre spectacle unfolded as radiant energy coursed through his bones, gradually mending the cracks until they became as pure as jade. Divine bones, they are indeed divine bones, a material for forging imperial weapons. Tianfeng was both astonished and elated. This divine bone could undoubtedly forge an unparalleled heavenly weapon. In this world, weapons are categorized as spiritual weapons. Royal weapons, void weapons, heavenly weapons, and imperial weapons. Following the ancient Great War, many powerful beings of royal status had perished, leaving imperial weapons lost to time. Heavenly weapons were even scarcer, primarily due to the difficulty in acquiring celestial materials. Divine bones are among the rarest of celestial materials, and each imperial weapon contains divine bones to stabilize the weapon, preventing it from disintegrating due to excessive energy. Now, with such a rare celestial material before him, how could Tianfeng remain unmoved? Xiang Tianheng felt the soul seal loosening slightly, his excitement nearly causing him to leap with joy. The divinity within his bones could dissolve the sealing power of this world. Yet upon further reflection, he pondered how long it would take to liberate his soul with such a meager influence. Driven by greed, Tianfeng surveyed his surroundings for any signs of danger, quickly gathering the skeleton and vanishing into the horizon. Suddenly, two powerful figures clad in flowing purple garments emerged at the scene, exuding a palpable aura of spiritual prowess. The color purple signified the lineage of the Ji family. One exclaimed, just moments ago. There was evidently a battle here, yet now there is no trace of anyone. Do not concern yourself with that. The young master returned to Jitian Palace and has been in seclusion for several days. Emerging in a frenzy that we must locate the one-armed, talking skeleton as per his command. Alas, I do not comprehend why so much fuss is made over merely an undead skeleton, dispatching so many to search for it. Hush! I vaguely heard the young master mention something about divine bones. Perhaps that skeleton truly possesses the divine item he seeks. In recent days, it was unclear who had leaked the news, but now everyone knew that divine bones had resurfaced. The mere mention of these words filled people with excitement, as divine bones are essential for forging imperial weapons and are exceedingly rare. All and sundry were driven mad, scouring for it. The forces of various families stirred restlessly, dispatching their strongest members across the continent in search of it. Tianfeng hastily whisked Xiang Tianheng away without pause, urgently heading home. The Tian family, a relatively weak clan, had begun to rise in recent years thanks to the prodigy Tianfeng. He had devoted himself to rigorous training, achieving the mid-stage of spiritual proficiency, ranking among the stronger youths. The family held high hopes for him, anticipating that he would certainly reach the level of the heavenly. Upon arriving home, he immediately plunged into the secret chamber, ignoring his family's greetings as if he had not heard them. His relatives exchanged curious glances. The chamber was small and dim, devoid of light, yet rich in spiritual energy. In the center stood a bronze refining cauldron, adorned with vivid depictions of ferocious beasts, ethereal divine birds, and terrifying demon kings, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Tianfeng directed his attention towards Xiang Tianheng. Moving his fingers to gather the spiritual energy of the world, a brilliant flame materialized in his hand, which he tossed into the cauldron. Igniting a roaring blaze, he summoned the azure sword, a treasured weapon of his family, and cast it into the cauldron, aiming to elevate its rank. Eager to enhance his strength and bring glory to his family, he thought little of the consequences as he hoisted Xiang Tianheng. "You shall become my weapon." "No!" Xiang Tianheng cried out as he was unceremoniously thrown into the cauldron. Had anyone witnessed Tianfeng's actions, they would have been infuriated. Such a waste of a human-sized divine bone, tossed in without a second thought. Even as divine bones, you need not be so reckless. My arm alone would suffice. Xiang Tianheng protested desperately, rolling within the cauldron and incessantly pounding against its sides. The cauldron shook violently. Tianfeng rapidly formed hand seals, sending image after image into the cauldron. The spiritual energy of the world surged, the fire within the cauldron growing increasingly fierce, the azure sword radiating waves of azure light. Vibrating violently, Xiang Tianheng felt a scorching heat enveloping him. Sensing his bones beginning to melt, the divinity within him dissipating, that a profound sense of crisis arose within him, and he roared defiantly, "No, I cannot perish." As time ticked away, a sense of despair loomed. A haunting thought emerged. Was he truly destined to become another's weapon? Do not despair. Young one, quickly summon the power of your soul to withstand the fierce flames. For if you do not, your life is truly forfeit. A voice, both familiar and foreign, echoed within his heart. Who could it be? Who? Xiang Tianheng scanned his surroundings, discovering the vessel was inscribed with a myriad of characters resembling ancient Chinese script. Exuding an aura of antiquity and agit was my dragon. The small bone dragon coiled around Xiang Tianheng's waist suddenly glimmered with golden light and took flight, hovering before him. This vessel is a perilous artifact of ages past. If you do not escape swiftly, your demise is inevitable. Astonishment washed over him. The dragon had survived, lurking by his side all along. He should have detected its presence sooner. Alas, it had utilized him to escape the abyss of demonic bones. You are alive? Do not ponder too long. Hasten forth. I shall assist you in breaking the seal, and you must unleash all your soul's power to counter the lethal strike. Without hesitation, the small-boned dragon unleashed a beam of golden light into Xiang Tianheng's soul, and he immediately felt his soul power returning. That a surge of verdant energy erupted, shielding him and the dragon. Outside, Tianfeng no longer heard Xiang Tianheng's agonizing cries, feeling the weight of pressure intensifying. As if a force were dissolving his very being, he hastily quickened his hand gestures, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which grew increasingly abundant. The resistance against him burgeoned, and Tianfeng steeled his resolve. Failure was not an option. He bit his tongue and spat forth several mouthfuls of essence blood into the vessel. The vessel's spiritual energy surged violently, and the ancient characters soared, shifting unpredictably to form various attacks. The lethal strike was upon them. The voice of the dragon trembled with trepidation. The pressure on Xiang Tianheng intensified. In his desperation to survive, he disregarded everything else and unleashed all his soul power. Bellowing, a tremendous explosion resonated. The vessel shattered, and the Qingmong sword was violently flung aside, falling lifelessly to the ground. The overwhelming force rebounded upon Tianfeng, causing him to spew forth a torrent of blood and succumb to unconsciousness. At that moment, a greenish orb of light erupted from within the vessel, eerie and ghostly, floating ominously in the air, sending chills down one's spine. With a swift motion, the orb penetrated Tianfeng's body. Illuminating him in an emerald glow, he clutched his head, writhing in agony, letting out a wretched scream before collapsing once more. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, radiating brilliance as he rose to his feet. "Humph. You provoked me first. Do not blame me for consuming you." Tianfeng's expression turned cold, as if he had transformed into a different being, his demeanor entirely altered. From the vessel crawled a skeletal figure, its blackened bones and a single mangled hand, its body charred to a crisp. Yet the darkness imparted a sense of terrifying dread, akin to a demon king emerging into the world. Damn it, I have truly become a feeble skeleton. The overwhelming force he had unleashed against the ancient characters had dealt a devastating blow to his soul, leaving him devoid of soul power, as if returned to his original state. The sealing power reasserted itself, and the cracks created by the dragon were once again mended, imprisoning anew. Tianfeng's fierce resistance thwarted any attempt at consumption for the time being. It appeared I must first confine him and gradually absorb his essence. Xiang Tianheng felt a wave of dissatisfaction. In a critical moment, he separated a second soul entity, sending it into Tianfeng's mind, seeking to exploit the opportunity to devour his weakened soul and seize control of his body. However, Tianfeng's violent resistance exceeded all expectations, leaving him no choice but to confine Tianfeng's soul within his mind. Now, Xiang Tianheng's primary soul was reverted to its original state, devoid of any soul power, sealed away. His second soul entity, however, remained unsealed and had gained control over Tianfeng's body, signifying that he could continue to cultivate and enhance his strength through Tianfeng. Relying solely on the soul entity for protection was no longer viable. I must seek a means to break the seal. Dragon, is there a way to dispel the seal of this world? Xiang Tianheng inquired of the astonished dragon coiling beside him. What a waste! Such a tremendous waste! This is the legendary nine-dragon cauldron. To think it has been used for mere refining. I shall slay him. The dragon hovered above the vessel, its voice brimming with astonishment. The nine-dragon cauldron? What is that? Xiang Tianheng's curiosity was piqued by its words. He urged his soul entity to cultivate rapidly, striving to devour and refine Tianfeng's soul. For only then would Tianfeng's body truly belong to him. Rushing to the vessel, he examined it thoroughly, but found nothing amiss. This vessel appears ordinary. This nine-dragon cauldron is an imperial artifact, a fierce weapon among imperial artifacts. In the past, the emperor wielded it to vanquish foes, showcasing unparalleled bravery. This cauldron could once contain a fragment of the stars, and countless formidable beings have perished within its confines, steeped in the blood of emperors. The dragon's voice grew increasingly fervent. Did you not previously claim I am the emperor? Does that not make me the master of this nine-dragon cauldron? If this cauldron is so powerful, why does it appear merely as an ancient refining vessel now? Humph. The emperor is revered by all, yet you are not the emperor. Whether you can become the emperor remains uncertain. The fall of the emperor naturally led to the disintegration of the nine-dragon cauldron. This vessel is merely one of its fragments. Then the nine-dragon cauldron split into 9 cauldrons. What became of the other 8? Questions flooded Xiang Tianheng's mind. I do not know. He scrutinized the dragon vessel anew, peering into its depths, where the ancient script appeared overwhelmingly dense. Wait, why does this vessel seem increasingly familiar? It feels as though I've seen it before. If I had encountered it previously, then the base must surely reveal something. A spark of inspiration ignited in Xiang Tianheng's mind, and he quickly overturned the cauldron to inspect the bottom, only to be struck with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Indeed!" What met his gaze was an oddly shaped creature, its lower half resembling that of a goat, with an unsightly large head affixed to a massive mouth, and sharp claws gleaming ominously, as if poised to leap forth. This ferocious beast was not unfamiliar to Xiang Tianheng. He recognized this cauldron as well. During a school trip to the museum in the third-year junior high, he had seen a bronze cauldron strikingly similar to this one that he distinctly recalled asking the teacher about this peculiar creature. The teacher's words echoed in his mind. This is one of the 9 sons of the Chinese dragon, known as Tao Ti. Ti possesses an insatiable appetite, making it the most gluttonous of the 9. Xiang Tianheng pondered why ancient Chinese artifact bore such resemblance to this dragon vessel. The Western Zhou dynasty forged 9 cauldrons to assert dominance. Could these 9 cauldrons be the legendary 9-dragon cauldron? Or was there a deeper connection? Dragon, who exactly is the emperor? Xiang Tianheng urgently inquired, eager to uncover the truth that I know nothing of the emperor, but I am aware of the lineage he hails from. Known as the Huaxia nation, who claimed to be the descendants of a dragon. Stunned, Xiang Tianheng found himself in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend. I am a descendant of Yin and Huang, the dragon's progeny. Does this mean the emperor is my ancestor? No wonder the dragon and the corpse king consider me a reincarnation of the emperor. It must all be a misunderstanding. Dragon, do you possess any knowledge on how to unravel the seal of this world? Xiang Tianheng committed this matter to memory and promptly questioned the dragon. Break the seal. 2 methods exist. First, to harness immense power to forcefully shatter the seal. Second, to locate a force that stimulates your soul, enabling your consciousness to unfold and fully absorb the power of the seal. Upon concluding, the dragon transformed back into an ordinary, soulless bone dragon, coiling around Xiang Tianheng's waist. Who possesses such power? Xiang Tianheng lamented, tapping the bone dragon anxiously. The bone dragon remained unresponsive, likely too drained from the earlier exertion, and fell in a slumber once more. Xiang Tianheng, furious, attempted to detach the bone dragon from himself, yet it remained fused to his being. Impervious to his attempts, resigned, he returned to inspect the dragon vessel. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, with Xiang Tianheng diligently cultivating within the Tian family's secret chamber. That on this day, he heard Tian Feng's desperate scream from deep within his soul, having successfully devoured him. From that moment on, Tian Feng vanished from his world, and Xiang Tianheng's second soul entity assumed his place. Xiang Tianheng severed half of his consciousness and infused it into the soul entity, granting it the status of a true individual with an independent soul. Addressing Tian Feng, he declared from now on, "You shall be known as Tian Feng. Make good use of his body. I understand. This body is quite useful. Boss, introduce me to every beautiful woman you encounter. After all, you are a skeleton, and you cannot enjoy them." Tian Feng grinned mischievously. Xiang Tianheng was rendered speechless, muttering to himself, "What have I created? You cannot blame me. You are me, and I am you. I merely expose your true inner self. Rebuking me is tantamount to rebuking yourself. What? Am I as twisted as you?" Xiang Tianheng's nose crinkled at the thought of insulting himself, and he promptly fell silent, glaring at Tian Feng. "This vessel belongs to me." Seizing the opportunity while Xiang Tianheng was distracted, Tian Feng waved his hand and stowed the dragon vessel away. "Return it. This is an imperial artifact. You cannot take it. Such treasures ought to be bestowed upon the boss first. Boss, you cannot utilize this item even if I give it to you. It is better to let me keep it and safeguard it for you." Tian Feng chuckled mischievously. "I regret it. Had I known, I would not have brought you into existence. Such a scoundrel." Xiang Tianheng's face contorted with anger. Yet he found himself powerless against him. Am I truly such a rogue? How come I never realized this before? He lamented with a bitter smile, speaking to himself. "And oh, more complaints. This sword is yours for self-defense. I must tell you, it is a treasured heirloom, a weapon of kings." Tian Feng handed the Qing Meng sword to Xiang Tianheng. offering words of consolation. Upon receiving the sword, Xiang Tianheng examined it, sighed, and then returned it to Tianfeng, saying with a smile, "You possess a commendable conscience. However, this sword does not suit me. Best you keep it for yourself. I give it to you because I fear for your life. If you perish, I cannot survive either. After all, I am your second primordial spirit." Xiang Tianheng, infuriated, kicked him hard, his expression darkening. "You are utterly insulting my soul. Enough of this. Let's hasten outside. Our objective this time is to seek a method to break the seal." Understood. Upon encountering serious matters, Tianfeng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, abandoning his previous levity. Their dialogue merely echoed the internal monologue of a single soul, as they were, in essence, one and the same person. Their exchanges resembled a debate between two thoughts within, a mere self-deception. After all, in this world, they had yet to genuinely communicate with another. As the two slowly exited the secret chamber, they encountered a maid who informed them. "Young master, the elder asked for you to visit the study upon your emergence." "Father, what could he possibly want?" Xiang Tianheng mused, having absorbed Tianfeng's soul, flawlessly mirroring his every action and word. A man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, bore signs of age, and his eyes betrayed the sorrow within. "My son, has your training concluded? Any breakthroughs this time? I was distracted during my cultivation, and my vital energy has been severely depleted." "What? Is everything all right?" Tianwen inquired anxiously. "There are no lasting issues now." Tianwen exhaled a sigh of relief, yet looked at Tianfeng reproachfully. "You must exercise caution in your training. Never be hasty for results. My own impatience led me to a state of madness, capping my potential at the peak of spiritual enlightenment. Unable to break through, the disappointment etched on your grandfather's face before his demise haunts me every moment, piercing my heart. The rise of the Tian family now rests upon your shoulders. You must be the beacon of hope. There could be no missteps now." Sighing, he lamented the plight of a father who sacrificed so much for his family. Such pity. The wish for a son to become a dragon was truly lamentable. Xiang Tianheng momentarily recalled his own father, finding their sentiments eerily similar. "Alas, where is the blue planet? One day, I shall return home. I sought you out for another matter. While you were in seclusion for a month, chaos erupted outside. Divine bones have manifested, and among them is a humanoid divine bone imbued with spiritual consciousness. Various factions are vying for it. I too wish to plunge into the fray, to see if I can seize the divine bone." Xiang Tianheng thought to himself, a cold smile creeping across his face. "That is precisely my intention, but it serves merely to temper you, broaden your horizons, and solidify your cultivation. Such a hot potato is not for us to handle. With our current strength, we cannot protect it. Your primary focus outside must be safety. Do not act recklessly." A man clad in flowing white robes, handsome in appearance, traversed the forest with a pale skull in hand. Xiang Tianheng glanced at the skull, then at the swiftly moving trees, contemplating. "Despite the external threats pursuing me, I cannot hide forever. Danger begets opportunity. I must confront it with courage. This time, I must locate the necromancer's abyss, a realm for the undead, where many spirits cultivate. Perhaps they possess the means to break the seal. If I can unravel the seal, I shall surely surpass the primordial spirit." Relying on Tianfeng's memories, he journeyed westward for several days. Unaware that he was being watched, an invisible net gradually enveloped Xiang Tianheng. Ahead lay a dense thicket, eerily silent, as a gentle breeze rustled the grass, its soft whispers echoing clearly. A chill enveloped him, unsettling his mind. "Something feels amiss." Xiang Tianheng furrowed his brow. Thinking inwardly, he slowed his pace, growing increasingly uneasy as he advanced, the aura of danger intensifying. Suddenly, a flurry of cold light shot forth. Xiang Tianheng dropped the skull and swiftly dodged. Shouting angrily, "Who goes there?" The surroundings fell silent. Even the summer insects ceased their chirping. The lush green grass concealed the lurking peril within, but a shadow darted like the wind, swiftly approaching Xiang Tianheng, brandishing a dagger that struck like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Tianfeng's vital point. This strike, aimed at Xiang Tianheng's heart, was imbued with a sinister black sheen, exuding a chilling aura. It appeared to be anything but benign, should it find its mark. Survival would be improbable. Xiang Tianheng seized the assailant's wrist. A resounding crack echoed as bones shattered, eliciting a pained cry from the attacker. "Tell me, who are you?" The assailant, cloaked in darkness, donned a black bodysuit, his eyes reflecting agony. With a sudden rush, two more figures sprang forth from the thicket, their movements swift enough to leave spectators dumbfounded. Their speed is astounding. Xiang Tianheng marveled inwardly, employing the assailant as a shield. He deftly deflected one attack. Quickly turning, he delivered a kick to the other assailant. The assailant used as a shield screamed as the black dagger pierced his heart, blood gushing forth. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Lifeless, in an instant, the two assailants retreated, vanishing from sight. A voice resonated from the shadows, threatening, "Surrender the divine bone, or prepare for unending pursuit by the evil spirit sect." The voice diminished into silence, leaving Xiang Tianheng in shock. Who are these individuals? Able to come and go with such ease, their stealth surpassing even my own. Approaching the body on the ground, Xiang Tianheng pulled back the dark cloth to reveal a pallid face devoid of color. He began to search the corpse, uncovering a mark on the neck resembling a black flame that blazed fiercely. Gazing at the flame, he felt his soul searing with pain. Xiang Tianheng was taken aback, waves of astonishment crashing over him. What was this? Such formidable power! Suddenly, the corpse ignited, the black flame spreading across the body, filling the air with a charred scent. In an instant, the once whole body was reduced to ashes. The evil spirit sect, what manner of organization is this? Xiang Tianheng pondered, perplexed. The evil spirit sect, an organization of malevolent spirits from the realm of demonic bones. What connection do they hold? It was utterly confounding. The lurking skeleton approached the primordial spirit, whispering, "We have attracted unknown formidable foes. We should hasten to the necromancer's abyss." Xiang Tianheng clutched the skull and hurried toward the necromancer's abyss, where chaos reigned. As everyone rushed toward that destination, the divine bone has reappeared. Moreover, a young powerhouse was safeguarding it as he made his way toward the necromancer's abyss. It appeared the divine bone sought to return. Indeed, now is the perfect moment to ambush him. Various powerful figures surged forth, while clandestine forces stirred restlessly, blocking the path to the necromancer's abyss. Xiang Tianheng sensed the gravity of the situation. Finding an opening to break through became an urgent necessity. He sighed and said to Tianfeng, "I shall rely on you from now on. We must create a breach to reach the necromancer's abyss." Even if they reached the necromancer's abyss, the possibility of breaking the seal remained uncertain. Yet he could not afford to give up. Every flicker of opportunity must be seized. The determination gleamed in Xiang Tianheng's gaze. Choosing a direction, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling forward, a powerful aura erupting forth. Gods would fall before him. Demons would perish in his wake. This battle would determine his future, and thus he would give his all, commanding this mid-level spiritual body to carve a path through the bloodshed. As expected, a man emanating demonic energy soared into the sky, blocking Xiang Tianheng's path. His body radiated dark energy, and with a mere gesture, the thick blackness dissipated. The smug expression adorned his face as he laughed. "Ha! I did not expect to come to the right place. Heaven smiles upon me. With this divine bone, I shall achieve great merit. Dugu Hengxiu, to think you could consume it all for yourself is utterly impossible." Just then, a figure clad in flowing white, graceful as a swallow, with a flawless visage reminiscent of jade and water, appeared as if she were an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal realm. Even if you were a celestial being, what of it if I slay you?" Dugu declared fiercely, a blatant provocation. In a flash, several figures emerged, renowned youthful powerhouses. In the shadows, some elders had also arrived, yet they reached a consensus, believing this was a trial for the youth, and thus refrained from intervening. Xiang Tianheng found himself encircled by formidable foes. A grueling battle was inevitable, and the prospects of survival were grim. A wave of demonic energy approached, its chilling presence looming closer, and the rapid black light descended upon the crowd in an instant. A woman clad in black stood upright before the crowd, her visage flawless yet marred by an icy demeanor, her cold, frost-bitten eyes sweeping over those gathered. If the ethereal mate Yin Yin embodied an untainted and sacred beauty, then she represented an entirely contrasting, chilling allure. The sorceress Dugu Man had also arrived, with both fairy and witch present, yet another fierce confrontation loomed. The two women, as disparate as water and fire, faced each other with palpable animosity, their formidable auras enveloping the venue, instilling a sense of oppression among the onlookers that, a splendid spectacle awaits. A distinct voice echoed, its owner yet unseen. Upon closer inspection, a robust man materialized. Striding upon the void, the descendant of the emperor has arrived, gasped the crowd in astonishment. Humph, Dugu Man scoffed, her voice resonating with a deep, unsettling power. The moment this portly figure appeared, Xiang Tianheng's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "A chubby one! Isn't this a familiar sight? How did he become the descendant of the emperor? Ladies, hurry and engage in battle. Whoever emerges victorious, I shall treat her to a meal." The portly man grinned widely. Is this truly a descendant of the emperor? How shameless! The crowd began to harbor doubts, having never encountered someone with such audacity. Xiang Tianheng's heart surged with emotion. This was indeed the chubby one. With such demeanor, who else could it be? He yearned to rush forward and embrace him, but restrained himself, fearing it might endanger him, maintaining a steady gaze upon the portly figure. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man?" The chubby one retorted, sensing a burning gaze directed at him. Xiang Tianheng's heart welled with tears, having not seen an old friend for many years. Now they could not acknowledge each other. There was no greater sorrow. "Hung Su, this time I must seize the divine bone," the witch Shao Man declared coldly. "Humph, no need for your instruction." Before her words had fully faded, Dugu Hung Su soared into the sky, summoning a dark hand to clutch at the skeleton. "Demon, as long as I am here, you shall not succeed," Mei Yin Yin exclaimed, transforming into a streak of white light that shot toward Hung Su. Dugu Shao Man swiftly interposed herself before her, blocking her path. "Make any move, and do not blame me for being impolite." The fairy disregarded her threat, her jade hand emanating waves of celestial light as she struck forth. The two unparalleled beauties clashed in the air, their strikes merciless. The clash of white and black light erupted, illuminating the surroundings, as demonic energy entwined with celestial essence, resisting and countering each other, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. Indeed, the witch was formidable. Her initial move was a transcendent technique, evidently having mastered the Dugu family's demon emperor scriptures, the 9 reincarnations demon art. The fairy, too, was no less impressive, lacking the immense resources of the Dugu family. Her ability to cultivate to such heights was astonishing. This woman was even more perilous than the witch. Meanwhile, Xiang Tianheng soared into the air, brandishing a green sword that dispersed the dark hand. His mind racing to conclude the battle swiftly, lest more powerful adversaries arrived. As he ascended, the aura of a formidable being erupted from him. Having absorbed and merged with Tianfeng's soul, his second spirit transformed into a second Tianfeng. Maintaining his strength, he had never before harnessed Tianfeng's prowess against a formidable being, but now wielded it with ease. The green light of the sword colored the skies, and with a sweeping motion, Xiang Tianheng unleashed a strike that transformed the green light into a colossal serpent, its gaping maw lunging toward Dugu Hung Su with lightning speed. Demonic energy surged like a torrent, coalescing in a massive dark hands that grasped the green serpent, which writhed violently, barreling towards Hung Su. The serpent and the man engaged in a relentless struggle. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, the green serpent bursting forth in a shower of light, dust swirling as Dugu Hung Su was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Who is this person? So powerful! Not even the second strongest of the Dugu family can withstand him. I recognize him. He is a warrior from the Tian family, named Tianfeng. But I never imagined him to be so formidable. His future is boundless. How could he be controlled by the divine bone? Murmured the crowd in disbelief. Clearly, this person possesses an exceptionally mysterious divine bone. Look at that green sword. It is no ordinary weapon, likely surpassing royal artifacts. The crowd gazed at Xiang Tianheng. Offering their opinions, he hastily seized the skeleton, vanishing in an instant like a streak of light into the horizon. The two women ceased their battle, pursuing the receding black and white orbs of light, while others hurried to follow suit. "Fair lady, why have you stopped fighting?" "I have yet to see enough," the chubby one called after them. "What do you think you're running?" Suddenly, a figure soared in, summoning a golden divine fist that forcefully struck down the rapidly fleeing Xiang Tianheng. This person was none other than the arrogant and domineering Yin family prodigy, Yin Fu. The crowd rushed in, encircling Xiang Tianheng. The previously open path now vanished. "We harbor neither grievances nor enmity. Why must we persist in conflict?" Yin Fu proclaimed arrogantly. "Divine bones are exceedingly rare, and those capable of manifesting divine consciousness are even fewer. Your emergence has destined you to become a part of our weapons." Yin Fu maintained a lofty demeanor. Yin still as arrogant as ever. A flash of purple light heralded the arrival of Zichang Yuan and her sister, who immediately provoked Yin Fu. Yin Fu's expression darkened, his face turning ashen, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. Zimeng gazed at the dismembered skeleton on the ground, her large eyes welling with tears. Looking much frilier, her heart aching for it had once been her beloved pet, Xiaobai. She implored, "Brother, you must save Xiaobai." Witnessing Zimeng's sorrowful expression, Xiang Tianheng's heart surged with emotion. Deeply moved that he believed in the saying that true feelings exist in the world, tears streamed down his heart as he thought, "Do not ask your brother for help. He is a hypocrite. You must know that my arm is what he severed. By the way, I have the dragon cauldron. It is time to summon it." Xiang Tianheng suddenly recalled, the dragon cauldron being an imperial artifact, surely capable of delivering a mighty blow. Success or failure hinge upon this moment. Zichang Yuan, Duga Xiaoman, Duga Heng, Su, Yin Fu, and Mei Yin, the prominent young warriors, all surged toward the divine bone, each unwilling to let another seize it. Xiang Tianheng stood resolutely before the skeleton, declaring, "As long as I am present, none shall take the divine bone." 5 colossal hands reached for the divine bone, and with a flick of his fingertip, Xiang Tianheng summoned the dragon cauldron, an ancient and unassuming vessel appearing in his grasp. He hefted the heavy dragon cauldron with all his might, bringing it down upon the 5 intruders. The cauldron soared through the air, crashing toward them, prompting the 5 to hastily evade, retreating far away. Upon striking the ground, it left only a massive pit, with everyone remaining unscathed, no unusual occurrences unfolding. "What kind of move is this?" Zichang Yuan's lips twitched, her expression frozen in disbelief. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. All present rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Haha, this person is indeed formidable. Tossing a mere cauldron has frightened off 5 powerful beings. How utterly hilarious!" A sudden laughter shattered the stillness. It was the chubby one, exaggeratedly clutching his belly as he rolled on the ground. "He has broken the record. A cauldron has scared away 5 transcendent warriors." As the crowd reacted, uproarious laughter filled the air. The chubby one's mockery left the 5 individuals visibly embarrassed. Yin Fu's face darkened as he advanced, seething, "Dare to mock me, and you shall pay the price." Xiang Tianheng wore a bitter smile. Feeling utterly wronged, he inwardly shouted, "Demon dragon, I curse you! Did you not say this was an imperial artifact? Damn it, it didn't even let out a sound when summoned. Indeed, it is one of the 9 dragon cauldrons. You have not tamed it and are not its master. Furthermore, this cauldron is not meant for bludgeoning." The voice of the demon dragon echoed in his mind. "You should have mentioned that earlier." Chapter 42. Meng Xen rescues Xiao by Yin Fu. Enraged, strode forward with an intimidating presence, the golden aura surrounding him intensifying as a massive golden sword materialized in the void, striking toward Xiang Tianheng like a ferocious tiger. The sword cleaved through the air, leaving a brilliant trail, its golden light dazzling the onlookers. This technique was a Yin family secret, transforming one's energy into myriad weapons, each imbued with formidable divine power. Xiang Tianheng's heart sank as he quickly raised his sword in defense, the golden divine sword slicing down toward his green sword. Yin Fu's hand seals shifted rapidly, the divine sword returning to hover above his head. The drunkard's intent lies beyond the wine. Killing Tian Feng is merely a fade. The true objective is the divine bone. Block him, Duga Xiao Man exclaimed sharply. 4 streaks of light, 2 black, 1 white, and 1 purple, rushed toward Yin Fu, seeking to thwart his advance and prevent his cunning scheme from succeeding. Without hesitation, Yin Fu swung his sword at the 4 behind him, clearing the path ahead, unimpeded, and charging straight for the divine bone. The sky coalesced into a massive golden hand, descending with great force. Boom! The skeleton buckled under the impact, its legs sinking into the earth as it struggled to rise. Do not harm Xiao Bai. At that moment, a pink figure dashed before Xiang Tianheng, arms spread wide to block Yin Fu. Step aside. You cannot stop him. Let him pass. You should leave quickly. Xiang Tianheng looked at Meng Exen, a flicker of urgency in his eyes, fearful of her encountering danger. No, I cannot allow them to harm you. Meng Xin's stubbornness was evident. She would not leave even at the cost of her life. Xiang Tianheng's heart bled as he witnessed the once proud man now struggling behind a woman. He could only blame himself for being useless, unable to protect even his OWD. Oh, not blame me for being impolite. Yin Fu sneered, instantly appearing before Meng Xin, his hands poised to tightly grip her neck. Yet, to his surprise, Meng Xin vanished from sight, reappearing 3 feet away, her delicate voice commanding. Purple chi from the east. A streak of violet light appeared in the eastern sky, as if the heavens themselves had learned to blush, illuminating her porcelain-like face with a momentary purple glow. The radiant purple aura grew closer, penetrating the void and aiming directly at Meng Xin. The purple chi was the essence of life from nature. The purple sovereign scripture was the means to refine this essence into one's being. It spoke of purple chi as the purest energy in the world, essential for nurturing both body and spirit. A remarkable skill that could forge the body and refine the mind. The purple sovereign had once created an invincible legend. The purple aura gathered in her hands. The violet sphere expanded, enveloping her palms. When it reached saturation, it transformed into a deep shade of purple. I shall slay you, you wicked scoundrel, Meng Xin exclaimed, unleashing the purple sphere that morphed into a purple tiger, which howled toward the heavens and charged at Yin Fu. Little tiger, kill him, such a feeble attempt. Do you wish to kill me? Dream on. Yin Fu scoffed, raising his hand to shatter the purple tiger, which disintegrated into countless specks of starlight that vanished into the void. As the tiger shattered, Meng Xin's heart quaked, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, a crimson blossom blooming on the ground, strikingly vivid. Boom! The golden divine sword was shattered by the combined force of 4 individuals. Purple Changyuan, filled with anxiety, saw her sister injured and consumed by rage, charged at Yin Fu, emitting waves of purple brilliance as she employed the Qian Kun stepping technique to move swiftly. The other 3 surged toward the divine bone like wolves, seizing the moment with urgency in the air. Yin Fu, aware that if he were to be intercepted by purple Changyuan, he would indeed fail to acquire the divine bone, could not allow his prize to slip away. He darted to Meng Xin, seizing her by the throat. No! No! Xiang Tianheng roared almost simultaneously with purple Changyuan. Hey! No one move, or I'll kill her! Hand over the divine bone! Yin Fu's sinister laughter echoed. Purple Changyuan, frantic, shouted, everyone do not move. Otherwise, my Zhu family will never forgive him. To safeguard her sister's safety, she stood against the others. Duga Xiao Man and the others remained cautious. After all, Meng Xin was also her cousin, and her safety could not be neglected. Release Meng Xin. You are declaring war against my Dugu family. Dugu Xiaoman's voice was icy. If I do not acquire the divine bone today, I will never let go. Divine bone, come to me. Do you think I truly fear killing her? Yin Fu growled, exerting slight pressure, causing Meng Xin's anguished expression to pierce Xiang Tianheng's heart like a needle. No, I will go. Xiang Tianheng felt an unbearable pain, a crushing blow to his resolve, intensifying his determination to grow stronger. Meng Xin had shown him genuine affection. He could not abandon her. With slow steps, The skeleton wobbled toward Yin Fu, while on the other side, Tianfeng stealthily approached the dragon cauldron, having learned how to subdue it. Now merely hoping for the primordial spirit's swift action. Time ticked away, and as the skeleton neared Yin Fu, a powerful pressure enveloped the area, causing everyone to struggle for breath. Release Mingxin. If you harm her in the slightest, I will annihilate your entire family. The voice pierced through the air, resonating in the hearts of all present. A purple shadow descended, a towering and imposing figure, as if an unparalleled deity had manifested on earth. Swish! Yin Fu's face paled. The newcomer was a great master, far beyond what he, a mere spiritual adept, could contend with. Brother Meng, did we not agree to refrain from intervening? Another shadow flickered, emanating a dense demonic aura. Chaotic and obscured, his voice chillingly raspy. Dugu Xiaoman and Dugu Hongshu stood respectfully behind him. Another extraordinary powerhouse had arrived, and Yin Fu's complexion turned ghostly, his lips tinged with purple as he trembled. Completely losing his composure. Uncle Meng, what brings you here? Purple Chanyuan inquired respectfully. Humph, you cannot even protect your sister. If I do not come, how will you rescue Mingxin? Purple Meng glared at Chanyuan, offering him no favor. He then turned to Yin Fu, commanding, You have obtained the divine bone. Now release Mingxin. Release her? Haha, do you think you can release me? Yin Fu sneered repeatedly. Xiang Tianheng was now in his grip, with his right hand clenching Mingxin and his left controlling Xiang Tianheng. Your words hold no weight, Xiang Tianheng retorted angrily, struggling in his grasp. What does it matter if they hold no weight? Yin Fu's tone was cold. The crowd erupted in shock, stunned by Yin Fu's audacity to speak such words before two great masters. An act deemed suicidal, as if the treasures had clouded his judgment. How bold! The shadowy figure chuckled. The powerful pressure bore down on Yin Fu, causing cold sweat to pour from him. Disciple, return home, the voice boomed, echoing through the heavens, causing the leaves to tremble violently as a rift appeared in the void, and a giant hand reached for Mei Wanyan. In an instant, Mei Yanyan vanished, and the rift slowly healed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Who is this person? So terrifying, to be able to tear the void with a mere gesture. Someone gasped in disbelief. The immortal fortune Taoist, Purple Meng exclaimed in shock. I never expected him to reappear after a millennium. The crowd buzzed with gossip upon hearing Purple Meng's words. Who is the immortal fortune Taoist? Was he not the one who perished 1,000 years ago? The immortal fortune Taoist was a figure from the era of the Great War, a time when many powerful beings had fallen. Yet he had survived. His strength was unfathomable. No wonder the fairy was so powerful, able to contend with the Dugu family's witch. It turned out he was her master, possessing such a formidable backing that it would be difficult not to be strong if you do not release Mingxin. I will ensure your Yin family becomes a thing of the past. Purple Meng's chilling voice snapped everyone back to reality. The fairy's departure did not deter the crowd's focus. Their eyes returned to the confrontation. Release me, and I shall ensure her safety within 2 days. No, I cannot allow him to leave. Once he does, Mingxin's safety cannot be guaranteed. Xiang Tianheng was filled with urgency. He cast a glance at the plump figure, who wore a smirk as he watched, relishing their plight, that a surge of frustration welled within him. Damn it, I am suffering, and he is merely spectating. The primordial spirit had already expelled essence blood and subdued the dragon cauldron, waiting for Yin Fu to release Mingxin for a strike. However, there was no opening to exploit. Once he sent out the dragon cauldron, Mingxin's safety could not be assured. He could only seek another method. And upon seeing the plump figure, he realized he must rely on him to rescue Mingxin. Although he was uncertain of his cultivation, a dead horse could still serve as a live one. Fatty, you bastard, come help me, Xiang Tianheng shouted, tearing his throat. He cared not for the details, only hoping that the plump figure possessed profound strength to save Mingxin. Chapter 43. The plump figure froze at the sound of the familiar voice. How could it be so familiar? Tianheng. It must be Tianheng. Only he would dare to call me that. Could it be that the skeleton is Tianheng? He rose into the air and landed in the center of the scene. His rotund figure appearing exceptionally radiant, he thought to himself, regardless of whether it is or not, I should first inquire. Did you call me Fatty? Do you wish for death? I despise being called fat. The plump figure glared at the skeleton. He then turned to Yin Fu with a smile. Brother, do not be agitated. I am not here to rescue him, that I merely wish to ask him a few questions first. From where do you hail, divine bone? On what ground should I save you? The plump figure, without waiting for Yin Fu's consent, asked brazenly. Just because I bought a watch last year. Xiang Tianheng recalled a popular phrase from Earth and spat it out. Upon hearing this, the plump figure felt an overwhelming wave of excitement. This phrase was too familiar to him. Something he often uttered, "It," was essentially an insult. I go to your mother. All right, question answered. I have no ties to him. He is an idiot trying to drag me down. I have decided to help you capture him. The plump figure's emotions surged, but he maintained a calm exterior, betraying no signs of joy. Really? Do not play tricks. Yin Fu sneered repeatedly, glancing at Mingxin in his grasp. Even if I die, I shall drag someone down with me. At this moment, the plump figure seized the opportunity while Yin Fu was distracted, subtly moving his fingers, causing unseen changes in the air. Yin Fu felt a sudden difficulty in breathing, dizziness, and weakness flooding his body, causing his grip to loosen. Seizing the moment, Xiang Tianheng broke free, swiftly embracing Mingxin as he fled. What have you done to me? Yin Fu collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his entire being had been drained, unable to muster even a shred of strength, hastily sitting down to recover. Let us leave quickly, Xiang Tianheng shouted. Clutching the unconscious Mingxin with one hand, he disregarded the plump figure and closed his eyes, running forward. But would the Zhu and Dugu families allow him to escape? Whoosh, whoosh, Mumeng and the formidable members of the Dugu family swiftly pursued them. Release Mingxin. The divine bone cannot flee. At last, it was my turn. Tianfeng held a small cauldron in his hand, positioning it before them to buy time for himself and the plump one to escape. The small cauldron spun in his grasp, emanating an enigmatic, dark glow, ancient and mysterious, worlds apart from the clumsy, hefty giant cauldron used before. Summoning the small cauldron, it floated in the void, growing larger and overshadowing everyone. A powerful aura of pressure radiating from it, invoking a sense of subservience and reverence. This was the aura of a sovereign. The Dugu warriors were astonished, stammering in disbelief. The cauldron pulsed with radiant light. Ancient characters shimmering like starlight, darting out from the dragon cauldron, swirling and forming various shapes in the air, striking towards the crowd. This was the lethal technique from within the dragon cauldron, impossible to evade, entrapping all beneath it, subjecting them to a frenzied assault of ancient characters. These were the markings of a sovereign, harboring formidable, deadly intent. It was beyond our capacity to withstand. However, this cauldron seemed to possess a flaw. It was not a true royal artifact. As Zimeng formed hand seals, invoking defensive measures, he gasped in astonishment. Although it was not a royal artifact, it was sufficient to restrain them for a time, while Zhang Yanheng and the others had long since vanished. Just as Zimeng and the others unleashed their final gambit, the pressure diminished significantly. The divine cauldron trembled violently in the air, transforming into a shooting star that streaked across the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. Zimeng hurriedly took Zikanjuan and departed, eager to report this news to their family. Others followed suit, scattering in all directions, leaving behind only a handful of individuals in what had been a bustling scene moments before. The dense and lush forest was sparsely populated, with the occasional sound of birds chirping. Among the thickets, weeds proliferated, and trees intertwined with one another. The surroundings were tranquil, devoid of anything but the birdsong. Four unfamiliar figures shattered the prevailing calm, their heavy breaths resonating throughout the forest. Are you an old acquaintance? The plump one asked excitedly. You don't even recognize me? Zhang Tianheng slowly set Mingxin down from his embrace and gave the plump one a pat. The two embraced, conveying countless unspoken words in that singular moment. The plump one, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly burst into tears, his heart tumultuous and restless. How did you end up in such dire straits? Even yours missing. And you are being hunted like a divine bone. The plump one spoke with a lowered voice, concern etched on his face. Tell me who did this, I will annihilate him and avenge you. This is a long story. The two engaged in fervent conversation, sharing the hardships and sorrows they had endured over the years. The plump one lamented, cursing his misfortune. Upon arriving in this world, he felt a hand cover his face, and, in a panic, opened his eyes to grasp that hand. When it lightened, a pale, severed hand appeared before him, startling him into discarding it and rolling away in fright. Could that hand possibly be yours? Otherwise, how did you lose one? The plump one remarked, glancing at Xiang Dianheng's empty left side with confusion. Xiang Dianheng looked at the unconscious Mengxin and muttered softly, "Alas, this was all done by our brother in pursuit of crafting." His eyes blazed with a fierce determination. Filled with fury, "I must avenge my severed arm. To not seek revenge would be unworthy of a gentleman." Should we perhaps start by targeting his sister? The plump one grinned mischievously. Xiang Dianheng shot him a fierce glare, his eyes glinting with coldness. Instantly, the plump one felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly laughed. "Ha! I forgot you were a skeletal figure. Your desires are constrained by your form. Ha ha ha! Initially, I had no intention of seeking your aid, fearing it would drag you into peril." Xiang Dianheng sighed, "That we hail from the same origin, and we are brothers. You still dare not recognize me?" The plump one's expression changed. "Then why did you suddenly seek my assistance?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the plump one replied, "Given the circumstances, Mengxin and I find ourselves in the clutches of Yanfu. To rescue her, I had no choice. I only hope that you are strong enough to save Mengxin." Xiang Dianheng's expression hardened. By the way, what technique did you employ that caused a powerful being of Yanfu's caliber to collapse to the ground? "This is my proudest technique developed over the years. It is my own creation." The plump one beamed with pride. The Ji family, Jitian Palace, stood grand and majestic, nestled at the foot of a mountain shrouded in mist. Ethereal and seemingly isolated from the world, resembling a celestial palace. Menger, you seldom return home. What brings you here today? Has something significant occurred? The current patriarch of the Ji family, Ji Zhantian, spoke with a serious countenance. "Father, indeed, there are pressing matters that compel me to speak with you directly." Zimeng replied respectfully. "There are 3 matters. First, the divine bone has escaped, taking Mengxin with it, yet I believe Mengxin is not in danger. Second, the immortal Fu Dao, who vanished 1,000 years ago, has reportedly returned with disciples. Third, a divine cauldron has emerged, exuding the aura of a sovereign. The immortal Fu Dao? He has appeared. He must have lived for 10,000 years by now. Has he reached the sovereign realm? Or how else could he persist through the ages?" Ji Zhantian was taken aback, fully aware of the underlying secrets. Generally, people subconsciously believe that the powerful live long lives, coexisting with the heavens, yet they do not realize that to transcend the 3 realms and endure through time, one must traverse the heavenly path and enter the sovereign realm. With the conclusion of the ancient war, the sovereigns of this world have perished or vanished without a trace, leaving no one to ascend to the sovereign realm, resulting in the cultivation world plummeting to its lowest ebb. The powers within the divine realm gradually diminished, with divine beings retreating to recuperate. After all, the losses from that battle were catastrophic, with all levels of divine beings suffering injuries. "Please take your leave. You must ensure Mengxin's rescue," Ji Zhantian commanded after a prolonged silence. In the dead of night, under the cloak of darkness, the Ji family's rear mountain lay eerily silent, as a figure flitted before the towering, mysterious mountain, momentarily vanishing into its depths. Within the Ji Forbidden Mountain, the interior was vast and empty, an overwhelming aura of pressure suffusing the entire hall, the chill in the air leaving one shivering in fright. Along the walls of the hall, numerous humanoid cavities were neatly aligned, shrouded in darkness, with indistinct figures standing straight within, their appearances concealed from view. "Ancestors, I come not to disrupt your slumber, but to seek clarification on a matter." Ji Zhantian spoke respectfully, bowing to the cavities at the center. "What is it?" A deep, resonant voice reverberated throughout the space, shaking the soul. "The immortal Fu Dao has resurfaced. Could he pose a threat to the Ji family's development? How is that possible? I witnessed him transcend 1,000 years ago, merging with the heavens. A former Ji family powerhouse, who had witnessed events a millennium ago, was astonished. Fu Dao?" An aged voice echoed. Ancestors. The surrounding humanoid cavities glowed with a purple light, and all within stirred, bowing respectfully towards the central cavity. Though the interior was illuminated, Ji Zhantian could still not discern who resided within. It felt as if invisible hands were covering his eyes, leaving him in a state of confusion and uncertainty. There is no need to worry about this, Fu Dao. He is timid and cautious, otherwise he would not have survived the ancient war. Even if he possessed fivefold courage, he would not dare to provoke the Ji family. The most ancient ancestor intoned. How could he have survived for 10,000 years? Has he reached the sovereign realm? Impossible. His longevity may stem from some unique cultivation method, unlike us who rely on sealing ourselves to withstand the loss of vital energy. He merely lingers on. The Ji Forbidden Mountain housed the slumbering powers of the Ji family, dating back to the ancient war. Merely stepping forth from its depths would reveal legendary figures, and this was merely the first layer. It was said that there were 4 layers within, and what truly lay in slumber inside remained an enigma to all. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? It defies the heavens. Zhang Dianheng could not help but exclaim. He and the plump one discussed techniques until the late hours of the night, unable to sleep, filled with excitement. This is my unique approach, my own creation. Huh. Envy and jealousy abound, I see. The plump one boasted with pride. Zhang Tianheng listened to the plump one's technique, rendered speechless. It was too extraordinary, entirely beyond his realm of understanding. The plump one claimed he could control the various elements of nature, subtly manipulating the oxygen in the air to induce suffocation in his enemies, leaving them weak and disoriented. This was the method he had employed against Yanfu. If what you say is true, being able to control the essential elements would mean you could recreate new substances, becoming a creator in your own right. Zhang Dianheng looked at the plump one with disbelief, convinced he had lost his mind. Have you studied too much chemistry? What kind of absurd dream is this? I speak the truth. The essence of the world is spiritual energy, and the essence of spiritual energy is a pure amalgamation of various elements. The plump one asserted with unwavering conviction. The stronger one becomes. The longer they live, for it is due to the abundant spiritual energy within them, maintaining the balance of new and old substances. Various techniques are merely pathways to mastering the chemical reactions among elements. The more intense the reaction, the more powerful the explosion. What nonsensical reasoning is this? Zhang Dianheng was left exasperated. Even if such a thing were possible, I refuse to believe it is your own creation. The plump one chuckled awkwardly. How could you possibly know what I am thinking? With that pig's brain of yours, it's a wonder you can even think at all. These are 2 books, and I have drawn my insights from them. The stout fellow produced 2 thin, diminutive volumes and placed them before Xiang Tianheng. The essence of spiritual energy and elements in cultivation. These tomes bore the marks of age. Unable to withstand the ravages of time, I opened the first page. A strong scent of antiquity wafted towards me. Xiang Tianheng immersed himself in the text, captivated by the profound words that resonated deeply within him. These are the very books I urged you to accompany me to procure, intending to finish them during our travels. That night, while I read in the tent, I suddenly saw 2 figures rush into the canyon. And in my haste, I tucked them away and ran to inform you all. Unbeknownst to me, I had unwittingly brought them into this world. The memory of that evening sends shivers down my spine. The stout fellow gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with nostalgia. It was these 2 volumes. I had thought them mere comic books, and seeing your engrossed expression, I even considered asking to borrow them. However, while I find the reasoning within these pages compelling, I have noticed that certain concepts remain inadequately elucidated. Xiang Tianheng returned the books to the stout fellow, urging him to keep them safe. Alas, the myriad paths of the world differ greatly. It is exceedingly challenging to forge divine skills based solely on these rudimentary texts. I shall not waver. I will adhere to my own path of cultivation. I shall walk my own road, regardless of the opinions of others. The stout fellow, shedding his usual playful demeanor, declared resolutely. His words would echo through the ages, for he would pioneer an alternative path of cultivation. And those 2 books would come to be revered as the scriptures of the elemental sect, Alas, I still do not know the whereabouts of my old friend Xian Yu, is he alive or dead? That remains uncertain. Xiang Tianheng's expression turned melancholic as he recalled the stark differences he shared with Chunyu. Though he bore discontent towards Chunyu, they were both from Earth, sharing a common homeland. In this unfamiliar realm, he could not help but feel a tinge of kinship upon hearing this. The stout fellow sighed deeply. Time passes inexorably. It has been a decade since they were swallowed by the vortex and entered this world. Of the three who initially suffered, only two remained. The passage of time had transformed the world, and all that lingered were memories of family and homeland. The leaves turned yellow and fell, returning to their roots. The weary birds returned to their nests. The days stretched on. Their longing for home grew ever more intense, a constant torment that made them yearn to return to that murky world, to that warm abode. One day, I shall return to that azure planet, my warm home. The flickering flame of Xiang Tianheng's soul blazed brighter as his unwavering conviction surged like a mighty river. Alas, my soul is sealed. Even if I were to be unbound, finding a suitable cultivation method would be exceedingly difficult. Isn't the elemental worthy of your study? The stout fellow inquired, puzzled. It is worthy of admiration. Yet I cannot cultivate it. It simply does not resonate with me. The stout fellow took 2 steps, and, in an instant, stood before Tianfeng, scrutinizing him closely before attempting to establish rapport. May I inquire your esteemed name? Good sir, why do you remain silent? I am Xiang Tianheng. How is that possible? Who is that skeleton? The stout fellow's face was a mask of astonishment, filled with skepticism. This is my second spiritual body, residing within this person's form. What? This individual is your spiritual body. Generally, people cultivate external avatars. Few can achieve a second spiritual body, which exists independently of the original, possessing both similarity and independence. The stout fellow's jaw dropped in disbelief. Since you possess a second spiritual body, can't you use it for cultivation? No. I cannot rely on it for eternity, especially since I cannot abide its cultivation level surpassing mine. Your stubbornness remains unchanged. The stout fellow chuckled heartily. Turning to gaze at the peacefully sleeping Meng Exan, he posed a serious question. What do you plan to do with her? Surely, you don't intend to keep her by your side for your own enjoyment. Do you? Haha. I advise against such thoughts. With your skeletal form, you might as well be a eunuch. Night had fallen, the surroundings were silent, and the vast sky was adorned with twinkling stars, their brilliance illuminating the earth below, as if cloaking it in a delicate silver sheen. In the dim light, one could faintly discern Xiang Tianheng's troubled expression. The stout fellow's words had struck a chord within him. Currently, I cannot enter the necromancer's abyss. There must be someone guarding the periphery, waiting for me to stumble into their trap. Chapter 45. Robbery of Wealth. Not a flesh days passed, and the news of the complete annihilation of the Yin family spread swiftly, while Yin Fu had vanished without a trace. Who could have perpetrated such a deed? It was not difficult to surmise. Once a flourishing family poised for great heights, they were wiped out overnight, from top to bottom. The once grand and majestic Yin family estate now lay in ruins. Upon hearing this news, Xiang Tianheng turned to the lively Ziming Xian before him and exclaimed, Meng Xian, your family's power is formidable enough to effortlessly obliterate a mid-tier clan overnight. How terrifying. Indeed. Haha, my family is the largest in the world, surpassing all others. Meng Xian replied with evident delight, her laughter light and joyful. I will escort you home with the stout fellow. It is far too dangerous for you to accompany us. Ziming Xian's expression dimmed as she lowered her head, obstinately replying, No, I have only just managed to escape. Let me enjoy this for a little while longer. No, it is not safe for you to follow us. Xiang Tianheng shook his skeletal head, resolutely opposing her decision. The road was lined with peculiar flora, exuding a delightful fragrance. Towering trees with lush foliage stood majestically on either side, their crimson leaves dancing in the wind like blazing flames. An odd assembly came into view. 4 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, accompanied by a particularly striking figure clad in a black trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat, their form obscured and indecipherable. Tiangu, the winds outside are fierce. Why the rush to send her off? One rotund man, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, inquired. The longer she stays with us, the greater the danger. I cannot rest easy until she is home. Xiang Tianheng's voice, shrouded beneath the brim, was low and resolute. Haha, you really care for her, but what can your skeletal frame accomplish? The stout fellow laughed. Meng Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, blooming like red flowers as she pretended not to hear and moved aside to admire the lovely blossoms. Once I master the elemental divine method, I will surely assist you in reconstructing your physical form, and also craft for you a robust. That way, you won't need to rely on enhancements daily. As the only woman departed, the stout fellow revealed his true nature. What? When have I ever taken enhancements? Xiang Tianheng retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. Being with the stout fellow felt akin to returning to university days, exchanging words that seemed utterly incongruous with reality. What type of do you desire? Long or short? Able to retract or extend? Or perhaps large or small? Hurry and decide, lest you miss your chance. Do you think this is a custom-made Rui Jingu Bang? Xiang Tianheng replied, thoroughly displeased. Whether you can even cultivate it remains a question. At that moment, the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves grew louder, prompting Xiang Tianheng to hurriedly lead his companions into the nearby thicket. From a distance, they discerned a troop of riders hastening towards them. The surrounding horsemen formed a protective circle, clearly cautious of something within. As they peered inside, they saw a large cart drawn by horses, carrying a substantial chest, securely covered. Who are these people? What are they transporting? They actually have two mid-tier spiritual power protectors escorting them. The stout fellow pointed at the two leading protectors, his curiosity piqued. It must be some kind of treasure, Xiang Tianheng speculated. Haha, I am genuinely curious about what they carry. I shall rob them. The stout fellow, seizing the opportunity, charged forward with Xiang Tianheng's second spiritual body. Knowing that Xiang Tianheng's skeletal form, while strong in bone, lacked any other substantial power. Moreover, the mysterious cauldron was also with him, significantly increasing their odds of success. The stout fellow and Tianfeng positioned themselves squarely in the path of the approaching group. Effectively blocking their route, the stout fellow bellowed, "This road is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll." Upon hearing this proclamation, Xiang Tianheng nearly erupted in laughter. Such an ancient expression was a wonder to behold. The two leading figures exchanged incredulous glances, one of them sternly demanding, "Who are you? How dare you attempt to rob the belongings of young Master Wang? Do you seek death?" "Oh, what is young Master Wang to me?" The stout fellow maintained a calm facade, feigning surprise as he turned to Xiang Tianheng. "I know nothing of him." Xiang Tianheng, observing the stout fellow's antics, merely shook his head in amusement. "I've never heard of him before. Young Master Wang is no mere trifle. He is a renowned heir of the Wang family." The man bellowed, entirely oblivious to his own folly so the young Master Wang is not a trifle. The stout fellow pretended to be astonished. You. The man was so infuriated that he was left speechless for a long while. "You said it, not me," the rotund man hurriedly chuckled. Driangson, who was hiding nearby, covered her cherry-like lips and giggled. "All right, how much do you want?" Another adept of the spirit communication level stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the two, Tianheng and his companion. He then turned to the irate strongman beside him and whispered, "We must quickly deliver the goods to young Master Wang. Otherwise, we cannot bear the brunt of his wrath. I suddenly have no desire for money. What is it that you're hauling behind you? Hand it over for me to see." "What? Do not take us for fools. You're getting too bold. I shall slay you." The man roared, nearly losing his sanity. He summoned his spiritual weapon, preparing to strike at the rotund man to alleviate his frustration. Suddenly, a hand grasped his arm. Turning to look, another adept shook his head. "Tiger brother, refrain. We cannot discern their strength. They may be formidable foes. We cannot afford to take such risks. Crane brother, what could these young brats possibly be? Allow me to dispatch them. My rage cannot be quelled otherwise. This matter is of utmost importance. Once we complete young Master S' task, you shall have ample time to settle your grievances that we must not delay." Wang, he advised. Wang, he tossed a bag of riches at the rotund man. His face darkened, and he sternly said, "You have received your money. As for what you're pulling, do not gaze upon it. Just let us leave. Dream on. We just said we don't need your money. Show us what S in that card, or we will slay you. The second avatar of Tianheng controlling Tianfeng stepped forward, sneering coldly. You lack integrity. Words once spoken cannot be taken back as easily as spilled water. Release us at once. Wang He's face was grim. That was the rotund man's claim. I made no such assertion. He is after your wealth. I desire what S in the carriage. Tianheng pointed at the large box on the cart, a sinister grin upon his face. You are deliberately toying with me. Wang He shouted in fury. We are robbing wealth, not virtue. Why such agitation? Tianheng replied with a cheerful grin. Wang He trembled with rage, his eyes sparking with fury. His teeth ground together, wishing to devour the two before him. Not waste words with them. They clearly do not possess formidable strength. Slay them, and we shall depart swiftly. Wang Hu spoke coldly, eager to eliminate the two. Very well. Wang He, shaking with anger, agreed without much thought. Suddenly, the two summoned their spiritual weapons and charged forward. Wang Hu struck like a fierce tiger, brutal and merciless, aiming for the rotund man, who had shown him the greatest disrespect. Wang He, resembling a celestial crane, floated gracefully, yet concealed deadly intentions at every turn. Perfect timing, Tianheng bellowed, summoning an exquisite royal artifact that shimmered with a faint azure glow, humming with delight in the presence of its master. What a beautiful girl, Driamson exclaimed, her mouth agape in awe. A beauty. Upon hearing this, the rotund man eagerly peered toward the box. Bang! Suddenly, a woman leaped from within the box, kicking the rotund man away, causing him to fall like a rag doll. This elicited a delighted giggle from Driamson. The moment the woman appeared, she captivated the attention of the two men, their eyes gleaming with desire. With her flowing pink hair, sparkling eyes, delicate features, and fair skin, she could rival the world's most beautiful. Mei Yin, Y, An, S. Their gaze traveled downward. The temptation became irresistible, causing a torrent of blood to rush from their noses. Her attire was scant, only concealing the most mysterious parts of her body, while her ample bosom seemed to yearn for freedom, swaying tantalizingly before them. The sight of this nearly bare beauty, her curves barely veiled by simple cloth, ignited the imagination. The rotund man's nose bled profusely, seemingly oblivious to her indifference to their burning stares. Thank you, noble heroes, for saving my life. Oh my, I cannot take it. The woman's melodious voice, akin to a celestial melody, completely shattered the rotund man's composure, leaving him grinning foolishly, sprawled on the ground. Tianheng, too, was barely holding himself together. The green flames of his soul flickered violently, and that wicked thought resurfaced, causing his skeleton to heat up and glow crimson. Quick, put on this dress, Driamson, recognizing that Tianheng was succumbing to temptation once more, having witnessed a similar situation before, felt her face flush as she thought of it. The woman, looking puzzled, quickly donned the garment Driamson offered. Driamson then hurriedly led her to a patch of grass, striving to keep her out of Tianheng's sight. Instantly, Tianheng felt somewhat relieved. He pondered why his soul yearned to transcend toward the woman before him. Surely, it must be the influence of his inner demons. He resolved to investigate further next time. Can your skeletal body truly harbor such desires? The rotund man stood up, looking incredulously at Tianheng. Why not? Tianheng shot him a disdainful glance. I assent, a skeletal body devoid of such capabilities? How could it possibly harbor such desires? The rotund man pointed between his legs, confusion evident on his face. Is it not possible for souls to experience joy together? Tianheng countered that they're not a dual cultivation technique in this world that relies on the communion of souls. So that is how it is. The world is filled with calamities. The rotund man chuckled lewdly. Tianheng glanced at his skeletal form, sighing, perhaps it is best to abandon such thoughts. I shall not be satisfied merely with spiritual sensations. I must eventually reconstruct my physical body. Driamson brought the exquisite beauty with pink hair back. Xiaobai, I never imagined you would go mad again. You were just like this when you caught me bathing. Guarantee you, not a single one of you men is reliable. That I am a skeleton. Tianheng, drenched in cold sweat, realized she remembered that incident. He was doomed this time. Male skeletons are no better, Driamson teased. Pouting at Tianheng. Tianheng, are we still friends? You have all the fun without including me. The rotund man chimed in with a laugh. Seeing the rotund man's gloating expression, Tianheng felt an overwhelming urge to pummel him. The woman beside them watched their playful banter, covering her mouth as she chuckled, her laughter as enchanting as a blooming flower, leaving both men captivated. May I inquire, fair maiden, who are you? Why does the Wang family seek to capture you? Tianheng asked. For such a peerless beauty, of course, they wished to take her home for enjoyment. The rotund man replied with a smirk. The woman regarded the speaking skeleton with curiosity, her voice weak. I am Humier. You aren't from the fire spirit tribe, are you? The rotund man questioned. What fire spirit tribe? Tianheng asked, piqued with interest that I know of this. A millennium ago, there was a race known as the 5 spirit tribes, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Members of this tribe could naturally draw upon the spiritual energies of the world upon birth, making their cultivation exponentially more potent than ordinary folk, hailed as favored children of the heavens. They enjoyed the protection of the Imperial Lord until the Great War a millennium ago, after which the warriors of the 5 spirits and the Imperial Lord fell together, leaving their kin unheard of. Zemengsen interjected that I read this in my family's tome, which also stated that the males of the 5 spirit tribe are handsome, while the females are ethereal. Who are you? How do you know of the 5 spirit tribe? Humier expressed shock, as oh you truly are of the 5 spirit tribe. I merely noted your unusual hair, resembling depictions of the fire spirits in the texts, and guessed I did not expect you to confirm it. The rotund man's face gleamed with enlightenment. Humier began to panic, her heart racing. Since you have recognized me, do as you please, but do not think to claim my tribe's position. You misunderstand. We mean you no harm. However, I am quite curious as to why you harbor such hostility toward humanity. Tianheng smiled. Humier's expression shifted rapidly, leaving Tianheng puzzled, as he sensed there was more to this woman than met the eye. Was it not your kind who envied us, desiring the 5 spirit orbs left behind after the deaths of the 5 spirit warriors? Had it not been for your jealousy, my tribe would not have faced near extinction. Humier sneered, shocking revelation. The ancient demise of the 5 spirit tribe was indeed instigated by humanity's envy for the 5 spirit orbs, left as legacies by the fallen Imperial Lord and warriors. Yet, why does the prevailing narrative suggest that the 5 spirit tribe and the Imperial Lord's kin departed from this star domain? Fear not. This rotund man is a descendant of the Imperial Lord. We shall not harm you. Tianheng pointed at the rotund man with a grin, that a descendant of the Imperial Lord. So it is you. Splendid. The Imperial Lord has not forgotten the 5 spirit tribe. Humier exclaimed gleefully upon hearing this. Indeed, I ventured forth to seek the heir of the Imperial Lord, that you've thrown me into the fray. I want no part in this. The rotund man glared fiercely at Tianheng. This skeleton here is a reincarnation of the Imperial Lord. He surely came to assist you upon sensing your plight. Humier exclaimed in awe, excitement evident on her face. Quickly, come with me to my tribe. I must relay this news to the chief. Xiang Tianheng wore a bitter smile, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the chubby man. Go on. The Wuling clan might just be able to help you lift the seal. The chubby man smirked ominously. All right, I'm off. Upon hearing that there was a possibility of breaking the seal, Xiang Tianheng readily agreed. It seemed prudent to first explore the undead demon abyss and assess the situation with the Wuling clan. At the Wang family estate, a breathless individual, clearly in distress, rushed to Wang Ba, the heir of the Wang family, and hastily knelt before him. Why are you the only one who returned? Where are the others? What about the girl? Wang Ba's tone was severe, a palpable pressure emanating from him. Sir, the others, they are all dead. The girl from the Fire Spirit clan was abducted. The man trembled, fear evident in his voice. Who did this? Wang Ba suddenly stood. His voice wide. It was the descendant of the emperor. Wang Ba's face contorted with rage as he swiftly approached the man, striking him down with a single blow, causing the man's skull to shatter, blood splattering across Wang Ba's face. Dare to touch my woman. Let me see just how much power you possess. He licked his lips, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Embodying the essence of a demon, The group had been traveling relentlessly for a month, traversing mountains and valleys, often through scarcely populated areas. Outside, chaos reigned as several prominent families surrounded the undead demon abyss, waiting for the divine bone to present itself. The Wong family had also begun mobilizing to hunt down the chubby man, and nearly every clan on the continent had dispatched their strongest warriors. Powerful spirit beasts soared through the skies, scouring the area to the edge of the fiery red forest. Xiang Tianheng and his companions arrived. The towering trees with their crimson leaves swayed gently in the wind, invigorating their spirits. Yet the boundless forest concealed untold dangers, home to myriad spirit beasts and ferocious creatures, all shrouded in mystery. "Let's part ways here," Xiang Tianheng declared. "Chubby, you are responsible for escorting Mengxin home. I can leave with my second primordial spirit. Anyone can stay by my side, except for him. Ha, it seems your primordial spirit is far stronger than you, making you quite displeased." The chubby man laughed heartily. The primordial spirit shot a glare at the chubby man, pointing at himself. "From this day forth, I am no longer Xiang Tianheng. That skeleton is Xiang Tianheng. I am Tianfeng, and we are complete strangers." With that, Tianfeng soared into the sky, transforming into a shooting star, vanishing beyond the horizon. "Did I say? Old Xiang, you play the part quite well, turning your back so swiftly." The chubby man chuckled, adjusting his black cloak and wide-brimmed hat, thoroughly concealing his figure. "But you are rather cunning, leaving this person behind. He may prove useful later." Who wouldn't want to plan for the future? Keeping someone close in the enemy camp means that if they capture me, I'll know immediately and escape without a trace. Xiang Tianheng replied with a sinister smile. "You all should leave quickly. I want to go. I want to accompany you." Mengxin pouted defiantly that a millennium ago, your Ji family almost annihilated the Wuling clan. "If I take you there, what will they do upon seeing you? I would surely be killed." Xiang Tianheng threatened. "Fine, I won't go." Ji Mengxin, not entirely unreasonable, recognized the peril and chose to withdraw. "But Xiaobai, you must be careful." The chubby man, accompanied by the dejected Ji Mengxin, transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from Xiang Tianheng's view. Left behind was a solitary, desolate skeleton, its green soul flame flickering dimly, reluctant to part ways. Aware that the forthcoming dangers must be faced alone. "Humayr, let us depart." Xiang Tianheng's tone grew somber. "All right, let's go." Humayr smiled gently, leading Xiang Tianheng into the fiery red forest. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall had descended, with a bright, full moon hanging high in the sky, casting silvery rays upon the earth, as if draping it in a gown of silver. Yet, the fiery red forest appeared especially eerie under the moonlight. The colossal trees reaching out like clawed hands, their shadows resembling demons, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. "It's dark now. We should rest for a while and set out at dawn," Humayr suggested, her gaze scanning the surroundings with great vigilance. "We must be cautious. The fiery red forest at night resembles a realm of demons. We cannot afford to be careless." Humayr's pink hair stood out vividly against the night, her alluring figure illuminated in the moonlight, exuding an enchanting charm. Xiang Tianheng's soul stirred violently, and he shook his head vigorously, dismissing distracting thoughts. Yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of suspicion towards this captivating woman. The Wuling clan had sent her to seek the emperor's descendant, indicating her strength was undoubtedly formidable. "Humayr, now that it's just the two of us, perhaps there are matters we should clarify," Xiang Tianheng stated, staring intently at the woman before him. "But if I am not mistaken, your strength is far beyond what you let on. You must have reached the pinnacle of a respected practitioner. Haven't you?" "How could that be? My cultivation is merely at the mid-stage of spirit communication, and such prowess is considered quite rapid among your human race," Humayr replied, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she quickly regained her composure, her smile returning. Xiang Tianheng noticed the subtle shift in her expression, and he chuckled. "No need to pretend. If I were as powerful as you claim, would I have been captured by the Wong family?" Humayr's flawless visage bore a faint smile, captivating many young men. Yet Xiang Tianheng pondered what kind of person lay beneath this beautiful facade. "When we rescued you, you did not struggle in the box. And when you emerged, You seemed utterly drained of energy, devoid of any magical power, and I suspect you were rendered unconscious by some drug. You have quite the imagination. You know I'm not simple. Yet you still choose to follow me to the Wuling clan. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Holmeyer maintained her composure, smiling brightly. This woman was extraordinary. Her cunning ran deep, Xiang Tianheng concluded. I learned that your Wuling clan possesses the 5 spirit pearls. I had no choice but to take the risk. Surely, you do not intend to bring me to the Wuling clan based solely on the chubby man's word. What a peculiar skeleton you are. You are absolutely correct. Why would I take your word for it, claiming you are the reincarnation of the Emperor, and thus escort you to the Wuling clan? That would make me a fool. However, the clan leader did instruct me to seek out the Emperor's descendant, and when I realized it was him, I felt a wave of nausea. He is the very person I detest the most. Holmeyer's beautiful features suddenly turned cold, her face etched with hatred. Casting a glance at Xiang Tianheng, she suddenly smirked. Capturing a divine bone to present to the clan leader wouldn't be too bad. It would suffice as a report. I have no intention of bringing that filthy chubby man home. Xiang Tianheng felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was not simply calculating. When it came to women, he was unafraid. He sought to draw closer. So, you despise the chubby man? Holmeyer's expression hardened as she surveyed her surroundings vigilantly, ignoring Xiang Tianheng. Now that I have become your servant, don't you find it dull? How about I entertain you with some jokes? Xiang Tianheng continued. Behave yourself. No tricks. I cannot guarantee I won't kill you. Holmeyer retorted coldly. Turning her face away from him. One day, Mr. Chen finished his infertility examination at the hospital. And the beautiful female doctor wanted to check if Mr. Chen's sperm count had decreased. She gave him a sealed glass jar, instructing him to collect a sample at home and bring it back. The next day, when Mr. Chen returned, the female doctor noticed the jar was still empty. Mr. Chen explained, Yesterday, I first tried with my right hand for quite a while, but nothing happened. I switched to my left hand. But still no luck. I even had my wife help me. She tried both hands, but it was still futile. I even asked her to use her mouth, but to no avail, as Xiang Tianheng recounted this. He paused, glancing at Holmeyer, who was listening intently. The female doctor's face flushed crimson. Mr. Chen continued. Just then, my cousin came over to deliver a gift. She's younger and has more stamina, so I asked her for help. She also tried with her hands, then her mouth, putting a lot of effort. Stop! The female doctor could no longer contain herself. You asked your cousin to help with this? Mr. Chen replied. She was eager to assist, but it still didn't work. That's why I'm here to see if you can. The female doctor's fury flared. Can do what? Xiang Tianheng's voice abruptly cut off. This left Holmeyer in a state of agitation. Her curiosity piqued, feeling quite frustrated. Can do what? I'm tired today. Let's talk about it tomorrow, Xiang Tianheng thought gleefully, having caught her in a bind. Hurry up and tell me. Let me go. Not a chance. Will you speak or not? If you refuse, I wouldn't mind killing you right now. Can you open the jar lid? Xiang Tianheng quickly responded. He certainly did not wish to play with fire, risking his very life in the process. Why is she not smiling? Oh right, this is not Earth. She cannot comprehend. Xiang Tianheng tapped his forehead, cursing himself for such a lapse in memory. What is a doctor? What is Jing Chong? The enchanting visage of Homer was etched with confusion. Xiang Tianheng found himself at a loss for words. Speak quickly. Homeyer's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. After all, a woman's inquisitiveness is exceedingly potent. And now Xiang Tianheng was truly digging his own grave. Homeyer's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her bashful demeanor laid bare. She did not cease her inquiries, but rather probed further with growing intensity. Under her implicit threat, Xiang Tianheng felt compelled to respond that he realized that this extraordinary beauty, despite her profound cultivation, was utterly ignorant of the world beyond. Her heart was as pure and unblemished as crystal-clear water. That is how it is. Homeyer finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Sweat, profuse sweat. Genghis Khan. She was indeed a formidable woman, consuming countless words of his. Xiang Tianheng felt exceedingly vexed. He had intended to share a risque joke to amuse her, only to discover her pristine nature. Alas, it was he who had invited this torment upon himself. Share another, will you? Homeyer appeared to be addicted to his tales, her tone now less demanding, almost pleading. Xiang Tianheng vigorously shook his head, indicating his refusal. Will you or one you? Homer lifted her long, delicate leg and playfully pinned Xiang Tianheng to the ground. Threatening him, it seemed that gentle persuasion would not suffice. She was prepared to take a more direct approach. Once we reach the Hualing clan, you must show me the 5 spirit pearls, and in return, I shall regale you with jokes every day. Xiang Tianheng tempted, adding that she only needed to reveal the pearls for a brief moment while he would entertain her with stories daily. What a bargain. He chuckled to himself. If he could truly lift the seal, with his skeletal agility, escaping would be no challenge. Alas, since being injured by the ancient text within the dragon cauldron, his soul had regressed to its origin. Recovering in this world would prove arduous, and it appeared he would have to start his cultivation anew. Moreover, serving a beauty was a dream come true for Xiang Tianheng, as both propositions posed no detriment to him. Huomeyer furrowed her brow in contemplation. It might be permissible, but it must have the clan leader's consent. Oh, it is settled. Xiang Tianheng quickly sprang to his feet, grinning. You have been sheltered in your clan all your life. Haven to you? Yes, this is my first venture outside. Oh, that is it. No wonder she is so naive. Having lived in the isolated 5-spirit clan, her heart is as blank as a fresh sheet of paper. Yet, she is no simple girl. She possesses a measure of cleverness and cunning. Otherwise, her kin would not permit her to venture out alone. Their conversation was lively, causing Homer to giggle with delight. Suddenly, a resonant wolf howl echoed through the forest, sending chills down Xiang Tianheng's spine. This is bad. Trouble is brewing. Her expression turned serious as she stood upright, her gaze scanning the surroundings that a pack of black Xian spirit wolves was approaching. This breed is notoriously ferocious, and even those at the peak of great mastery cannot escape their onslaught. What should we do? Xiang Tianheng felt a twinge of fear. We can only hope they do not discover us. Huomeyer seized Xiang Tianheng, and with a powerful leap, they ascended a large tree, her eyes fixated downward, tension mounting. Before long, 2 greenish glows drew near, and a shadow came into view. It was a black wolf. Its ghastly white fangs bared, drooling thick yellow saliva. Xiang Tianheng, observing this seemingly weak spirit beast, could not comprehend why Huomeyer was so terrified. After all, she had broken through to the spirit communication realm, a master in her own right. The black wolf sniffed around the base of the tree, as if searching for something. Homer grew increasingly anxious, perspiration dampening her scant clothing. Fortunately, Zemengsen had lent her an outer garment. Otherwise, she would be fully exposed. As the black wolf disappeared from sight, Xiang Tianheng could not help but ask, Isn't it just a small spirit wolf? Can't we just slay it? Why are you so frightened? That was merely a scout. If we kill it, the entire wolf clan will soon come for us, and we will be doomed, Homer explained. The 2 jumped down from the tree, and Homer let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted. However, unbeknownst to them, not far away, a pair of ghastly green lights lurked behind a tree. A closer inspection would reveal that it was the black wolf that had just departed. It opened its gaping maw and ambled closer. Upon seeing it, Xiang Tianheng's jaw dropped in shock. Homer, will the black wolf return? It should not. This area has already been patrolled by them, so they won't return for a while. Then what is that behind you? Xiang Tianheng pointed behind Homer, warning her. Enough, stop trying to scare me. Look for yourself. Homer, seeing the alarmed expression on Xiang Tianheng's face, sensed that he was not joking. She turned her head only to see a shadow lunging toward her. She quickly raised her hand to strike. The black wolf collided violently with the tree, letting out a pained howl as it spewed forth a spurt of blood. The surrounding air became thick with the stench of blood as the wolf writhed in agony. Blood pouring from its mouth, its eyes gradually losing their luster, its life force waning until it departed this world entirely. How could you have killed it? Now we are utterly finished. Xiang Tianheng rushed over to examine the black wolf, chastising Homer. This is not my fault. It lunged at me unexpectedly. Homer protested, feeling a bit wronged. Besides, why are the black Xian spirit wolves so astute nowadays? We should flee quickly. Without further ado, the 2 dashed into the forest, eager to escape this perilous place. And oh good, there are black wolves ahead. Spotting several pairs of green eyes glimmering in the darkness, they hastily retreated. No, there are black wolves in this direction too. There are more over there. The two fled in various directions, only to find black wolves everywhere, leaving them with no choice but to return to their original spot. They were gradually being encircled. I do not wish to die so soon. You must lead me out, Xiang Tianheng urged. As long as the Wolf King does not arrive, I can break through. Homer felt a surge of anxiety. Who dares to kill my kin? A menacing voice shattered their hopes. This voice exuded a palpable pressure, penetrating deep into their souls. This is bad. The Wolf King has truly come. Homer was in a panic. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiang Tianheng was taken aback. This figure possessed a human body but bore a black wolf's head. Wielding a spiked iron staff, clearly not an ordinary foe. The surrounding green eyes multiplied. 1, 2, 3 for hundreds of them, all bearing their ghastly white fangs, their predatory gazes fixed on Xiang Tianheng and Hong, sending shivers down his spine, causing him to involuntarily tremble. What a delicate little lady. Today, I shall take you back and enjoy you thoroughly. The wolfman chuckled ominously. You will not take me back. I would rather die than leave my body intact. Homer declared fiercely. What a spirited woman. I like that, but I wonder how you fare in bed. Xiang Tianheng observed a notable characteristic. These hundreds of spirit wolves possessed strength equivalent to that of minor human kings. While the Wolf King alone was a peak spirit communication beast, none could stand against him individually. However, a simultaneous assault from this multitude of spirit wolves was not to be underestimated. Though you dare to face me in a one-on-one battle? Homer queried after a moment of contemplation. A clever girl. I did not expect her to discern the crux of the issue so swiftly. Xiang Tianheng praised her silently. What is there to fear in a duel? The Wolf King sneered. Upon hearing this, Homer was elated, but her expression shifted instantly with the next statement. Chapter 50. Human body, wolf head, Wolf King. It is merely our pack versus you alone. The Wolf King grinned sinisterly. Thinking to himself, you foolish girl, do you think you can outsmart me? Boys attack, the Wolf King bellowed. The forest erupted with the sounds of wolf howls, echoing the Wolf King's command. Hundreds of spirit wolves charged at Homer, who, disregarding everything else, steadied her heart and fought back. Realizing that the only way forward was to break through, the ferocious spirit wolves lunged one after another, their gaping maws revealing sharp teeth, as they leapt towards Homer, intent on devouring her. Wolf King, do you not fear extermination of your clan for this? I am of the five-spirit clan, Homer shouted as she kicked away the attacking wolves while desperately addressing the Wolf King, who merely watched on. She can only reveal her identity now, hoping to intimidate the Wolf King. This horde of blind, fearless black wolves, like moths drawn to a flame, leaves Homer in a state of exasperation. The sheer number of spirit wolves at the minor king level is more than enough to wear her down. Moreover, the ferocious assaults from these spirit wolves catch her off guard, preventing her from showcasing her strengths, forcing her into a reluctant defensive posture. Homer is a member of the fire spirit clan among the five spirits, and her clan practices combat techniques centered around fire. It is said that mastering this art to its utmost pinnacle can incinerate an entire star domain to ashes. In the past, the five spirit warriors under the command of the Emperor earned his favor solely due to their formidable combat prowess, which led to their retention by his side. However, the one distinguishing trait of this clan is their bellicosity. Once, the five spirit warriors, in pursuit of fleeting glory, engaged in battles with numerous foes, offending many in the process. It is rumored that even the Demon Emperor and the Purple Emperor fell within their sights, each summoned to battle. Yet, the outcomes of those confrontations are seldom known. Had it not been for the impulsiveness of the five spirit warriors, the clan would not have nearly faced extermination. I suspect another reason for their near demise is their combative nature, which alienated too many, resulting in poor relations. This moment, Homer channels the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into her hands, glowing a vivid red. In no time, a potent surge of fiery energy is extracted, saturating the air with a sweltering heat. Fiery flames coalesce in her grasp, forming an exquisite short sword crafted from flames. She wields this sword, relentlessly slashing at the encroaching spirit wolves with each strike. Sparks fly. Each thrust sends a fire dragon soaring into the sky. The ground is soon littered with the carcasses of several spirit wolves, and the scent of blood intensifies in the air. Hui'er, battered and bruised, finds her cloak, gifted by Ziming Sheen, now in tatters, failing to shield her fair, delicate skin. The members of the five spirits are indeed extraordinary, should they consider letting her go, observing Hui'er's formidable cultivation. He hesitates, pondering whether to release her. After all, the spirit clan is not something his humble wolf clan can contend with. In this crimson forest, who doesn't know that the members of the five spirits are formidable beings? And no one wishes to provoke them? Release us now. I've already employed a secret technique to notify the five spirits. They will send someone shortly, calls out Xiang Tianheng, feigning death on the ground. Upon seeing the worried expression on the Wolf King's face, he leaps up to intimidate. The Wolf King suddenly turns to glare at him, his eyes gleaming with menace. Minions, take him down first. As you command. A spirit wolf lunges forward, pinning Xiang Tianheng to the ground. With its gaping maw, it sinks its teeth into Xiang Tianheng's neck. A flicker of disdain crosses the wolf's eyes, as if to say, killing you is far too easy, an utter insult to my intelligence. Bang! A peculiar sound reverberates. Has Xiang Tianheng's neck been severed? Of course not. Xiang Tianheng's skeletal form is a rare divine bone, harboring the essence of divinity. One of the few exceptional materials in existence, throughout history, which imperial artifact hasn't been forged with divine bones. A small fragment bursts forth from the spirit wolf's mouth, blood gushing forth as the spirit wolf whimpers. Clutching its mouth and hastily escaping the battlefield, rushing towards its king. The Wolf King, puzzled, curiously observes the small fragment. Drawing it into his palm with a swift motion, he examines the piece closely, then glances at his pained subordinate. Is this your tooth? How could it have broken? The spirit wolf adopts a pitiful demeanor. Useless wretch. You couldn't even handle a skeleton. The Wolf King kicks the spirit wolf away in a fit of rage. Release us now. My kin will arrive shortly. Xiang Tianheng dusts off his tattered black robe, continuing to intimidate. The Wolf King, feeling a twinge of apprehension, pauses momentarily, then shifts his gaze back to the combat between Hui'er and the spirit wolves. Hui'er appears disheveled, her cloak vanished, her snow-white skin exposed, and her modest curves bouncing with her movements, causing a torrent of blood to rush to the onlookers' heads. Witnessing the spectacle, the Wolf King drools uncontrollably, his fiery gaze fixated on her. Even the gravest matters are cast aside in this moment. Minions, we cannot let her escape. Capture her at once. I yearn to have my way with her, the Wolf King exclaims with fervor. Such elegantly curved arms, such supple skin. I can hardly wait to ravage her and hear her delightful cries, a melody to rival the sweetest symphony. He chuckles sinisterly. Now, Hui'er resembles a devilishly beautiful enchantress. Clad in a bikini, dancing seductively, driving men to madness. Having witnessed her once, Xiang Tianheng struggles to suppress the flames of desire within him. His soul's fire pulsates violently, that familiar sensation resurfacing. However, he gradually gains control, quelling his urges that a single woman can stir the hearts of countless young men, while a woman ignites the restless souls of the skeletal. Since ancient times, heroes have found it difficult to resist the allure of beauty. The terms femme fatale and dangerous beauty come to life in this moment. Let me be the one to end you. The Wolf King sneers, brandishing his wolf fawn club as he approaches Xiang Tianheng. With its fluffy head and small eyes, the creature grins ominously at him. Xiang Tianheng is chilled to the bone by its grin. His heart races. The sight of a creature with a wolf's head on a human body approaching him with a wolf fawn club is enough to drive anyone mad. Furthermore, the demonic aura surrounding it thickens, and the wolf fawn club emanates a dark luminescence, growing ever brighter. In the blink of an eye, the entire form of the Wolf King vanishes from Xiang Tianheng's view. Where is it? Where is it? Xiang Tianheng scans the surroundings, anxiety gnawing at him. When he spots the Wolf King again, it appears behind him, unbeknownst to Xiang Tianheng. The Wolf King grins malevolently, its demonic energy surging as it raises the wolf fawn club to deliver a crushing blow. With this strike, Xiang Tianheng collapses to the ground, unable to rise for some time. However, this state utterly surprises the Wolf King, his face contorted in shock. The opponent remains unscathed. The opponent is completely unharmed. The opponent's skull is intact. What manner of skeleton is this that can withstand my blow? Even a fully realized Demon King cannot emerge unscathed. The Wolf King's expression darkens. This is far too humiliating, especially with so many minions watching, tarnishing its reputation. You have thoroughly enraged me. Watch me crush you, the Wolf King growls, lifting the Wolf Fang Club and unleashing a barrage of strikes. Boom! 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 The myriad wonders of the world and the peculiarities of its races abound. All these races revere humanity, their ultimate goal being to transform into human form. Humans, being the apex of all beings, possess bodies that are endless treasures, suitable for various cultivation paths. Hence all demon kind aspires to attain human form, breaking through via the human body to reach the zenith of cultivation. Spirit beasts can only transform into human form upon reaching the demon realm, which corresponds to the spiritual continuum of humanity. Only by cultivating to this level can spirit beasts unlock their spiritual consciousness and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Like humanity, demon kind also possesses cultivation ranks, which progress as follows. Demon, spiritual continuum. Demon King, fully realized sovereign. Demon Saint, void realm. Demon Lord, celestial being. And Demon Emperor, emperor. The deafening sounds of the assaults gradually fade, and the dust slowly dissipates with the wind, revealing the original scene. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xiang Tianheng has vanished. Instead, a large human-shaped pit appears on the ground, smoke billowing from it. Hee, even if your skeletal frame is as hard as it may be, you are undoubtedly doomed. Now I must seize the beauty and take her home to enjoy. If the 5 spirits arrive, it will spell trouble. The Wolf King stands, coldly gazing at Homer, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Thud! Thud! A peculiar sound emanates from the human-shaped pit, sending shivers down spines and cold sweat trickling down brows. That a pale skeletal hand emerges, gripping the ground. Suddenly, a head protrudes, revealing deep-set eyes that flicker with green soul fire. The sickly green hue sends chills down spines, striking terror into those who gaze upon this eerie skull. Impossible! Impossible! The Wolf King exclaims in disbelief, frantically shouting, unable to accept the reality that despite his full-force strike, this being remains unscathed. This completely defies his understanding. With a single hand, Xiang Tianheng struggles to climb out of the human-shaped pit. His condition is far from ideal. The soul fire within him weakens as he lies flat on the ground, seemingly lost in thought that, I hate this. Why has fate brought me to this world? I hate this. Why has my soul power been sealed? I hate this. Why must heaven torment me so? Observing the intact skeleton, with no signs of fracture or disintegration, and his tattered black robe leaving only faint traces, the Wolf King is left aghast, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes him, and the Wolf King exclaims with excitement, Divine bone! This is divine bone! I cannot let them escape this time. This is divine bone! If I can incorporate it into my weapon, it will undoubtedly elevate to a true demon artifact. The Wolf King could hardly contain the elation swelling within his heart. The status of magical artifacts held immense significance among the demon clan, and every member aspired fervently to possess one. A fine magical artifact could elevate one's prowess by several tiers, and given their current scarcity, rarer than phoenix feathers or Chelan horns, they had become coveted treasures. When such an artifact appeared, it invariably stirred great excitement among the demon folk. Look how I shall claim you, the Wolf King declared coldly. From now on, you shall be my weapon. He summoned his wolf-toothed club, soaring into the sky as it radiated a mesmerizing crimson light, illuminating the entire starry expanse. The aura of demonic energy surged, and the club expanded, morphing into a gigantic staff pulsating with a red glow. Suddenly, it descended with astonishing speed, akin to a shooting star. Would I meet my end thus? Xiang Tianheng, witnessing the scene, lamented his fate, knowing that this strike would surely leave him either dead or gravely injured. As the club drew ever closer, he held his breath. bracing for the impact, fully aware that any further resistance would be futile. Bang! What was that sound? Am I still alive? Xiang Tianheng looked up to see an unparalleled beauty, her porcelain skin glimmering in the light. Her pink hair cascading gracefully in the wind. With a serious expression, she wielded a long spear forged from flames, effortlessly blocking the devastating strike of the wolf-toothed club. Thank you. Xiang Tianheng felt a surge of gratitude as he recognized the fiery enchantress. Fire Mayor, who had saved him, leaving him deeply appreciative of her intervention. The Wolf King seethed with rage, retracting his weapon and venting his frustration at his wolf brethren. How could you let this happen? The pack of black wolves quickly regrouped around Xiang Tianheng and Fire Mayor, heads bowed and whimpering softly, appearing woefully dejected. Why did you save me? Xiang Tianheng asked quietly. Fire Mayor regarded the wolves with a cold stare, offering no reply, which made Xiang Tianheng feel particularly awkward. Noticing his subordinate's despondence, the Wolf King's gaze shifted to the ground, where the bodies of fallen wolves lay strewn about, some shattered into fragments. Others slain with a single blow, blood staining the earth like a crimson carpet. You vile wench, I never imagined you were so formidable. The Wolf King roared in fury. You have slain so many of my brethren. You shall not escape today. It was you who initiated this conflict. Fire Mayor retorted with a chilling laugh. How could I not retaliate for the lives lost? Humph, do not test my patience. Even the most powerful of beings have been crushed beneath my wolf-toothed club. You would be wise to surrender and spare yourself further suffering. The Wolf King, taking a moment to compose himself, realized that prolonging the confrontation would only lead to more of his kin perishing. He resolved to threaten her. Perhaps she would capitulate. I would never bow to you, even in death. Fire Mayor scoffed. Very well, very well, very well. The Wolf King thundered, his voice growing increasingly menacing. Boys, seize this woman. Once I am done, you shall have your turn. His words were a rallying cry to his underlings. Xiang Tianheng felt a chill run down his spine at this declaration, contemplating the Wolf King's malice towards Fire Mayor. Subjecting her to the lewd desires of hundreds of black wolves was truly vile. Wolf King, are you truly unafraid of my Five Spirits clan? Fire Mayor challenged, invoking the name of her powerful kin, while a shiver coursed through her at the thought of being ravaged by the horde. Charge! The Wolf King roared, brandishing his wolf-toothed club as he led the charge, setting an example for his followers that in a flash. The dark spirit wolves surged forward, synchronized with the Wolf King's assault. Shadows flitted across the battlefield, overwhelming Xiang Tianheng's senses, leaving him bewildered. Waves of black figures lunged towards him. Bang! Fire Mayor soon found herself in fierce combat with the Wolf King, the clash of their weapons ringing out with a piercing sound. She felt the pressure mounting as the wolf pack multiplied, intensifying her anxiety. What to do? What to do? Several wolves had already tackled Xiang Tianheng to the ground, their sharp teeth tearing into him. Rendering him utterly defenseless, he silently vowed that if he were to break free from his seal, he would annihilate their entire clan one day. Sweet maiden, you would do well to submit to me. I promise you an experience beyond compare. The Wolf King cackled wickedly as he swung his club with abandon. Fire Mayor was battered and bruised, her body marked with glaring red imprints, a sight both heart-wrenching and alarming. Her magical energy was nearly depleted, and she struggled to endure. The aftermath of the battle sent shockwaves through the air, uprooting trees and carving deep ravines into the earth. Unleash your ultimate technique. The Wolf King bellowed, growing increasingly frustrated by his inability to subdue Fire Mayor. He felt that time was against him, and his kin were falling one by one on this moonlit night. An eerie chill permeated the air as the Wolf King let out a howl, his body undergoing a tremendous transformation. His dark fur enveloped him, his long fangs glinting menacingly, and his eyes glowed an ominous green. A colossal black spirit wolf emerged. With a fierce roar, the giant wolf bared its fangs, leaving behind shadowy afterimages as it charged towards Fire Mayor with lightning speed. What to do? Fire Mayor's face paled, her brows knitting in distress. It seemed she had no choice but to resort to her ultimate technique. With a flourish, she summoned radiant energy, her fingers slicing through the air, creating a minuscule rift in space from which a brilliant golden-red light erupted. Upon closer inspection, it was a fireball forged from flames, burning fervently like a beacon of hope in a mortal realm, impervious to extinguishment. Boom! The golden-red fireball hurtled towards the Wolf King, unleashing a blinding beam that detonated upon impact, sending the giant wolf reeling. While the shockwave knocked many black wolves off their feet, tumbling in disarray, the fireball engulfed the battlefield in an inferno. The crackling of burning trees echoed amidst the agonized howls of the wolves, and the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. Seizing the moment, Fire Mayor gritted her teeth, expending her last vestiges of magical energy to transform into a fleeting silhouette, darting through the battlefield. As the flames dissipated, Fire Mayor had vanished, along with Xiang Tianheng, and the fireball had extinguished. The giant wolf reverted to its human form, unleashing a furious roar towards the heavens before hastily retreating with his pack. Fire Mayor, carrying Xiang Tianheng, navigated through the fiery forest with heightened focus, her senses alert. Plop. After an indeterminate distance, having escaped to an unknown location, Fire Mayor finally faltered, her eyes closing as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiang Tianheng rushed to her side, observing her pale complexion and faint breaths. The fireball she had conjured had drained her magical reserves, leaving her severely weakened. Exhausted, she had finally succumbed to her fatigue. Alas, there were certainly pursuers behind. Should I flee on my own or carry her with me? If I take her, we may not escape far. Should we be captured, our fates would be sealed. If I leave her behind, I would be devoid of conscience. After all, she had saved me. Xiang Tianheng paced indecisively, torn between his options. Enough, he finally resolved, hoisting Fire Mayor onto his back and sprinting away. Time was of the essence. He needed to find a concealed refuge. The path was rugged, causing Fire Mayor to jolt slightly with each step, her soft form pressing against his back, stirring emotions within Xiang Tianheng that flitted through his mind but quickly dissipated. Days and nights of relentless flight passed, during which Xiang Tianheng dared not pause, fearing the black wolves would pursue him. Ahead lay a vibrant garden, a riot of colors. The air was perfumed with delicate floral scents. An intoxicating aroma reminiscent of paradise. This a realm beyond the mundane. Xiang Tianheng stood dumbstruck, unable to tear his gaze away from the breathtaking scenery. Beyond the garden lay an ethereal valley, where peach trees blossomed in full bloom, exuding the essence of spring. In the center, a crystal-clear spring bubbled, flanked by several divine trees bearing an array of fruits, each more vibrant than the last. Approaching one of the divine trees, Xiang Tianheng gently laid Fire Mayor down, allowing her to rest comfortably beneath its boughs. He plucked a large leaf and made his way to the spring, kneeling to gather a small amount of water before returning to her side. Tenderly, he pried open her cherry-red lips and fed her the precious liquid. Fire Mayor blinked her eyes, her fingers twitching slightly, before suddenly opening her captivating gaze. Startled to find a skull so close to her, in shock, she reacted instinctively, kicking Xiang Tianheng away. "You ungrateful wretch! After I saved you, you treat me thus? How disheartening!" Xiang Tianheng exclaimed, tumbling several times before expressing his discontent. "I did not mean to. How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days. You haven't done anything to me, have you?" This woman was still plagued by her suspicious nature, though it also reflected her cautiousness. By the way, you are still my captive, so don't even think of escaping," Fire Mayor exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, attempting to seize Xiang Tianheng. To his surprise, as soon as he got up, he immediately collapsed onto the ground, his body weak and utterly devoid of strength. "You are currently in such a frail state. Focus on recuperating and refrain from overthinking. Besides, do you really think I could escape? After all, you are incapable of capturing me now." With a smug expression, Xiang Tianheng looked at the obstinate woman and chuckled. "The fire beads you used against the Wolf King, if I am not mistaken, are the fire spirit beads of the fire spirit clan, right? Where have you brought me?" Huomei shot him a glance, choosing not to respond, and instead inquired, "I am not certain. This is the 7-colored wonderful tree, and that is the cold yonder spring. How could such a place exist in the Crimson Forest?" Holmeyer surveyed her surroundings, astonishment etched on her face. Seven-colored wonderful tree. Cold yonder spring? Xiang Tianheng was utterly perplexed. You don't know? The seven-colored wonderful tree is a spirit tree of heaven and earth, bearing the fruits of the earth. Its trunk is a rare material for cultivation. And the seven-colored fruits are imbued with rich spiritual energy, said to possess the power of resurrection. That he paused, his expression shifting to one of shock and regret upon realizing he could not benefit from this due to his current skeletal form. Casually plucking a seven-colored wonderful fruit, it instantly shimmered with mist, the radiant colors swirling upon it. This fruit will melt away the moment it is harvested, dissipating into the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianheng felt he had wasted one, and hurriedly pushed the fruit into Holmeyer's mouth. Immediately, she was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, surrounded by a dense aura of spiritual energy that gradually enveloped her, miraculously erasing the crimson scars on her body, revealing skin as pure as jade. By heavens! Is it that effective? Xiang Tianheng gasped in astonishment. Holmeyer opened her sparkling eyes, her condition drastically improved, reaching the pinnacle of the early stages of a great master. Teetering on the brink, with a face full of confusion, she looked at Xiang Tianheng and asked, "Why did you give this to me? Once I consume it, my cultivation will rapidly increase, which would be extremely disadvantageous for you. There's a reason. I am lost, completely unable to discern direction within this forest, so saving you is the only way for you to lead me out. Furthermore, I trust that you will not be ungrateful. I have but one request. Show me your fire spirit clan. Even if I were to die at your hands, it would still be worth it." Holmeyer hesitated, standing and pacing in front of the divine tree, as if in deep thought. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "No, the clan leader does not permit outsiders to touch the fire spirit beads. Had he not sent me to find someone, he would never have given me protection. Your clan leader is not here. I assure you, there is no harm in letting me take a glance. If I cannot break the seal, I shall return it to you. That I could have abandoned you to the Black Wolf. Yet I carried you here, did I not? Just moments ago, I unhesitatingly fed you the wonderful fruit and healed your wounds. Surely you must repay this kindness. Enough? I will use it, but you must comply with my wishes henceforth." After Holmeyer finished speaking, a small crack appeared in space, and a flicker of firelight burst forth, landing in her palm, a blazing sphere of flames igniting. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a small red orb hovering in her hand. Xiang Tianheng felt a surge of excitement within, but kept his composure to avoid revealing his intentions. He changed the subject, asking, "Holmeyer, how large is your storage space? Is it capable of containing these divine trees and springs?" "My storage space cannot yet accommodate living beings. If the divine tree were to enter, it would wither away rapidly. However, I can store some of the spring water." Holmeyer, unaware of the avarice flickering in Xiang Tianheng's eyes, gradually relaxed, dispelling her doubts. "This is the Fire Spirit Clan. Your grievances are hereby resolved." Holmeyer readily tossed him the Fire Spirit bead. Catching the Fire Spirit bead, he felt a surge of joy within. Relishing the fact that she had given it to him without reservation, the fiery orb in his hand made him feel an unbearable heat. But how does one utilize this? How can I break my seal? Chapter 53. The secrets of the cold spring. Holmeyer did not ease her vigilance. Her eyes fixed on Xiang Tianheng's every move, still wary that he might abscond with the fire spirit bead. Holding the scorching bead in his hand, he fiddled with it, utterly clueless about its use. With Holmeyer present, he could not summon the magic dragon, leaving him at a loss. Suddenly, a whiff of sweat emanated from Holmeyer, sparking a thought in him that he frowned and remarked, "Why does it smell so foul?" Upon hearing this, Holmeyer's complexion turned pale. Being the only person present, she knew without a doubt that the odor came from her own body. Everyone harbors a desire for beauty, especially girls who are particularly sensitive to their scent. Otherwise, how could there be so many perfume brands in modern society? Realizing that her body felt sticky from the sweat, she concluded that it was likely a result of the seven-colored wonderful fruit expelling impurities from her body. Holmeyer pondered, in this valley of flowers, where could she possibly bathe? Isn't there the cold yonder spring ahead? Xiang Tianheng, having seen through her thoughts, reminded her, Using the spring water to bathe would be most beneficial. Go to the side behind that rock. I need to wash up. Don't wander off that I in your current state. You cannot escape my grasp, Holmeyer said coldly, threatening him as she dashed toward the cold yonder spring. Xiang Tianheng hurriedly concealed himself behind a boulder, and soon after, he heard a splash, knowing that Holmeyer had jumped into the spring. He hastily summoned the magic dragon in his mind. Magic dragon, come forth quickly. No response came, and Xiang Tianheng felt exasperated. If you don't come out, I'll be dead. What is it? At long last. He heard the deep voice of the magic dragon resonate in his mind. I have discovered the power to unlock the seal, but I do not know how to wield it. He held the fire spirit bead. Fiddling with it, a beam of golden light shot from his waist, resembling a small dragon, hovering before him. Upon seeing the fire spirit bead, it grew restless, darting about in the air. The fire spirit warrior? He has not perished. The fire spirit warrior is dead. This is the fire spirit bead that descended from him. The magic dragon's eyes fixated on the red orb, remaining silent as it seemed to contemplate something. Quickly tell me how to use this bead to break the seal placed upon me. I understand now. I understand. The magic dragon leaped in the air, its emotions spiraling out of control as it exclaimed. It's a conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. The sovereign will return here. The corpse sovereign is not dead. The reincarnation mark of the sovereign has also been located. The 5 spirit beads have reappeared. Everything points to something. Keep your voice down. What are you shouting about? Quickly tell me how to break the seal. Xiang Tianheng lowered the fire spirit bead, allowing to hover in the air, grabbing the agitated magic dragon. The magic dragon was instantly pulled back to reality, regaining its composure, breaking free from Xiang Tianheng's grasp and flying to the fire spirit bead, scrutinizing it closely, if I am not mistaken. There are 4 more such spirit beads. How can we confront the heavenly Tao with just this one? How can we break the seal? Are you implying that I need to gather all 5 to break the seal? Even if you utilize the power of the 5 spirit beads, it may not suffice to shatter the seal. A specific technique is required to guide it. It is indeed necessary to seek out a technique. Even if I were to break the seal now, I would merely be an ordinary skeletal wraith. Alas, I must venture into the wraith's cave. Skeletal wraith, come forth. Holmeyer's fierce voice rang out. Xiang Tianheng felt a surge of anxiety. What should he do? He had yet to fully ascertain the fire spirit bead, and if he returned it to her, retrieving it later would prove troublesome. Suddenly, the fire spirit bead seemed to possess a life of its own. Flying into Xiang Tianheng's mind, a scene witnessed by Holmeyer, who erupted in anger. You dare to swallow the fire spirit bead? With a swift motion, she lifted Xiang Tianheng and hurled him to the ground, then rapidly appeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick with her fiery, radiant feet. Spit it out. Swallow it. Quickly, give it back. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face, despite having just bathed, looking as beautiful as a fresh lotus. Her crying made her appear utterly pitiful. It is not I who devoured it. The fire spirit bead rushed into my mind of its own accord. Regardless, that is the truth, whether you believe it or not. I showed the fire spirit bead to an outsider, and now it has been swallowed by someone. The clan leader will surely not spare me. I will be expelled. Holmeyer wailed, You must spit it out. Spit it out. It is firmly lodged in the depths of my soul, and my soul is sealed, making it impossible to dislodge it. Unless what? Gather all 5 spirit beads to unlock my seal. Not a chance. I will pry open your skull and see if it comes out, Holmeyer said darkly. Gathering her spiritual energy, a delicate, fiery orb hurtled towards Xiang Tianheng. My goodness! Truly, the most venomous of hearts lie within women. Xiang Tianheng barely managed to dodge. With a loud bang, the orb struck the skull, sending him flying. Splash! Plunging into the chilling celestial spring, a series of bubbles escaped as Xiang Tianheng opened his mouth to speak, only to have the cool water rush, and he felt himself sinking deeper and deeper. Skeleton, come out now. Don't hide in there, Fire Mayor exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Through the clear waters, Xiang Tianheng gazed at the furious visage of Fire Mayor, contemplating inwardly. Even if I go out, I will only be subjected to her torment. Judging by her expression, she won't rest until my head is severed It's better to remain hidden here until her anger subsides. As he attempted to distance himself, he found his body sinking further, and his voice began to fade. The deeper he sank, an icy chill enveloped him, making his very soul tremble, as if the flame of his spirit was on the verge of freezing. Why is it so cold here? Xiang Tianheng pondered, observing the walls coated in layers of ice, the frigid water piercing his soul like a sharp needle. The atmosphere was lifeless, devoid of any living being. The silence was chilling, sending shivers down his spine. Looking downward, he was startled to find an abyss of darkness, a deep passageway that seemed to lead to the unknown, resembling a bottomless pit, suspended in the frigid waters. He felt insignificantly small. How deep could this celestial spring be? Where does it lead? Curiosity swelled within him. Since I cannot ascend now, I might as well delve deeper. Unable to resist the pull of his curiosity, Xiang Tianheng gradually swam further into the depths. Time slipped away unnoticed as he swam, the mysterious, ominous passageway unfolding before him. Gradually, his bones were enveloped in frost, the flame of his soul flickering slowly. As if time itself stood still, overwhelmed by fear and dread that I should leave, I cannot descend any further without risking freezing to death. A retreating thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, a radiant light flickered, illuminating the surroundings. And Xiang Tianheng felt a wave of warmth envelop him. What is happening? He found himself encased in a dazzling sphere of light, radiating a fiery glow. Upon examination, he discovered that it was the fire spirit pearl within his head that was pulsating vibrantly, providing warmth and preventing the cold water from invading his body. The skull seemed like a 100-watt light bulb, prompting a mix of amusement and despair within Xiang Tianheng. Truly, he had become a human light bulb. The enigma of the fire spirit pearl perplexed him. Was it a living entity or something else entirely? Should he continue forward or retreat and return later to uncover the mysteries? To leave now would mean missing a rare opportunity. Who knows what the future holds? What if I were to perish, leaving behind regrets? In his mind, two voices argued vehemently. Shaking his head, Xiang Tianheng focused intently on the profound abyss before him. With determination, he swam forward, emboldened by the presence of the spirit pearl. With this spirit pearl, what do I have to fear? As he continued, he noticed the peculiar silence surrounding the skull. Had it encountered danger? This celestial spring was reputed to be the coldest place on earth, and he hesitated to venture too deep. Fire Mayor was in a state of growing anxiety. The fire spirit pearl was in his possession. He could not allow him to perish within. With a splash, Fire Mayor plunged into the chilling spring. Ahead, dark shapes floated in an orderly manner, and as Xiang Tianheng swam closer, the surroundings began to illuminate. Yet in this pitch-black space, his own light seemed to an eerie sight unfolded before him. Human-shaped ice blocks suspended in the water, as if the surrounding liquid had solidified, making movement exceedingly difficult. The extreme cold had increased the water's density, rendering swimming a formidable challenge. In the past, Xiang Tianheng might have rationalized this predicament, but after encountering so many strange phenomena, he could no longer think in such terms. What is this? He wondered, approaching a human-shaped ice block. Upon closer inspection, he recoiled in horror, nearly screaming. People. There are people inside. Trembling, he gathered his courage and approached the ice block again. Within stood a man, eyes closed in peaceful repose, strikingly lifelike. He had thick eyebrows, handsome features, and wore ancient clothing. Unlike ordinary beings, he possessed a pair of miniature flower-like wings, vibrant and beautiful. Incredible. Are all these ice blocks filled with people? Scanning his surroundings, he saw countless ice blocks, each containing individuals, elders, children, men, and women, all dressed in antiquated attire, each adorned with small wings. What manner of race is this? Why are they all encased in ice? What transpired? An array of questions flooded his mind. It seemed he must delve deeper to uncover the truth. Driven by insatiable curiosity, he swam further into the icy expanse. Why haven't I seen the skeleton yet? Fire Mayor emerged where Xiang Tianheng had just appeared. Thank goodness, I am a creature of flame. Otherwise, I would have frozen to death long ago. What are all these ice blocks doing here? The celestial spring shouldn't freeze. Fire Mayor struggled to reach the human-shaped ice block Xiang Tianheng had just examined, astonished but maintaining her composure. How is this man encased in ice? In this chilling and enigmatic realm, she could hardly endure. If I go any further and cannot find you, I will exit and have the clan leader send someone to search for you. Resolute, Fire Mayor decided to venture a bit deeper. After her departure, the ice block quivered violently, and upon peering inside, Xiang Tianheng was astonished to find the man had vanished. Indeed, he was truly gone. Continuing onward, Xiang Tianheng found his movements growing increasingly sluggish. Ahead, a brilliant light revealed a vast expanse of white ice. This area was enveloped in crystalline ice blocks, yet beyond lay the same pitch-black abyss. Glancing around, he noticed a small ice palace nestled against the wall. Without hesitation, he swam inside, finding it eerily empty. What is the purpose of this ice palace? A staircase appeared before him, and as he ascended, he was captivated by the scene that unfolded. On an ice bed lay a stunningly beautiful woman, encased in ice, her flawless face and radiant skin captivating Xiang Tianheng. Long eyelashes framed her enchanting eyes, and her flowing black hair added to her ethereal allure. She bore a pair of delicate wings resembling those of a flower sprite. As he gazed lower, her bare form was fully revealed, her voluptuous figure standing proudly, her long legs slightly bent to conceal her mysterious area. If only this breathtaking beauty were alive. Suddenly, the flame of his soul surged with intensity, and that familiar sensation returned. Awakening a dark desire within him, a pair of alluring eyes glowed red, a wicked smile creeping across her face as she drew closer. Xiang Tianheng, what are you doing? A thunderous voice echoed within his very soul. It was Fire Mayor, having arrived just in time to intervene. Who? The abnormal state enveloping him dissipated, and he returned to his senses. What am I doing? How could I harbor such thoughts toward the corpse? Mortified by his own behavior, he chastised himself. Fire Mayor, how did you manage to enter such a frigid place? Realizing her presence, he looked at her in astonishment. Ain't bearer of the fire spirit pearl. This cold is nothing to me. Quickly, return the fire spirit pearl. Observing Fire Mayor covered in frost, he sensed she was struggling. That I told you, I cannot part with it. Let's set that aside for now. Look at what lies before us. He pointed toward the ice platform. Eternal ice, a rare celestial material for crafting. What do you see upon it? Why is there a breathtaking beauty encased in ice? He surmised that she belonged to the same race as those outside. But did she know what they were? I have no idea, nor do I wish to find out. Return the fire spirit pearl to me. I want to leave this bizarre place immediately. No rush. The fire spirit pearl is safe with me. Tell me, what do you notice about her? She's not clothed. Mayor expressed her dissatisfaction, exclaiming, No, you still haven't grasped the crux of the problem. The key issue is why this woman was sealed away alone. Xiang Tianheng shook his head in response. Indeed, why was she sealed alone? Mayor was drawn into a profound contemplation. An eerie chill seeped into their hearts, causing Xiang Tianheng's soul to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and a sinking feeling overwhelmed Xiang Tianheng as fear and trepidation flooded his mind. He could see that moment. The mayor also succumbed to fear, gripping tightly onto the only arm Xiang Tianheng had. What kind of monster is this? The two swiftly turned to look behind them, yet found nothing, intensifying their fear, their anxious hearts racing towards their throats. Did you see that? Xiang Tianheng's voice echoed in Mayor's mind. Trembling slightly, yes, I saw it. A shadow rushed past us. What could it possibly be? Mayor, shedding her earlier belligerence, spoke in a trembling voice. I don't know. Did you notice anything unusual when you came here? I saw a man with his eyes wide open, encased in ice, while everyone else had their eyes closed. This struck me as quite strange. That ice block, Xiang Tianheng quickly inquired through thought. Yes, the very first one we saw upon entering. The only one containing a man with his eyes open. What? The person inside was awake? Are you certain? I'm absolutely certain. With a thud, Xiang Tianheng leaned against the stone platform and sank down, his heart racing with anxiety as he lowered his head, overwhelmed by fear. What's happening? Don't scare me. Huomeyer was deeply unsettled by Xiang Tianheng's unusual behavior. "The man you saw, I encountered him too, but he had his eyes closed." Huomeyer gasped, her mouth agape, as icy water surged in, leaving her breathless. The spiritual energy within her leaked out, and a cold aura enveloped her entire being. Gradually, she lost consciousness, her body visibly freezing at an alarming rate, as if floating away against her will dictate that moment. Xiang Tianheng was taken aback in that instant. He stood frozen in shock. He quickly regained his senses. Instinctively lunging forward like a wolf, gripping Huomeyer's arm tightly to prevent her from drifting away. Gradually, he pulled her back into his embrace. Huomeyer felt icy and rigid. Cradling her was akin to holding a block of ice. The light of the fire spirit pearl gradually enveloped Huomeyer, infusing her body with a surge of warmth, causing her rigid form to soften swiftly. "Huomeyer, wake up! Please wake up!" Xiang Tianheng implored fervently in his heart. "I just want to leave this dreadful place." Huomeyer's consciousness slowly returned as she struggled to open her eyes, her voice frail. Eerie sounds echoed in her mind as Xiang Tianheng held her tightly, ensuring she would not slip away. Using the fire spirit pearl to warm her as they swam about, taking in their surroundings, doubts arose in Xiang Tianheng's mind. How can there be sounds at the bottom of this spring? What could be transmitting these sounds? Suddenly, Huomeyer's terrified scream pierced through Xiang Tianheng's thoughts. "What is happening? I saw him. I definitely saw him. It was that man." Huomeyer's voice quivered. "He's right behind you. You must be seeing things. There's nothing there. If someone were here, the water would be disturbed, but it remains calm. It's impossible for anyone to be present." Xiang Tianheng quickly turned around, but found nothing. No trace of the man Huomeyer described. Could my earlier speculation have induced a hallucination? No. Trust me, I truly saw him. He had a ghastly, pale face devoid of any color, and behind him he had a pair of small wings fluttering. Huomeyer exclaimed in terror, her eyes pleading for Xiang Tianheng to believe her, yearning for understanding. "Then let us hasten our departure. We must not linger in this place." Seeing the sincerity in Huomeyer's eyes, Xiang Tianheng quickly agreed. Huomeyer nodded vigorously, eager to escape at once. Clutching Huomeyer, Xiang Tianheng swam towards the ice palace, but at that moment, Huomeyer's gaze fell upon a towering block of ancient ice. And suddenly, the humanoid ice sculpture stood upright, causing her to hold her breath. With a snap, the eyes of the frozen woman shot open, her hollow, profound gaze fixated on Huomeyer. His heart raced, her body trembling uncontrollably, resembling a frightened kitten curling up in Xiang Tianheng's embrace. "What is it?" Xiang Tianheng questioned, astonished at Huomeyer's violent trembling in his arms. "Why you? You have something behind you." Huomeyer stammered, her voice laced with terror, as the man appeared again. "Could it be that we are truly haunted?" Cold sweat broke out on Xiang Tianheng's brow. "No, it's not the man." Before she could finish, Xiang Tianheng had already turned around, the green flames of his soul flickering wildly as he was startled by the scene before him. The frozen woman hovered high in the air, her piercing eyes locked onto Xiang Tianheng, akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on prey. "Damn it! She has set her sights on us! Run!" Xiang Tianheng shouted, gripped by fear as he hurriedly swam away. Clutching Huomeyer tightly, they moved slowly, but he exerted every effort. Suddenly, the shadow flickered again, eerie and terrifying, deepening the oppressive atmosphere. The shadow reappeared, leaving Xiang Tianheng pondering their fate. The resurrected frozen woman loomed before them. And retreating was not an option. If they turned back, they would be ensnared by her and meet their demise. What was the shadow's intention? To kill them. Why hadn't he acted sooner? Xiang Tianheng mused. Regardless of the uncertainties, he resolved to escape swiftly. This shadow and the beautiful woman were no ordinary beings. He pondered their true nature. Were they alive or dead? "I just want to go home." Huomeyer whimpered, terror-stricken. "Fear not. I will certainly lead you to safety." Thud! Xiang Tianheng collided with something hard. He quickly looked up to find a man standing before him, tall and imposing, blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the very man encased in ice, clad in ancient, tattered garments. His face bore a cold indifference, marked by frost. Is he truly alive? Xiang Tianheng's thoughts surged tumultuously, though he had previously speculated. He now found it hard to accept, his mind in turmoil. How strange. How had he appeared before him without causing any significant disturbance? The wings behind him fluttered fiercely, yet did not stir the waters. What was going on? Where could he possibly flee? Was he destined to die here today? He refused to accept such a fate. He could not perish in this place. Xiang Tianheng swerved around the man and desperately swam towards the exit. But thud! He crashed into another dark figure, only to find the man blocking his way again. And no matter which direction he attempted to escape, he was ensnared. Damn it! Am I truly unable to leave today? Frustrated, Xiang Tianheng began to turn back. What are you trying to do? There's a terrifying woman behind us. Huomei questioned, perplexed, urging him to reconsider. Advancing means death. Retreating also means death. However, death at the hands of man is unacceptable. I would rather perish at the hands of a beautiful woman. Besides, she is an exquisite beauty. I wouldn't mind stealing a few more glances. Resolute, Xiang Tianheng thought. If I must die, so be it. I'll face it with a defiant spirit, perhaps even savor the beauty of the naked woman before my end. Humph! To wish for death is futile. A voice cold and unfeeling resonated deep within their souls. In this desolate, icy palace, filled with the chill of the spring, that utterance was as frigid as the environment itself. That moment, Xiang Tianheng had reached the base of the naked woman. Peering through the ice to catch a glimpse of the ethereal beauty was futile. Her form was obscured and indistinct. The alien man drew closer, his emotionless voice piercing through the air, exuding an air of menace. Filled with disdain for Xiang Tianheng and Huomei, you dare to trespass into my clan's sacred ground. I had no choice but to awaken early. The man's voice reverberated with authority. Humph, will you die, or shall I? What sacred ground? Xiang Tianheng inquired, bewildered. Humph, death. The man flapped his wings a few times, speaking in a deep, resonant tone. A glimmer of sinister red flickered in his eyes, the irises stained with blood, creating an eerie and terrifying visage. Wait, I have yet to make my choice. Xiang Tianheng exclaimed anxiously. He glanced at the fire spirit, Huomei, who was nestled in his embrace, and addressed the bizarre man. If death is inevitable, I am willing to exchange her for my life. Is that permissible? Upon hearing this, Huomei shot him a furious glare, her large eyes blazing with indignation, as if she wished to bite him to death. This scoundrel had been desperately trying to save her moments ago, yet now he was so quick to abandon her. I have no enmity with you. Why go to such lengths to harm me? She retorted. No enmity. Then why did you capture me and bring me back to the Wooling clan? No enmity. Then why did you push me to the bottom of the spring? Xiang Tianheng smirked. Wearing a look of shamelessness, he understood that even if he managed to escape, he could not evade Huomei's wrath. She would surely employ some strange trick against him. It was better to secure her now. Xiang Tianheng, a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, would stab his brothers in the back if need be, yet he was cunning and treacherous towards his enemies, showing no remorse. Even if he intended to use Huomei to venture into the Wooling clan to acquire the Wooling Pearl. The odds of success were dismally low. He had witnessed Huomei risk her life for the Wooling Pearl, plunging into the depths of the spring, should he manage to obtain all the Wooling Pearls. The Wooling clan would surely go mad, making his escape impossible, and he would lose his life in the process. In this desperate moment, he had no choice but to bargain for Huomei's life. Clinging to the hope of survival, we are both doomed. Huomei chuckled maliciously. Karma. Oh, karma. Run. Xiang Tianheng abandoned Huomei and swam frantically backward. Yet Huomei was no fool. She seized Xiang Tianheng's leg, determined that if they were to flee, they would do so together, and if they were to die, they would meet their end side by side. Soon, they found refuge behind the ancient ice platform, where they dared not even breathe. Xiang Tianheng cautiously raised his head, scanning the area, only to discover that the otherworldly man had vanished without a trace. A sudden realization struck him. Something was amiss. Cold sweat broke out on his skin as he dared not move his head an inch. Huomei sensed Xiang Tianheng's unease. Being clever, she quickly deduced the situation. her eyes widened to the point of nearly popping out, her body trembling uncontrollably. They both held their breath and slowly shifted their gaze backward, hearts racing with anxiety. Although they anticipated what was to come, they were still unable to accept it. The ghastly pale face, the pair of blood-red eyes, the set of flamboyant wings. Humier's heart screamed in alarm as she released her grip on Xiang Tianheng and darted forward. Xiang Tianheng pursued closely behind, admiring the panic-stricken Humier ahead of him. Indeed, fear can awaken the hidden potential within a person, he mused. Want to escape? Not so easily. The chilling voice of the otherworldly man echoed within the icy waters. The colorful wings behind him expanded like a burst of rapid-fire hormones, transforming from petite, patterned appendages into massive wings that enveloped him entirely. Why do those wings resemble those of a butterfly? Xiang Tianheng pondered, his heart filled with confusion. The vibrant colors, the stark contrast of black and white, and the intricate rainbow patterns painted a vivid image, reminiscent of a kaleidoscope. That it is indeed the wings of a butterfly. So beautiful. Humier's eyes sparkled with wonder, momentarily captivated by their splendor, forgetting that the owner of those wings was her foe. With a powerful flap, the otherworldly man unfurled his wings, stirring the waters into a frenzy. A formidable current, akin to a tornado, ensnared the two of them. It seems we may perish here today, Xiang Tianheng lamented, gazing at the swirling waters. However, having such a beautiful companion as I meet my end. It is worth it, Humier huffed, still seething over her recent betrayal, harboring resentment towards the rogue Xiang Tianheng. Xiang Tianheng chuckled awkwardly. My friend, can you tell me what this place is? What is your race? He silently shouted, desperate for answers. Please enlighten me, for I do not wish to die without understanding. And tricks, just death. The man responded coldly, his demeanor as frigid as the waters surrounding them. The whirlpool contracted, steadily consuming them. Despair was evident in their eyes, reflecting their reluctance to part from this world. Farewell, dear friend. Take care of yourself. I must leave this earth behind. Earth, goodbye. Will I ever see my parents again? Forgive me, my unfilial ways, for I cannot honor my elders. These thoughts swirled in his mind. The flame of his soul flickered violently with emotion. Alas, how unfortunate that I must perish before T.N.F.ing returns. He too will vanish with me. I curse this fate. Why did I not send T.N.F.ing to find the Wuling clan? Even if he had perished, it would have only weakened my essence. Now, I face death alongside him. How foolish of me that it is the clan leader's fault for lending the clan treasure. For losing the fire spirit pearl, it is my fault that a glimmer of helplessness flashed in Humier's eyes. Filled with despair, she hoped that her clan would one day emerge from the fiery forest, no longer treated as pariahs. That I am leaving. Humier quietly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. Had Xiang Tianheng and Humier truly vanished from the world? Were they to be entombed within the celestial spring? Would he never return to Earth, never see his parents again, never regain his corporeal form, nor marry the countless beauties he desired? Could he accept such an end? Just then, as the whirlpool threatened to engulf and shred them, an unseen force ruptured the vortex, creating a large opening. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Tianheng grasped this lifeline. He cast a complex glance at Humier before plunging into the gaping hole. Urgency overriding his thoughts, as he stepped through, the whirlpool contracted to its smallest point, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Who was it that saved him? What was this invisible force? Chapter 57. The Demon Saint, the Great Octopus, Part 1. Having escaped the trial of death, Xiang Tianheng did not allow himself to relax upon sighting the gates of the Ice Palace. For he knew that was the true gateway to life. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength, activating every ounce of potential within him. In the icy waters, he transformed into a fish, darting forward with the speed of an arrow. Just a little more, just a little more. Xiang Tianheng urged himself anxiously. Whoosh! He and Humier vanished from the Ice Palace, appearing in a place littered with ice shards, the surroundings glistening brightly. Why did you save me again? Humia regarded the skeleton with a complex expression, her heart filled with confusion. This undead creature was so peculiar, its demeanor shifting unpredictably. One moment it sought to kill her, the next it rescued her. It was impossible to fathom the depths of its mysterious psyche. Let us talk outside. Xiang Tianheng often glanced back at the ice palace, aware that danger was far from over. The otherworldly man could return at any moment. How do we escape? There's no way we can go back through the same route. If another of those beings appears, we will have no recourse. Humia spoke coldly. Her demeanor had drastically changed, devoid of any affection for Xiang Tianheng. Her curiosity about why he saved her swallowed by resentment over his previous treatment of her. What? Just because I didn't explain my reasons for saving you? He thought. What an attitude. Truly, women are vengeful creatures. No wonder I was warned not to provoke their anger. Sensing Humia's shift in attitude, Xiang Tianheng felt a surge of irritation. He looked at Humia and asked, "Can you hold on? It's getting colder down here, and you might not be able to withstand it. With the fire spirit pearl, I have nothing to fear. It can easily counteract the coldest of temperatures," she replied, her tone devoid of warmth. Yet deep down, she thought, "You saving me is your misfortune. Once we escape, I will certainly return to the fire spirit clan." "I'm not carrying you out," Xiang Tianheng teased, refusing to relent. "Fine, if you don't carry me." "Don't think you can leave." Humia, in a fluster, grasped Xiang Tianheng's arm, panic evident on her face, fearful of being abandoned. Xiang Tianheng embraced Humia, knowing that the fire spirit clan could also shield her, providing warmth. If he didn't carry her away, she would either freeze to death or be killed by the otherworldly beings. "Ha! Assist me in obtaining the wooling pearls, and I shall ensure their seals are broken." "No way. You cannot lay claim to our clan's sacred treasures." Humia tightened her grip on Xiang Tianheng's remaining bony hand, her tone still frosty. Xiang Tianheng realized that he could not afford to waste any more time. The otherworldly man could emerge at any moment to end them. With Humia in his arms, he swam deeper into the dark, winding passageway. Disregarding the promise made by Humia, he declared, "I shall take you down. You owe me 5 spirit pearls." The bubbling spring water surged along the way, shattering the pre-existing silence and chill that enveloped the arrival of Xiang Tianheng, injecting a measure of vitality into the bottom of the spring. They struggled to swim through the bone-chilling water, exerting every effort, fearful of the pursuit by the foreign man. The deeper they swam, the darker it became, rendering their hands invisible against the blackness. I could see this moment. The glow of the fire spirit pearl within Xiang Tianheng was also consumed. Darkness invaded their souls, devouring the light. Surrounding them was an eerie stillness, a frigid atmosphere that relentlessly encroached upon their spirits. The two were engulfed in an unprecedented terror. "It seems we have reached the bottom. The ground beneath my feet feels soft, almost like soil," Xiang Tianheng remarked cautiously, probing with his feet. "Is this truly the bottom of the spring?" Humia communicated in a low voice, her tone trembling as she curled into Xiang Tianheng's embrace. "Perhaps it is. However, the silence here feels somewhat unnatural. Is there way out?" "Indeed, it is too dark to discern our surroundings. This situation appears to be more perilous than anticipated. I see no exit here," Humia expressed, her voice tinged with disappointment. "It seems we are cornered. Death is inevitable. Do not fret, at the very least. I can assure you that the foreign man is not pursuing us, that we may yet have some time to live." He reassured, "I wouldn't be so certain. Perhaps there are even more dangerous entities lurking." Humia said, her voice unconsciously growing somber, adding a hint of horror to the darkness. "People can frighten each other to death. I have a persistent feeling that something is amiss here. What precisely is wrong? I cannot articulate at the moment. Are you certain this is the bottom of the spring?" Humia seemed to sense something that if we cannot descend, what else could it be? Within the ice palace, the woman suspended upon the high platform flickered with a glint of life in her gaze, seemingly revived. Why, King? Why do you imprison me and prevent me from killing those two?" The foreign man, with a perplexed expression, gazed upward, a hint of admiration in his eyes. What was even more astonishing was that his voice could resonate throughout the icy waters, echoing within the entire palace. "Releasing those two would mean a significant loss for our clan." Inviting incalculable disaster, the foreign man reiterated. There is no need for further discourse. Let them go. There is a reason for their release. A melodious and enchanting voice reverberated throughout the hall. After millennia of silence, our clan shall re-emerge into the world. Let us arise. The world shall be ours. The man's eyes gleamed with a sinister, enchanting red light. I have been confined within this ice for 10,000 years. Yearning to breathe the air of the outside world, I shall venture out first to observe the present world and gather information. You stay behind to watch over our kin. The ice sealing the woman slowly began to crack. M.Y. King. There is something I wish to inquire. Li Yin Nan's eyes brimmed with tender affection that I know. When I return, I shall marry you, the woman. Upon seeing Li Yin Nan's expression, understood the implication, sighing inwardly. Alas, this is, after all, the command of the elders before their battle. Upon hearing this, Li Yin Nan felt an uncontainable joy. Indeed, he had waited for this day for an entire 10,000 years. Dreaming of it day and night, that day is near. She shall be mine, and the throne shall also be mine. Li Yin Nan erupted in a laughter, for he coveted the throne above all. Years ago, when the elders bestowed the throne upon her instead of him, they decreed that only upon marrying her would he be granted kingship. For reasons unknown, the ice shattered, and the woman had vanished without a trace. Darkness suffused the space, enveloping it entirely. The flicker of Xiang Tianheng's soul fire resembled distant starlight or a feeble candle flame, utterly ineffective. I hope my fears are unwarranted. Huomeyer sighed, but do not dwell on it too much. Though one thing is indeed peculiar. Xiang Tianheng's expression turned grave, his tone somewhat subdued. Have you considered how we survived in the presence of that bizarre foreign man and his lethal prowess? Collect! The skeleton has arrived. The witching night has come. Mighty ones, raise your hands against the heavens. Let your spiritual essence surge. And collect. Chapter 58. The Demon Saint Great Octopus. Part 2. Were you not the one who saved me? I lack such great power. Xiang Tianheng chuckled nervously, yet his demeanor shifted to seriousness. That moment, I sensed an invisible force, immensely powerful, that forcibly opened a passage, and I brought you through. That I am curious as to who exactly rescued us. It seemed we were alone with the foreign man. No, there was another. Suddenly, Xiang Tianheng recalled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. How could I have forgotten her? Why is there a foreign entity encased in ice at the bottom of this spring? Which clan does she belong to? Why does she possess a pair of butterfly wings? Who is that woman, and why did she choose to save us? A myriad of enigmas swirled in their minds, rendering both Xiang Tianheng and Huomeyer silent. The inky darkness surrounding them seemed even more sinister and terrifying. What are you doing? Huomeyer's irate voice echoed in Xiang Tianheng's mind. That I am doing nothing. Xiang Tianheng replied, utterly perplexed. You are a lecher, and you dare claim innocence? Huomeyer blushed fiercely, her words punctuated with slight gasps. Xiang Tianheng, bewildered by her confusion, quickly grasped the situation and wore a mischievous grin. Could it be that she... Smack. Huomeyer delivered a swift slap to Xiang Tianheng's skull. Stunned, he quickly regained his composure, indignantly retorting, what was that for? Just because you are lovesick and cannot find a man. You need not take it out on me. You still dare to touch. Huomeyer exclaimed, her voice a mix of embarrassment and anger. What did I touch? Play innocent all you want. Remove your hand. Am I not holding you? Fine. If you want me to let go to... As soon as Xiang Tianheng withdrew his only hand, Huomeyer slipped away from him. He hastily embraced her again, declaring, if I let you go, you will float away. You only have one hand. So it was you who touched my behind. Huomeyer stammered, momentarily dazed. What is this? Huomeyer grasped something behind her, inquiring by the faint glow of the fire spirit pearl in Xiang Tianheng's mind. They vaguely discerned the object, resembling long strands of water grass swaying in the water. It appears to be water grass. Was it that touched her behind? No wonder you were so flustered earlier. Huomeyer responded shyly, her cheeks flushed. Why is the ground shaking violently? What is happening? Xiang Tianheng felt the earth tremble violently beneath him. struggling to maintain his footing, and swiftly swam upwards while holding Huameyer tightly. In horror, the spring water boiled and roiled. Xiang Tianheng found it difficult to control his body amidst the tumultuous cold water, which relentlessly battered against him, causing Huameyer to cling to him even tighter. A brilliant green light blazed forth, accompanied by an eerie red glow. After a considerable time, the waters finally calmed, yet the surroundings remained suffused with green light, revealing a pair of ominous red eyes ahead. An octopus? Xiang Tianheng exclaimed in shock that a colossal creature, 3 meters in length, loomed before them, resembling a towering building. Its body was dark yet radiated a greenish hue. The red light emanated from its eyes. Ferocious and otherworldly, 0.8 massive tentacles swayed at the bottom of the water, each measuring 3 meters long and as stout as ancient trees. Xiang Tianheng gazed at its tentacled head, pondering that this must have been the entity that had touched her behind, its softness explaining her earlier disarray. What the hell? A giant deep-sea octopus can thrive even in this frigid water, yet this one is colossal beyond belief. What does it feed on? Xiang Tianheng marveled at the monstrous being before him. Could it be that I have not yet reached the bottom of the spring, but rather was standing atop it? Intruders, you shall become my meal. It has been ages since I last feasted on humans. The menacing voice of the giant octopus reverberated in their minds that I regret coming to this bottom of the spring. Xiang Tianheng lamented, filled with self-reproach, that he then transmitted to Huameyer. As you said, we are indeed destined to perish here today. Huameyer, still reeling from shock, was brought back to reality by Xiang Tianheng's voice. This demon's power is not to be underestimated. It rivals that of a demon saint, the human clan's Taisu mirror. We may not perish so swiftly. Look at its enormous size. Beneath it lies a small opening. If we can squeeze through, we might have a chance at survival. Xiang Tianheng gazed toward the small opening beneath the octopus, which, though small for the creature, was considerably larger for a human entity that moment. He noticed Huameyer wriggling restlessly in his embrace, attempting to break free. What is wrong? He inquired. Why internal spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Once it runs out, survival at the bottom of the water will become exceedingly difficult. You should let me go so I can leave on my own, that I do not wish to burden you. The essence of the fire enchantress gradually wanes. Indeed, the spiritual energy within her is almost depleted. No, Xiang Tianheng cannot acquiesce to this. If he were to abandon the fire enchantress in such a manner, how would he locate the 5-spirit clan, acquire the 5-spirit pearl, and harbor any hope of unsealing the enchantment? A long tentacle lashed out, and before Xiang Tianheng could evade, he found himself ensnared tightly. With a swift pull, both he and the fire enchantress materialized before a colossal crimson eye. The tentacle shook Xiang Tianheng violently, positioning him between the 2 menacing red eyes that bore down upon them with a ferocious intensity. Gazing at the immense head and its gigantic eye, Xiang Tianheng could not help but feel insignificant. The tentacles slowly drew them towards the creature's maw, a foul stench engulfing them. The gaping maw, sharp and glistening with malevolence, loomed ever closer. Skeleton, you must go first. My spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. I cannot hold on for much longer. You should escape while I delay it, the fire enchantress urged anxiously. I will not leave, Xiang Tianheng declared resolutely. Why do you wish to save me? It seems we are at odds. That I merely hope that once you are free, you will return the fire spirit pearl to the 5-spirit clan. Cursed woman, your intentions are indeed premeditated. After your disappearance, the 5-spirit clan will surely send scouts to search for you if they discover my connection to the fire spirit clan, regardless of my desires. I will surely be seized, and my life will be in jeopardy. That treacherous girl is solely focused on the 5-spirit pearl. Her schemes run deep. Then I cannot allow you to perish. This girl is the only one Xiang Tianheng cannot decipher. At times she appears demure, at others icy, sometimes ignorant, yet possessing profound knowledge. She oscillates between innocence and cunning, her complex nature leaving Xiang Tianheng perplexed as to her true self. Perhaps a reflection of her profound depth. Brother Octopus, do not be so hasty to devour, Xiang Tianheng called out urgently. Just as he was about to be swallowed, the octopus withdrew him once more. its large, eerie red eyes fixated coldly on Xiang Tianheng. Brother Octopus, consider me merely a humble skeletal wretch, composed entirely of bones. Consuming me would yield little sustenance. Look at her. She is but a frail woman, lacking in flesh, hardly enough to satisfy your hunger. Xiang Tianheng attempted to manipulate the beast, hoping it might spare them. The fire enchantress looked on in astonishment and weakly conveyed, "That is not possible. This demon has succumbed to darkness. The malevolent energy coursing through it will not allow it to easily release us. Then I shall feast upon your souls. I can only imagine it would be a delicacy." Drool dripped from the octopus's maw, betraying its ravenous intent. As it spoke, Xiang Tianheng felt the chill of death drawing near. "Wait," he cried out in desperation. "Is there anything else? Speak quickly." Each word from the octopus exuded a palpable pressure that unsettled Xiang Tianheng's heart. "Brother Octopus, you are a being of esteemed rank. Why stoop to quarrel with us mere mortals? Your strength is unmatched. While we are insignificant, to consume us would only diminish your stature." Flattering the octopus served to amuse it, potentially dissuading it from devouring them. That if the octopus were to consume them, it would imply a lack of superiority, as it would be reduced to preying on the weak. Conversely, should it abstain, it would assert its dominance, looking down upon those as inconsequential as ants. This presented a dilemma for the octopus. You believe that by speaking thus, I would refrain from ending your life. The ominous aura surrounding the octopus receded slightly, indicating Xiang Tianheng had struck a chord. Setting that aside, Brother Octopus, you must have been confined here for quite some time, no? Indeed, a flicker of surprise crossed the octopus's blood-red eyes. The fire enchantress, intrigued, inquired of Xiang Tianheng. "How did you know it was imprisoned?" Xiang Tianheng remained silent, continuing to gaze into those large crimson eyes, but internally mused. "It appears starved. It must have been ages since it last feasted. Surely it must know to seek sustenance. Unless it is a fool, if it is not a fool, then it must be unable to escape, trapped here. Brother Octopus, who has confined you in this manner, have you not considered escaping? If I could have escaped, I would have long since done so. That flock of avian beings drain my spiritual energy and shackle my massive form here. I will one day eradicate the entire avian race." The octopus roared in a low, furious growl. "Eradicate them? But we too were cast into this place by them. How utterly vile." Xiang Tianheng responded. He had no knowledge of these avian beings. He merely sought to curry favor with the octopus. "What? You were also imprisoned. We stumbled into their sacred territory and were subsequently cast in here. Our hatred for them knows no bounds. The orb within your skull is rather peculiar." The octopus had noticed the fiery red fire spirit pearl. "No wonder you are able to wander within this frigid spring this moment." The fire enchantress, her body now tinged with a purplish hue, realized she could no longer hold on. Her spiritual energy was completely depleted, rendering her incapable of providing herself with oxygen. Xiang Tianheng's heart raced with urgency, wishing fervently for the presence of the chubby companion. "Brother Octopus, how long have you been trapped? What is the purpose of your confinement?" "I know not how long it has been. When they captured me, chaos reigned upon the world as the divine beings invaded this planet. The rulers mobilized to invade the realm where the divine army had taken residence. I did not partake in the battle and was seized by the avian beings, seemingly assigned to guard something." "The bone of demonic purgatory?" Xiang Tianheng exclaimed, momentarily regaining composure. "Could it be that you have been imprisoned for a millennium? How have you survived until now?" My lifespan is beyond your comprehension." The octopus bellowed in mild irritation. "Brother Octopus, your lifespan is boundless, enduring through the ages, coexisting with heaven and earth," Xiang Tianheng quickly praised. Realizing he had misspoken, with a swish, the octopus swung its tentacle, tossing them into a small cavity beneath its form. Xiang Tianheng was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The fire enchantress, in a state of severe oxygen deprivation, fell into a deep unconsciousness. Their bodies were subjected to immense force, rapidly descending. "Avian scoundrels, let us see what treasures you have left behind. It appears these two will benefit from it." The octopus remarked, its eerie red glow vanishing as darkness enveloped them once more. Silence reigned, as if nothing had transpired. Where is this? Xiang Tianheng roused first from unconsciousness, the green flame of his soul reigniting. He gazed down at the fire enchantress sprawled upon him, her pink hair damp and her once purplish skin gradually regaining its rosy hue. She slept soundly, breathing evenly. Xiang Tianheng remained motionless, apprehensive of disturbing her. It was a rare sight to have such a beautiful woman resting upon him, and he was loath to rise. How wicked of me, he mused, contemplating the gray, overcast sky. He reflected on the many strange occurrences from the Death's Gorge, to the bone of demonic purgatory, and now to this planet. His mind was a jumble of fragmented memories. Am I the reincarnation of the Emperor? What connection does ancient China have with the Emperor? This planet is worlds apart from Earth. The divine army of the gods invaded this realm. A great battle in the bone of demonic purgatory? Why did the divine beings retreat to their divine domain? Did not the rulers of this planet perish? It should be easy for them to invade once more. Could it be that the inhabitants of this planet resisted too fiercely, prompting the divine beings to abandon their conquest? What are these bizarre beings? They possess butterfly-like wings. Their entire race is frozen at the bottom of the chilling divine spring that is it possible. Everything is in disarray that my thoughts are becoming increasingly muddled. The bone of demonic purgatory. The Godslayer star, Earth, the divine realm. All these images swirl within my mind. Time flowed like water, and he lost track of how long it passed. Am I dead? Have I become a ghost? The fire enchantress slowly opened her eyes. No, you are pinning me down. Xiang Tianheng chuckled, setting aside his worries for a moment. Upon realizing her ambiguous position atop a skeleton, she hastily rose, muttering under her breath, I thought I was resting upon a handsome fellow. Who knew it would be this hideous skeleton? Her words, of course, reached Xiang Tianheng's ears, and he paid them no mind, grinning as he replied, Little girl, I just saved your life. How will you repay me? Hand over the fire spirit pearl obediently. The fire enchantress retorted coldly. You wretched girl, still fixated on the fire spirit pearl. How stubborn you are. What abyss has the great octopus cast us into? Look around. The sky is shrouded in gray, and malevolent energy permeates the air. It is all too eerie. Xiang Tianheng swiftly shifted the topic, not wishing for the fire enchantress to delve deeper into his thoughts. The fire enchantress surveyed her surroundings. Attempting to rise, she faltered and collapsed once more, her excessive spiritual energy depletion having left her gravely weakened. Do not move. Focus on your recovery that I will find something for you to eat. As she watched Xiang Tianheng depart, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. She mused, this rogue, this unattractive skeleton, may not be so bad after all. Xiang Tianheng wandered through the valley, his heart filled with astonishment. Gazing upon the desolate and lifeless valley, one finds it bereft of anything but the exposed stones. The scene before him feels hauntingly familiar, resembling the layout of the vibrant hundred-flower valley he had just entered. Here too lies a valley, accompanied by a chilling spring, yet the blossoms and the myriad of colorful trees have vanished. Were it not for the pervasive desolation, one might easily mistake this place for the previously thriving hundred-flower valley. This environment stands in stark contrast to the former. To call it a valley of demons would not be an exaggeration. A suffocating aura of barrenness pervades the valley, with waves of demonic energy surging forth, accompanied by bursts of oppressive force. What manner of place is this? A sense of confusion envelopes Xiang Tianheng. He resolves to delve deeper into the valley. Upon reaching the depths of the entrance, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy assaults his soul, causing the flames of his spirit to flicker and slow, as if time itself has come to a standstill. What kind of power could render time so sluggish? Xiang Tianheng is astounded that it is not merely the passage of time that has slowed, but rather his own vitality that is waning. If this continues, will he not find himself on the brink of death? A formidable pressure, akin to a mountain, bears down upon his heart, rendering him unable to move forward. He can only pause in trepidation, but a glance back reveals he has not ventured very far as he gazes ahead. A chilling sight jolts him. Deep within the valley, a hazy scene unfolds, swirling with demonic energy. Yet he can distinctly discern figures suspended in mid-air, clad in ancient garments, their bodies rising and falling with the currents of dark energy. Oscillating in a state of uncertainty. 1, 2, 3. He counts, but the number of these drifting corpses becomes incalculable. Each of these figures shares a common trait. They possess a pair of enormous butterfly wings, fully unfurled in the air, casting shimmering hues that dazzle Xiang Tianheng's eyes. Among them, both men and women appear to be in their 20s or 30s. Upon closer inspection, he notices a stone tablet has materialized before him. As he gazes at it, a sudden flash of spiritual light pierces the depths of his soul. Mistaking it for a trap, Xiang Tianheng bolts, not daring to glance back. Did I end this place, where aging is delayed? He fears these otherworldly beings may not be truly deceased. Should one of them suddenly awaken, his fate would be sealed. The powerful aura emanating from them is sufficient to end his life multiple times over. In a frantic rush, he reaches the side of Humier, whose flickering soul flames betray her fear. We must leave at once. It would be wise never to return to this place. Xiang Tianheng's voice quivers with trepidation. He finally comprehends the identity of the bird-like beings the squid had mentioned. It is indeed the otherworldly creatures with butterfly wings. The treasures entrusted to them for guardianship are, in truth, their very own beings. This group of aliens lies dormant here, harboring secrets untold. Should they awaken, chaos would ensue. What formidable power could resist such a threat in this age? What has occurred? Humier inquires, perplexed. Let us flee, Xiang Tianheng insists. Hoisting her onto his back, racing toward the exit without a moment's pause, this truly the 100-flower valley we once knew? Are we to escape toward there? She questions. Xiang Tianheng ignores her. His mind consumed with the urgency of flight. The encounter with these formidable beings has profoundly shaken him. Unconsciously, he casts a glance back into the depths of the valley, where a figure stands poised atop the ridge. Its deep, hollow gaze fixed upon him, akin to an eagle stalking its prey. A shiver runs down Xiang Tianheng's spine, compelling him to hasten his pace. The air is filled with a resonant hum, and it dawns upon him. This is a barrier. Suddenly, the scenery shifts yet again, illuminating his surroundings. Xiang Tianheng realizes he has emerged. The fiery red leaves sway in the wind, producing a rustling sound that resonates melodiously in his ears. Everything feels so familiar, so comforting. He has finally returned to reality, his heart swelling with emotion. The trials of the past few days have been arduous, leaving an indelible mark upon him. Wait, where is it? Where has the celestial method gone? He mutters as he stands before the stone tablet. When a woman materializes, surrounded by a shimmering aura, her butterfly wings fluttering behind her, peering down at the blank stone tablet. She murmurs, "It must have been taken by those two. In an instant, she vanishes. Where is the Wuling clan? Xiang Tianheng asks, frustration evident in his tone. This moment, Humier is still cradled in his arms. She responds coldly, "Behave yourself. You'll wish you had once you meet the clan leader." The thought of tormenting Xiang Tianheng brings an unspoken joy to Humier, her exterior icy while her heart dances with glee. "Ungrateful woman, don't forget who saved you in the cold spring," Xiang Tianheng retorts bitterly. Even now, the memory of the cold spring fills him with dread. Over the past few days, he has fled blindly with Humier, eyes shut, darting into any available space, as if pursued by an unseen force. Lost in his panic, he has neglected Humier, unaware that she has regained much of her strength and now holds sway over him once more. Confronted by the formidable Humier standing before him, Xiang Tianheng is filled with regret, wishing for his own demise. Damn it! Why didn't I just abandon her? Damn it! Xiang Tianheng, your regrets are futile. Humier beams with delight, reveling in her triumph. I saved you. You cannot treat me this way. Realizing he has fallen into her clutches, Xiang Tianheng understands that his situation has taken a turn for the worse. Having betrayed her, he is acutely aware of the precariousness of their relationship. His mother often warned him never to offend a woman, for they are the most vindictive of creatures. Behave yourself. No tricks. Once we reach the clan, you'll wish you hadn't crossed me. Humier chuckles that I agree to accompany you to the Wuling clan, but you cannot buy me like this. Release me, Xiang Tianheng pleads. He has long desired to visit the Wuling clan, driven by his ambition for the Wuling Pearl. Otherwise, he would not have followed Humir into the fiery forest. How can he persuade the clan leader? How can he convince them to grant him the use of the wooling pearl? These questions remain unresolved in his mind. Tighten the bindings. I fear you may flee. Humir wraps vines around him tightly, ensnaring him like a twisted braid. Damn it, you're toying with me. Holding on to this grudge, Xiang Tianheng fumes inwardly. Oh, you even know the way. He cannot help but ask, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. IT should be right. Humir murmurs softly. With a resounding roar echoing through the fiery forest, Humir collapses to the ground, trembling uncontrollably that a fierce wind suddenly sweeps through, causing the sturdy trees to sway violently. Shadows loom, obscuring the blazing sun, and the sky darkens ominously. Why has it grown dark so swiftly? Xiang Tianheng wonders in disbelief that a colossal figure, sporting enormous wings, generates a tempest as it rises. Its mountainous body ascends, leaving Xiang Tianheng in shock. What an immense creature! He gasps in awe. This monstrous being possesses a grotesque head, with deep-set eyes radiating malice, and a gaping maw that dominates its face that a single horn protrudes from its crown. Its wings, devoid of feathers, resemble thin, leathery appendages akin to those of a bat. Such a hideous creature exists. Xiang Tianheng questions, repulsed by the sight. Its Humir stammers, her eyes wide with shock, with a powerful flap of its wings. The behemoth vanishes into the horizon. The speed at which such a massive body moves is nothing short of extraordinary. Truly astonishing. Xiang Tianheng watches the fearsome beast disappear. Lost in thought, as the oppressive aura dissipates. Normalcy returns. Were it not for the hundreds of toppled trees, who would believe that such a colossal creature had traversed this land? The immense weight of the beast has carved out a vast clearing nearby, spacious enough for a World Cup event. How did it appear here? Why is it here? Humir remains in shock, repeatedly questioning herself. What's wrong? Do you recognize that monster? Xiang Tianheng inquires as he gazes upon the gargantuan beast. A thought flashes through his mind, eliciting a smile that if he were to encounter such a creature on Earth, he would surely cry out, Ultraman, come and fight the monster! Ultraman, come and fight the monster! He has seen his fair share of colossal beasts, like Godzilla and Havoc. Yet what kind of monster is this? It is the spirit tiger of grudges. Humir elucidates, it is a malevolent beast, a manifestation of dark thoughts. Though its appearance is repulsive, it wields immense power, comparable to the great squid we encountered at the Cold Spring. Both are formidable demon saints, heavens. Another demon saint. Are such beings truly so prevalent in these times? Xiang Tianheng exclaims, astonished, we must flee. If that creature returns, we shall be doomed. This time, I have familiarized myself with the path. Our encounter with the malevolent spirit beast signifies that we have been making progress deep within the Crimson Forest. Thus, the route I have taken is indeed correct, Fire Mayor remarked with a smile, reveling in her own sense of accomplishment. With a firm grip on Xiang Tianheng, she navigated through the dense, fiery-hued woods, encountering countless formidable spirit beasts and ferocious creatures along the way. Among them was the seven-colored phoenix, a type of spirit beast known for its sharp and melodious voice. Its appearance resembled that of the ancient divine bird. The phoenix, with a resplendent, colorful tail that fanned out like a peacock displaying its plumage. Its feathers were vibrant yet lethal, capable of piercing hearts with lethal precision. Not only were its feathers weapons, but they also served as excellent defensive gear, coveted by countless young maidens who longed to adorn themselves in such attire. In addition to the vibrant-tailed phoenix, they also encountered the cloud-soaring steed, which appeared to be an ordinary horse at first glance, yet possessed the extraordinary ability to ascend to the heavens and ride the clouds with immense power. Wait, there's movement ahead. It could be another ferocious beast. Fire Mayor cautioned, shooting a glare at Xiang Tianheng, signaling him to be silent. Rustling sounds emerged from the grass, causing both to hold their breath as they focused intently on the underbrush. What could that be? Could it be yet another ferocious beast? Both wondered internally, conditioned by their experiences to suspect the worst. Suddenly, a golden figure lunged towards Fire Mayor. It was a tiger, adorned with distinct stripes and a crown-like mark on its forehead that exuded an aura of dominance. Upon seeing the approaching creature, Fire Mayor relaxed, a smile blooming on her face like a blossoming flower as she embraced the tiger tightly. "What brings you here?" she exclaimed. "Roar." The spirit tiger shifted its gaze to Xiang Tianheng, who was bound like a twisted pretzel, and let out a fierce growl, advancing towards him with eyes ablaze with fury. What do you want?" Xiang Tianheng stammered, intimidated by the tiger's ferocity. "I'll take care of you." The spirit tiger lunged forward, its massive jaws gaping wide, aiming to bite Xiang Tianheng. However, with his formidable training in the demonic bone purgatory, he was impervious to its attack. The tiger, unable to penetrate Xiang Tianheng's defenses, tossed him skyward, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. "Fire Mayor, you little vixen, hurry and drive it away," Xiang Tianheng yelled, while Fire Mayor merely chuckled, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "What did you do to provoke the little tiger? It appears to be in a frenzy, as if it has encountered a sworn enemy." "I can't save you," she teased. "I didn't provoke it. You saw it attack me the moment it appeared." Xiang Tianheng retorted, his frustration mounting. "You must have done something wrong. The little tiger doesn't attack without reason," Fire Mayor countered. "Something wrong? How could I possibly provoke a tiger? It would run away from me." Xiang Tianheng was filled with confusion and questions. "No, I must ponder this carefully. The tiger. Yes, once Zimingxin made me pat a tiger's rear. But what does that have to do with this one? Could it be?" Xiang Tianheng suddenly recalled the incident, his mind racing. He looked deeply at the tiger, internally lamenting, "Why am I so unfortunate to encounter this tiger again? What grave sin did I commit in my past life?" Upon realizing the reason, Xiang Tianheng found no justification to ask Fire Mayor for help. It was all due to his prior actions involving the tiger. "Brother Tiger, she is a tigress," Fire Mayor remarked gleefully, having witnessed Xiang Tianheng's plight. Upon hearing Xiang Tianheng mistakenly identify the spirit tiger's gender, she quickly offered a kind reminder. So it is a tigress. No wonder she is so fierce and holds such a grudge. Nevertheless, let's escape this predicament first. Little tiger, I didn't mean to swat your rear. I was compelled by Zimingxin's insistence. Since Zimingxin is not here, it's fine for her to bear the blame. We can discuss the rest later. You actually patted her rear. You do realize she's just a little girl, right? You've struck a girl's backside." Fire Mayor laughed, approaching the spirit tiger to stroke its head. "This is tantamount to slapping a young girl. Do you know what that means?" You must marry her now," she teased. Xiang Tianheng internally spat blood thrice. "Marry a beast? I'd rather die. Was it just a pat? Must it be taken so seriously? But can one just touch a girl's backside indiscriminately?" Fire Mayor challenged. "She is not a girl. Besides, is it common for you to torment me like this?" Xiang Tianheng protested, his clothes covered in dirt, appearing utterly disheveled. "Then you shall endure her wrath. I'm not responsible." Fire Mayor replied coolly, "Don't mention her. I've touched your backside countless times and even embraced you. Doesn't that mean you must marry me and share a bed?" Xiang Tianheng shot back, feigning anger but with a mischievous grin that a skeleton has aspirations of marriage. "First, fix your body." Fire Mayor blushed slightly, her tone suddenly shifting. "Come, let us continue on our journey. We're not far from the Five Spirits clan." Xiang Tianheng looked at Fire Mayor in astonishment, taken aback by her rapid transformation. Her demeanor had shifted entirely. Seeming like a different person, he became acutely aware of her responses, realizing he had never fully grasped her character. His perception of her was vague. At times, she appeared cold and aloof, while at others, she radiated freshness and warmth. Just moments ago, when the spirit tiger had appeared, she had worn a gentle smile, but upon his suggestion of marriage, she had transformed completely, showcasing an extreme contrast in her personality. Which side of her is the true Fire Mayor? Xiang Tianheng pondered, perplexed by her peculiar nature. Throughout their journey, Fire Mayor consistently shielded Xiang Tianheng from the spirit tiger, preventing it from getting too close. However, the tiger's ferocious gaze remained fixed on Xiang Tianheng, causing him to feel uneasy. "Tigress, could you not look at me with such murderous intent? You really hold a grudge, don't you? Let bygones be bygones," he pleaded. The spirit tiger paid him no heed, its fierce glare unwavering as it closely followed Fire Mayor through the thicket. "The little tiger will not let you off easily," Fire Mayor warned coldly, her face a mask of frost, causing the air around them to grow tense. Xiang Tianheng silently noted this was the colder side of Fire Mayor. He wondered if she would change again in the next moment and how he might ease her anger. Of course, marrying her would solve everything, Fire Mayor quipped, once again adopting her gentle demeanor. This time, Xiang Tianheng paid close attention to Fire Mayor's words and actions, noticing her subtle inconsistencies that he had previously overlooked. "I'm a skeleton. It is impossible for a skeleton and a tiger to coexist," he exclaimed, glancing between the spirit tiger and Fire Mayor. "You're just toying with me. How did you come to know the spirit tiger?" Though bound like a large dumpling, Xiang Tianheng remained undeterred, maintaining a playful demeanor. "I encountered her while leaving the Five Spirits clan. We clicked immediately, and I instructed her to wait for me here. Therefore, our sighting of her indicates we are near the Five Spirits clan." I remember the remaining path. Days passed, and Fire Mayor guided Xiang Tianheng through perilous encounters with powerful beasts. Soon, several figures came into view, moving about in the distance. Upon entering this land, they felt several formidable auras locking onto them. Realizing they had entered the surveillance zone of the Five Spirits clan, the powerful clansmen lurked in the shadows. This was the heart of the Crimson Forest, and they saw few people or structures, save for an enormous tree that towered above the others, several hundred, even thousands of times larger. Its lush green leaves stood in stark contrast to the surrounding fiery foliage, making it truly unique. "What kind of tree is this?" Xiang Tianheng exclaimed in awe. "The Tree of Life, home to the Five Spirits clan." Before the colossal tree, two members of the Five Spirits clan were on patrol, vigilant of their surroundings. Xiang Tianheng was aware that the true watchers numbered more than just these two, as the powerful auras emanating from the shadows surpassed what these two could produce. Both were striking young men. One had fiery red hair that blended seamlessly with the Crimson Forest, while the other sported conspicuous golden locks. They wore minimal clothing, merely covering the essential parts, similar to Fire Mayor's attire. Could it be that their entire clan dresses this way? Xiang Tianheng mused, a wicked grin forming. "Who goes there?" One of them called out. "It is I. I have returned," Fire Mayor announced, leading Xiang Tianheng and the spirit tiger to stand before the great tree. "Ah, it's Mayor returned. How have you fared during your time away?" The red-haired young man inquired with a smile. "Not too bad. Why are you on duty today?" "Huixing," Fire Mayor replied, recalling how she had first been captured upon her departure and subsequently encountered a series of bizarre events that nearly cost her life. A simple response, hastily diverting the topic. "The guard had been dispatched by the clan leader for a mission, hence I was summoned to take his place." "Understood. Then do keep a vigilant watch," Mayor chuckled. "Be sure to call out if you notice anything unusual." I stepped inside. Huixing gazed at Homer's laughing visage, instantly captivated. Even if scolded, he would willingly endure it. Just as Mayor was about to enter, a powerful arm obstructed her path. "You cannot enter. The skeleton and the tiger must be inspected in an instant." His countenance paled, and Huixing glared at him with hostility. A discontented voice erupted. "Jin Yun, she is Mayor. How dare you inspect her? Step aside and let her through." Huixing hastily defended Mayor, yet his heart brimmed with delight. This was an opportunity to showcase himself before her. "Everyone must be inspected. It is the rule." Jin Yun's voice was devoid of emotion. "Allow them to enter," Huixing retorted angrily. "Inspection is mandatory. Let them through." "Inspection? Jin Yun, do not think that just because you have the favor of the clan leader of the Jinling clan, you can act so arrogantly. I have long found you displeasing." Huixing was thoroughly enraged. Jin Yun showed no regard for his face, leaving him humiliated before Mayor. "So what if I am arrogant?" The air crackled with tension as their gazes clashed, igniting fierce sparks. Hostility permeated the surroundings, and the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Each could hear the other's heartbeat. "I shall ask once more. Will you permit them to enter?" Huixing's face was thunderous. The atmosphere of impending conflict grew ever more palpable. "Inspection? Humph." Huixing's aura surged forth, powerful and imposing, directed at Jin Yun. Jin Yun, unwilling to yield, retaliated with an equally potent aura. Enough, cease fighting. Huomeyer quickly intervened, feeling guilty that the two were brawling over her. Although Jin Yun was detestable, they could not afford to let matters escalate into violence, as it would disrupt the harmony. Huomeyer patted Ling Hue's head and said, "Little tiger, you stay outside. I shall come for you shortly." With that, she grasped Xiang Tianheng and prepared to enter the Wu Ling clan. However, Jin Yun showed no signs of relenting. "This Ling who is not a member of our clan. If you bar my way, I shall not bring it along. Why then do you obstruct me?" Her expression hardened, her tone tinged with anger. "And this skeleton is also not one of our IT must be inspected. But this belongs to the clan leader," Huomeyer pointed out. Time passed as the three glared at each other, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. "Enough. Let her in. Cease your squabbling." Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, laden with disappointment and regret. "How can we have such clansmen resorting to mutual destruction? I'm truly ashamed for you all. We are the same clan. What issues cannot be resolved?" Huomeyer cast a glare at Jin Yun and, clutching Xiang Tianheng, slipped through the grand doors of the divine tree. A long staircase led down to the subterranean realm of the life divine tree. The scene before them captivated Xiang Tianheng deeply. The underground space was far larger than he had imagined. Comparable to a football field, with houses neatly arranged throughout. People came and went, each with distinct hair colors. The golden hair of the Jinling clan, the fiery red of the Huoling clan, the azure blue of the Shui Ling clan, the verdant green of the Mu Ling clan, and the earthy brown of the Tu Ling clan. Observing the diverse crowd and then glancing at Huomeyer, he was astonished to note that her hair was a striking shade of pink, leaving him with a substantial question mark. Was Huomeyer not a member of the Wu Ling clan? The men were strikingly handsome, while the women possessed an enchanting allure, yet their attire was exceedingly scant. Especially the women, with their snow-white skin and alluringly flowing hair, rendered Xiang Tianheng momentarily entranced, his soul fire igniting fiercely. The golden-haired Jinling clan girls exuded mature beauty. The azure-haired Shui Ling clan girls radiated purity and charm, while the fiery-haired Huoling clan girls were stunningly seductive. The green-haired Mu Ling clan girls were fresh and elegant, transcending the mundane, and the brown-haired Tu Ling clan girls were uniquely graceful. Some of the girls, with their ample bosoms, appeared ready to burst forth, their deep cleavages resembling bottomless abysses. Coming here was akin to witnessing a throng of beauties clad in bikinis parading before him. Xiang Tianheng's soul fire was provoked, flames blazing with intensity, in a state of extreme excitement. His soul fire seemed poised to erupt from his head. His eyes, radiating a seductive crimson glow, turned fierce. Huomeyer recognized that Xiang Tianheng was once again overtaken by his inner demons. Having witnessed Xiang Tianheng thrice already, this situation left Huomeyer at a loss. The flickering of his soul fire was astonishingly rapid to prevent Xiang Tianheng from being entirely consumed by his inner demons. Huomeyer grasped him anxiously. The urgency now was to find a quiet place for Xiang Tianheng to calm down and suppress his inner turmoil. Mayor has returned. Mayor has returned. Upon seeing Huomeyer, the people beamed with smiles. There was no time for lengthy conversations, as Xiang Tianheng urgently needed to regain his composure. Otherwise, the consequences of his inner demons erupting would be dire. They traversed the entire square, making their way to the upper levels where the clan leaders resided within the life divine tree. A place few dared to venture. It was merely a good location, devoid of the temptations posed by beautiful women. They paused in a relatively spacious area leading to the upper levels. Xiang Tianheng? Huomeyer gently called out, checking if he had emerged from the grasp of his inner demons. "It hurts. It hurts." Bound, Xiang Tianheng wore a visage of agony, the crimson glow in his eyes undiminished as he writhed upon the ground. What is the matter? Logically, there should be no temptations here. He should have calmed down by now. Huomeyer was perplexed. They traversed the entire square, making their way to the upper levels where the clan leaders resided within the life divine tree, a place few dared to venture. They paused in a relatively spacious area leading to the upper levels. The ambience here was dim and tranquil, devoid of the allure of those beautiful women. "Xiang Tianheng?" Huomeyer softly called again, hoping to see him free from his inner demons. It hurts. It hurts. Bound, Xiang Tianheng wore a visage of agony, the crimson glow in his eyes undiminished as he writhed upon the ground. What's wrong? Logically, there should be no temptations here. He should have calmed down by now. Huomeyer was filled with uncertainty. Are you all right? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Xiang Tianheng broke free from his bindings and stood up, his eyes radiating red light as he gradually approached Huomeyer, a wicked smile adorning his face. What could possibly be wrong with me? As for you, I cannot say. He had transformed, the seductive energy emanating from his soul fire palpable. What do you intend to do? Huomeyer regarded Xiang Tianheng's altered demeanor with trepidation. Of course, I shall do as I please. Come forth. Xiang Tianheng's green soul fire suddenly surged forth, enveloping Huomeyer's head. The malevolent spirit sought to ensnare her, aiming to extract her soul for a divine communion. The humanoid green spirit bore a striking resemblance to Xiang Tianheng, yet was a more alluring version, not a skeleton. His ordinary features were not particularly handsome, but the wicked smile upon his face bore an enticing charm. This diminutive true form of Xiang Tianheng radiated a greenish luminescence. Upon witnessing this alternative Xiang Tianheng hovering above her, Huomeyer was momentarily entranced. He was no longer the terrifying, hideous skeleton, but had transformed into a being of allure and charm. A stark contrast that rendered him even more captivating. Was this truly his essence? Huomeyer pondered within. Xiang Tianheng's soul sought to allure Huomeyer, his shimmering body hovering above her, completely bare, with intentions unmistakably impure. Huomeyer snapped back to reality, but alas, it was too late. In a flash of insight, a small figure, resembling Huomeyer, emerged from within her, sporting similarly unique and enchanting hair and an equally alluring body. Xiang Tianheng's desires intensified as he embraced Huomeyer, yearning to possess her. Would he achieve his desires? Huomeyer struggled fiercely, attempting to escape the clutches of this seductive man. His embrace stirred within her feelings she had never experienced before. Glancing at her original form, she saw him already collapsed on the ground, eyes tightly shut, face flushed. Regardless of his prowess, at this moment, her heart was in turmoil, leaving her devoid of strength. The injury she sustained at the cold divine spring had yet to heal, rendering her unstable and susceptible to distractions. The two figures in the air bore no distinction from reality. Xiang Tianheng's caresses grew more fervent, and with a sudden rip, something was torn away from him. Gazing upon the exquisite and alluring figure before him, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the primal urges coursing through his body. His attention then shifted to the disheveled fire charm lying on the ground, her garments in disarray, while his own hands roamed over her form. A look of debauchery and intoxication etched upon his face. Occasionally, she emitted fervent moans that sent a rush of heat through his veins. Her appearance indistinguishable from the diminutive figures flitting about in the air. The dark desires enveloping him consumed his very soul, his eyes ablaze with an ominous light. Brandishing the golden staff, he struck towards the black circle encircling fire charm. At that moment, a powerful force collided with him. The two diminutive figures were separated by the impact, transforming into ethereal light and returning to their respective bodies. An elderly man cloaked in crimson materialized, his fingers weaving through the luminescence, casting a divine light into fire charm's being. Gradually, she opened her eyes, the flush on her face undiminished. What is happening? The elder fumed, his expression grim. Chieftain, this skeleton has tried to incapacitate me. Fire charm wept, her voice trembling. The fire chieftain, his countenance darkened, hoisted the unconscious figure of Xiang Tianheng, turning to fire charm with ire. Where did this skeleton come from? You dare to be intimate with it in my presence. Have you turned against me? It is not as it appears. It was merely an attempt to retrieve fire charm, she explained amidst her sobs. Let us discuss this further in the meeting room. The other chieftains await your presence. The fire chieftain interrupted her, departing in haste. Along the way, tears streamed down Fire Charm's cheeks, her heart swelling with resentment as she beheld Xiang Tianheng in the fire chieftain's grasp. That detestable skeleton nearly robbed me of my virtue. Faced with the other chieftains, what shall I do? A wave of despair washed over her. the impulse to perish gnawing at her. In this moment. Fire Charm was vulnerable and aggrieved, perhaps revealing her true self. Xiang Tianheng, unable to see through her fade, mistook her for possessing a dual nature. The persona she presented to others was one of feigned strength and coldness. Only now did her genuine self emerge. Unbeknownst to her, they arrived at the chieftain's meeting chamber. It was not overly spacious, yet could comfortably accommodate over 100 individuals. The center. 5 chairs crafted from material akin to that of the divine tree were arranged upon a raised platform. The 5 chieftains sat with solemnity, an invisible pressure saturating the room. The fire chieftain cast Xiang Tianheng aside and ascended the platform, his gaze fixed on Fire Charm, fury radiating from him. The 5 chieftains exuded a terrifying and formidable aura. Their appearances vivid and expressions varied. They were the Earth Chieftain, Fire Chieftain, Gold Chieftain, Water Chieftain, and with Chieftain It was universally acknowledged that the 5-spirit clan was favored by the heavens, and the young Fire Charm had already reached the pinnacle of her cultivation. Not to mention the formidable presence of the elder chieftains. Charm, I have cherished you so, yet you have managed to infuriate me. The Fire Chieftain exclaimed before the assembly, his rage palpable. Old Fire, your temper remains as volatile as ever. Perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye. The Water Chieftain, the only female among the 5, remarked, her azure hair shining brightly, the wrinkles on her face testament to the passage of time. What hidden truths! I witnessed it with my own eyes. Had it not been for the timely intervention, she would have suffered. The Fire Chieftain retorted, a scornful smile tugging at his lips, that I sent her to seek the descendants of the Emperor, only for her to return with a revenant. She appears gravely weakened. Surely she has stirred up trouble outside. With her head bowed, Fire Charm listened to the chieftain's discussions, tears cascading down her face, her gaze filled with hatred directed at the unconscious Xiang Tianheng. Calm yourself and hear her out. The Water Chieftain urged the Fire Chieftain, then turned to Fire Charm. Charm, I know you are the most obedient. What truly transpired? I have made my decision. Exile her from the Fire Spirit clan. The Fire Chieftain declared with authority. Look at her pink hair. She is a hybrid. His fixation on Fire Charm's pink locks revealed a deep-seated prejudice. Among the 5-spirit clan, the Gold Spirit clan held the highest status. And all matters, great and small, were to be addressed in the presence of the Gold Chieftain. Enough, old Fire. It is time for you to calm down. Having kept his eyes closed in meditation, the Gold Chieftain suddenly opened them. His gaze sharp. Isn't it time you tempered your fiery temper? Go into seclusion. You may return when you have mastered your rage. The room fell into a heavy silence, the Fire Chieftain wary of the Gold Chieftain's authority. Unable to utter a word. Charm, do not be afraid. Please explain what has occurred. What are the Emperor's descendants we tasked you to find? And who is this skeleton? The Gold Chieftain inquired with a calm demeanor. Tomorrow I shall visit the academy, and the day after will be the academic assessment. Please cheer for me. Everyone. The Gold Chieftain maintained his composure, yet the powerful aura still instilled fear in Fire Charm. I must speak. The Fire Chieftain's temper flared once more. It is the divine bone. Fire Charm stammered, feeling utterly wronged. What? It is a celestial material. How could that be? Clearly, it is a revenant, exclaimed the Wood Chieftain. His voice filled with disbelief. In a flash, the Gold Chieftain vanished, only to reappear beside Xiang Tianheng, his penetrating gaze fixated upon him. The other 4 chieftains quickly followed suit, their eyes glued to Xiang Tianheng. He truly possesses the divine bone, the Gold Chieftain proclaimed, astonishment evident in his expression. How is that possible? I refuse to believe it. How could a divine bone cultivate into human form? The Fire Chieftain questioned, his fiery locks swirling in the wind. His aura surged, a fiery fist aimed at the divine bone. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground as the chamber trembled. This was the Tree of Life, endowed with great regenerative power. Swiftly, the gaping hole began to mend at an observable pace. Its formidable life force stirred envy in many, yet none could claim it. Even the 5-spirit clan had yet to fully comprehend it. It remained an enigmatic divine tree. The Gold Chieftain glared at the Fire Chieftain, reprimanding him. You must retreat into seclusion. Your prowess in the void mirror is such that even the most resilient divine bone would be shattered by your strike. A break signifies it is not a divine bone. The gold chieftain seethed, exasperated by the fire chieftain's impulsive behavior. Damn it! Who dares to ambush me? Xiang Tianheng roared, realizing the severity of the attack aimed at him. Staggering to his feet and confronting the five inscrutable powerhouses before him, he was momentarily taken aback by their intense gazes, akin to hawks fixated on their prey. Did I offend them in some way? He then caught sight of Fire Charm not far away, her eyes glistening with tears, and called out, "Hey, little girl, why aren't you coming to my aid?" Fire Charm shot him a venomous glare before swiftly turning away. What is wrong with her? Xiang Tianheng mused, her expression suggesting he had wronged her family. Why is my head pounding so? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an agonizing throb emanated from his very soul, leaving him in torment. Why can I remember nothing clearly? Ah, I came to the Five Spirit Clan with Fire Charm. Could these individuals be her chieftains? The five chieftains, unable to conceal their excitement at Xiang Tianheng's condition, whispered among themselves. Indeed, he possesses the divine bone. As they marveled at his resilience against the Void Realm's attack, one could not help but exclaim in awe, exceptional divine bone. The Demon Emperor's weapon, the Demon Soldier, was forged from it. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianheng contemplated, no wonder so many formidable clansmen from the Dugu family are pursuing me. They covet me. Their imperial weapon is fashioned from divine bone. He recalled the Dugu family sending forth the likes of Dugu Xiaoman and Gudu Hongxiu. Even the clan's venerable masters had come forth. This skeleton belongs to our Wood Spirit clan. The Wood Chieftain interjected hastily, the most cunning and astute among the five. No. I, the Earth clan, demanded as well. The Earth Chieftain asserted, his demeanor deceptively simple. Absolutely not. The other chieftains quickly responded, vying for possession. This is a clan member we retrieved. It rightfully belongs to the Fire Spirit clan. The Fire Chieftain insisted. Old Fire, did you not just expel her from the Fire Spirit clan? Thus, she is no longer part of it. The Water Chieftain chimed in with a smile. Humph, I did not truly expel her. She remains one of my kin. This entity rightfully belongs to my clan. Whoever attempts to seize it shall face my wrath. The patriarch of the Fire Clan's expression immediately darkened, and he exclaimed in anger. The swift change in his demeanor left everyone present unable to contain their disdain, cursing him for his shamelessness in their hearts. Ever since the birth of Huomeyer, the patriarch had harbored a significant prejudice against her, particularly when he beheld her pink hair, which inexplicably ignited his fury. Strangely enough, Huomeyer had never laid eyes on her parents, and each time she inquired of the patriarch, she was met with his cold rebuke. The reason Huomeyer ventured forth to seek the descendants of the emperor was that the patriarch had once promised her that upon completing her task, he would reveal to her the identities of her parents. However, she never anticipated that the patriarch would now cast her out of the clan. Her hatred for Xiang Tianheng surged. When the patriarch declared that he would not expel her, she felt a fleeting moment of joy. The room was filled with the cacophony of several clan leaders engaging in heated debate, each vying for the divine bone to enhance the strength of their kin. Enough? Patriarch Jean furrowed his brow. Expressing his impatience to his command, silence fell, and the others lowered their heads, their gazes still fixated on Xiang Tianheng. The matter of the divine bone can be discussed later. Lao Tu, confine him to the dungeon. Ensure he does not escape. Patriarch Jean instructed, casting a glance at the honest and straightforward Earth Patriarch. Among the five, only the Earth Patriarch inspired his trust, being sincere and devoid of guile. Obeying the order, the Earth Patriarch's figure flickered like a shadow, vanishing in a thin air. When he reappeared, Xiang Tianheng was nowhere to be found. Are you not concerned he will consume it all for himself? Humph, he is not you. Patriarch Jean glared at the Wood Patriarch, his dissatisfaction palpable. Moments later, the Earth Patriarch returned, the scent of fresh earth permeating the air around him. Mayor, what have you encountered in this past month? Patriarch Jean inquired. All eyes turned to Huomeyer, their faces etched with curiosity. Huomeyer's mind was clouded with thoughts of Xiang Tianheng's chaotic actions earlier, leaving her feelings in turmoil. Did she loathe that man who nearly cost her innocence? Or did she despise him? Although the insult targeted her primordial spirit, It was still a form of violation, an indelible memory. I asked you a question. What? The resonant voice pierced through her consciousness, shaking her very soul, pulling Homer back to reality. What have you experienced in the past month? You have broken through to the great master level, yet why are you so severely depleted? Patriarch Jean raised his hand to halt the agitated fire patriarch, offering Homer a gentle smile. Upon leaving the fiery red forest, I was captured by the Wong family, and later, the descendants of the emperor and a skeleton came to my rescue. The descendant fled. But the skeleton, being of divine bone, I captured to atone for my sins. However, on the way back, I encountered a black Xian spirit wolf. What? It is a creature that gathers in packs. Even a great master would find it difficult to escape its clutches. How did you evade them? I summoned the fire spirit clan and fought desperately to escape. I was gravely injured, and the skeleton carried me into a valley of 100 flowers, where there exists the 7-colored marvel tree, as well as the ethereal cold spring. The 7-color marvel tree. Does it bear fruit? Patriarch Jean inquired urgently, momentarily losing his composure. The tea bears many 7-color marvel fruits, and I even consumed some. Consumed? Why, then, are you still so severely depleted? Could it be ineffective? The water patriarch, discerning the intricacies, interjected. The marvel fruits are universally acknowledged as divine fruits, known for their life-restoring properties, driving countless individuals to madness in pursuit of them. The divine tree had long been shrouded in mystery, with many powerful beings scouring various forbidden zones in search of it, yet none had truly discovered its existence. Hearing that one of their own had encountered this legendary tree was indeed exhilarating. It was effective, otherwise I wouldn't have reached the great master level so swiftly. Homer paused and glanced at the fire patriarch. There is one thing I wish to ask for your forgiveness regarding. Speak. The fire patriarch's demeanor shifted dramatically, casting aside the matter of the skeleton and Homer's ambiguous relationship. For the sake of the divine bone, he must rein in his emotions. Inadvertently, the fire spirit pearl was consumed by Xiang Tianheng. What? Upon hearing this, the fire patriarch was consumed with fury, shattering the table before him, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the space. The other patriarchs fell silent, recognizing that the fault lay with Homer, and refrained from intervening. The fire spirit pearl was of utmost significance to the fire patriarch. Should anyone else touch it, his wrath would be unfathomable. Now that it had been devoured by Xiang Tianheng, what must he be feeling? It will drive me to madness. The fire patriarch's face flushed crimson, a suffocating heat emanating from him as the aura of death locked on Homer. You have disappointed me time and again. Brother Hua, please calm yourself. The divine bone has already been captured. Retrieving the spirit pearl will not be difficult, the water patriarch quickly urged. Let her explain further. Very well, the fire patriarch said, pointing a finger at Homer. Homer remained composed, understanding the patriarch's temperament. Especially after nearly facing humiliation at Xiang Tianheng's hands today, she felt a desire to end her own life. Yet she knew she could not, for there were still many things left undone. I was in a state of desperation, knowing the patriarch would not spare me, that I struck Xiang Tianheng's head, attempting to reclaim the spirit pearl, but inadvertently sent it to the bottom of the ethereal cold spring. I hastily pursued it, only to encounter an alien race with butterfly wings at the spring's depths. The butterfly clan, have they not vanished for millennia? Everyone was taken aback. Hundreds of alien beings were encased in ice at the spring's bottom. Silence fell as the patriarchs bowed their heads, deep in thought that a male of the alien race survived and relentlessly pursued me. My injuries were inflicted by him. After hearing Homer's account, Patriarch Jean declared, "This matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. The heavens are shifting. All alien races are stirring. It seems we too must emerge." The patriarchs resolved to send individuals to investigate, determined to unravel this matter. The implications of this revelation were nothing short of earth-shattering. The true motives of the butterfly clan were indeed intriguing. The long-lost butterfly clan was poised to re-emerge, and the heavens were undoubtedly in flux. It seemed that the ancient warriors of the butterfly clan had not perished, sending a chill down one's spine. I have fulfilled my task. May I inquire if you will disclose what you promised me? Suddenly, Huameier's expression grew grave. The thought of her inner turmoil darkened her countenance. Alas, what is destined to come will come. The patriarchs lowered their heads, seemingly aware of Huameier's impending inquiry, their expressions tinged with sorrow. "Speak, please, Patriarch Hua. Tell me, who are my parents?" Huameier implored, her urgency palpable. "Old Hua, just tell her." The water patriarch lamented, her aged visage etched with additional wrinkles. "Alas, there is no avoiding it. Humph, the fire spirit clan has lost her. You shall not compel me to speak." The fire patriarch turned his head away, refusing to meet Huameier's gaze. "If you refuse to divulge, I shall." The water patriarch, unable to bear the sight of Huameier's yearning expression, interjected. With a flick of his sleeve, the fire patriarch vanished from sight, deliberately evading the matter. "Your mother was a prodigy of the fire spirit clan. She was sent out on a mission, where she unexpectedly fell in love with a young human. Concealing this from Brother Hua, they bore you. Upon learning of this, Brother Hua was consumed with rage and personally killed your mother and the young man. From that day forth, his temperament underwent a dramatic transformation. This is also the reason for the impurity of your hair and why he erupted in fury upon seeing you in an ambiguous situation with the skeleton. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? You know that intermarriage with foreign races is strictly forbidden. Brother Hua had no choice but to set an example, to instill fear in the clan. No, I do not believe it." Huameier could not accept this reality. Her face contorted in anguish as she clutched her head and fled. Perhaps this would serve as a trial for her. Perhaps it would unravel the knots in her heart. Sorrow was inevitable, and she must come to terms with it all. How would she face the fire patriarch in the future, as a vengeful enemy for the murder of her parents? Or as the lofty patriarch? Life is fraught with challenges, and one must inevitably confront choices regarding their affections to Mayor. "Where are you going?" Observing the tormented Huameier rush past, Huaxing gently called out. Just as he intended to pursue her, a voice within halted him. "Stop. Allow her some solitude." This was a pivotal moment for Huameier. Her ultimate character would be shaped by this experience. Her previously ambiguous demeanor, difficult to articulate, fluctuated between joy and indifference. The turmoil within her had undoubtedly influenced her disposition, and if she were to find clarity from this ordeal, a lively and cheerful Huameier would emerge. Conversely, if she remained in despair, a cold and unfeeling Huameier would reveal herself. It is often said that a person's character is not innate, but cultivated through their environment. Living in different circumstances shapes distinct personalities. This is also why a person can undergo a sudden transformation in temperament. At this juncture, will you wish to impart a profound truth? In life, one must revel in joy while they can. To live joyfully is but a day, and to endure suffering is also merely a day. Not allow yourself to be shackled by the mundane. Embrace a carefree existence. See through the illusions of the world, and attain enlightenment and sovereignty. In a dimly lit chamber, a stark white skeleton sits in silence. The flickering flame of the soul emits an eerie green glow. This bizarre scene is enveloped in gloom, shrouded in an unsettling stillness. This skeleton is Xiang Tianheng, who, after being confined, has vented his frustrations for a long time. In his mind, deep within his soul, a flicker of spiritual light flashes, but a sense of astonishment and shock unfolds. What entity has intruded upon his soul? Could it be a threat? As these thoughts swirl, a cold sweat trickles down his spine that he swiftly sits upright, focusing his consciousness. Before him, the green flame of the soul detaches from his skull. Floating in mid-air, its verdant light illuminates the room, saturating it with a sinister, terrifying aura. Deep within his soul, a shadowy figure materializes, resembling the physical form of Xiang Tianheng, an immature face and a frail stature. Seemingly fragile, the space is vast and empty, with a crimson spirit pearl suspended in the air. Beside it lies an ancient tome, radiating luminous energy. The book appears to be composed of light, though this light seems to solidify into a tangible form. It quivers beside the fiery spirit pearl, yearning to escape. The strange spirit pearl suppresses it, as if resisting, striving to convey its unwillingness to submit easily. From whence did this ancient tome originate? Xiang Tianheng is perplexed. At the other end of the chilling celestial spring, where the ancient corpse appeared, he had glimpsed a stone tablet. Before he could discern its contents, a beam of spiritual light shot into his soul like lightning. At that moment, he thought he had triggered some hidden mechanism, prompting his hasty retreat. Could this tome, born of that spiritual light, be the very same? He vaguely perceives the densely packed characters upon it, twinkling like stars, flowing with divine light. Each character possesses a sanctity that captivates the soul. It is likely a divine technique left by an alien race. Otherwise, how could it possess such divinity? Naturally, Xiang Tianheng yearns to claim this divine method for himself, desiring a technique capable of breaking his seals. Gradually, he moves closer to the ancient tome. Yet an unseen force consistently hinders his reading. Although he can see the characters within, comprehending their true essence remains elusive. Through various attempts, that mysterious power continues to obscure his perceptive faculties. Alas, he vows to return and uncover the nature of this divine method. It is maddening to have such a method before him, yet feel utterly powerless. Since he is here, he resolves to discover the source of his inner demons. Xiang Tianheng decides to delve deeper. The throbbing pain in his head and the cold gaze of Huan Meyer lead him to suspect his inner demons are resurfacing. He wonders if he has inadvertently harmed her. Time and again, his inner demons seize control of his body and soul, chilling Xiang Tianheng's heart. A threat, akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. He wanders, yet remains oblivious to the hiding place of his inner demons. In the chaotic depths of his soul lies a vast, untamed wilderness filled with unknown realms, making it difficult for Xiang Tianheng to seek them out. Is he to leave a latent threat within his very soul? It is inconceivable. Regardless, he must uncover the cause today and eradicate it to the root, practicing the technique of bone fusion and soul devouring. The color of his soul remains unchanged, still pallid. Subsequently, he devoured the spirit of the ghostly bone command, yet his soul flame transformed to match its hue. Could it be that he did not completely consume it, and that the previous spirit is at play? In the infernal realm of demonic bones, Xiang Tianheng effortlessly consumed the spirit from the ghostly bone command, and from that point forward, his inner demons manifested. This inevitably leads him to suspect the spirit is to blame. Understanding the cause, he realizes that as long as he identifies the green entity triggering the transformation of his soul, he can ascertain the validity of his suspicions. Sure enough, in the chaotic depths, a faint green glimmer appears unassumingly. This the spirit, the root of his soul's change in color, the source of his inner demons. He stretches out his hand, reaching for the green glow. The glow seems to sense danger and vanishes in an instant, only to reappear elsewhere. Humph! It seeks to play hide and seek with me. I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate you today. He darts towards the fiery spirit pearl, enveloping it with his consciousness. The ancient tome appears to follow the spirit pearl, unable to escape. The dazzling brilliance of the spirit pearl engulfs the green glow in a fiery embrace. The green glow cannot evade. Emitting a cry of anguish, It transforms into a demon, bearing its fangs and claws, with a gaping maw lunging towards Xiang Tianheng and the fiery spirit pearl. Xiang Tianheng grows increasingly convinced that the spirit is indeed dead. Its lingering remnants persist. Today he must obliterate it. A torrent of flames envelopes the remnant, as the soul fire morphs into a massive net, seeking to capture it, to extinguish it utterly. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberates as the floating green soul returns to its skull, and the remnant vanishes. This is an opportune moment, a prime chance to slay the remnant. Yet, unexpectedly, a deafening noise interrupts him. The remnant has escaped, its whereabouts unknown. Capture and annihilate it again is no easy feat. Rage! Xiang Tianheng opens his eyes, flames flickering with a desire to erupt. It turns out to be the Fire Clan leader barging in. Xiang Tianheng opens his mouth, intending to vent his anger, but the thought dissipates immediately. After all, strength is paramount. He is a formidable figure of the ethereal realm, the leader of the Fire Clan, a fire warrior. His battle aura surges, thick with the essence of fire. Hand it over, the Fire Clan leader demands. A powerful aura intimidates Xiang Tianheng, bursting forth without restraint that he cannot withstand it. The bones in his body tremble. Can he resist a being of the ethereal realm? Persevere. He must not let himself falter. What? The unyielding will sustain him. Indeed, the tenacity is commendable, the Fire Clan leader muses, astonished by Xiang Tianheng's indomitable spirit. However, upon hearing a particular remark, fury ignites within him. His fiery red hair radiates an overwhelming presence, striking fear into Xiang Tianheng. The fiery spirit pearl. You have been foreseen in my domain, yet I cannot produce it. What? You wish to hoard it for yourself? Let me tell you, the fiery spirit pearl is a treasure of my clan. If you wish to take it, you must slay my kin. The Fire Clan leader sneers, delivering a menacing declaration that a wry smile crosses Xiang Tianheng's face. He truly cannot retrieve it at this moment. The fiery spirit pearl floats leisurely in his mind, accompanied by the ancient tome, akin to a little brother shadowing an elder. Regardless of the circumstances, the fiery spirit pearl remains indifferent. It feels as though it has taken root deep within his soul. Leaving him powerless to act, I shall shatter my skull and extract it. Upon finishing, the Fire Clan leader's fiery battle strength surges, his palm glowing with a crimson radiance, ready to seize Xiang Tianheng's crown. With a mere exertion, his skull could be obliterated, even if it is of divine bone. What of it? Before a peak ethereal being, it is not invincible. Celestial materials are merely tools for mortals to wield. People employ various methods to refine them. What good is formidable defense? It is only temporary that Wu Yi is becoming increasingly proficient in writing novels. Previously, his language was overly verbose, and his prose rigid, rendering it dull. Now, he resolves to limit excessive descriptive language. Perseverance is the key to triumph. Unbeknownst to him, he has penned 66 chapters, signifying that fortune will favor him in the future. Does this seem too self-satisfied? People love those who are audacious. No. Xiang Tianheng's heart races with urgency. He does not wish to perish here. What perilous risks did he undertake to reach the Five Spirit Clan? Was it not to harness the power of the Five Spirit Pearls, to break free from his seals? To die here would be utterly unworthy. Now, life and death hang by a thread. The future holds unfinished business. Hope lies in one's own creation. Grant me time, and I shall undoubtedly deliver the unscathed Fire Clan into your hands. Xiang Tianheng is determined not to perish so easily. If he can delay, he will. Preserving his life, even for a moment, is paramount. Silence. The volatile Fire Clan leader falls into contemplation, weighing his options, whether to extract the fiery spirit pearl now or allow it to present itself willingly. If he rashly shatters its skull, will it not endanger the spirit pearl? When it comes to the fiery spirit pearl, the Fire Clan leader thinks thrice. Even his typically fiery temperament is subdued at this moment. Cold sweat pours from Xiang Tianheng, anxiety gnawing at him. His very existence hangs on the leader's decision. This sensation, of life and death being at another's mercy, is profoundly unsettling. He resolves that such a situation must not arise again. Very well, I grant you 3 days. At long last, the words of the Fire Clan leader have arrived, and upon finishing, he shuts the door and departs. Though the time spent in contemplation was brief, it felt like an eternity for Xiang Tianheng, akin to enduring a year in a single day. That fleeting moment seemed to stretch into ages. Alas, what shall I do next? The Fire Spirit Clan truly cannot produce the required resources. And I am not deceiving the clan leader in the face of such life-threatening peril. Could Xiang Tianheng jest with his own life? With everyone gone, the surroundings fell into silence. Xiang Tianheng once more plunged into the depths of his soul, only to find it still barren. The remnants of his past thoughts were nowhere to be found, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Xiang Tianheng felt a surge of anger. Such a splendid opportunity has slipped away. In his heart, he lamented the ancestral lineage of the Fire Clan, venting his dissatisfaction. His soul's flame remained green, and the latent threat still loomed. Once again, his life faced a challenge. I must unearth the remnants. Determined, Xiang Tianheng resolved to search repeatedly. The remnants were like a thorn in his eye, a splinter in his flesh, an obsession he could not shake off in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. leaving only 1 day remaining. Still, he could not shake the fire spirit pearl, which made Xiang Tianheng's anxiety mount. What to do? What to do? Had I known, I would never have ventured to the five-spirit clan. This risk was not worth taking. I wonder how Homer communicated with the clan leaders. The situation is now entirely beyond my control. Xiang Tianheng had hinted to Homer that the fire spirit pearl required the gathering of the five-spirit clan to be summoned. Yet, it was uncertain whether Homer relayed this message. Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed likely that she had not. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open once more. Without needing to look, he knew it was the five clan leaders arriving. With their entrance, the air became charged with a searing intensity. Time has come. Hand over the fire spirit pearl. The fire clan leader's countenance was fierce, diving straight into the matter without preamble. That I wish to see Homer. May I have your permission? Perhaps her presence would provide a sense of security. After all, Xiang Tianheng was only acquainted with Homer, and he held some feelings for her. Little did he know, Homer harbored a deep-seated hatred for him now. What nonsense! She left 3 days ago. Quickly surrender the fire spirit pearl, or I shall not hesitate to employ extreme measures. The fire clan leader glared at him with fierce eyes, with a bitter smile. Xiang Tianheng felt a wave of helplessness. Yes, the fire spirit pearl was within his soul's depths. Without Homer, a chill crept into his heart. There was no support, no comfort. Whoosh, whoosh, several powerful presences approached, rendering one breathless. The dense aura of earth, the refreshing essence of wood, the pure breath of water, and the domineering force of metal all converged. The atmosphere became vibrant, alternating between refreshing, sweltering, and cool, as if traversing through the four seasons. Drawing closer to nature and transcending the mundane. These were the auras of the five clan leaders, formidable beings of the Taisu realm. Even without concealing their powers, their presence was fearsome enough to alter the surrounding ambience. Old fire, do you wish to monopolize the divine bone all by yourself? Upon arrival, the Earth Clan leader chuckled amiably. He was as straightforward in appearance as in character, with pure double pupils, a small head, short legs, and a rounded form, resembling a ball of flesh. Though he was the most honest among the five clan leaders, his prowess in earth-based combat was not to be underestimated, particularly his mastery over the earth spirit's power. Unmatched by any other, in summary, he was simply strong. In this era, the five-spirit clan boasted five Taisu realm powerhouses, a rare occurrence capable of rivaling them in the world. The younger generation was also exceptionally talented, showing great promise, including Jin Yun of the Metal Clan, Hu Xing of the Fire Clan, Qing Ling of the Wood Clan, and Lan Fanqi of the Water Clan. Now, the five clan leaders were all several hundred years old, each feeling that their time was drawing near. Thus, in an effort to enhance their clan's strength, their gazes were fixed upon the divine bone. To forge a divine weapon not only elevated their power, but also prolonged their lives. A most effective means to bolster their clan's might. I merely wish to reclaim the fire spirit pearl, stated the fire clan leader, not even casting a glance at them. Nonsense. Haha. With the divine bone present, who wouldn't desire it? The Wood Clan leader scoffed. Be quiet. We've been bickering for several days now. Are we all too old for this? The Metal Clan leader interjected. Silence enveloped the group as everyone bowed their heads. The atmosphere grew tense. All of this was due to the divine bone. Everything revolved around it. The current clan leaders, entangled in schemes, revealed their true natures. Do you not wish for the divine bone? The Wood Clan leader quickly countered. Haha, do you not yearn to forge your own Taisu weapon? Do you not wish to live a few more years? I imagine your remaining days are numbered, yes? How do you know? The Metal Clan leader exclaimed in shock, having kept this matter concealed, with only him aware of it. In truth, he had sensed the aura of death several years ago, instilling immense fear within him. In the realm of cultivation, he could not break through. Only transformation awaited him. Perishing in this world, no one could contend with the power of transformation. Unless they were a sovereign who had shattered the heavenly path, weathered the tribulations, and reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Yet, how many in the world could achieve such feats? It was said that only the Demon Emperor, the Purple Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor possessed such accomplishments, all hailing from certain star regions in the universe. Yet, Why had they all appeared on the Shershan star, leaving one perplexed? The Metal Clan leader had hidden his condition well. Why was he still outmatched by the Wood Clan leader? As the Wood Spirit Clan leader, who could possibly know more about the essence of life than I have long discerned the life force within you waning. The aura of death coalescing. The Wood Clan leader spoke with a calm demeanor. Alas, the Metal Clan leader sighed, feeling as though he had aged considerably, with white hair sprouting and wrinkles appearing on his face. The aura of death, decay, and aging surged forth uncontrollably, and no longer concealing it. He revealed his true state. I never imagined I could not conceal it from you. It seems your strength has grown considerably. I do wish to obtain the divine bone. However, in my current state, it would be of little use. The voice of the Metal Clan leader was frail and tinged with sorrow, renowned throughout the world. Yet ultimately unable to escape the cycle of transformation that conquer oneself, yet be unable to conquer fate. How tragic it was. What is there to argue about? The divine bone was retrieved by my Fire Spirit Clan. Now, the Fire Spirit Pearl is bound to it, and thus it rightfully belongs to my Fire Spirit Clan. The Fire Clan leader proclaimed. His countenance was grave, believing that the divine bone was his by right and that he alone should manage it. But how would the other clan leaders perceive this? The elders were embroiled in conflict over the divine bone, naturally affecting the younger generation, leading to rifts among the clans. Previously, minor disputes had occurred. But now the Five Spirit Clan had grown cold, with everyone remaining silent, a palpable stillness in the air. One could not help but wonder if this was the calm before the storm. The discord within the Five Spirit Clan had existed long before. Xiang Tianheng's arrival had acted as a catalyst, intensifying the tensions. That on what grounds do you claim this? The divine bone belongs to the Five Spirit Clan. The Water Spirit Clan has an equal claim to it. The Water Clan leader, upon hearing this, became exceedingly irate, discontent with the Fire Clan leader's desire to monopolize it. She was the only woman among the five leaders. An elderly matriarch, her blue hair unable to conceal the signs of aging on her face. Though she had lived for several centuries, her body did not exude the aura of death. Lan Zhao. For all these years, you have consistently opposed me. The Fire Clan leader bellowed in anger, directly calling the Water Clan leader by name. Huoming, I merely spoke what needed to be said and acted as required. The scene was indeed rare, as for the first time in many years, the two clan leaders hurled each other's names at one another in a furious exchange. Their gazes locked, an explosive energy erupted, and the atmosphere thickened, rendering it difficult to breathe. Enough? What has gotten into you? The Metal Clan leader sighed, hastily intervening. Go ahead and argue, but in the end, I shall have my share of the divine bone, said the Earth Clan leader with a grin. The Metal Clan leader, Jin Wooly, shot a fierce glare at the Earth Clan leader, internally chastising him for stirring the pot further, fearing that the situation would worsen. The Earth Clan leader scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Huoming turned away, no longer regarding Lan Zhao, his eyes narrowing with malice as he directed a stern warning at Xiang Tianheng, the divine bone. Quickly surrender the Fire Spirit Pearl. Otherwise, I shall slay you on the spot. Keeping you alive serves no purpose, and I desire your bones. That I truly cannot produce the Fire Spirit Pearl, but I have a method. What method? Gather the 5 Spirit Pearls. At this moment, Xiang Tianheng found himself being tossed around like a cake, snatched and divided among the clan leaders. The discord among them had already ignited, and he dared to suggest gathering the 5 Spirit Pearls. An act of sheer recklessness. Break the seal. He was willing to risk it all. I think I shall take it myself. Huoming's rage flared, a faint glow of fire emanating from him. The oppressive heat intensifying at a hand composed of raging flames reached towards Xiang Tianheng, aiming directly for his celestial crown. The celestial crown was the most vulnerable point, and the soul was protected by it. Should it be breached, Xiang Tianheng's life would truly be forfeit. In this critical moment, as the ethereal figure of Lan Zhao made her move, an immediate sensation of humidity enveloped the air, and the temperature around her plummeted. Behind her, a vast expanse of cerulean sea roared with tumultuous waves. In the sky, a few white seagulls could be faintly seen soaring gracefully. The sea and sky blended into one, as the gulls danced in unison with the heavens above. As the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated, The surging waters transformed into a formidable water dragon, lunging towards the fiery hand of the flame-wielding figure. Upon encountering the fire, the water resisted and began to dissolve, resulting in the fiery hand emitting a plume of azure smoke, fading into nothingness. The fire wielder, humming, seethed in fury, rendered speechless. The divine bone could not be slain, and furthermore, it was not yours to kill. The elder Mu, observing the unfolding drama, stepped forward and remarked, "Indeed, the divine bone cannot be moved just yet." Yet he pondered within, unwilling to let Huoming acquire the fire spirit pearl, as it would amplify his strength tremendously, creating an even more formidable adversary in the struggle for the divine bone. Each of the five harbored their own clandestine motives, scheming against one another. Xiang Tianheng, drenched in cold sweat, felt the weight of impending doom. The threats he faced were unbearable, and had he been afflicted with a heart condition, he would have perished from fright long. Why time is limited. I cannot afford to linger for many more years. I shall not contest with you all, Jean Woolley declared once more. Since being unmasked by Qing Lan, his physical state no longer concealed itself. Alas, brother! Hulin Jiao gazed at Jean Woolley, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yearning to voice her thoughts, for their long-standing companionship made it unbearable to witness his decline. You need not say more. While I draw breath, the five-spirit clan shall coexist harmoniously. I cannot bear to see kin turn against each other. As for the divine bone, we shall deliberate upon its fate upon Mayoress return, should she not return. If she does not, we shall devise another plan. Let us disperse for now, observing the stillness of the gathered crowd. Jean Woolley's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "Disperse! Is it because my days are numbered and my cultivation has waned?" At once, a powerful aura enveloped the chamber. This was battle energy, a testament to formidable combat prowess. Born for warfare and destined to die in battle, confronting gods with zeal, facing demons with ferocity, a relentless cycle of life and death, brimming with the essence of conflict. Everyone's complexion shifted. The authority of Jean Woolley remained intact. The once mighty figure had not faded from existence. Reluctantly, the clan leaders departed. Once all had exited, Jean Woolley turned to Xiang Tianheng and muttered softly, "As the head of the clans, I cannot allow chaos to reign within the five-spirit clan. If Mirror does not return, I shall have no choice but to annihilate you." A cold glint flickered in Jean Woolley's eyes. The destruction of the divine bone was a task only he could undertake, capable of squandering such a treasure. Gradually, his figure faded, vanishing from sight. With a reprieve of life, Xiang Tianheng did not feel elated. His fate was once again tethered to that woman. Will it be death? Will it be life? The outcome remained unpredictable. Would Huomei truly return? Could she truly set aside everything? The Fire Spirit clan was both her birthplace and the site of her parents' demise. Clan leader, our Fire Spirit pearl still resides within the divine bone. Shall we not take action? Within Huoming's chamber stood the elite of the Fire Spirit clan, including several peak-level cultivators and a handful on the brink of transcending to the Void Realm. The one who spoke possessed a cultivation of half a step into the void, the sole one of his kind, appearing somewhat aged, even older than Huoming. What can I do with Jean Woolley present? Let us not forget, Huoming lamented, recalling how he once watched Huo Wuchang with a sigh. Then, what of our Fire Spirit pearl? Huo Wuchang inquired. We cannot relinquish the divine bone. What shall we do next? Others nodded in agreement, seeking answers from Huoming. Alas, we can only retrieve Huomei and persuade her to hand over the divine bone. Huoming sighed deeply. Huoxing, here. The young and powerful Huoxing stepped forward. Very well. You share a good rapport with Huomei. I shall send you to bring her back. Huoming regarded Huoxing with an expression of approval. However, do exercise caution. She has reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, and I fear she may turn against you. Take this kingly weapon with you. A fiery glow sword towards Huoxing, revealing a battle axe engulfed in flames, adorned with intricate black patterns, the fierce visage of a beast etched upon it, exuding a potent aura of fire. Upon receiving the axe, Huoxing caressed it gently, his heart brimming with excitement. Unable to contain his admiration, should you succeed in your mission, this battle axe shall be bestowed upon you. Huoming observed Hua Xing's infatuation with the weapon and decisively encouraged him. "Thank you, clan leader," Hua Xing exclaimed, clutching the axe tightly as he departed. Watching him leave, the crowd buzzed with conversation. "Clan leader, is it true that Huomeyer has reached the pinnacle of her cultivation?" One could hardly contain their eagerness and inquired hastily. "Indeed, she has attained the pinnacle." The assembly gasped in astonishment, for among them were seasoned elders, powerful in their own right, feeling a sense of inadequacy compared to the young Huomeyer. Some were even old enough to be her great-grandparents. What a prodigy! Alas, what a pity! Upon hearing such remarks, Huoming's anger flared. "Humph! Should I not have slain her parents? Was I not wise enough to cherish a prodigy? Was it wrong for me to expel her before she could commune with the divine bone?" Huoming retorted coldly. It appeared the clan leader had not yet moved past the events of the past. Leading to his fury towards Huomeyer, the clans of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth successively dispatched individuals to search for Huomeyer. However, where had she vanished to? These individuals emerged from the Tree of Life, entering the fire-red forest, a place resembling a blazing inferno, fraught with peril, making the search for her akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In the morning, the fire-red forest was shrouded in mist, ethereal and vague, resembling a realm of immortals. Yet this mist concealed a deadly miasma, potent enough to claim the lives of even seasoned cultivators, which was why so few dared venture into the fire-red forest. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the miasma became, increasing the toxicity and complicating their quest for Huomeyer. Just as they were fervently and anxiously searching, Huomeyer returned. Upon receiving the news, everyone was elated and hurried back. The majestic Tree of Life stood tall within the fire-red forest, vibrant and full of life, its leaves rustling in the wind to the top. The branches flourished, while the trunk remained bare, yet stood upright. Piercing the clouds, within the Tree of Life, in the assembly hall, Huomeyer stood below, gazing at the clan leader with a frosty demeanor. Her eyes were complex, filled with hatred, gratitude, and more. "You wretched girl, you have finally returned to save me." Xiang Tianheng felt ecstatic at the sight of Huomeyer, thinking to himself that she still possessed a conscience. "Silence!" Huomeyer retorted coldly that, in a foul mood, she shot a glare at the unsightly skeleton, her murderous gaze sending a shiver down Xiang Tianheng's spine. This time, Huomeyer did not return alone. Beside her stood a mysterious woman clad in white, her face concealed by a wide-brimmed hat, radiating an aura of unfathomable strength. "Mayor, may I inquire who this is?" Jean Woolley inquired curiously, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. As a cultivator of the Void Realm, he was unable to discern the strength of this young girl, leaving him bewildered. Has the outside world grown so powerful that even a mere child surpasses my capabilities? The woman slowly removed her hat, revealing a face as exquisite as jade, a gentle smile that could captivate countless young men. She appeared pure and ethereal, as if she were an otherworldly fairy. "Mei Yan Yan?" Xiang Tianheng gasped in surprise. He had a vivid memory of this woman, known as the fairy, particularly her unparalleled beauty etched deep within his soul. Her origins were also remarkable. She was a disciple of the immortal Taoist Xianfu, who had lived for millennia. The passage of time had failed to erase her existence. Was she not formidable? This individual was shrouded in mystery. Having remained hidden and rarely made an appearance, it was likely that few could claim to have lived longer than her. Little skeleton, you still remember me. This time you cannot escape." The fairy smiled at Xiang Tianheng. Then, turning to the clan leader, she announced, "I am sent by Taoist Xianfu. He has instructed me to retrieve the divine bone." "What? Taoist Xianfu is still alive. And who are you to him? My master exists beyond time. How could he possibly be obliterated by the heavenly path?" The fairy expressed her displeasure at these words. Thus it was revealed that she was a disciple of Taoist Xianfu. The clan leaders felt a tempestuous wave of emotions surge within them. Filled with admiration for this woman, Taoist Xianfu, in good health. "Thank you for your concern. My master is doing well. He has sent me to reclaim the divine bone." It was clear that the visitor bore ill intentions. Arriving for the sake of the divine bone, how could the celestial materials of the world possibly be given to him? The imperial weapon of yours was forged from such substance that it is said that the demon emperor, Bai, crafted most of his demonic armaments using divine bones. Indeed, the weapons of other sovereigns have also incorporated divine bones to stabilize their constructs and enhance their strength. How dare Amir Jr. speak so audaciously? These divine bones were procured by my kin and rightfully belong to my clan. The first to erupt in fury was Huaming, his anger causing his crown to tilt as he bellowed. A formidable aura surged towards the celestial maiden, yet she stood tall, unperturbed, her countenance still adorned with a smile, exuding composure and tranquility. Preposterous, a thunderous roar echoed, its momentum piercing deep into the soul, causing disarray and dizziness among those present. Who is this individual? Such a resounding voice stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of the onlookers, leaving them feeling as if they might vomit blood. This moment, the chieftain of the Fire Clan, Huaming, had slumped to the ground, his body trembling. This voice, directed at Huaming, was executed with precision, neither too light nor too heavy, merely a show of intimidation that a figure materialized in the sight of the assembly, standing amidst them. This silhouette grew increasingly distinct until a tangible individual emerged. With golden hair and a robust physique, a hint of sternness could be seen between his thick brows. That it was evident that he belonged to the Jinling clan. His towering stature resembled that of a war deity, his wild battle aura filling the entire chamber, pressing down on everyone like a monumental weight upon their chests. Shock. The 5 clan leaders were rendered speechless upon seeing this individual. Among them, the most astounded was the Jin clan leader, who gasped, old ancestor, I thought you had perished." Jin Woolley swallowed hard, stammering, filled with reverence for the man before him. Indeed, this man was the living ancestor of the Jinling clan, who had transcended a century ago, completely departing from this world. The position of clan leader was passed on to Jin Woolley by his own hand. Centuries prior, this sole surviving ancestor, Jin Zhan, had sensed the approach of death. Thus he bequeathed the leadership to Jin Woolley and vanished from sight. The descendants believe he had ascended to immortality. Unexpectedly, he reappeared before them today. How could this not be astonishing? Woolley, who claimed I was dead? Jin Woolley was momentarily speechless, realizing that he had never proclaimed his demise upon leaving. Overcome with emotion, Jin Woolley's eyes turned red. This was his ancestor, alive. He had not perished, and thus his clan had hope. "Ancestor, upon your return, shall you not depart again?" "I shall not return," Jin Zhan replied, resolutely. Present. "I am still in seclusion, resisting the forces of transcendence to prolong my life's dwindling flow. What you see now is merely my external manifestation." His words resonated powerfully, each syllable infused with spiritual energy that pierced the heart. "Uncle Jin, we must hasten. Our master awaits the completion of our task." Uncle Jin, everyone was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the implications. It turned out that in his illustrious past, Jin Zhan, a war god, had vanquished countless foes and battled numerous equals. His sole focus had been combat, causing many to falter beneath his feet, becoming stepping stones for his ascent. With his presence, none dared threaten the 5-Spirit clan. With him present, none dared to lay a hand upon the 5-Spirit clan. Once, he ventured beyond the shattering God Star into other star realms, seeking worthy adversaries. Returning battered yet victorious, all was for the sake of battle. Yet, even this war god could not withstand the test of time, nor could he evade the ravages of the years, tragic and lamentable. Upon sensing the encroachment of death, he chose to depart without informing the clan leader of his intentions or destination. As he left, the entire clan wept, for Jin Zhan had lived long enough for them to realize that this journey might lead to peril. In his moment of uncertainty regarding the future, he recalled the immortal fortune Taoist who had once saved the 5-Spirit clan. This immortal, having lived the longest, surely possessed secrets to longevity. After much hardship, Jin Zhan finally located him and chose to follow closely at his side. "Woolley, I have only been gone a century, and you have allowed the 5-Spirit clan to descend into chaos. Today, I reclaim the 5-Spirit pearls." Jin Zhan nodded towards the celestial maiden before casting his gaze upon the 5 clan leaders, ultimately fixing his eyes on Jin Woolley. coldly admonishing him, with a flick of his fingers. For colossal hands of chaotic energy, born from his battle aura, reached towards the heads of the Jin, Mu, Shui, and 2 clan leaders, tearing through the void as they delved into their storage spaces. No. No. You are the ancestor of the Jin clan, not the ancestor of my Mu clan. You are unworthy to seize my clan's spirit pearls. Unworthy, Qing Lan exclaimed in a panic, desperate to retain his clan's treasures. In his frantic state, he forgot that he was addressing the once invincible war god. All others looked on in disbelief. Only he dared to resist. With a flash, beams of light shot forth, green, blue, golden, and gray. Qing Lan attempted to soar into the heavens to reclaim the spirit pearls, but was forcibly subdued by an overwhelming pressure. The 4 divine lights intertwined, dazzling and radiant, cutting through the air before coming to rest in Jin Zhan's grasp, suspended in midair. The 4 orbs of light represented the Jin spirit pearl, the Shui spirit pearl, the Mu spirit pearl, and the 2 spirit pearl. Jin Zhan collected the spirit pearls. His piercing gaze remained fixed on the 5 clan leaders, especially Qing Lan, deliberately preventing him from rising. Is this how it should be? Centuries of comfortable living have led you to this state. 2 individuals had already collapsed to the ground, devoid of any capacity to retaliate, akin to lifeless dogs. Ancestor, I beseech you to show mercy. It is my mismanagement that has led to this, that if you seek punishment, let it be meted out to me as well. Jin Wuli feared the ancestor's wrath, realizing that if these 2 perished, it would be a significant loss for the 5 spirit clan. That he hurriedly stepped forward. Through Jin Zhan's gaze, it was evident that atop Jin Wuli's head loomed a dark mass, occasionally morphing into a ferocious beast or a sinister demon. This aura of death tainted his very soul, devouring his life force. Each passing moment became a threat to his existence. Young one, you bear the same burden of impending death as I once did. It appears your time is running short. Can you withstand my trials? Upon hearing this, Huameyer felt a surge of sorrow, hastily inquiring, Jin clan leader, are you? Though Huameyer harbored animosity towards the 5 spirit clan and its leader, years of shared history left her feeling profoundly saddened. Jin Ming waved his hand, interrupting Huameyer with a sigh. Whether I die early or late, it is all the same. Any outcome holds no difference for me. A chill swept over everyone, leading them to sigh in unison. Ultimately, death comes for all. The war god, the demon, and oneself can never truly triumph over destiny. The realm of sovereigns is but a dream forever beyond reach. The divine bones I shall take with me. Furthermore, Huameyer shall also depart from the 5 spirit clan, and this is her own volition. With that, he seized Xiang Tianheng and cleaved a rift in the void. A gaping black hole threatening to consume everything in its path. The onlookers stood aghast, marveling at such overwhelming power. With a single hand, he cleaved the heavens, truly a divine skill. Jin Zhan swept Xiang Tianheng, Huameyer, and the celestial maiden into the void. Gradually, the rift closed, rippling with waves, restoring everything to its previous state. Jin Zhan cast one last glance at Jin Wuli, then waved his hand. Golden light erupted forth. A radiant pillar surging towards him, this dazzling divine light enveloped his form. He was instantly shattered into countless starlit fragments that flowed back into his being. Jin Wuli felt himself lifted, buoyed by spiritual energy, restored to the pinnacle of his life, that I can only sustain your life for 10 years. Beyond that, you will fade into nothingness. Jin Zhan's voice grew faint as his magnificent, imposing figure gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing from sight. Revitalized, Jin Wuli bowed deeply towards the place of the ancestor's disappearance. He then addressed the gathered crowd coldly. I, the 5 spirit clan, shall once again see the light of day. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Tianheng and the others found themselves on a solitary island, surrounded by the sea, gazing out at the vast, boundless ocean, a pristine azure expanse, akin to a bashful maiden. The sky mirrored the water, a blue canvas with drifting white clouds. Birds soared freely above, while fish frolicked beneath the waves. A harmonious and beautiful tableau unfolded. Here, there were no disputes. Here, there were no intrigues. Here, there is no bloodshed. How could such a place exist? Truly a paradise on earth. I would gladly reside here for a lifetime. Wouldn't you agree? Bunyo? Homer gazed at the splendor before her, lost in admiration. Unbeknownst to her, a spirit tiger had appeared at her side, nodding in agreement, behaving quite obediently. Mayor, why have you brought me here? Upon arriving at the god-slaying star, Xiang Tianheng found himself ensnared by the whims of women. From the very outset, he was captured by the willful princess of the Z family, Zimengxin, who tormented him for several months. Subsequently, he fell into the clutches of Homer, who led him to the Fire Spirit clan, where he endured countless grievances. Now, he had once again fallen into the hands of a fairy, leaving him to ponder how she would choose to toy with him. Alas, it seems that throughout this lifetime, he is fated to be at odds with women. My master wishes to see you. Just as Xiang Tianheng lamented his fate, the indifferent voice of the fairy echoed in his ears. He held no fondness for this hideous skeleton before him, especially after hearing from Homer about the ire he had almost harbored. Magia, do not waste your breath on him. I shall surely kill him one day. But for now, let us seek out Master Xianfu. Do you think he would accept me as a disciple? The murderous glare from Homer made Xiang Tianheng feel somewhat guilty. The fairy, noticing that she was of similar age yet possessed a higher rank, cunningly deceived her into searching for a master, hoping that he would take this prodigy under his wing. Another reason for her actions was her deep sympathy after hearing her tale, wishing to rescue her from the soulless confines of the Five Spirits clan. Hey, Homer, you cannot be so heartless. Remember the hardships we endured together, that we may not be friends, but surely I have some feelings for you. Do not forget who rescued you from the jaws of the Black Xian Spirit Wolf King. And let us not overlook who saved you from the hands of the Butterfly Clan's man. Roar, roar, roar. Without Homer's permission, the spirit tiger suddenly roared angrily at Xiang Tianheng. Terrified, Xiang Tianheng immediately retracted his words, swallowing them back down. Noticing the spirit tiger beside Homer, Xiang Tianheng ceased his chatter and turned his attention back to the fairy. Beautiful maiden, what is your age this year? However, in his heart, Xiang Tianheng was overjoyed, thinking to himself, you are but a maiden, destined to remain a maiden for all eternity, a maiden of unparalleled service. Haha, please let me go. We harbor no enmity. Release me. I am willing to serve you like a beast. Upon uttering this last phrase, Xiang Tianheng chuckled inwardly. Of course, I would gladly be a steed for you, although I cannot bear you upon me. I would not mind if you rode me. My pride may suffer, but I am more than willing, 100 times willing. Silence. The fairy, unaware of his thoughts, felt her anger boil as she listened to his incessant prattling. A few white figures appeared in the sky, and as they drew closer, several celestial cranes came into view. They gracefully arced through the air, mesmerizing in their beauty. The sudden appearance of these cranes startled Homer, who quickly inquired, where did these cranes come from? How did they suddenly appear in that spot? Not only was she perplexed, but Xiang Tianheng was also utterly bewildered. That was a barrier set by his master. Only by riding the celestial cranes could one breach the barrier and reach his master's domain. This was merely an illusion crafted by his master. Let us board the cranes and depart swiftly. Xiang Tianheng had thoroughly examined this sea area. Aside from the isolated island beneath their feet, it was an expanse of azure ocean with no other islands in sight. Yet the fairy claimed a barrier had been established. How could this not astonish anyone? This was a divine technique, an extreme defiance of nature, a barrier that concealed this vast sea. What a monumental feat! Incredulous, could Master Xianfu have ascended to the throne? Did he possess the power to seize the heavens and reshape destiny? The fairy waved her hands, swiftly forming seals, and a beam of white light shot toward Xiang Tianheng as he was bathed in this white light. The skeleton's form emitted a radiant glow. Xiang Tianheng felt as though his body was immobilized, as if bound by an unseen force, rendering him powerless to move his skeleton despite his soul's efforts. You wretched girl, what have you done to me? Xiang Tianheng seethed inwardly. Cursing, the fairy ignored him, hoisted him up, and tossed him onto a celestial crane. Gently stroking the crane's pristine feathers, she leapt onto another crane herself. I cannot allow you to escape. What if you were to flee? She then smiled at Homer and the others. urging, "You should join us." There were 4 celestial cranes in total. The 3 of them each mounted one, with the spirit tiger beneath, another. The spirit tiger, filled with excitement, let out a mighty roar, and the 4 cranes soared into the sky, flying toward the horizon. It was Hormayer's first experience riding a celestial crane, and she felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, gripping the crane's neck tightly. The fairy, noticing her fear, hurriedly encouraged her to overcome her anxiety, advising her to relax and let go of her grip. Gradually, Hormayer adjusted, sitting calmly atop the crane. Though still a tad apprehensive, she felt much more at ease than before. With arms outstretched, Hormayer soared through the sky. Above her were fluffy white clouds, and below was the cerulean SEAT. That moment, she felt as if she were transcending the mundane, her heart unburdened. In that instant, she transcended the worldly realm, her mind devoid of distractions. Xiang Tianheng experienced a similar sensation, feeling at one with nature and free from worldly concerns. This place seemed to be the ultimate sanctuary for the soul, devoid of strife, sin, and bloodshed. Truly, it was a splendid haven for retreat. A few figures vanished into the sky, rendering everything strangely surreal. They had entered the barrier, and suddenly before them appeared a divine island, not resting on the sea surface, but suspended in mid-air, leaving Xiang Tianheng speechless in astonishment. Though he was aware of the barrier's existence, he was still deeply stimulated by the sight. Especially upon beholding the floating divine island, he immediately regarded it as a creation of the gods. This scene stirred a tempest of emotions within him, raising numerous questions. Marvelous, it completely exceeded Xiang Tianheng's prior understanding. The island resembled an inverted pyramid, its sharp bottom pointing skyward, as if uprooted by some unseen force. A truly spectacular sight, agreeing with Hormayer's sentiments. The group piloted their celestial cranes to a higher altitude, gazing downwards. How beautiful! From above, the island was adorned with white flowers and lush green trees, bursting with life and the essence of spring. The divine island appeared dreamlike, its scenery breathtakingly exquisite. Every flower, every tree, seemed to possess a spirit, resembling a fairyland. The floating divine island captivated the soul, its enchanting beauty intoxicating. How many times in a mortal realm could one encounter such a sight? After witnessing it, one could not help but express admiration. The stunning scenery often caused one to forget the more pressing matters. The group lingered in the air for a moment until the fairy interrupted, bringing them back to reality. "Let us ascend the island. You shall have ample time to savor the beauty later." As their feet touched the verdant grass, a profound sense of reality washed over them, dispelling any notions that this was a mere dream. Hormayer, like a child, frolicked joyfully across the lawn with the spirit tiger, playfully dancing like a butterfly, seemingly transported back to her childhood. It was a place that made one forget all worries and sorrows. Xiang Tianheng marveled inwardly. The island was rich in spiritual energy, invigorating all who dwelled there. A single day of cultivation here equated to an entire month outside, demonstrating the abundant spiritual essence present. Various flowers vied for attention, their vibrant forms swaying in the breeze, releasing delicate fragrances. Fruit trees flourished, laden with plump, glistening fruits, exuding enticing aromas. These were the world's spiritual fruits, fire dragon fruit, resembling a fire dragon. Crimson like flames, Zhu fruit, a rare treasure that aids cultivators in attaining enlightenment, and Qingling fruit, with its green skin encasing spiritual flesh, capable of healing internal and external injuries. Truly a divine remedy. How could this place possess such an abundance of extraordinary flowers and fruits? Each item, if taken outside, would incite fierce competition and envy. Gazing upon the red, green, and variously colored flowers and fruits, one could not help but drool. As if a waterfall cascaded down from their mouths, the fairy led the group through the orchard, admiring each celestial tree, its massive roots appearing robust and lush, though the celestial trees bore few fruits. Those that they did were exquisite and glistening like jade. Xiang Tianheng glanced at this otherworldly fairy and thought, in such a place, brimming with spiritual energy and abundant flora, It is no wonder such a fairy was nurtured here. Huomeyer, unable to contain her desire any longer, stealthily plucked a Qingling fruit with her delicate hand and, in a moment of weakness, took a large bite from my teeth. Tea melted in her mouth. A warm sensation flooding her heart, and she could not help but exclaim, "So delicious! This is not even the best. Next time I shall take you to taste my master's treasured delicacies." The fairy smiled slightly at Homer's enraptured expression. As the group continued their journey, they arrived at a small pond, where the fragrance of lotus leaves mingled with the blooming lotuses. The crystalline waters of the lake shimmer as fish glide gracefully beneath the surface. The modest pond is nestled nearby, accompanied by a small hill that rises not far from its edge. Upon the hill lies a cave, its entrance shrouded in thick underbrush, yet a narrow, winding path leads invitingly into its depths. Upon arriving at this place, one cannot help but feel a sense of oppression, an overwhelming weight in the air. The cave exudes an aura of mystery, sending shivers down one's spine. The fairy halts in her tracks. Her gaze fixed upon the cave, her expression shifts from one of solemnity to a radiant smile. "Uncle Jean, I have come to see you," she exclaims in astonishment. "Ah, you have made a breakthrough." Laughter echoes from within the cave. "Haha, my dear girl, you have grown perceptive indeed, recognizing my advancement. Since Jean Jean found the Taoist Xianfu and, under his guidance, retreated into seclusion, he has been tirelessly cultivating, yearning for a breakthrough to attain a longer life. At last, he has succeeded. He has transcended to the celestial realm, reaching the pinnacle of existence. Uncle Jean, now that you have become a celestial being, why do you not come out and meet me? It has been ages since I last heard your hearty laughter. Today, that joyous sound reverberates in her heart, filling her with delight. I must stabilize my cultivation. You should seek out the Taoist for now. In a month, I shall emerge once more," Jean Jean declares with an air of grandeur and unwavering confidence, embodying the essence of invincibility. The celestial being, Jean Jean, is set to re-enter the world after millennia of obscurity. What monumental upheaval will his return incite? The fairy feels a surge of happiness at Jean Jean's ability to contend with the heavenly forces, celebrating his renewed breakthrough. She swiftly departs with Xiang Tianheng. As they gaze back at the receding cave, Xiang Tianheng's heart swells with complexity. With the emergence of this defiant powerhouse, one cannot discern whether he is friend or foe. The world is on the brink of chaos. Ushering in yet another tumultuous autumn, all are stirring, eager to surface. This era will undoubtedly be one of unrest. Powerhouses are awakening, and myriad races are reviving. Is the resurgence of divine conflict imminent? Will mortals take the initiative this time? Or will the divine clans once again intrude upon the mortal realm? The Emperor of Corpses remains unvanquished, reappearing in the world, and his secrets remain hidden. What conspiracies lurk in the shadows, unknown to all? The Butterfly clan lies in wait, their entire lineage frozen, harboring numerous plots to seize dominion over the world, and the day of their emergence draws near. The Five Spirits clan, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, seeks not extinction but aims to shatter their confinement and re-enter the worldly realm. The Ziji clan's Zetian Palace, a bastion of formidable warriors, conceals itself within the Zishan, harboring hidden peril and intricate schemes, truly inscrutable. The Dugu clan, heirs of the Demon Emperor, wielding demonic weapons and commanding legions of demonkind, are intertwined with the legendary 8 demon ancestors, their secrets poised to shake the very heavens. This era is destined to be one of turbulence. Ahead, a dilapidated straw hut appears. Unassuming and plain, at its entrance stands an elderly man. With a rotund physique and a jovial demeanor that rivals even a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, he resembles a living Buddha, exuding an air of cheerfulness, clad in tattered gray robes. It is impossible to discern how long he has worn them. They are coated in dust, indistinguishable from their original hue. Forever smiling, he possesses a pair of beady eyes that lend an air of lewdness to his grin, immediately suggesting he is not to be trusted. Though no spiritual energy flows from him, he appears to be merely a useless farmer. Yet, Xiang Tianheng muses inwardly, could this lecherous fellow truly be the Taoist Xianfu? "Master, I have returned," The fairy's voice reinforces Xiang Tianheng's suspicion, igniting a flicker of astonishment within him. Why, dear girl, you haven't come to pilfer my treasures again, have you? I assure you, they are all gone. Taoist Xianfu squints suspiciously at the fairy, his demeanor anything but that of a transcendent powerhouse or a being of immense longevity. Yet this is the reality. One must not judge a book by its cover, nor the ocean by its surface. Some strong beings exhibit peculiarities, favoring unconventional forms of cultivation. Who knows, perhaps an elderly woodcutter is a celestial, or a humble fisherman a formidable warrior. Some individuals and events perpetually defy expectation. Master, I bring you the divine bone, as promised, to forge a divine artifact for me. The fairy chuckles, amused by her master's comical appearance. Taoist Xianfu exhales a sigh of relief, his beady eyes now brimming with mirth as they fixate on Xiang Tianheng. His gaze, almost burning, causes discomfort within Xiang Tianheng. What are you staring at, old man? Xiang Tianheng's anger simmers within, questioning the old man's sanity. I am not a woman, he adds, a reminder of his identity. Hee, this lad is quite the spirit. I like it. Taoist Xianfu's heart swells with joy. Young man, once you fall into my grasp, you shall face the consequences. Your fate will be yours to choose. A ragged fan suddenly materializes in the farmer's hand as he playfully flaps it toward himself. Chuckling at the sight of the immobilized Xiang Tianheng. Bound by the fairy's magic, Xiang Tianheng's limbs are rendered motionless, his eyes blazing with a fierce green flame as he glares at Taoist Xianfu. For reasons unknown, a wave of aversion washes over him at the sight of this man, igniting an uncontainable fury within his heart. The figure before him seems vaguely familiar, but I wish to die laughing. To die in joy, to die in satisfaction, and yet endure the presence of an old fool. Can you agree to that? Xiang Tianheng sneers defiantly, exuding an air of resistance. The corners of Taoist Xianfu's mouth twitch momentarily before he beams once more. Young man, your tongue is quite sharp. Let me see what kind of being you truly are. Having briefly assessed the situation, he forms a vague impression of Xiang Tianheng, yet cannot discern his true essence. As a formidable force obstructs his perception, one must understand that Taoist Xianfu has lived for countless years, and his strength is beyond measure. Yet he is confronted by a power that even he cannot penetrate. Taoist Xianfu's expression shifts dramatically, a grave look settling upon his features. With a thunderous exclamation, his gaze pierces deep into Xiang Tianheng's soul, striving to unveil his essence. An overwhelming aura bursts forth at that moment. He no longer resembles an ordinary farmer, but transforms into a formidable deity. A powerful aura radiates, rolling in waves, causing the garments of the fairy and Humir to ripple violently. The two women hastily retreat, staring wide-eyed at this unexpected display. Their minds whirl in confusion. What could have provoked their master to such fury? The aura emanating from Taoist Xianfu dims the sky, unleashing thunderous storms as the surrounding spiritual energy erupts into chaos. He maintains control, refraining from unleashing his full might. Otherwise, his prowess would surely provoke the heavens' envy, for he has defied fate for millennia, and the celestial order cannot abide his existence. His seclusion is a means of evading heavenly scrutiny, allowing him to remain undetected, thus preventing the descent of fatal energies. This is his method of achieving defiance against mortality. Yet the heavenly forces are omnipresent. What tricks can he employ to escape their gaze? The petty thief of yesteryear, now bold enough to wield such power. With a resounding thud, a dark aura envelopes Xiang Tianheng. But amidst the dark energy, a brilliant golden light shines forth. It is a nimble little golden dragon. Emerging above Xiang Tianheng's head, the long-hidden dragon bone. Since their encounter in the abyss of the demon dragon, it has remained coiled around his waist, taking the form of a dragon bone belt. It has appeared twice in this realm, saving Xiang Tianheng on both occasions, and he harbors profound gratitude for it. As the demon dragon and Taoist Xianfu face one another, their opposing auras clash. Both defiant and overwhelming, shrouded in mystery, leaving their souls in awe. One can only conclude that they are both extraordinarily powerful. So it is you, little bug. You have managed to survive in the form of a soul. Taoist Xianfu exclaims, momentarily startled by the dragon, though he quickly regains his composure. Young one, had you not stolen the emperor's jade scepter and concealed your presence, you would have long since ascended. Now that you have revealed your power, do you not fear invoking the heavenly wrath and courting disaster? Astonishment strikes. The demon dragon addresses Taoist Xianfu as a young one, labeling him a thief, suggesting his reputation was rather unsavory millennia ago. After a span of 10,000 years, the once mighty combatants have faded into obscurity, yet Taoist Xianfu remains alive, having concealed himself with the emperor's jade scepter, eluding detection. Should this tale come to light, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the world. Time seems to stand still, silent and motionless, as the golden dragon and the farmer gaze at one another from afar. Their eyes suggest a silent exchange. Yet the content remains obscured, shrouded by an invisible barrier. After an extended silence, tranquility returns, and Taoist Xianfu resumes his farmer guise, a grave expression adorning his face. Allow me to atone for my debts to the emperor. The golden dragon nods in agreement, stating, it is time you took action. The emperor treated you well in the past. In those days, Taoist Xianfu had indeed pilfered the jade scepter from the emperor, a deed undoubtedly orchestrated by the emperor himself. Reflecting upon it, Taoist Xianfu was merely a fledgling powerhouse at that time, yet had earned the moniker of a master thief. Who else would dare undertake such a feat? Though he may possess remarkable skills in thievery, in the eyes of the emperor, he is merely a jester. Yet his audacity is greatly admired, prompting a deliberate indulgence. Then, let me do something for him. The celestial blessing Taoist waved his tattered fan, allowing Xiang Tianheng to break free from his confinement. With a lightness in his body, he rose, gazing at them with a face full of puzzlement. Celestial blessing Taoist, this is what I wish to create for you. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from the celestial blessing Taoist, once again casting his gaze down upon the masses, transforming into an unparalleled deity. In the heavens above, a colossal spiritual hand reached towards Jinzhan, who was in seclusion for cultivation. Boom, boom, the space shattered, scattering fragments of the great Tao across the mortal realm. What is happening? Why did the master suddenly strike at Uncle Jean? I implore you to collect. Collect, collect. We urgently request votes. Votes, votes. Thank you all. May you all become emperors, no longer burdened by worldly matters or the relentless pursuit of wealth. Jinzhan was startled awake by the sudden turn of events. Feeling bewildered, however, he remained unafraid, knowing that the celestial blessing Taoist would not harm him. Opening his eyes, a pair of deep-set orbs erupted with golden light, piercing through the cave. Taoist, what is the matter now? Jinzhan's voice reverberated through the heavens, filled with respect, seemingly unafraid of the massive hand above him. The Taoist's actions surely had their reasons, and he must not act recklessly. I know you have retracted the 5 spirit pearls. I desire to obtain them. Yet, your temperament is peculiar, and it is impossible to acquire them without defeating you. The celestial blessing Taoist's fighting spirit surged intensely. Indeed, the Taoist understands me well. However, if the Taoist requests this item, how could I refuse? Yet, I must not break the rules. You shall receive one of my strikes. As the words fell, a golden palm surged forth, exuding a fierce battle intent, aiming to obliterate the heavens and extinguish the Tao. The golden palm charged towards that heavenly hand. The white hand transformed its palm into a fist, radiant white light coursing over it, as though the space itself could hardly contain this fist. In this clash of fists and palms, which side would emerge victorious? Boom! The golden palm shattered into fragments, radiating a dazzling brilliance, as the sky resembled a cascade of golden blossoms. The void fractured, and cracks appeared in space, with thunder rumbling, plunging the heavens into chaos. Soon, the white light dissipated, the celestial images vanished, and the rifts restored. However, it seemed that a mass of black clouds drifted nearby, an aura of death approaching. I have been defeated. The golden light vanished, and Jinzhan spoke solemnly, all traces of his presence fading as if he had never existed in this world. The ominous black cloud drew nearer, causing Jin Zhan to hastily retreat into the cave. For this was the power of the heavenly Tao's transcendence. If locked onto, his life would meet its end. This deathly black cloud was summoned by the fierce battle of the two, since the return of a long-vanished powerhouse, and was determined to take him away. For he defied the laws of the heavenly Tao and was marked for death. 4 beams of spiritual light darted swiftly, green, blue, gold, and gray, intertwining and wrapping around each other, ultimately landing in the hands of the celestial blessing Taoist. Time is short. We must hasten. The celestial blessing Taoist urged the golden dragon to act. The golden dragon, now hovering before Xiang Tianheng, declared, "Today we negotiate and decide to forge a new body for you." What is the reason for this? Xiang Tianheng was momentarily stunned. The celestial blessing Taoist and the dragon had merely exchanged a few secret words, yet such a transformation had occurred. He couldn't help but ponder. Am I truly the reincarnation of the emperor? The golden dragon wasted no time, lifting Xiang Tianheng into the air. The deathly aura drew ever closer. There was no time to wait, he roared. Now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. The celestial blessing Taoist cast his hand, and 4 beams of spiritual light surged towards Xiang Tianheng, swirling around him in a specific pattern, accelerating rapidly as the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, causing the space to become tumultuous. Xiang Tianheng was confined within the void, and the fire spirit pearl emerged from the depths of his soul. The gathering of the 5 spirits triggered a cataclysmic transformation, with thunder rolling and waves crashing. What is happening? The world was astonished by the celestial upheaval, gazing upwards. In the North Sea, the waves roared as if a great demon was about to descend. The 5 spirit pearls formed a unique array, drawing together the energies of heaven and earth, known as the 5 spirit array. This array was said to possess the power to seize the heaven's creations and grant resurrection. The 5 spirit pearls, most mysterious, transformed within the formation, revealing indistinct silhouettes of 5 figures standing at the positions of righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. Why did the dragon and the two wish to use the 5 spirit pearls to recreate a body for Xiang Tianheng? Because the 5 spirit pearls would, fire, earth, metal, and water, correspond to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, allowing for the recreation of internal organs for a skeleton like him to recreate a body. Xiang Tianheng must be treated as a weapon for refining. Now, with all the necessary materials at hand, the only thing lacking was a fierce flame. Seizing the moment, the dragon ignited its own soul, a blazing inferno consuming the 5 spirit pearls and Xiang Tianheng in a ritual of refinement. This was the dragon's very essence, immensely powerful. The flames that erupted could be described as divine fire, setting the space ablaze with a crackling sound. The surface of Xiang Tianheng's skeletal form began to manifest faint, ethereal shadows. As the 5 spirit pearls transformed into the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys swirling within him, forming a 5 spirit array. The celestial blessing Taoist at this moment was utterly exhausted. He continuously altered hand seals, as if refining a weapon, each one penetrating into Xiang Tianheng's body. He aimed to integrate the principles of the Tao into him, connecting them through the meridians within the flesh and blood, allowing the body to truly function. Initially intending to seize the divine bone to refine a heavenly weapon for himself, aspiring to break through the heavens and become an emperor, emulating the ancient sovereigns. Yet, fate had other plans. Upon discovering a formidable presence within the divine bone, he could not perceive Xiang Tianheng, leading him to inadvertently interfere with the body's creation. The newly formed body grew increasingly distinct, the flow of blood visible, as the heart crafted from the fire spirit pearl thumped wildly. This was his own body. Xiang Tianheng could not conceal his joy. The dragon's soul force waned, and the once solid golden dragon now transformed into a mere shadow, on the verge of dissipating. Young one, the spirit body has been recreated. Henceforth do not disappoint my expectations. As the last remnants of soul force burned away, the dragon departed from this world completely. Xiang Tianheng's body was now complete. And at that moment, tears welled in his eyes. Heartache and sorrow filled him, for he understood that the dragon had sacrificed itself for him, leaving him immensely grateful. Throughout this journey, his soul had been sealed, and it had saved him time and again. Boom! The spirit body finally took shape, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of the celestial blessing Taoist's mouth. He hastily summoned a jade-like Rui, emanating a mysterious aura. The death of the heavenly Tao descended, and a terrifying consciousness from above reached out. As the spirit body emerged, the heavens trembled, the earth quaked, and the skies darkened, with thunder roaring and lightning striking down in torrents. In this moment, Xiang Tianheng entered a different state. A clear and resonant voice echoed from the depths of his soul, each word ringing like a bell. In the vastness of heaven, humanity is paramount. Yet the heavens are unreasonable, accommodating both gods and demons, bringing chaos to the world. Thus, it is right to slay gods and demons. The Tao exists to cultivate oneself and wander freely in the world. Yet now, constrained by the divine, humanity must abide by the Tao. Gods must be slain, for the world knows no gods, and to slay them incurs no punishment. This refrain resounded repeatedly, the voice resounding powerfully. In the vastness of heaven, humanity is paramount. Yet the heavens are unreasonable, accommodating both gods and demons, bringing chaos to the world. Thus, it is right to slay gods and demons. The Tao exists to cultivate oneself. A sudden cry of pain pierced the air, chilling the hearts of listeners. This was not Xiang Tianheng's voice, but the lament of a lingering spirit. That moment, the remnant thought was expelled, a green essence soaring from the depths of Xiang Tianheng's soul. It trembled violently, darting through the air in a frenzy, restless and agitated. Suddenly, it began to disintegrate, the green soul scattering like starlight, falling to the mortal realm. Xiang Tianheng, I will not spare you. The remnant's mournful wail echoed through the skies, shaking the hearts of all who heard. As it faded into nothingness, the echoes subsided. The fire of Xiang Tianheng's soul turned pale, devoid of color, resembling a newborn infant, pure and unblemished. Yet danger had not dissipated. The black aura of death loomed above him, surging forth with overwhelming force. This is against the rules. What does it intend to do? The celestial blessing Taoist appeared in an instant, kicking Xiang Tianheng away. This extreme measure was likely an outburst of frustration, for the creation of the body had consumed an immense amount of energy and attracted a deadly calamity. His heart seethed with anger. As Xiang Tianheng vanished, the gaze of the black cloud turned towards the celestial blessing Taoist, heralding a cataclysmic battle that would determine the fate of the Taoist. Surprisingly, at this moment, the celestial blessing Taoist fled, and the entire floating divine island also vanished. The dragon had spoken true. He was indeed a coward. The external world was in turmoil, as people speculated about the strange sounds. Some claimed it was a powerful being transcending the heavenly Tao, battling for existence. Others suggested that a seal had broken, heralding the arrival of a great demon. What could it be? A meteor,